Ecrits. By Jacques Lacan. Table of Contents. I1 Overture to this collection 3-2 Seminar on the Purloined Letters 6. 2-3 On my antecedents 51-4 Beyond the Reality Principle 58-5 The Mirror Stage as formative of the slash function as revealed in psychoanalytic experience 75-6 Aggressiveness in psychoanalysis 82. 7 A Theoretical Introduction to the Functions of Psychoanalysis in Criminology 102. 8 Presentation on Psychical Causality 123. 3-9 Logical Time and the Assertion of Anticipated Certainty 161 10 Presentation on Transference 176. 4-11 On the Subject Who is Finally in Question 189 12 The Function and Field of Speech and Language in Psychoanalysis 197 13 Variations on the Standard Treatment 269 14 On a Purpose 303 15 Introduction to Jean Hippolyte's Commentary on Freud's Verneinung 308 16 Response to Jean Hippolyte's Commentary on Freud's Verneinung 318 17 The Freudian Thing, or the Meaning of the Return to Freud in Psychoanalysis 334 18 Psychoanalysis and its Teaching 364 19 The Situation of Psychoanalysis and the Training of Psychoanalysts in 1956 384 20 The Instance of the Letter in the Unconscious, or Reasons since Freud 412. V21 On a Question Prior to Any Possible Treatment of Psychosis 445 22 The Direction of the Treatment and the Principles of its Power 489. 23 Remarks on Daniel Lagache's Presentation. Psychoanalysis and Personality Structure 543 24 The Signification of the Phallus 575 25 In Memory of Ernest Jones, on his Theory of Symbolism 585 26 On an ex post facto syllabary 602 27 Guiding Remarks for a Convention on Female Sexuality 610. 628 The Youth of Gide, or the Letter and Desire 623 29 Kant with Sada 645. 730 The Subversion of the Subject and the Dialectic of Desire in the Freudian Unconscious 671 31 Position of the Unconscious 703 32 On Freud's Trieb and the Psychoanalyst's Desire 722 33 Science and Truth 726. Appendix I. A Spoken Commentary on Freud's Verneinung. By Jean Hippolyte 746. Appendix II. Metaphor of the Subject 755. Translators Endnote 759. Classified Index of the Major Concepts 851. Commentary on the Graphs 858. Bibliographical References in Chronological Order 864 Index of Freud's German Terms 869 Index of Proper Names 871. Ecrits. I. Overture to this collection. The style is the man himself, people repeat without seeing any harm in it, and without worrying about the fact that man is no longer so sure a reference point. Besides, the image of the cloth that adorned Buffon while he wrote is there to keep us inattentive. A re-edition of Voyage à Montbard, published posthumously in the year 9 by the Solvet Press, penned by Hérault de Seychelles. The title alters that of the edition published in 1785, Visite à Buffon gives us pause for thought. Not simply because one finds in it another style, which prefigures the best of our buffoonish reporting, but because it resituates the saying itself in a context of impertinence in which the host is in no wise outdone by his guest. For the man discussed in the adage which was already classic by that time 1785, having been extracted from Buffon's discourse to the academic Amy proves, in Seychelles' portrait, to be a fantasy of the great man, Buffon turning it into a scenario that involves his whole household. There is nothing natural here. Voltaire generalizes maliciously on this point, as we recall. Shall we adopt the formulation the style is the man if we simply add to it, the man one addresses? This would be simply to comply with the principle I have proposed, that in language our message comes to us from the other, and to state the rest of the principle in an inverted form. Let me remind you that this principle applied to its own enunciation since, although I proposed it, it received its finest formulation from another, an eminent interlocutor. But if man were reduced to being nothing but the echoing locus of our discourse, wouldn't the question then come back to us, what is the point of addressing our discourse to him? That is the question posed to me by the new reader, this reader being the reason that has been put forward to convince me to publish a collection of my writings. I am offering this reader an easy entryway into my style by opening this collection with the purloined letter, even though that means tacking it out of chronological order. 10. It will be up to this reader to give the letter in question, beyond those to whom it was one day addressed, the very thing he will find as its concluding word, its destination. Namely, Poe's message deciphered and returning from him, the reader, so that in reading this message he realizes that he is no more feigned than the truth is when it inhabits fiction. This purloining of the letter Val de la Lettre will be said to be the parody of my discourse, whether one confines one's attention to the etymology of parody, which indicates an accompaniment and implies the precedence of the trajectory that is parodied, or, in returning to the usual meaning of the term, one sees the shadow of the intellectual master dispelled in it in order to obtain the effect that I prefer to it. The title of the poem The Rape of the Lock *Le Val de la Boucle is evoked here, in which Pope, thanks to parody, ravishes from the epic, in his case the secret feature of its derisory stakes. Our task brings back this charming lock, in the topological sense of the term *boucle also means loop, a knot whose trajectory closes on the basis of its inverted redoubling, namely, such as I have recently formulated it as sustaining the subject's structure. It is here that my students would be right to recognize the already for which they sometimes content themselves with less well-founded homologies. For I decipher here in Poe's fiction, which is so powerful in the mathematical sense of the term, the division in which the subject is verified in the fact that an object traverses him without them interpenetrating in any respect, this division being at the crux of what emerges at the end of this collection that goes by the name of Object A, to be read, little a. It is the object that, cor, responds to the question about style that I am. Overture to this collection 5. Raising right at the outset. In the place man marked for Buffon, I call for the falling away shoot of this object, which is revealing due to the fact that the fall isolates this object, both as the cause of desire in which the subject disappears and as sustaining the subject between truth and knowledge. With this itinerary, of which these writings are the milestones, and this style, which the audience to whom they were addressed required, I want to lead the reader to a consequence in which he must pay the price with elbow grease. October 1966. 2 Seminar on the Purloined Letter. Und when es gliegt. Und wenn es sich skikt. So sind es Gedanken. My research has led me to the realization that repetition automatism, Wiederholungskartwang, has its basis in what I have called the insistence of the signifying chain. I have isolated this notion as a correlate of the existence, that is, of the eccentric place, in which we must necessarily locate the subject of the unconscious, if we are to take Freud's discovery seriously. As we know, it is in the experience inaugurated by psychoanalysis that we can grasp by what oblique imaginary means the symbolic takes hold in even the deepest recesses of the human organism. The teaching of this seminar is designed to maintain that imaginary effects, far from representing the core of analytic experience, give us nothing of any consistency unless they are related to the symbolic chain that binds and orients them. I am, of course, aware of the importance of imaginary impregnations, Pragung, in the partializations of the symbolic alternative that give the signifying chain its appearance. Nevertheless, I posit that it is the law specific to this chain which governs the psychoanalytic effects that are determinant for the subject effects such as foreclosure Verwerfung, repression Verdrängung, and negation Verneinung, itself, and I add with the appropriate emphasis that these effects follow the displacement, Anstellung, of the signifier so faithfully that imaginary factors, despite their inertia, figure only as shadows and reflections therein. But this emphasis would be lavished in vain if it merely served, in your 7. view, to abstract a general form from phenomena whose particularity in analytic experience would remain the core thing to you and whose original composite nature could be broken down only through artifice. This is why I have decided to illustrate for you today a truth which may be drawn from the moment in Freud's thought we have been studying, namely, that it is the symbolic order which is constitutive for the subject by demonstrating in a story the major determination the subject receives from the itinerary of a signifier. It is this truth, let us note, that makes the very existence of fiction possible. Thus a fable is as appropriate as any other story for shedding light on it, provided we are willing to put the fable's coherence to the test. With this proviso, a fable even has the advantage of manifesting symbolic necessity all more purely in that we might be inclined to believe it is governed by the arbitrary. This is why, without looking any further, I have taken my example from the very story in which we find the dialectic of the game of even or odd, from which we very recently gleaned something of importance. It is probably no accident that this story proved propitious for the continuation of a line of research which had already relied upon it. As you know, I am referring to the tale Baudelaire translated into French as La Lettre Volée. In it we must immediately distinguish between a drama and its narration as well as the conditions of that narration. We quickly perceive, moreover, what makes these components necessary and realize that their composer could not have created them unintentionally. For the narration effectively doubles the drama with a commentary without which no mise en scène would be possible. Let us say that the action would remain, strictly speaking, invisible to the audience aside from the fact that the dialogue would be expressly and by dramatic necessity devoid of whatever meaning it might have for a listener. In other words, nothing of the drama could appear, either in the framing of the images or the sampling of the sounds, without the oblique light shed, so to speak, on each scene by the narration from the point of view that one of the actors had while playing his role in it. There are two such scenes, the first of which I shall immediately designate as the primal scene, and by no means inattentively, since the second may be considered its repetition in the sense of the latter term that I have been articulating in this very seminar. The primal scene is thus performed, we are told, in the royal boudoir, such 13 that we suspect that the personage of most exalted station, also referred to as the illustrious personage, who is alone there when she receives a letter, is the queen. This sense is confirmed by the awkward situation she is put in by the entrance of the other exalted personage, of whom we have already 8. been told prior to this account that, were he to come to know of the letter in question, it would jeopardize for the lady nothing less than her honor and peace. Any doubt that he is in fact the king is promptly dissipated in the course of the scene which begins with the entrance of Minister D. For at that moment the queen can do no better than to take advantage of the king's inattentiveness by leaving the letter on the table turned face down, address uppermost. This does not, however, escape the minister's lynx eye, nor does he fail to notice the queen's distress and thus to fathom her secret. From then on everything proceeds like clockwork. After dealing with the business of the day with his customary speed and intelligence, the minister draws from his pocket a letter similar in appearance to the one before his eyes and, after pretending to read it, places it next to the other. A bit more conversation to pull the wool over the royal eyes, whereupon he picks up the embarrassing letter without flinching and decamps, while the queen, on whom none of his maneuver has been lost, remains unable to intervene for fear of attracting the attention of her royal spouse, who is standing at her elbow at that very moment. An ideal spectator might have noticed nothing of this operation in which no one batted an eye, and whose quotient is that the minister has filched from the queen her letter and, even more important, that the queen knows that he now has it, and by no means innocently. A remainder that no analyst will neglect, trained as he is to remember everything having to do with the signifier even if he does not always know what to do with it, the letter, left on hand by the minister, which the queen is now free to crumple up. Second scene, in the minister's office at the ministerial hotel. We know from the account the prefect of police has given Dupin, whose genius for solving enigmas Poe mentions here for the second time, that the police have searched the hotel and its surroundings from top to bottom for the last 3 months, returning there as often as the minister's regular absences at night allow them 14 to. In vain, however, although anyone can deduce from the situation that the minister keeps the letter within easy reach. Dupin calls on the minister. The latter greets him with a show of nonchalance, affecting in his conversation romantic ennui. Meanwhile Dupin, who is not taken in by this feigning, inspects the premises, his eyes protected by green spectacles. When his gaze alights upon a very chafed letter which seems to have been abandoned in a compartment of a wretched, eye-catching, trumpery card rack of pasteboard, hanging right smack in the middle of the mantelpiece, he already knows that he has found what he was looking for. 9. His conviction is reinforced by the very details which seem designed to contradict the description he has been given of the stolen letter, with the exception of the size, which fits. Whereupon he has but to take his leave, after having forgotten his snuff-box on the table, in order to return the following day to reclaim it armed with a facsimile of the letter in its present state. When an incident out in the street, prepared for the right moment, draws the minister to the window, Dupin seizes the opportunity to snatch, in his turn, the letter while replacing it with an imitation semblant / and need but maintain the appearances of a normal exit thereafter. Here too all has transpired, if not without any sound, at least without any din. The quotient of the operation is that the minister no longer has the letter, but he knows nothing of it and is far from suspecting that it is Dupin who ravished it from him. Moreover, what he is left with here is far from insignificant for what follows. I shall return later to what led Dupin to jot something down on his factitious letter. In any case, when the minister tries to make use of it, he will be able to read the following words, whose source, Dupin tells us, is // ons a tree, written so that he may recognize Dupin's hand. Undesane siphonist. Il nest digni d'être, est digni de est. Need I emphasize the resemblance between these two actions? Yes, for the similarity I have in mind is not made up of the simple union of traits chosen only in order to prepare apparaître their difference. And it would not suffice to retain the traits of resemblance at the expense of the others for any truth whatsoever to result therefrom. It is, rather, the intersubjectivity by which the two actions are motivated that I wish to highlight, as well as the three terms 15 with which that intersubjectivity structures them. These terms derive their privileged status from the fact that they correspond both to the three logical moments through which decision is precipitate and to the three places which this decision assigns to the subjects that it separates out. This decision is reached in the moment of a glance regard. One for the maneuver that follow, however stealthily that moment is prolonged in them, add nothing to it, no more than their deferral of the opportunity in the second scene disrupts the unity of that moment. This glance presupposes two others, which it assembles to provide a view of the opening left in their fallacious complementarity, anticipating the plunder afforded by that uncovering. Thus three moments, ordering three glances, sustained by three subjects, incarnated in each case by different people. The first is based on a glance that sees nothing, the king and then the police. The second is based on a glance which sees that the first sees nothing and deceives itself into thereby believing to be covered what it hides, the queen and then the minister. The third is based on a glance which sees that the first two glances leave what must be hidden uncovered to whomever would seize it, the minister and finally Dupin. In order to get you to grasp in its unity the intersubjective complex thus described, I would willingly seek patronage for it in the technique legendarily attributed to the ostrich autruc when it seeks shelter from danger. For this technique might finally be qualified as political, distributed as it is here among three partners, the second believing himself invisible because the first has his head stuck in the sand, all the while letting the third calmly pluck his rear. We need but enrich its proverbial denomination by a letter, producing la politique de l'autre, for this technique in itself to finally take on a new everlasting meaning. Having thus established the intersubjective module of the action that repeats, we must now indicate in it a repetition automatism in the sense that interests us in Freud's work. 16. The fact that we have here a plurality of subjects can, of course, in no way constitute an objection to those who are long accustomed to the perspective summarized by my formulation, the unconscious is the other's discourse. I will not remind you now what the notion of the unmixing of subjects, recently introduced in my reanalysis of the dream of Irma's injection, adds here. What interests me today is the way in which the subjects, owing to their displacement, relay each other in the course of the intersubjective repetition. We shall see that their displacement is determined by the place that a pure signifier, the purloined letter, comes to occupy in their trio. This is what will confirm for us that it is repetition automatism. It does not, however, seem superfluous, before pursuing this line of inquiry, to ask whether the aim of the tale and the interest we take in it, inasmuch as they coincide, do not lie elsewhere. Can we consider the fact that the tale is told to us as a mystery story to be a simple rationalization, as we say in our crude jargon? In truth, we would be justified in considering this to be highly dubious, noting as we do that everything about a crime or offense that creates such a mystery, its nature and motives, instruments and execution, the procedure and used to discover its author, and the means employed to convict him for it, is carefully eliminated here at the beginning of each episode. Indeed, the act of deceit is as clearly known from the outset as the plotting of the culprit and its effects on his victim. The problem, as it is exposed to us, is limited to the search for the deceitfully acquired object, for the purposes of restitution, and it seems quite intentional that the solution is already known when it is explained to us. Is that how we are kept in suspense? However much credit we may give the conventions of a genre for arousing a specific interest in the reader, we should not forget that the Dupin tale, this being the SEC on to come out, is a prototype, and that since it receives its genre only from Die First, it is a little too early for the author to play on a convention. It would, however, be equally excessive to reduce the whole thing to a fable 17 whose moral would be that, in order to shelter from inquisitive eyes correspondence whose secrecy is sometimes necessary to conjugal peace, it suffices to leave the letters lying around on one's table, even if one turns them signifying face down. For that would be a lure which, personally, I would never recommend anyone try, lest he be disappointed at having trusted in it. Is there then no other mystery here than incompetence resulting in failure on the part of the prefect of police? Is there not a certain discordance on Dupin's part, which we are loath to admit, between the assuredly penetrating remarks, which are not, however, always absolutely relevant when generalized, with which he introduces us to his method, and the way in which he in fact intervenes? Were we to pursue a bit further our sense that we are being hoodwinked, we might soon begin to wonder whether from the inaugural scene, which only the rank of the protagonist saves from degenerating into vaudeville, to the descent into ridicule that seems to await the minister at the story's conclusion, it is not, indeed, the fact that everyone is duped which gives us such pleasure here. I would be all the more inclined to think so in that, along with my readers, I would find anew here the definition I once gave, somewhere in passing, of the modern hero, represented by ridiculous feats in situations of confusion too. But are we ourselves not taken with the imposing bearing of the amateur detective, prototype of a new kind of braggart, as yet safe from the insipidity of our contemporary Superman asterisk? That was a joke, yet it makes us note, by way of contrast, so perfect a verisimilitude in this tale that it may be said that truth here reveals its fictional ordering. For this is certainly the pathway along which the reasons for this verisimilitude lead us. Entering first into its procedure, we perceive, in effect, a new 12. drama that I would call complementary to the first, since the first was what is termed a silent drama, whereas the interest of the second plays on the proper ties of discourse. 3. Indeed, while it is obvious that each of the two scenes of the real drama is narrated in the course of a different dialogue, one must be provided with certain notions brought out in my teaching to realize that this is not done simply to make the exposition more pleasing, but that the dialogues themselves, in the opposite use they make of the virtues of speech, take on a tension that makes them into a different drama, one which my terminology will distinguish from the first as sustaining itself in the symbolic order. The first dialogue between the prefect of police and Dupin is played out as if it were between a deaf man and one who hears. That is, it represents the veritable complexity of what is ordinarily simplified, with the most confused of results, in the notion of communication. This example demonstrates how communication can give the impression, at which theorists too often stop, of conveying in its transmission but one meaning, as though the highly significant commentary into which he who hears integrates it could be considered neutralized because it is unperceived by he who does not hear. The fact remains that if we only retain the dialogue's meaning as a report, its verisimilitude appears to depend on a guarantee of accuracy. But the report then turns out to be more fruitful than it seems, provided we demonstrate its procedure, as we shall see by confining our attention to the recounting of the first scene. For the double and even triple subjective filter through which that scene comes to us, a narration by Dupin's close friend, whom I will refer to henceforth as the story's general narrator, of the account by which the prefect reveals to Dupin the version the Queen gave him of it, is not merely the consequence of a fortuitous arrangement. If, indeed, the extremity to which the original narrator is reduced precludes 19 her altering any of the events, we would be wrong to believe that the prefect is authorized to lend her his voice here only owing to the lack of imagination for which he holds, as it were, the patent. The fact that the message is retransmitted in this way assures us of something that is absolutely not self-evident, that the message truly belongs to the dimension of language. Those who are here are familiar with my remarks on the subject, specifically those illustrated by the counter-example of the supposed language of bees, in which a linguist can see nothing more than a signaling of the location of 13 objects, in other words, an imaginary function that is simply more differentiated than the others. Let me emphasize here that such a form of communication is not absent in man, however evanescent the natural pregivenness don naturel / of objects may be for him due to the disintegration they undergo through his use of symbols. Something equivalent may, in effect, be grasped in the communion established between two people in their hatred directed at a common object, with the proviso that this can never occur except in the case of one single object, an object defined by the characteristics of they, being that each of the two refuses to accept. But such communication is not transmittable in symbolic form. It can only be sustained in relation to this object. This is why it can bring together an indefinite number of subjects in a common ideal. The communication of one subject with another within the group thus constituted will nonetheless remain irreducibly mediated by an ineffable relation. This excursion is not merely a reminder here of principles distantly addressed to those who tax me with neglecting nonverbal communication. In determining the scope of what discourse repeats, it prepares the question of what symptoms repeat. Thus the indirect relating of the first scene clarifies the dimension of language, and the general narrator, by redoubling it, hypothetically adds nothing to it. But this is not at all true of his role in the second dialogue. For the latter is opposed to the first like the poles in language that I have 20 distinguished elsewhere and that are opposed to each other like word to speech. Which is to say that we shift here from the field of accuracy to the register of truth. Now this register, I dare think I need not go back over this, is situated somewhere else altogether, at the very foundation of intersubjectivity. It is situated where the subject can grasp nothing but the very subjectivity that constitutes an other as an absolute. I shall confine my attention, in order to indicate its place here, to evoking the dialogue which seems to me to warrant its attribution as a Jewish joke due to the nakedness with which the relation between the signifier and speech appears in the entreaty which brings it to a head. Why are you lying to me? One character exclaims exasperatedly, yes, why are you lying to me by saying you're going to Krakow in order to make me believe you're going to Lemberg, when in reality you are going to Krakow? A similar question might be raised in our minds by the torrent of aporias, heuristic enigmas, paradoxes, and even quips presented to us as an introduction to Dupin's method if the fact that they were confided to us by a would-be disciple did not add some virtue to them, owing to the act of delegation. Such is the unmistakable prestige of legacies, the witness faithfulness is the wool pulled over the eyes of those who might criticize his testimony. What could be more convincing, moreover, than the gesture of turning one's cards face up on the table? It is so convincing that we are momentarily persuaded that the prestidigitator has in fact demonstrated, as he promised he would, how his trick was performed, whereas he has only performed it anew in a purer form. This moment makes us appreciate the supremacy of the signifier in the subject. This is how Dupin operates when he starts with the story of the child prodigy who takes in all his classmates at the game of even or odd with his trick of identifying with his opponent, concerning which I have shown that he cannot reach the first level of its mental elaboration, namely, the notion of intersubjective alternation, without immediately being tripped up by the stop of its recurrence. 5. This does not stop us from being treated in order to dazzle us to the 21 names of La Rochefoucauld, La Bruyere, Machiavelli, and Campanella, whose reputations now seem trivial compared to the child's prowess. And then to Chamfort, whose maxim that the odds are that every idea embraced by the public, every accepted convention, is foolish, since it suits the greatest number, will indubitably satisfy all those who think they escape its law, that is, precisely, the greatest number. The fact that Dupin taxes the French with dishonesty when they apply the word analysis to algebra has little chance of threatening our pride when, moreover, the freeing of that term for other ends implies nothing that should stop a psychoanalyst from considering himself in a position to assert his rights to it. And off he goes making philological remarks which should positively delight lovers of Latin, when he recalls without deigning to say any more about it that ambitus doesn't imply ambition, religion/homines honesty, a set of honorable men, who among you would not take pleasure in remembering what these words mean to assiduous readers of Cicero and Lucretius? No doubt Poe is having a good time. But a suspicion dawns on us, isn't this display of erudition designed to make us hear the magic words of our drama? 6. Isn't the prestidigitator repeating his trick before our eyes, without deluding us into thinking that he is divulging his secret to us this time, but taking his gamble even further by really shedding light on it for us without us seeing a thing? That would be the height of the illusionist's art, to have one of his fictional beings truly fool us. And isn't it such effects which justify our harmless way of referring to many imaginary heroes as real personages? I5. Thus, when we are open to hearing the way in which Martin Heidegger uncovers for us in the word aletheis the play of truth, we merely rediscover a secret to which truth has always initiated her lovers, and through which they have learned that it is in hiding that she offers herself to them most truly. Thus, even if Dupin's comments did not defy us so blatantly to lend air 22dence to them afire, we would still have to make this attempt against the opposite temptation. Let us thus detect his tract d'episton so foully where it throws us off track deput. 7. And first of all in the criticism by which he explains the prefect's lack of success. We already saw it surface in those furtive jibes the prefect, in the first conversation with Dupin, paid no mind, finding in them only a pretext for hilarity. The fact that it is, as Dupin insinuates, because a problem is too simple, indeed too self-evident, that it may appear obscure, will never have any more impact on him than a somewhat vigorous rub of the ribcage. Everything is done to make us believe he is an imbecile. This is powerfully articulated in the claim that he and his henchmen will never conceive of anything beyond what an ordinary rascal might imagine for hiding an object, that is, precisely the all too well-known series of extraordinary hiding places, running the gamut from hidden desk drawers to removable tabletops, from the unstitched upholstery of chairs to their hollowed-out legs, and from the backside of the quicksilvering of mirrors to the thickness of book bindings. This gives way to making fun of the prefect's error when he deduces that because the minister is a poet, he is only one remove from a fool, an error, it is argued, that simply consists, although this is hardly negligible, in a non-distributio medii, since it is far from following from the fact that all fools are poets. Yes, indeed. But we ourselves are left to err regarding what constitutes the poet's superiority in the art of concealment, even if he turns out to be a mathematician to boot, since we suddenly lose whatever momentum we had when we are dragged into a thicket of unprovoked arguments directed against the reasoning of mathematicians, who have never, to my knowledge, showed such devotion to their formulas as to identify them with reasoning reason. At least, let me bear witness to the fact that, unlike what seems to be Poe's experience, 23 I occasionally hazard such serious mischief, virtual blasphemy, according to Poe, before my friend Riget, whose presence here guarantees you that my incursions into combinatorial analysis do not lead us astray as to question whether perhaps x2 plus px is not altogether equal to caret, without ever, here I refute having to fend off any unexpected attack. Isn't so much intelligence being expended then simply to divert our attention from what had been indicated earlier as given, namely, that the police have looked everywhere? We were to understand this regarding the field in which I6. The police, not without reason, assumed the letter must be found in the sense of an exhaustion of space, which is no doubt theoretical but which we are expected to take literally if the story is to have its piquancy. The division of the entire surface into numbered compartments, which was the principle governing the operation, is presented to us as so accurate that the 50th part of a line, it is said, could not escape the probing of the investigators. Are we not then within our rights to ask how it happened that the letter was not found anywhere, or rather to observe that nothing we are told about a higher caliber conception of concealment ultimately explains how the letter managed to escape detection, since the field exhaustively cum did in fact contain it, as Dupin's discovery eventually proved? Must the letter then, of all objects, have been endowed with the property of nullibiety, to use a term which the well-known Roget's Thesaurus picks up from the semiological utopia of Bishop Wilkins? 8. It is evident, a little too self-evident, 9. That the letter has, in effect, relations with location lieu for which no French word has the entire import of the English adjective odd, bizarre, by which Baudelaire regularly translates it into French, is only approximate. Let us say that these relations are singuliers, singular, for they are the very same ones that the signifier maintains with location. 24. You realize that my intention is not to turn them into subtle relations, that my aim is not to confuse letter with spirit esprit, even when we receive the former by pneumatic dispatch, and that I readily admit that one kills if the other gives life, insofar as the signifier you are perhaps beginning to catch my drift materializes the instance of death. But whereas it is first of all the materiality of the signifier that I have emphasized, that materiality is singular in many ways, the first of which is not to allow of partition. Cut a letter into small pieces, and it remains the letter that it is, and this in a completely different sense than Gestalt theory can account for, with the latent vitalism in its notion of the whole. 10. Language hands down its sentence to those who know how to hear it, through the use of the article employed as a partitive particle. Indeed, it is here that spirit, if spirit be living signification, seems, no less singularly, to allow for quantification more than the letter does. To begin with, through the very signification that allows us to say, this discourse full meaning plein de signification, just as it allows us to recognize some intentionality of intention in an act, to deplore that there is no longer any love plus amour, to store up hatred de la haine and expend devotion du dévouement, and to note that so much infatuation tant de-infatuation can be reconciled with the fact ij. That there will always be plenty as de la cuisse to go around and brawling among men du refifi che / les hommes. But as for the letter itself, whether we take it in the sense of a typographical element, of an epistle, or of what constitutes a man of letters, we commonly say that what people say must be understood à la lettre, to the letter or leader ally, that a letter is being held for you at the post office, or even that you are well versed in letters, never that there is some amount of letter de la lettre anywhere, whatever the context, even to designate late mail. For the signifier is a unique unit of being which, by its very nature, is the symbol of but an absence. This is why we cannot say of the purloined letter that, like other objects, it must be or not be somewhere, but rather that, unlike them, it will be and will not be where it is wherever it goes. Let us, in fact, look more closely at what happens to the police. We are spared none of the details concerning the procedures used in searching the space subjected to their investigation, from the division of that space into vol 25 ms from which the slightest bulk cannot escape detection, to needles probing soft cushions, and, given that they cannot simply sound the hardwood for cavities, to an examination with a microscope to detect gimlet dust from any holes drilled in it, and even the slightest gaping in the joints of the furniture. As their network tightens to the point that, not satisfied with shaking the pages of books, the police take to counting them, don't we see space itself shed its leaves like the letter? But the seekers have such an immutable notion of reality real that they fail to notice that their search tends to transform it into its object, a trait by which they might be able to distinguish that object from all others. This would no doubt be too much to ask them, not because of their lack of insight but rather because of ours. For their imbecility is of neither the individual nor the corporate variety, its source is subjective. It is the imbecility of the realist who does not pause to observe that nothing, however deep into the bowels of the world a hand may shove it, will ever be hidden there, since another hand can retrieve it, and that what is hidden is never but what is not in its place, manque esse place, as a call slip says of a volume mislaid in a library. And even if the book were on an adjacent shelf or in the next slot, it would be hidden there, however visible it may seem there. For it can literally à la lettre be said that something is not in its place only of what can change places, that is, of the symbolic. For the real, whatever upheaval we subject it to, is always and in every case in its place, it carries its place stuck to the sole of its shoe, there being nothing that can exile it from it. Now, to return to our policemen, how could they have grasped the letter? 18. When they took it from the place where it was hidden. What were they turning over with their fingers but something that did not fit the description they had been given of it? A letter, a litter, in Joyce's circle, they played on the homophony of the two words in English. One, the seeming scrap of waste paper déchet the police were handling at that moment did not reveal its other nature by being only half torn in two. A different cipher on a seal cachet of another color and the distinctive mark cachet of a different handwriting in the superscription served as the most inviolable of hiding places cachets here. And if they stopped at the reverse side of the letter, on which, as we know, the recipient's address was written at that time, it was because the letter had for them no other side but this reverse side. What might they have detected on the basis of its obverse? Its message, as it is often said, an answer pleasing to our amateur cybernetic streak. But does it not occur to us that this message has already reached its addressee and has even been left behind along with the insignificant scrap of paper, which now represents it no less well than the original note? If we could say that a letter has fulfilled its destiny after having served its function, the ceremony of returning letters would be a less commonly accepted way to bring to a close the extinguishing of the fires of Cupid's festivities. The signifier is not functional. And the mobilization of the elegant society, whose frolics we are following, would have no meaning if the letter limited itself to having but one. Announcing that meaning to a squad of cops would hardly be an adequate means of keeping it secret. We could even admit that the letter has an entirely different, if not a more consuming, meaning to the Queen than the one it offers up to the ministers can. The sequence of events would not be appreciably affected, not even if the letter were strictly incomprehensible to a reader not in the know. For the letter is certainly not incomprehensible to everybody, since, as the prefect emphatically assures us, eliciting everyone's mockery, the disclosure of the document to a third person, who shall be nameless, his name leaping to mind like a pig's tail twixt the teeth of Father Ubu, would bring in occasion the honor of a personage of most exalted station. Indeed, the illustrious personage's very honor and peace would be so jeopardized. Hence it would be dangerous to let circulate not only the meaning but also the text of the message, and it would be all the more dangerous the more harmless it might appear to be, since the risks of an unwitting indiscretion by one of the letter's trustees would thus be increased. Nothing then can save the police's position, and nothing would be changed by making them more cultured. Scripta manant, in vain would they learn from a deluxe edition humanism the proverbial lesson which the words verba 19 volant conclude. Would that it were the case that writings remain, as is true, rather, of spoken words paroles, for the indelible debt of those words at least enriches our acts with its transfers. Writings scatter to the four winds the blank checks of a mad charge of the cavalry. And were there no loose sheets, there would be no purloined letters. But what of it? For there to be purloined letters, we wonder, to whom does a letter belong? I stressed a moment ago the oddity implicit in returning a letter to the person who had formerly let ardently fly its pledge. And we generally deem unworthy the method of such premature publications, as the one by which the Knight of Ian put several of his correspondents in a rather pitiful position. Might a letter to which the sender retains certain rights then not belong altogether to the person to whom it is addressed? Or might it be that the letter was never the true addressee? What will enlighten us is what may at first obscure the matter, namely, the fact that the story tells us virtually nothing about the sender or about the contents of the letter. We are merely informed that the minister immediately recognized the hand that wrote the Queen's address on it, and it is only incidentally mentioned, in a discussion of the camouflaging of the letter by the minister, that the original cipher is that of the Duke of S. As for the letter's import, we know only the dangers it would bring with it were it to fall into the hands of a certain third party, and that its possession has allowed the minister to wield, for political purposes, to a very dangerous extent, the power it assures him over the person concerned. But this tells us nothing about the message it carries. Love letter or conspiratorial letter, informant's letter or directive, demanding letter or letter of distress, we can rest assured of but one thing: the Queen cannot let her lord and master know of it. Now these terms, far from allowing for the disparaging tone they have in bourgeois comedy, take on an eminent meaning since they designate her SOV 28 Erin, to whom she is bound by pledge of loyalty, and doubly so, since her role as spouse does not relieve her of her duties as a subject, but rather elevates her to the role of guardian of the power that royalty by law incarnates, which is called legitimacy. Thus, whatever action the Queen has decided to take regarding the letter, the fact remains that this letter is the symbol of a pact, and that, even if its addressee does not assume responsibility for this pact, the existence of the letter situates her in a symbolic chain foreign to the one which constitutes her loyalty. Its incompatibility with her loyalty is proven by the fact that posses 20 Zion of the letter is impossible to bring forward publicly as legitimate, and that in order to have this possession respected, the Queen can only invoke her right to privacy, whose privilege is based on the very honor that this possession violates. For she who incarnates the graceful figure of sovereignty cannot welcome even a private communication without power being concerned, and she cannot lay claim to secrecy in relation to the sovereign without her actions becoming clandestine. Hence, the responsibility of the letter's author takes a back seat to that of its holder, for the offense to majesty is compounded by high treason. I say the holder and not the owner. For it becomes clear thus that the addressee's ownership of the letter is no less questionable than that of anyone else into whose hands it may fall, since nothing concerning the existence of the letter can fall back into place without the person whose prerogatives it infringes on having pronounced judgment on it. However, none of this implies that, even though the letter's secrecy is indefensible, it would in any way be honorable to denounce that secret. Honesty homines, decent people, cannot get off the hook so easily. There is more than one religio, and sacred ties shall not cease to pull us in opposite directions any time soon. As for impetus, a detour, as we see, is not always inspired by ambition. For although I am taking a detour here, I have not stolen vol, that's the word for it, since, to be quite frank, I have adopted the title Baudelaire gave the story only in order to stress, not the signifier's conventional nature, 29 as it is incorrectly put, but rather its priority over the signified. Despite his devotion, Baudelaire nevertheless betrayed Poe by translating his title The Purloined Letter as La Lettre Volée, the stolen letter, the English title containing a word rare enough for us to find it easier to define its etymology than its usage. To purloin, says the Oxford English Dictionary, is an Anglo-French word that is, it is composed of the prefix per dash, found in purpose, purchase, and purport, and of the Old French word lowing, lowinger, lunge. We recognize in the first element the Latin pro dash, as opposed to ante, insofar as it presupposes a back in front of which it stands, possibly to guarantee it or even to stand in as its guarantor, whereas ante goes forth to meet what comes to meet it. As for the second, the Old French word loiner is a verb that attributes place au lowing, or lunge, which does not mean au loin, far off, but au long de, alongside. To purloin is thus mettre de côte, to set aside, or, to resort to a colloquialism which plays off the two meanings, mettre gauche, to put to the left side literally and to tuck away. Our detour is thus validated by the very object which leads us into it. 4. 21. We are quite simply dealing with a letter which has been detoured, one whose trajectory has been prolonged. This is literally the English word in the title, or, to resort to the language of the post office, a letter en souffrance, awaiting delivery or unclaimed. Here then, the letter's singularity, reduced to its simplest expression, is simple and odd, as we are told on the very first page of the story, and the letter is, as the title indicates, the true subject of the tale. Since it can be made to take a detour, it must have a trajectory which is proper to it, a feature in which its impact as a signifier is apparent here. For we have learned to conceive of the signifier as sustaining itself only in a displacement comparable to that found in electronic news strips or in the rotating memories of our machines that think like men. 12. This because of the alternating operation at its core that requires it to leave its place, if only to return to it by a circular path. This is what happens in repetition automatism. What Freud teaches us in the 30 text I have been commenting on is that the subject follows the channels of the symbolic. But what is illustrated here is more gripping still. It is not only the subject, but the subjects, caught in their intersubjectivity, who line up. In other words, they are our ostriches, to whom we thus return here, and who, more docile than sheep, model their very being on the moment of the signifying chain that runs through them. If what Freud discovered, and rediscovers ever more abruptly, has a meaning, it is that the signifier's displacement determines subjects' acts, destiny, refusals, blindnesses, success, and fate, regardless of their innate gifts and instruction, and irregardless of their character or sex, and that everything pertaining to the psychological preggiven follows willy-nilly the signifier's train, like weapons and baggage. Here we are, in fact, once again at the crossroads at which we had left our drama and its round with the question of the way in which the subjects relay each other in it. My apology is designed to show that it is the letter and its detour which governs their entrances and roles. While the letter may be en souffrance, they are the ones who shall suffer from it. By passing beneath its shadow, they become its reflection. By coming into the letter's possession, an admirably ambiguous bit of language, its meaning possesses them. This is what is demonstrated to us by the hero of the drama that is recounted to us here, when the very situation his daring triumphantly crafted the first time around repeats itself. If he now succumbs to it, it is because he has shifted to die second position in the triad, where he was initially in the third position and was simultaneously the thief, this by virtue of the object of his theft. 22. For if, now as before, the point is to protect the letter from inquisitive eyes, he cannot help but employ the same technique he himself already foiled, that of leaving it out in the open. And we may legitimately doubt that he thus knows what he is doing when we see him suddenly captivated by a dyadic relationship, in which we find all the features of a mimetic lure or of an animal play. 31ing dead, and caught in the trap of the typically imaginary situation of seeing that he is not seen, leading him to misconstrue the real situation in which he is seen not seeing. And what does he fail to see? The very symbolic situation which he himself was so able to see, and in which he is now seen seeing himself not being seen. The minister acts like a man who realizes that the police's search is his own defense, since we are told he deliberately gives the police total access to his hotel by his absences. He nevertheless overlooks the fact that he has no defense against anything beyond that form of search. This is the very atrocious, if I may be allowed to multiply my monster by layering he himself crafted, but it cannot be by some imbecility that he now comes to be its dupe. For in playing the game of the one who hides, he is obliged to don the role of the queen, including even the attributes of woman and shadow, so propitious for the act of concealment. I do not mean to reduce the veteran couple of yin and yang to the primal opposition of dark and light. For its precise handling involves what is blinding in a flash of light, no less than the shimmering that shadows exploit in order not to release their prey. Here the sign and being, marvelously disjoint, reveal which wins out when they are opposed. A man who is man enough to brave, and even scorn, a woman's dreaded ire suffers the curse of the sign of which he has dispossessed her so greatly as to undergo metamorphosis. For this sign is clearly that of woman, because she brings out her very being therein by founding it outside the law, which ever contains her due to the effect of origins in a position as signifier, nay, as fetish. In order to be worthy of the power of this sign she need but remain immobile in its shadow, man aging thereby, moreover, like the queen, to simulate mastery of non-action that the minister's lynx eye alone was able to see through. The man is now thus in this ravished sign's possession, and this possession is harmful in that it can be maintained only thanks to the very honor it defies, and it is accursed for inciting him who maintains it to punishment or crime, both of which breach his vassalage to the law. There must be a very odd noli me tangere in this sign for its possession too. 43. Like the Socratic stingray, make its man so numb that he falls into what unequivocally appears in his case to be a state of inaction. For in remarking, as the narrator does already in the first meeting, that the letter's power departs when used, we perceive that this remark concerns only its use for ends of power and simultaneously that the minister will be forced to use it in this way. For him to be unable to rid himself of it, the minister must not know what else to do with the letter. For this use places him in so total a dependence on the letter as such, that in the long run this use no longer concerns the letter at all. I mean that, for this use to truly concern the letter, the minister who, after all, would be authorized to do so by his service to the king, his master could present respectful reproaches to the queen, even if he had to ensure their desired effects by appropriate guarantees, or he could initiate a suit against the author of the letter. The fact that its author remains on the sidelines reveals the extent to which guilt and blame are not at stake here, but rather the sign of contradiction and scandal constituted by the letter, in the sense in which the Gospel says that the sign must come regardless of the misfortune of he who serves as its bearer, or he could even submit the letter as an exhibit in a case to the third personage who is qualified to decide whether he will institute a chamber ardent for the queen or bring disgrace upon the minister. We will not know why the minister does not use the letter in any of these ways, and it is fitting that we do not, since the effect of this non-use alone concerns us. All we need to know is that the manner in which the letter was acquired would pose no obstacle to any of them. For it is clear that while the minister will be forced to make use of the letter in a non-significant way, its use for ends of power can only be potential, since it cannot become actual passer I act without immediately vanishing. Hence the letter exists as a means of power only through the final summons of the pure signifier, either by prolonging its detour, making it reach he whom it may concern through an extra transit, that is, through another betrayal whose repercussions the letter's gravity makes it difficult to prevent, or by destroying the letter, which would be the only sure way, as Lacan proffers at the outset, to be done with what is destined by nature to signify the cancelling out annulation of what it signifies. The ascendancy which the minister derives from the situation is thus not drawn from the letter but, whether he knows it or not, from the personage it constitutes for him. The prefect's remarks thus present him as someone who dares all things, which is commented upon significantly, those unbecoming as well as those becoming a man, words whose thrust escapes Baudelaire. * 4. When he translates, ce qui est indigne d'un homme aussi bien que ce qui est digne de lui, those unbecoming a man as well as those becoming him. For in its original form, the appraisal is far more appropriate to what concerns a woman. This allows us to see the imaginary import of the personage, that is, the narcissistic relationship in which the minister is engaged, this time certainly without knowing it. It is also indicated right on the second page of the English text by one of the narrator's remarks, whose form is worth savoring. The minister's ascendancy, we are told, would depend upon the robber's knowledge of the loser's knowledge of the robber. Words whose importance the author underscores by having Lacan repeat them word for word right after the prefect's account of the scene of the theft of the letter, when the conversation resumes. Here again we might say that Baudelaire is imprecise in his language in having one ask and the other confirm in the following terms, le voleur sait il? Does the robber know, then, le voleur sait? The robber knows. What? Que la personne vole connaît son voleur, that the loser knows her robber. For what matters to the robber is not only that the said person know who robbed her, but that she know what kind of robber she is dealing with. The fact is that she believes him capable of anything, which should be understood as follows: she confers upon him a position that no one can really assume, because it is imaginary, that of absolute master. In truth, it is a position of absolute weakness, but not for the person we lead to believe in it. The proof is not merely that the Queen takes the audacious step of calling upon the police. For the police merely conform to their displacement to the next slot in the array constituted by the initial triad, accepting the very blindness that is required to occupy that place. No more 34 sagacious agent could, I suppose, Dupin notes ironically, be desired, or even imagined. No, if the Queen has taken this step, it is less because she has been driven to despair, as we are told, than because she takes on the burden charge of an impatience that should rather be attributed to a specular mirage. For the minister has a hard time confining himself to the inaction which is presently his lot. The minister, in point of fact, is not altogether a fool. This remark is made by the prefect, whose every word is golden. It is true that the gold of his words flows only for Dupin and does not stop flowing until it reaches the 50,000 francs worth it will cost him by the metal standard of the day, though not without leaving him a tidy profit. The minister then is not altogether a fool in his foolish stagnation, and this is why he must behave according to the mode of neurosis. Like the man who withdrew to an island to forget what he forgot, so the minister, by not making use of the 25 letter, comes to forget it. This is expressed by the persistence of his conduct. But the letter, no more than the neurotic's unconscious, does not forget him. It forgets him so little that it transforms him more and more in the image of her who offered it up to his discovery, and that he now will surrender it, following her example, to a similar discovery. The features of this transformation are noted, and in a form characteristic enough in their apparent gratuitousness that they might legitimately be compared to the return of the repressed. Thus we first learn that the minister in turn has turned the letter over, not, of course, as in the Queen's hasty gesture, but more assiduously, as one turns a garment inside out. This is, in effect, how he must proceed, according to the methods of the day for folding and sealing a letter, in order to free the virgin space in which to write a new address. 13. This address becomes his own. Whether it be in his handwriting or 35 another's, it appears in a diminutive female script, and, the seal changing from the red of passion to the black of its mirrors, he stamps his own cipher upon it. The oddity of a letter marked with the cipher of its addressee is all the more worth noting as an invention because, although it is powerfully articulated in the text, it is not even mentioned thereafter by Dupin in the discussion he devotes to his identification of the letter. Whether this omission is intentional or involuntary, it is surprising in the organization of a creation whose meticulous rigor is evident. But in either case it is significant that the letter which the minister addresses to himself, ultimately, is a letter from a woman, as though this were a phase he had to go through owing to one of the signifier's natural affinities. And everything from the aura of nonchalance, that goes as far as an affectation of listlessness, to the display of an ennui verging on disgust in his conversation, to the ambience that the author of the Philosophy of Furniture 14 knows how to elicit from virtually impalpable details, like that of the musical instrument on the table, seems to conspire to make a personage, whose every remark has surrounded him with the most virile of traits, exude the oddest odor de femina when he appears. Dupin does not fail to emphasize that this is indeed an artifice, describing behind the spurious appearance the vigilance of a beast of prey ready to spring. But how could we find a more beautiful image of the fact that this is the very effect of the unconscious, in the precise sense in which I teach that the unconscious is the fact that man is inhabited by the signifier, than the one Poe himself forges to help us understand Dupin's feat. For, to do so, Poe refers to those toponymic inscriptions which a map, in order not to be silent, superimposes on its outline, and which may become the object of a game of puzzles in 26. which one has to find the name chosen by another player. He then notes that the name most likely to foil a novice will be one which the eye often overlooks, but which provides, in large letters spaced out widely across the field of the map, the name of an entire country. Just so does the purloined letter, like an immense female body, sprawl across the space of the minister's office when Dupin enters it. But just so does he already expect to find it there, having only to undress that huge body, with his eyes veiled by green spectacles. This is why, without any need, nor any opportunity either, for obvious reasons, to listen in at Professor Freud's door, he goes straight to the spot where lies and lodges what that body is designed to hide, in some lovely mid-dle toward which one's gaze slips, nay, to the very place seducers call Sant'Angelo's castle in their innocent illusion of being able to control the city from the castle. Lo! Between the jambs of the fireplace, there is the object already in reach of the hand the ravisher has but to extend. Whether he seizes it above the mantelpiece, as Baudelaire translates it, or beneath it, as in the original text, is a question that may be abandoned without harm to inferences emanating from the kitchen. 15. Now if the effectiveness of symbols stopped there, would it mean that the symbolic debt is extinguished there too? If we could believe so, we would be advised of the contrary by two episodes which we must be all the more careful not to dismiss as accessory in that they seem, at first blush, to be at odds with the rest of the work. First of all, there is the business of Dupin's remuneration, which, far from being one last game, has been present from the outset in the rather offhand question Dupin asks the prefect about the amount of the reward promised him, and whose enormousness the prefect, however reticent he may be about citing the exact figure, does not dream of hiding from him, even returning to the subject later in mentioning its having been doubled. The fact that Dupin was previously presented to us as a virtual pauper taking refuge in ethereal pursuits ought rather to lead us to reflect on the deal he cuts for delivery of the letter, promptly assured as it is by the checkbook he produces. I do not regard it as negligible that the direct hint asterisk by which he broaches the matter is a story attributed to the personage, as famous as he was eccentric, Baudelaire tells us, of an English doctor named Abernethy. This doctor replied to a rich miser, who was hoping to sponge a free medical opinion off him, not to take medicine, but rather to take advice. Are we not, in fact, justified in feeling implicated when Dupin is perhaps about to withdraw from the letter's symbolic circuit, we who make ourselves 7, the emissaries of all the purloined letters which, at least for a while, remain en souffrance with us in the transference? And is it not the responsibility their transference entails that we neutralize by equating it with the signifier that most thoroughly annihilates every signification, namely, money? But that's not all here. The profit Dupin so blithely extracts from this feat, assuming its purpose is to allow him to withdraw his ante from the game before it is too late, merely renders all the more paradoxical, even shocking, the rebuke and underhanded blow he suddenly permits himself to deal the minister, whose insolent prestige would, after all, seem to have been sufficiently deflated by the trick Dupin has just played on him. I have already quoted the atrocious lines Dupin claims he could not stop himself from dedicating, in his counterfeit letter, to the moment at which the minister, flying off the handle at the Queen's inevitable acts of defiance, will think of bringing her down and will fling himself into the abyss facilis descensus of Irni J6. He says, waxing sententious, adding that the minister will not fail to recognize his handwriting. Leaving behind a merciless opprobrium, at the cost of no peril to himself, would seem to be a triumph without glory over a figure who is not without merit, and the resentment Dupin invokes, stemming from an evil turn done him in Vienna, at the Congress, merely adds an extra touch of darkness to it. Let us consider this explosion of feeling more closely, however, and more specifically the moment at which it occurs in an act whose success depends on so cool a head. It comes just after the moment at which it may be said that Dupin already holds the letter as securely as if he had seized it, the decisive act of identifying the letter having been accomplished, even though he is not yet in a position to rid himself of it. He is thus clearly a participant in the intersubjective triad and, as such, finds himself in the median position previously occupied by the Queen and the Minister. In showing himself to be superior here, will he simultaneously reveal to 38 us the author's intentions? While he has succeeded in putting the letter back on its proper course, it has yet to be made to reach its address. And that address is the place previously occupied by the king, since it is there that it must fall back into the order based on the law. As we have seen, neither the king nor the police who replaced him in that position were capable of reading the letter because that place entailed blindness. Rex et augur. The legendary archaism of the word seems to resound only to make us realize how derisive it is to call upon a man to live up to them. And history's figures have hardly encouraged us to do so for some time now. It is 28. Not natural for man to bear the weight of the highest of signifiers all alone. And the place he comes to occupy when he dons it may be equally apt to become the symbol of the most enormous imbecility. 17. Let us say that the king here is invested thanks to the amphibology natural to the sacred with the imbecility that is based precisely on the subject. This is what will give meaning to the personages who succeed him in his place. Not that the police can be regarded as constitutionally illiterate, and we are aware of the role played by pikes planted around the university in the birth of the state. But the police who exercise their functions here are plainly marked by liberal forms, that is, by forms imposed on them by masters who are not very interested in enduring their indiscreet tendencies. This is why words are not minced, at times, regarding what is expected of them. Sutorn ultra crepidam, just take care of your crooks. We'll even give you the scientific means with which to do so. That will help you not to think of truths you'd be better off leaving in the dark. 18. We know that the relief that results from such sensible principles shall have lasted but a morning's time in history, and that everywhere the march of de 39 Tiny is already bringing back, after a just aspiration to the reign of freedom, an interest in those who trouble it with their crimes, an interest that occasionally goes so far as to forge its own evidence. It may even be observed that this practice, which has always been accepted as long as it was engaged in only for the benefit of the greatest number, is in fact authenticated through public confessions of its forgeries by the very people who might well object to it, the most recent manifestation of the preeminence of the signifier over the subject. The fact remains that police files have always been treated with a certain reserve, a reserve which goes well beyond the circle of historians, for some odd reason. Dupin's intended delivery of the letter to the prefect of police will diminutive the magnitude of this evanescent credit. What now remains of the signifier when, having already been relieved of its message for the Queen, its text is invalidated as soon as it leaves the minister's hands? The only thing left for it to do is to answer this very question: what remains of a signifier when it no longer has any signification? This is the very question asked of it by the person Dupin now finds in the place marked by blindness. For this is clearly the question that has led the minister there, assuming he is the gambler we are told he is, as his act suffices to indicate. For the gambler's passion is no other than the question asked of the signifier, which is figured by the automaton of chance. What are you, figure of the dice I roll in your chance encounter, tick, 19. Asterisk 9 with my fortune? Nothing, if not the presence of death that makes human life into a reprieve obtained from morning to morning in the name of significations of which your sign is the shepherd's crook. Thus did Scheherazade for 1001 nights, and thus have I done for 18 months, experiencing the ascendancy of the sign at the cost of a dizzying series of loaded tosses in the game of even or odd. This is why Dupin carried from the place where he is /I cannot help but feel rage of a manifestly feminine nature at he who questions in this manner. The high 40 caliber image, in which the poet's inventiveness and the mathematician's rigor were married to the impassivity of the dandy and the elegance of the cheat, suddenly becomes, for the very person who gave us a taste of it, the true monstrum horrendum, to borrow his own words, an unprincipled man of genius. It is here that the origin of the horror shows itself, and he who experiences it has no need to declare himself, most unexpectedly at that, a partisan of the lady in order to reveal it to us. Ladies, as we know, detest it when principles are called into question, for their charms owe much to the mystery of the signifier. This is why Dupin will at last turn toward us the dumbfounding medusant face of the signifier, of which no one but the Queen has been able to read anything but the other face. The commonplace practice of supplying a quotation is fitting for the oracle that this face bears in its grimace, as is the fact that it is borrowed from tragedy. Undestined Siphonist. S il nest digni dietri, est digni de est. Such is the signifier's answer: beyond all significations, you believe you are taking action when I am the one making you stir at the bidding of the bonds with which I weave your desires. Thus do the latter grow in strength and multiply in objects, bringing you back to the fragmentation of your rent childhood. That will be your feast until the return of the stone guest whom I shall be for you, since you call me forth. To return to a more temperate tone, let us say, as goes the joke with which some of you who followed me to the Congress in Zurich last year and I rendered homage to the local password, that the signifier's answer to whomever questions it is, "Eat your Dacian." Is that then what awaits the minister at his appointment with fate? Dupin assures us that it is, but we have also learned not to be overly credulous of his diversions. The audacious creature is, of course, reduced here to the state of imbecilic. 30. Blindness in which man finds himself in relation to the wall-like letters that dictate his destiny. But, in summoning him to confront them, what effect can we expect the sole provocations of the Queen to have on a man like him? Love or hatred? The one is blind and will make him lay down his arms. The other is lucid, but will awaken his suspicions. But provided he is truly the gambler we are told he is, he will consult his cards one final time before laying them on the table and, upon seeing his hand, will leave the table in time to avoid disgrace. Is that all, and must we believe we have deciphered Dupin's true strategy beyond the imaginary tricks with which he was obliged to deceive us? Yes, no doubt, for if any point requiring reflection, as Dupin states at the start, is examined to better purpose in the dark, we may now easily read its solution in broad daylight. It was already contained in and easy to bring out of the title of our tale, according to the very formulation of intersubjective communication that I have long since offered up to your discernment, in which the sender, as I tell you, receives from the receiver his own message in an inverted form. This is why what the purloined letter, nay, the letter en souffrance means is that a letter always arrives at its destination. Gaetrancourt and San Casciano, mid-May to mid-August 1956. Presentation of the suite. To anyone wanting to get a feel for my seminar from this text, I hardly ever recommended it without advising him that this text had to serve to introduce him to the introduction that preceded it and that will follow it here. This introduction was designed for others who were leaving, having gotten a feel for my seminar. This advice usually was not followed, a taste for obstacles being the ornament of persevering in being. I am only concerning myself here with the reader's economy of effort to return to the topic of whom my discourse is addressed to, and to indicate what can no longer be denied: my writings have their place within an adventure which is that of the psychoanalyst, assuming psychoanalysis goes so far as to call him into question. The detours of this adventure, and even its accidents, have led me to a teaching position. Whence an intimate reference which, by first looking over this introduction, will be grasped in the reminder of exercises done as a group. For the preceding text merely refines on the grace of one of those exercises. One would thus make poor use of the introduction that follows were one to consider it difficult, that would be to transfer to the object that it presents what is related only to its aim, insofar as that aim is training. The 4 pages that are a conundrum here for certain people were thus not intended to be confusing. I have reworked them slightly to remove any pretext one might come up with for ignoring what they say. Which is that the remembering melioration at stake in the unconcise, and I mean the Freudian unconscious, is not related to the register that is assumed to be that of memory, insofar as memory is taken to be a property of a living being. To sharpen our focus on what this negative reference involves, I say that what has been imagined in order to account for this effect of living matter is not rendered any more acceptable to me by the resignation it suggests. Whereas it is quite obvious that, in doing without this subjection, we can find in the ordered chains of a formal language the entire appearance of remembering, and quite especially of the kind required by Freud's discovery. I will therefore go so far as to say that the burden of proof rests, rather, with those who argue that the constitutive order of the symbolic does not suffice to explain everything here. For the time being, the links of this order are the only ones that can be suspected to suffice to account for Freud's notion of the indestructibility of what his unconscious preserves. I refer the reader to Freud's text on the Wunderblock which, on this point and many others as well, goes far beyond the trivial meaning attributed to it by inattentive readers. The program traced out for us is hence to figure out how a formal language determines the subject. But the interest of such a program is not simple, since it assumes that a subject will not fulfill it except by contributing something of his own to it. A psychoanalyst can but indicate his interest in it, which is precisely as great as the obstacle he finds in it. Those who share this interest agree, and even the others would admit it, if they were appropriately questioned. We have here an aspect of subjective conversion that gave rise to a dramatic reaction in my companions, and the imputation of intellectualization expressed by others, with which they would like to thwart me, clearly shows what it protects when seen in this light. Probably no one made a more praiseworthy effort in these pages than someone close to me who, in the end, saw fit only to denounce in them the hypostasis that troubled his Kantianism. But the Kantian brush itself needs its alkali. It is helpful here to introduce my objector, and even others who were less relevant, because of what they do each time in explaining to themselves their everyday subject, their patient, as they say, or even explaining themselves to him. They employ magical thinking. Let them enter through that door themselves. It is, in effect, the same step the first objector made to take from me the chalice of the hypostasis, whereas he had just filled the cup with his own hand. For, with my as, ps, ys, and sixs, I do not claim to extract from the real more than I have presupposed in its given. In other words, nothing here but simply to demonstrate that they already bring with them a syntax by simply turning this real into chance hazard. Regarding which I propose that the effects of repetition that Freud calls automatism come from nowhere else. But, people object, my as, ps, ys, and sixs are not without a subject remembering them. This is precisely what I am calling into question here. What is repeated is a product, not of nothing from the real, which people believe they have to presuppose in it, but precisely of what was not key and atapas. Note that it then becomes less astonishing that what is repeated insists so much in order to get itself noticed. The least of my patients in analysis attests to this, and in words that confirm all the better my doctrine, since they are the same words that led me to it, as those whom I train know, having often heard my very terms anticipated in the hot off the presses text of an analytic session. Now, what I want to achieve is that the patient malade be heard in the proper manner at the moment at which he speaks. For it would be strange for one to listen only for the idea of what leads him astray at the moment at which he is simply prey to truth. This is helpful in taking the psychologist's assurance down a notch. In other words, the pedantry that invented the level of aspiration, for example, expressly, no doubt, to indicate his own therein as an unsurpassable upper limit. It must not be thought that the philosopher with fine university credentials is the blackboard planche that can accommodate this divertissement. It is here that, by echoing old school debates, my discussion discovers the intellectual's debt, but it is also a question of the infatuation that must be removed. Caught in the act of unduly imputing to me a transgression of the cant. 33. Ian Critique, the subject, who was well-meaning in mentioning my text, is not Father Ubu and does not persist. But he has little taste for adventure left. He wants to sit down. It is a corporal antinomy to the analyst's profession. How can one remain seated when one has placed oneself in the situation of no longer having to answer a subject's question in any way than by lying him down first? It is obvious that remaining standing is no less uncomfortable. This is why the question of the transmission of psychoanalytic experience begins here, when the didactic aim is implied in it, negotiating a knowledge. The impact of a market structure is not null in the field of truth, but it is scabrous there. Introduction. The class of my seminar that I have written up to present here was given on April 26, 1955. It represents a moment in the commentary that I devoted to Beyond the Pleasure Principle for the whole of that academic year. It is well known that many people who authorize themselves the title of psychoanalyst do not hesitate to reject this text by Freud as superfluous and even risky speculation, and we can gauge on the basis of the antinomy par excellence constituted by the notion of the death instinct with which it concludes to what extent it can be unthinkable, if you will allow me the term, to most of them. It is nevertheless difficult to consider this text, which serves as a prelude 45 to the new topography represented by the terms ego, id, and superego, which have become as prevalent in the work of theorists as in the popular mind, to be an excursion, much less a faux pas, in Freudian doctrine. This simple apprehension is confirmed when we fathom the motivations that link the above-mentioned speculation with the theoretical revision of which it turns out to be constitutive. When we do so, we are left with no doubt but that the current use of these terms is bastardized and even ass backwards. This can be clearly seen in the fact that the theorist and the man on the street use them identically. Which is, no doubt, what justifies the remark made by certain epigones to the effect that they find in these terms the means by which to bring the experience of psychoanalysis back into the fold of what they call general psychology. Let me simply provide a few markers along our path. Repetition automatism, Wiederholungscharakterung, although the notion is 34. Presented in the book in question here as designed to respond to certain paradoxes in clinical work, like the dreams found in traumatic neurosis and the negative therapeutic reaction, cannot be conceived of as an add-on to the doctrinal edifice, even if it is viewed as a crowning addition. For it is his inaugural discovery that Freud reaffirms in it, namely, the conception of memory implied by his unconscious. The new facts provide him with an occasion to restructure that conception in a more rigorous manner by giving it a generalized form, but also to reopen his problematic to combat the decline, which one could sense already at that time, seen in the fact that people were taking its effects as a simple preggiven. What is revamped here was already articulated in the Project 20, in which Freud's divination traced the avenues his research would force him to go down. The *P system, a predecessor of the unconscious, manifests its originality therein, in that it is unable to satisfy itself except by reminding an object that has been fundamentally lost. 46. This is how Freud situates himself right from the outset in the opposition Kierkegaard taught us about, regarding whether the notion of existence is founded upon reminiscence or repetition. If Kierkegaard admirably discerns in that opposition the difference between antiquity's conception of man and the modern conception of man, it appears that Freud makes the latter take its decisive step by ravishing the necessity included in this repetition from the human agent identified with consciousness. Since this repetition is symbolic repetition, it turns out that the symbol's order can no longer be conceived of there as constituted by man, but must rather be conceived of as constituting him. This is why I felt obliged to give my audience practice in the notion of remembering implied by Freud's work. I did this due to the all too well-founded consideration that by leaving it implicit, the very basics of analysis remain fuzzy. It is because Freud does not compromise regarding the original quality of his experience that we see him constrained to evoke therein an element that governs it from beyond life, an element he calls the death instinct. The indication that Freud gives here to those who call themselves his followers can only scandalize people in whom the sleep of reason is sustained by the monsters it produces, to borrow Goya's pithy formulation. For, in order to remain at his usual level of rigor, Freud only delivers his notion to us accompanied by an example that dazzlingly exposes the fundamental formalization which this notion designates. This game, in which the child practices making an object, which is, moreover, indifferent by its very nature, disappear from his sight, only to bring it back, and then obliterate it anew, while he modulates this alternation with dis. 35. Tinctive syllables. This game, as I was saying, manifests in its radical traits the determination that the human animal receives from the symbolic order. Man literally devotes his time to deploying the structural alternative in which presence and absence each find their jumping-off point prenant. Le rappel. It is at the moment of their essential conjunction and, so to speak, at the 0 point of desire that the human object comes under the sway of the grip which, cancelling out its natural property, submits it henceforth to the symbol's conditions. In fact, we have here nothing more than an illuminating insight into the entrance of the individual into an order whose mass supports him and welcomes him in the form of language, and superimposes determination by the signifier onto determination by the signified in both diachrony and synchrony. One can grasp in its very emergence the overdetermination that is the only kind of overdetermination at stake in Freud's apperception of the symbolic function. Simply connoting with, plus, and, a series playing on the sole fundamental alternative of presence and absence allows us to demonstrate how the strictest symbolic determinations accommodate a succession of coin tosses whose reality is strictly distributed by chance /o hazard / indeed, it suffices to symbolize, in the diachrony of such a series, groups of 3 which conclude with each toss 21 by defining them synchronically, for example, through the symmetry of constancy, +++ and, noted as 1, or of alternation, plus and, noted as 3, the notation 2 being reserved for the dissymmetry revealed by the odd impair 22 in the form of a group of 2 similar signs either preceded or followed by the opposite sign, plus, dash, and, for possibilities and impossibilities of succession to appear in the new series constituted by these notations that the following network summarizes. This network at the same time manifests the concentric symmetry implicit in the triad which is, let it be noted, the very structure of concern in the question continually raised anew 23 by anthropologists whether the dualism found in symbolic organizations is of a fundamental or apparent character. Here is the network. 1-3 network. 36. In the series of the symbols 1, 2, and 3, one can observe, for example, that for as long as a uniform succession of 2s, which began after a 1, lasts, the series will remember t/e even or odd rank of each of these 2s, since this rank is responsible for the fact that the sequence can only be broken by a 1 after an even number of 2s or by a 3 after an odd number of 2s. Thus, right from the primordial symbol's first composition with itself, and I will indicate that I have not proposed this composition as I have arbitrarily a structure, as transparent as it may still remain to its givens, brings out the essential link between memory and law. But we will see simultaneously how the symbolic determination becomes more opaque, at the same time as the nature of the signifier is revealed, simply by recombining the elements of our syntax, in skipping a term in order to apply a quadratic relation to this binary. Let us thus posit that if the binary, 1 and 3, in the group, 12-3, for example, joins with their symbols a symmetry to a symmetry, 1-1, 3-3, 1-3, or 3-1, it shall be noted a dissymmetry joined to a dissymmetry, 2-2 alone, shall be noted y. But, unlike our first symbolization, the crossed conjunctions will have 2 signs, 3 and 5, at their disposal, 3 noting the conjunction of symmetry with dissymmetry, 1-2 and 3-2, and 5 noting the conjunction of dissymmetry with symmetry, 2-1 and 2-3. 49 Note that, although this convention restores a strict equality of combinatorial chances among 4 symbols, a, 3, y, and 5, as opposed to the combinatorial ambiguity that equated the chance of the symbol 2 with the chances of the 2 other symbols 1 and 3 in the preceding convention, the new syntax, in governing the succession of as, 3s, ys, and 5s, determines absolutely dissymmetrical distribution possibilities between a and y, on the one hand, and 3 and 5, on the other. Indeed, recognizing that any one of these terms can immediately follow any of the others, and can also be found at time 4 starting with any one of them at time 1, it turns out, on the other hand, that time 3, in other words, the constitutive time of the binary, is subject to a law of exclusion which is such that, starting with an a or a 5 at time 1, one can only obtain an a or a 3 at time 3, and that starting with AY or A3 at time 1, one can only obtain AY or 5 at time 3. This can be written in the following form. The symbols that are compatible from time 1 to time 3 line up here with each other in the different horizontal tiers that divide them in the distribution, whereas any one of them can be selected at time 2. The fact that the link that has appeared here is nothing less than the simplest formalization of exchange is what confirms for us its anthropological interest. I will merely indicate at this level its constitutive value for a primordial subjectivity, the notion of which I will situate later. Given its orientation, this link is in fact reciprocal, in other words, it is not reversible but it is retroactive. Thus by determining which term is to appear at time 4, the one at time 2 will not be indifferent. It can be demonstrated that by setting the first and fourth terms of a series, there will always be a letter whose possibility will be excluded from the two intermediary terms, and that there are two other letters, one of which will always be excluded from the first of these intermediary terms, the other from 50 the second. These letters are distributed in tables Q and O below. 24. In these tables, the first line allows us to situate between the two tables the combination sought out from time 1 to time 4, the letter in the second line being the letter that this combination excludes from the two times in their interval times 2 and 3, the two letters in the third line are, from left to right, those which are excluded from time 2 and time 3, respectively. This could illustrate a rudimentary subjective trajectory, by showing that it is grounded in the actuality which has the future anterior in its present. The fact that, in the interval of this past that it is already insofar as it projects, a 3 asterisk hole opens up that is constituted by a certain caput mortuum of the signifier, which is set here at 3/4 of the possible combinations in which it must situate itself, 25 suffices to make it depend on absence, obliging it to repeat its contour. At the outset, subjectivity has no relation to the real, but rather to a syntax which is engendered by the signifying mark there. The construction of the network of as, 3s, ys, and 5s has the property, or insufficiency, of suggesting how the real, the imaginary, and the symbolic form in 3 tiers, although only the symbolic can intrinsically play there as representing the first 2 strata. It is by meditating as it were naively on the small number of steps required 51 for syntax to triumph that it is worthwhile taking the time to explore the chain ordered here along the same lines as the chain that interested Poincare and Markov. Thus we notice that if, in our chain, one can encounter 2 3s that follow each other without the interposition of a 5, it is always either directly, 3-3, or after the interposition of an indeterminate number of I couples, for example, 3 y3, but that after the second 3, no new 3 can appear in the chain before the appearance of a 5. Nevertheless, the above defined succession of 2 3s cannot recur without a second 5 being added to the first in a link liaison equivalent, apart from a reversal of the I couple into ya, to the link imposed on the 2 3s, namely, without the interposition of a 3. The immediate consequence of which is the dissymmetry that I announced earlier in probability of appearance for the different symbols of the chain. Whereas the s and ys can, in fact, through a felicitous random /2 series, each repeat separately so as to overrun the entire chain, it is impossible for 3 and 5, even with the most favorable luck, to increase their percentage if not in strictly equal proportions, within one term, which limits to 50% the maximum possible frequency of each of them. The probability of the combination represented by the 3s and the 5s being equivalent to that presupposed by the s and the ys, and the real outcome of the tosses being, moreover, left strictly to chance, we see separate out from the real a symbolic determination which, as faithful as it may be in recording any partiality of the real, merely produces all the more clearly the disparities that it brings with it. This disparity can also be seen by simply considering the structural contrast between tables Q and O, that is, the direct or crossed way in which the grouping, and order, of the exclusions is subordinated by reproducing it in the order of the extremes, depending on the table to which the latter belongs. This is why, in the series of 4 letters, the two intermediary and extreme. 39. Couples can be identical if the latter is written in the order provided in table. Remarks whose recreational character must not lead us astray. For there is no other link lean than that of this symbolic determination in which the signifying overdetermination, the notion of which Freud brings us, can be situated, and which was never able to be conceived of as a real overdetermination by a mind like his, everything contradicting the idea that he abandoned himself to this conceptual aberration in which philosophers and physicians find it all too easy to calm their religious excitations. This position regarding the autonomy of the symbolic is the only position that allows us to clarify the theory and practice of free association in psychoanalysis. For relating its mainspring to symbolic determination and to its laws is altogether different from relating it to the scholastic presuppositions of an imaginary inertia that prop it up in associationism, whether philosophical or pseudo-philosophical, before claiming to be experimental. Having abandoned its examination, psychoanalysts find here yet another jumping-off point for the psychologizing confusion into which they constantly fall, some of them deliberately. In fact, only examples of preservation, whose suspension is indefinite, based on the exigencies of the symbolic chain, such as the examples that I have just provided, allow us to conceptualize where the indestructible persistence of unconscious desire is situated, that persistence, however paradoxical it may seem in Freud's doctrine, nevertheless being one of the features of it that is the most strongly asserted by Freud. This characteristic is, in any case, incommensurate with certain effects recognized in authentically experimental psychology and which, regardless of the delays or time lags to which they are subject, eventually weaken and die out like every vital response. This is precisely the question to which Freud returns once again in Beyond the Pleasure Principle, in order to indicate that the insistence which I take to be the essential characteristic of the phenomena of repetition automatism, seems to him to be explainable only by something previous ital and transbiological. This conclusion may be surprising, but it is Freud's, speaking about what he was the first to have spoken about. And one must be deaf not to hear it. Coming from his pen, as it does, it will not be thought to involve recourse to spiritualism, for it is the structure of determination that is in question here. The matter that it displaces in its effects extends far beyond the matter of cerebral. 40. Organization, to the vicissitudes of which certain among them are entrusted, but others remain no less active and structured as symbolic even though they are materialized differently. Thus, if man comes to think about the symbolic order, it is because he is first caught in it in his being. The illusion that he has formed this order through his consciousness stems from the fact that it is through the pathway of a specific gap in his imaginary relationship with his semblable that he has been able to enter into this order as a subject. But he has only been able to make this entrance by passing through the radical defile of speech, a genetic moment of which we have seen in a child's game, but which, in its complete form, is reproduced each time the subject addresses the other as absolute, that is, as the other who can annul him himself, just as he can act accordingly with the other, that is, by making himself into an object in order to deceive the other. This dialectic of intersubjectivity, the necessary usage of which I have demonstrated in the course of the past 3 years of my seminar at St. Anne Hospital, from the theory of transference to the structure of paranoia, readily finds support in the following schema. This schema is by now familiar to my students. The two middle terms here A and A represent the couple involved in reciprocal imaginary objectification that I have brought out in the mirror stage. The specular relationship with the other by which I at first wanted, in fact, to return the theory of narcissism, so crucial to Freud's work, to its dominant position in the function of the ego can only reduce to its effective subordination the whole phantasmatization brought to light by analytic experience by interposing itself, as the schema expresses it, between this shy of Ndiga /54 the subject and this beyond odald of the other, where speech in effect inserts it, insofar as the existences that are grounded in speech are entirely at the mercy of its faith foi. It is by having confused these two couples that the legatees of apraxis and for a teaching that as decisively settled the question as Freud's did regarding the fundamentally narcissistic nature of all being in love, verily the two were able to so utterly deify the chimera of so-called genital love as to attribute to it the virtue of ablativity, a notion that gave rise to so many therapeutic mistakes. But by simply eliminating any and all reference to the symbolic poles of intersubjectivity in order to reduce analytic treatment to a utopian rectification of the imaginary couple, we have now arrived at a form of practice in which, under the banner of object relations, what any man of good faith can only react to with a feeling of abjection is consummated. This is what justifies the true gymnastics of the intersubjective register constituted by some of the exercises over which my seminar may have seemed to tarry. The similarity between the relationship among the terms of the L schema and the relationship that unites the four times distinguished above, in the Orient series in which we see the first finished form of a symbolic chain, cannot fail to strike one as soon as one considers the connection between them. Parenthesis of parenthesis, added in 1966. I will express here my perplexity at the fact that none of the people who took it upon themselves to decipher the ordering to which my chain lent itself, thought of writing in the form of parenthesis the structure thereof that I had nevertheless clearly enunciated. A parenthesis enclosing one or several other parentheses that is, or is equivalent to the above analyzed distribution of PS and SIXS, in which it is easy to see that the redoubled parenthesis is fundamental. I will call the latter quotes. I intend to use this redoubled parenthesis to cover the structure of the subject, that is, the S in my L schema, insofar as it implies a redoubling, 5-5 or rather the sort of division that involves a lining doublure function. I have already placed in this lining the direct or inverse alternation of I pairs, on the condition that the number of signs be even or zero. Between the inside parentheses, an alternation of phi Y signs, the number of signs being zero or odd. On the other hand, inside the parentheses, as many ys as one would like, starting with 0. Outside of the quotes we find, on the contrary, any series of as, which includes none, one, or several parentheses stuffed with ia. Assigns, the number of signs being 0 or odd. If we replace the as and the ys by is and os, we can write the so-called L chain in a form that seems to me to be more telling parlanti. L chain, 10, 0 0, 0, 0 1 0 1, 0, 0 0, 0, 0 1, 11,111, 1010, 1, 111, etc. Telling in the sense that a reading of it will be facilitated at the cost of a supplementary convention which accords it with the L schema. This convention is to give the zeros between parentheses the value of moments of silence, a value of scansion being left to the zeros in the alternations, a convention justified by the fact that they are not homogeneous, as we shall see below. What is inside the quotes can then represent the structure of the S, ES, in my L schema, symbolizing the subject supposedly completed by the Freudian ES, the subject of the psychoanalytic session, for example. The ES then appears there in the form given to it by Freud, insofar as he distinguishes it from the unconscious, namely, as logistically disjoint and subjectively silent, the silence of the drives. It is then the alternation of the 0-1s that represents the imaginary grill, A, of the L schema. It remains for me to define the privilege of the alternation characteristic of the between two of the quotes, 0-1 pairs, that is, obviously, of the status of A and A in themselves. 26. What is outside of the quotes will represent the field of the other, A in the L schema. Repetition dominates there in the form of the one, the unary trait, representing, as a complement to the preceding convention, the times marked by the symbolic as such. The subject S receives his message in an inverted form from there as well, interpretation. Isolated from this chain, the parenthesis including, 10. 01, represents the ego of the psychological cogito, that is, of the false cogito which can just as well prop up perversion pure and simple. 27. The only remainder required by this attempt is the formalism of a certain remembering memoration related to the symbolic chain, whose law one could easily formulate with respect to the L chain. This law is essentially defined by the relay constituted, in the alternation of zeros and is, by the surmounting franchissement of one or several parenthetical signs and of which signs. What must be kept in mind here is the rapidity with which a formalization is obtained that is suggestive both of a remembering that is primordial in the subject and of a structuration in which it is notable that. 43. Stable disparities can be distinguished therein. Indeed, the same dissymmetrical structure persists if, for example, we reverse all the quotes. 28. This is but an exercise, but it fulfills my intent to inscribe therein the sort of contour where what I have called the signifier's caput mortuum takes on its causal aspect. This effect is as manifest when grasped here as in the fiction of the purloined letter. The essence of the latter is that the letter was able to have its effects on the inside on the tail *s actors, including the narrator just as much as on the outside on us, its readers, and also on its author without anyone ever having had to worry about what it meant. This is the usual fate of everything that is written. But at present we are only at the point of erecting an arch on which a bridge will be built in years to come. 29. This is why, in order to demonstrate to my audience what distinguishes true intersubjectivity from the dyadic relationship implied by the notion of projection, I had already used the reasoning approvingly recounted by Poe himself in the story that will be the subject of the present seminar, as the raisonning that guided a supposedly prodigal child in helping him win more often than he should have otherwise in the game of even or odd. In following this reasoning, which is childish, that's the word for it, but which still manages to seduce certain people in other locales, we must grasp the point at which the lure therein appears. Here the subject is the one who is questioned. He has to guess whether the number of objects that his opponent hides in his hand is even or odd. After a round won or lost by me, the boy essentially tells us, I know that if my opponent is a simpleton, his amount of cunning will not exceed the change from even to odd, but if he is a simpleton a degree above the first, it will cross his mind that I will think of that myself, and hence that it makes sense for him to play even again. The child thus relied upon the objectification of the higher or lower number of his opponent's cerebral folds in order to achieve his success. A point of view whose link with imaginary identification is immediately indicated by the fact that it is through an internal imitation of his opponent's attitudes and mimicry that he claims to arrive at the proper assessment of his object. But what then of the next level, when my opponent, having recognized that I am intelligent enough to follow him in this move, will manifest his own intelligence in realizing that it is by acting like an idiot that he has his best chance. 44. Of deceiving me? There is no other valid time of the reasoning in this moment, precisely because it can but repeat thereafter in an indefinite oscillation. And apart from the case of pure imbecility, in which the reasoning seemed to be objectively grounded, the child cannot but think that his opponent will arrive at the obstacle of this third time, since he granted him the second, by which he himself is considered by his opponent to be a subject who objectifies him, for it is true that he may be the subject. Hence we see him caught with him in the impasse implied by every purely dyadic intersubjectivity, which is that of having no recourse against an absolute other. Let us note in passing the vanishing role played by intelligence in the constitution of the second time, in which the dialectic detaches itself from the contingencies of the pregiven. Let us note, too, that I need but impute intelligence to my opponent for its function to be useless, since, from that point on, it lapses back into these contingencies. 59. I will not say, however, that the path of imaginary identification with the opponent at the instant of each of these rounds is a path that is sealed off in advance. I will say that it excludes the properly symbolic process which appears as soon as this identification occurs, not with the opponent, but with his reasoning as articulated by this identification. This difference is, moreover, enunciated in Poe's text. The fact proves, moreover, that such a purely imaginary identification generally fails. Hence each player, if he reasons, can only resort to something beyond the dyadic relationship, in other words, to some law which presides over the succession of the rounds of the game. This is so true that if I am the one who selects the number to be guessed, that is, if I am the active subject, I will at each instant attempt to convince my opponent that there is a law which presides over a certain regularity in my selection, in order to pull the ground of his understanding out from under him as often as possible by breaking that law. The more this approach manages to free itself from real regularities that are sketched out in spite of myself, the more successful it will effectively be, which is why someone who participated in one of the trials of this game that I did not hesitate to turn into in class exercises, admitted that, at a moment at which he had the feeling, whether justified or not, of being too often found out, he freed himself from it by basing himself on the conventionally transposed succession of letters in a verse by Mallarmé for the series of rounds that he thereafter proposed to his opponent. But had the game lasted as long as the entire poem, and if, by some miracle, the opponent had been able to recognize it, the latter would then have won every round. 45. This is what allowed me to say that if the unconscious exists, in Freud's sense of the term, I mean if we understand the implications of the lesson that he draws from the experiences of the psychopathology of everyday life, for example, it is not unthinkable that a modern calculating machine, by detecting the sentence that, unbeknown to him and in the long term, modulates a subject's choices, could manage to win beyond any usual proportions in the game of even and odd. This is a pure paradox, no doubt, but in it is expressed the fact that it is not because it lacks the supposed virtue of human consciousness that we refuse to call the machine to which we would attribute such fabulous performances a thinking machine, but simply because it would think no more than the ordinary man does, without that making him any less prey to the summonses appels of the signifier. Thus the possibility suggested here was of interest insofar as it conveyed to me the effect of distress and even anxiety that certain participants felt and were willing to share with me. A reaction about which one can wax ironic, coming as it does from Anna Lysts, whose entire technique relies upon the unconscious determination that is granted in that technique to so-called free association, and who can find clearly spelled out in the text by Freud that I just mentioned that a number is never chosen at random. But it is a legitimate reaction if one considers that nothing has taught them to leave behind everyday opinion by distinguishing what it neglects, namely, the nature of Freudian overdetermination, in other words, the nature of symbolic determination such as I promoted here. If this overdetermination had to be considered real, as my example suggests to them, because, like everyone else, they confused the machine's calculations with its mechanism 30, then, indeed, their anxiety would be justified, for in a gesture more sinister than that of touching the axe, I would be the one who brings it down on the laws of chance. Being good determinists, those who found this gesture so moving rightly felt that if we changed these laws, there would no longer be any conceivable law at all. But these laws are precisely those of symbolic determination. For it is clear that they predate any real observation of randomness /hazard as is clear from the fact that we judge whether an object is apt or not to be used to obtain a series, always symbolic, in this case, of random throws according to its obedience to these laws, for example, whether or not a coin, or this object admirably known as a die /to qualifies for this function. Once this practical training was over, I had to illustrate in a concrete manner the dominance that I assert the signifier has over the subject. If it is a truth, 4-6, then it can be found everywhere, and we should be able to start with anything within range of our tap and make it flow like wine in Auerbach's tavern. This is why I took the very tale from which I had extracted the dubious reasoning about the game of even or odd, without seeing anything more in that tale at first. I found something useful in it that my notion of symbolic determination would have already prohibited me from considering to be simply accidental /hazard even if it had not turned out, in the course of my examination, that Poe, as a fine precursor of research into combinatorial strategy which is in the process of revamping the order of the sciences, had been guided in his fiction by the same aim d'sane as mine. At least I can say that what I brought out in my expose of it touched my audience enough for it to be at their request that I am publishing a version of it here. In reworking it in accordance with the requirements of writing Ecrits, which are different from those of speech, I could not help but present the further development I have provided since that time of certain notions it introduced. This is why the emphasis, with which I have increasingly promoted the notion of signifier in the symbol, occurred retroactively here. To obscure its traits through a sort of historical feint would have seemed, I believe, artificial to my students. I can only hope that the fact that I spared myself this task will not disappoint their memory of it. In taking a step back now to present the work that marked my entry into psychoanalysis, I will remind the reader by what doorway this entry occurred. As a physician and a psychiatrist, I had introduced, under the heading of paranoiac knowledge, several end results of the method of clinical exhaustion that my doctoral thesis in medicine exemplified. One, rather than mention the group, Evolution Psychiatrique, that was willing to publish my exposition of these results, or even mention their echo in the surrealist environment in which a former link was re-established on the basis of a new relay, including Salvador Dali's Critical Paranoia and René Crevel's Le Clavecin de Diderot. My offspring can be found in the first issues of the journal Minute or One. I will indicate the origin of my interest in it. It stems from the work of Gauchen de Clerambert, my only master in psychiatry. His notion of mental automatism, with its metaphorical, mechanistic ideology, which is assuredly open to criticism, seems to me, in its attempt to come to grips with the patient's subjective text, closer to what can be constructed on the basis of a structural analysis than any other clinical approach in French psychiatry. I was sensitive to the hint of a promise that I perceived in it due to the contrast between it and the decline that could be seen in a semiology that was ever more bogged down in assumptions related to rationality. Clerambert achieved, through the quality of his gaze and the biases of his thought, a sort of recurrence of what has recently been described for us in a figure that dates back to the birth of the clinic. 3. Clerambert was very familiar with the French tradition, but it was Crepellin, whose clinical genius was of a higher caliber, who trained him. Oddly enough, but necessarily, I believe, I was thereby led to Freud. For faithfulness to the symptom's formal envelope, which is the true clinical trace for which I acquired a taste, led me to the limit at which it swings back in creative effects. In the case included in my dissertation, the case of Amy, there were literary effects of high enough quality to have been collected, under the reverent heading of involuntary poetry, by Elyard. The function of ideals presented itself to me here in a series of reduplications that led me to the notion of a structure, which was more instructive than the account the clinicians in Toulouse would have provided, for they would have lowered its price by situating it in the register of passion. Moreover, the sort of gust effect that, in my subject, blew down the screen known as a delusion as soon as her hand touched, in a serious act of a Grace Zion, one of the images in her theatre who was doubly fictitious for her since she was also a star in reality, redoubled the conjugation of her poetic space with a gulf-like scansion. This brought me closer to the stage machinery of acting out passage I act, and, if only by confining myself to the all-purpose word self-punishment that Berlin-style criminology offered me through the mouthpieces of Alexander and Staub, I was led to Freud. The way in which a knowledge connaissance is specified on the basis of its stereotypy, and also of its discharges, providing evidence of another function, seemed to me to lead to an enrichment which no academicism, even that of the avant-garde, could have turned away. Perhaps it will be understood that by crossing the doorstep of psychoanalysis, I immediately recognized in its practice knowledge-related biases that are far more interesting, since they are those that must be eliminated in its fundamental listening. I had not awaited that moment to meditate upon the fantasies through which the idea of the ego is apprehended, and if I presented the mirror stage in 1936, for when I had yet to be granted the customary title of Anna Lyst, at the first International Congress at which I had my first taste of an association that was to give me plenty of others, I was not lacking in merit for doing so. For its invention brought me to the very heart of a resistance. In theory and technique which, constituting an ever more blatant problem thereafter, was, it must be admitted, far from being perceived by the milieu I started out in. I have thought it well to first offer the reader a short article, which was written around the same time as that presentation. My students occasionally delude themselves into thinking that they have found already there in my writings what my teaching has only brought out since then. Is it not enough that what is there did not bar the way to what came later? Let the reference to language that is sketched out here be seen as the fruit of the only imprudence that has never failed me, that of trusting in nothing but the experience of the subject who is the only material of analytic work. My title, Beyond, did not hesitate to paraphrase the other beyond that Freud assigns to his pleasure principle in 1920. Which leads us to wonder, did Freud throw off the yoke thanks to which he maintained this principle by pairing it with the reality principle? In his Beyond, Freud makes room for the fact that the pleasure principle to which he has, in sum, given a new meaning by instating its signifying articulation of repetition in the circuit of reality, in the form of the primary process takes on a still newer meaning by helping force open its traditional barrier related to a jouissance that is pinpointed at that time in masochism, and even opens onto the question of the death drive. What happens, under such conditions, to this intertwining by which the identity of thoughts that stem from the unconscious offers its woof to the secondary process, by permitting reality to become established to the pleasure principle's satisfaction? That is the question with which the reversed reprisal of the Freudian project, by which I have recently characterized my project, could be announced. While we have the beginnings of it here, it could go no further. Let us simply say that it does not exaggerate the scope of psychoanalytic action l'acte psychanalytique when it assumes that the latter transcends the secondary process to attain a reality that is not produced in it, even if it dispels the illusion that reduced the identity of thoughts to the thought of their identity. Although everyone agrees, in fact, even those who are dumb enough not to realize that they agree, that the primary process encounters nothing real except the impossible, which in the Freudian perspective remains the best definition that can be given of reality real. The point is to know more about what else d9 autre / it encounters so that we can concern ourselves with it. Thus it is not to be duped by an effect of perspective to see here the first delineation of the imaginary, whose letters, associated with those of the symbolic and the real, will decorate much later, just before my Rome discourse, the pots that are forever empty, since they are also symbolic, in which I will prepare the theriac with which to resolve the confusions of analytic cogitation. There is nothing here that is not justified by my attempt to refute the misguided idea that there must be something, anything whatsoever, in the subject that corresponds to a reality real system, or even, as people in other circles say, to a characteristic function of reality. It is to this very mirage that a theory of the ego is currently devoted, which, in basing itself on the return Freud assures this agency in his group psychology and the analysis of the ego, goes astray, since that text includes nothing but the theory of identification. The aforementioned theory ego psychology fails to refer to the necessary antecedent to group psychology, which served as its basis, the article entitled On Narcissism. It was, of course, published in 1914, a year in which the attention of the analytic community was stretched a bit thin. There is nothing here, in any case, which allows us to consider unequivocal the reality that people invoke by combining in it the two terms, Wirklichkeit and Realität, that Freud distinguishes in this article, the second being especially reserved for psychical reality. Whence derives the value, which is wirklich, operative, of the wedge that I drive in here by putting back in its place the deceptive truism that identicalness to oneself, which is presumed to exist in the ego's usual sense of itself, has something to do with the supposed instance of reality real. If Freud reminds us of the relationship between the ego and the perception consciousness system, it is only to indicate that our reflective tradition, we would be wrong to think that it has had no social impact insofar as it has served as a basis for political forms of personal status, has tested its standards of truth in this system. But it is in order to call these standards of truth into question that Freud links the ego, on the basis of a twofold reference, to one's own body, that is narcissism, and to the complexity of the three orders of identification. The mirror stage establishes the watershed between the imaginary and the symbolic in the moment of capture by an historic inertia, responsibility for which is borne by everything that alleges to be psychology, even if it is by pathways that claim to release it from that responsibility. This is why I did not give my article on the reality principle the sequel it announced, which was to assail Gestalt theory and phenomenology. Instead, I constantly emphasized a moment in analytic practice which is not one of history but of configuring insight *, which I designated as a stage, even if it emerged as a phase. Must this phase be reduced to a biological crisis? The dynamic of this phase, as I outline it, is based on diachronic effects, the delayed coordination of the nervous system related to man's prematurity at birth, and the formal anticipation of its resolution. But to presume the existence of a harmony that is contradicted by many facts of ethology is tantamount to dupery. It masks the crux of a function of lack with the question of the place that this function can assume in a causal chain. Now, far from imagining eliminating it from it, I currently consider such a function to be the very origin of causalist noesis, which goes so far as to mistake it for its crossing into reality / passage real, but to consider it effective due to its imaginary discordance is to still leave too much room for the presumption of birth. This function involves a more critical lack, its cover being the secret to the subject's jubilation. Here we can see that any dwelling deridement on the genesis of the ego shares in the vanity of what it judges. Which seems self-evident if we think about it. Can any step in the imaginary go beyond the imaginary's limits if it does not stem from another order? This is nevertheless what psychoanalysis clearly promises, and it would remain mythical were analysis to retreat to the same level as the imaginary. To pinpoint it in the mirror stage, we first have to know how to read in it the paradigm of the properly imaginary definition that is given of metonymy, the part for the whole. For let us not forget that my concept envelopes the so-called partial images, the only ones that warrant the term archaic found in the analytic experience of fantasy. I group those images together under the heading of images of the fragmented body, and they are confirmed by the assertion of fantasies of the so-called paranoid phase in the phenomenology of Kleinian experience. What is involved in the triumph of assuming assumption the image of one's body in the mirror is the most evanescent of objects, since it only appears there in the margins, the exchange of gazes, which is manifest in the fact that the child turns back toward the person who is assisting the child in some way, if only by being present during the game. Let me add to this something that a movie, which was made by people with no knowledge of my conceptions, showed us when it captured on film a little girl looking at herself naked in the mirror. With an awkward gesture, her hand quickly encountered the phallic lac. Regardless of what covers the image, nevertheless, the latter merely centers a power that is deceptive insofar as it diverts alienation which already situates desire in the other's field toward the totalitarian rivalry which prevails due to the fact that the semblable exercises a dyadic fascination on him, that one or the other is the depressive return of the sec on phase in Melanie Klein's work. It is the figure of Hegelian murder. Let me add here, by way of an apology with which to summarize the early misrecognition that takes root here, the use of the inversion produced in planar symmetry right-left reversal. It could only take on value through a more in-depth discussion of spatial orientation, which philosophy has not been more interested in, surprisingly enough, since Kant, holding his glove at the end of his hand, based an aesthetics on it, an aesthetics that is nevertheless just as simple to turn inside out as the glove itself is. But this is already to situate the experience at a point that does not allow one to delude oneself regarding the link with the ability to see. Even a blind man is a subject here because he knows he is an object of other people's gazes. But the problem lies elsewhere and its articulation is as theoretical as that of Malinoux's problem. 5. We would have to know what the ego would be in a world where no one knows anything about planar symmetry. Lastly, let me remind you of the reference points of specular knowledge connaissance based on a semiology that runs the gamut from the most subtle depersonalization to the hallucination of one's double. They are known to have no intrinsic diagnostic value as concerns the structure of the subject, the psychotic, among others. It is more important to note, however, that they do not constitute a more consistent reference point for fantasy in psychoanalytic treatment. I thus find myself situating these texts in a future perfect. They will have anticipated my insertion of the unconscious into language. In seeing them spread out over the years that were not very full, aren't I exposing myself to the reproach of having given into dwelling on the past adornment? Apart from the fact that I certainly had to gain a following in our field of practice, I will plead that I could do no better during that time than prepare my audience. 5. Present generations of psychiatrists will find it hard to imagine that, at the time that I was doing my residency, there were only 3 of us who got involved in psychoanalysis, and without being ungrateful to the group of people involved in evolution psychiatric, I will say that although it was to their credit that psychoanalysis saw the light of day in France, psychoanalysis was not radically called into question by them. The intrusion of worldly matters did not increase either their solidarity or their information to this end. In fact, no teaching other than a routine fast track existed prior to 1951 when I began mine in a private capacity. While the quantity of recruits, from which an effect of quality is engendered, completely changed after the war, perhaps the standing room only crowd that came to hear me speak about training analysis will serve as a reminder that I played an important role therein. Up until then, however, the major institution that offered me the opportunity to give several public lectures was the Collège Philosophique, where, at Jean Ward's invitation, the intellectual fevers of the time faced off. 6. Allow me to add that this note owes what is biographical in it only to my desire to enlighten the reader. 73. Beyond the reality principle. The second generation of Freud's school can define its debt and its duty in terms of a fundamental principle of his doctrine, the reality principle. For the psychiatrist or psychologist of the 1930s, initiation into psychoanalytic method no longer involves a conversion that constitutes a break in one's intellectual development, a conversion that thus attests less to a carefully thought-out choice of an avenue of research than to the outburst of secret affective strife. The appealing features that analysis once offered to the debtors of compensation, the ethical seduction of devotion to a controversial cause, combined with the economic seduction of a form of speculation running counter to established values, are not missed. The new psychology not only fully accepts psychoanalysis, by constantly corroborating it by research in disciplines that begin from other starting points, it demonstrates the value of psychoanalysis pioneering work. Psychoanalysis is thus, one could say, approached from a normal angle of incidence by what I will call, without commenting on the arbitrary nature of such a formulation, the second generation of analysts. It is this angle of incidence that I would like to define here in order to indicate the path by which it is reflected back. 59. Part I. Psychology was constituted as a science when the relativity of its object was posited by Freud, even though it was restricted to facts concerning desire. Critique of associationism. The Freudian revolution, like any revolution, derives its meaning from its context, that is, from the form of psychology that dominated at the time it occurred. Now, any judgment about that form of psychology presupposes an exegesis of the documents in which it is propounded. I will establish the frame 74 of this article by asking the reader to credit me here, at least provisionally, with having done this basic work, so that I can provide what seems to me to be an essential moment of critique. For while I consider it legitimate to privilege the historical method in studying facts of consciousness, I do not use it as a pretext to elude the intrinsic critique that questions their value. Such a critique, grounded in the secondary order conferred upon these facts in history by the element of reflection they involve, remains immanent in the data recognized by the method in our case, in the expressed forms of the doctrine and the technique, assuming the method simply requires each of the forms in question to be what it purports to be. This will allow us to see why the late 19th century form of psychology that claimed to be scientific and forced itself even on its adversaries, thanks both to its apparatus of objectivity and its profession of materialism, simply failed to be positive, excluding from the outset both objectivity and materialism. Indeed, one might say that this form of psychology was based on a so-called associationist conception of the psyche, not so much because it formulated this conception into a theory, but because it received a series of postulates from this conception as though they were common sense data that determined its very way of situating problems. Of course, we see right from the outset that the framework with which it classified the phenomena into sensations, perceptions, images, beliefs, logical operations, judgments, and so on, was borrowed unchanged from scholastic psychology, which had itself borrowed it from centuries of philosophy. We must thus realize that this framework, far from having been created for an objective conception of psychical reality, was merely the product of a sort of conceptual decline in which the vicissitudes of a specific effort that impels man to seek a guarantee of truth for his own knowledge were retraced, a guarantee which, as we can see, is transcendent by its position and therefore remains transcendent in its form, even when philosophers deny its existence. What hint of transcendence do the concepts that are relics of such research themselves retain? To answer this question would involve defining what associationism introduces that is not positive into the very constitution of the object of psychology. We will see how difficult it is to sort out at this level, in recalling that contemporary psychology preserves many of these concepts and that the purification of principles is what occurs last in every science. But question-begging blossoms in the general economy of problems that characterizes the stage of a theory at any particular moment in time. Thus considered as a whole, which is facilitated by our ability to view it with hindsight, associationism will strikingly reveal to us its metaphysical implications. In order to oppose it simply to a conception that is more or less judiciously defined in the theoretical foundations of various contemporary schools by the term function of reality, let us say that associationist theory is dominated by the function of truth. Associationism is based on two concepts: the first, the engram, is mechanistic; the second, the associative link of the mental phenomenon, is fallaciously considered to be given by experience. The first is a research formulation, and a rather flexible one at that, designed to designate the psychophysical element. It merely introduces the hypothesis, which is nevertheless fundamental, of the passive production of this element. It is notable that the associationist school added a postulate, that of the atomistic nature of this element. It is, in fact, this postulate that limited the vision of its adherents to the point of making them overlook experimental facts in which the subject's activity in organizing the form is manifest, facts which are, moreover, so compatible with a materialist interpretation that their inventors later conceptualized them from a materialist vantage point. The second of these concepts, that of the associative link, is based on the experience of the living being's reactions. It is extended, however, to mental phenomena without the question-begging implied in it being in any way critiqued, question-begging that this concept borrows precisely from the psychical pregaiven, in particular, the question-begging which assumes that the mental form of similarity is given, even though it is in itself so difficult to analyze. The very pregaivenness of the phenomenon that is purportedly explained here is thus smuggled into the explanatory concept. All this involves veritably conceptual sleight of hand, whose innocence does not excuse its crudeness, which, as Janet stressed, in functioning as a veritable intellectual flaw characteristic of a school, truly becomes a master key used at every turning. 61. Point in the theory. Needless to say, one can thereby totally ignore the need for the kind of analysis known as phenomenological analysis, which no doubt requires subtlety but whose absence renders null and void any explanation in psychology. We must thus wonder about the meaning of these failings in the development of a discipline that claims to be objective. Is it due to materialism, as a certain critic maintained without meeting with any objection? Or worse still, is objectivity itself impossible to attain in psychology? People will denounce the theoretical flaw here once they recognize that the problem of knowledge is posed in associationism's structure from a philosophical perspective. This is certainly the traditional position on this problem which, having been inherited, in its first disguise, from Locke's so-called empiricist formulations, is found anew in two of the doctrine's fundamental concepts, namely, in the ambiguity of a critique which, 1. With the thesis nihil est in intellectu quod non prius fuerit in sensu, reduces reality's action to its point of contact with pure sensation, that mythical entity, in other words, reduces it to being nothing but the blind spot of knowledge, since nothing is recognized there, and which, too, imposes all the more strongly, whether this is made explicit or not in nisi intellectus ipsi, as the dialectical antinomy of an incomplete thesis, the primacy of pure mind, insofar as it constitutes the true moment of knowledge, through the essential decree of identification, recognizing the object at the same time that it asserts it. This is the source of the atomistic conception of the engram from which the blindnesses of the doctrine with respect to experience stem, while the associative link, through its uncriticized implications, brings with it a fundamentally idealist theory of knowledge phenomena. This last point, which is obviously paradoxical in a doctrine whose pretensions are those of a naive materialism, clearly appears as soon as one attempts to formulate it in a slightly systematic manner, that is, in a manner that subjects it to the coherence of its concepts. Taine's attempt, which is that of a popularizer, but still consistent, is precious to us in this regard. We see in it a construction on the basis of knowledge phenomena, the objective of which is to reduce the higher activities to complexes of elementary reactions. It is reduced thereby to 77 seeking differential criteria of elementary reactions in the control of the higher activities. In order to fully grasp this paradox, consider the striking definition he gives of perception as a veridical hallucination. The dynamism of concepts borrowed from a transcendental dialectic is thus such that associationist psychology, in attempting to base itself on that dialectic, fails to constitute its object in positive terms, failing all the more fatally in 62. That it receives those concepts emptied of the reflection they bring with them. Indeed, once the phenomena are defined in that form of psychology as a function of their truth, they are submitted in their very conception to a classification on the basis of value. Such a hierarchy not only vitiates, as we have seen, the objective study of the phenomena as regards their import in knowledge itself, but by subordinating all of the psychical preggiven to its perspective, it also skews the analysis thereof and impoverishes its meaning. By assimilating the phenomenon of hallucination with the sensory order, associationist psychology thus merely reproduces the absolutely mythical import that the philosophical tradition attributes to this phenomenon in the standard question regarding the error of the senses. The fascination characteristic of this theoretically scandalous role no doubt explains the true misrecognitions in the analysis of the phenomenon that allow for the perpetuation of a position regarding the problem that is so erroneous, yet still tenaciously held to by many a clinician. Let us now consider the problems of the image. The latter, which is no doubt the most important phenomenon in psychology due to the wealth of concrete data we have about it, is also important due to the complexity of its function, a complexity that one cannot attempt to encompass with a single term, unless it is with that of information function. The various acceptations of this term that, running from the ordinary to the archaic, target the notion regarding an event, the stamp of an impression or the organization by an idea, express rather well, in fact, the roles of the image as the intuitive form of the object, the plastic form of the engram, and the generative form of development. This extraordinary phenomenon, the problems of which run from mental phenomenology to biology and the action of which echoes from the conditions of the mind to the organic determinisms of a perhaps unsuspected depth, is reduced in associationism to its function as an illusion. The image, being viewed, according to the spirit of the theory, as a weakened sensation insofar as it attests less surely to reality, is considered to be the echo and shadow of sensation, and is consequently identified with its trace, the engram. The conception of the mind as a polypary of images, which is essential to associationism, has been criticized above all for asserting a purely metaphysical mechanism. It has less often been pointed out that its essential absurdity lies in the intellectualist impoverishment that it imposes upon images. In fact, a very large number of psychical phenomena are considered to signify nothing, according to the conceptions of this school. These phenomena thus supposedly cannot be included within the framework of an authentic psychology, which has to take into account the fact that a certain intentionality is phenomenologically inherent in its object. In associationism, this is equivalent and to considering them to be insignificant, in other words, to rejecting them either to the nothingness of neglect or to the emptiness of epiphenomena. Such a conception thus creates two categories of psychical phenomena, those phenomena that fit into some level of the operations of rational knowledge, and all the others, including feelings, beliefs, delusions, assents, intuitions, and dreams. The former necessitated an associationist analysis of the psyche, the latter must be explained by some determinism that is foreign to their appearance and that is said to be organic insofar as it reduces them to being either the prop of a physical object or related to a biological end. Psychical phenomena are thus granted no reality of their own, those that do not belong to true reality have only an illusory reality. This true reality is constituted by the system of references that are valid in already established sciences, in other words, mechanisms that are considered tangible in the physical sciences, to which may be added the motivations considered utilitarian in the natural sciences. The role of psychology is merely to reduce psychical phenomena to the system and to verify the system by determining through it the very phenomena that constitute our knowledge of it. It is insofar as this psychology is a function of this truth that it is not a science. The Truth of Psychology and the Psychology of Truth 79. Let me try to make my point clear. I am not playing at being paradoxical by claiming that science need know nothing about truth. But I am not forgetting that truth is a value that, responds to the uncertainty with which man's lived experience is phenomenologically marked, or that the search for truth historically motivates, under the heading of the spiritual, the mystic's flights and the moralist's rules, the ascetic's progress and the mystagogue's finds alike. This search, by imposing on an entire culture the preeminence of truth in testimony, created a moral attitude that was and remains for science a condition of its existence. But truth in its specific value remains foreign to the order of science. Science can be proud of its alliances with truth, it can adopt the phenomenon and value of truth as its object, but it cannot in any way identify truth as its own end. If there seems to be something artificial about this, one should dwell an instant on the lived criteria of truth and wonder what, in the dizzying relativisms that contemporary physics and mathematics have arrived at, subsists of the most concrete of these criteria, where are certainty, that proof of mystical knowledge, self-evidence, the foundation of philosophical speculation, and non-contradiction itself, the more modest requirement of the empirical/rationalist construction? 6.4. To consider an example that is more within the reach of our judgment, can we say that scientists wonder if the rainbow is true? All that matters to them is that this phenomenon be communicable in some language, the condition of the intellectual order, that it be reportable in some form, the condition of the experimental order, and that it be possible to insert into the chain of symbolic identifications with which their science unifies the diversity of its own object, the condition of the rational order. It must be admitted that physico-mathematical theory at the end of the 19th century was still based on foundations that were intuitive enough that one could consider those foundations, which have since been eliminated, responsible for the prodigious fecundity of that theory, and thus see in them the omnipotence implied in the idea of truth. Furthermore, the practical successes of this science conferred upon it a brilliant prestige for the masses which is not unrelated to the phenomenon of self-evidence. Science thus found itself in a good position to serve as the ultimate object of the passion for truth, leading every man to bow to the new idol called scientism, and leading Scholar's clerk to the eternal pedantry that mutilates what they are able to grasp of reality, because they do not realize how much their truth is relative to the walls of their tower. This is the mutilation committed by associationist psychologists because they are only interested in the act of knowing, that is, in their own activity as scientists. The fact that it is speculative does not make it have any the less cruel consequences for living beings and for human beings. Indeed, a similar point of view forces upon the physician an astonishing contempt for psychical reality, the scandalous nature of which, perpetuated in our times by the maintenance of an entirely academic approach to training, is expressed both in the biased nature of observation and in hybrid conceptions like that of Pythianism. But because it was in the physician, that is, in the practitioner par excellence of inner life, that this point of view appeared in the most flagrant manner as a systematic negation, the negation of this very point of view also had to come from a physician. I am not referring to the purely critical negation that flourished, around that same time, in speculation about the immediate data of consciousness, but rather to a negation that was efficient in that it asserted itself in the form of a new positivity. Freud took this fruitful step no doubt because, as he indicates in his autobiography, he was made to do so by his concern with healing, that is, by an activity in which we must recognize the very intelligence of human reality insofar as it attempts to transform that reality, as opposed to those who enjoy relegating this activity to the subordinate rank of an art. 65. Freud's revolutionary method. The first sign of an attitude of submission to reality in Freud's work was the recognition that, since the majority of psychical phenomena in man are apparently related to a social relations function, there is no reason to exclude the pathway which provides the most usual access to it, the subject's own account of these phenomena. We may well wonder, moreover, on what the physician of that time based the ostracism with which he greeted the patient's account on grounds of principle, if it was not his annoyance at seeing that his own biases were so ordinary as to be shared by everyone else. Indeed, it is the attitude shared by an entire culture which guided the abstraction that I analyzed earlier as that of the learned. To the patient and the physician alike, psychology is the field of the imaginary, in the sense of the illusory. Consequently, the symptom, which has a real signification, cannot be psychological except in appearance, and it is distinguished from the ordinary register of psychical life by some discordant feature in which its serious character manifests itself. Freud understood that it was this very choice that made the patient's account worthless. If we wish to recognize a reality that is proper to psychical reactions, we must not begin by choosing among them, we must begin by no longer choosing. In order to gauge their efficacy, we must respect their succession. Certainly, there is no question of restoring the chain of those recessions through the narrative, but the very moment in which the account is given can constitute a significant fragment of the chain, on condition that we demand that the patient provide the entire text and that we free him from the chains of the narrative. This is the way in which what we may call analytic experience is constituted. Its first condition is formulated in a law of non-omission, which promotes everything that is self-explanatory, the everyday and the ordinary, to the status of interesting that is usually reserved for the remarkable, but it is incomplete without the second condition, the law of non-systematization, which, positing incoherence as a condition of analytic experience, presumes significant all the dross of mental life, not only the representations in which scholastic psychology sees only non-meaning, dream scenarios, presentiments, daydreams, and confused or lucid delusions, but also the phenomena that are not even granted a civil status in it, so to speak, since they are altogether negative, slips of the tongue and bungled actions. Let us note that these two laws, or better, rules of analytic experience, the first of which was isolated by Bichon, appear in Freud's work in the form of a single rule that 66. He formulated, in accordance with the concept prevailing at the time, as the law of free association. A phenomenological description of psychoanalytic experience. It is analytic experience itself that constitutes the element of therapeutic technique, but the doctor may propose, if he has some theoretical sense, to define what it contributes to observation. He will then have many an opportunity to marvel, if that is indeed the form of astonishment that corresponds in research to the appearance of a relationship that is so simple that it seems to evade thought's grasp. The pregiven of this experience is, first, some language, a language in other words, a sign. How complex is the problem of what it signifies, when the psychologist relates it to the subject of knowledge, that is, to the subject's thought? What relationship is there between the latter and language? Is the subject's thought but a language, albeit a secret one, or is it but the expression of a pure, unformulated thought? Where can we find the measure that is common to the two terms of this problem, that is, the unity of which language is the sign? Is it contained in words, names, verbs, or even adverbs? In the density of their history? Why not in the mechanisms that form them phonetically? How can we choose in this maze into which we are dragged by philosophers and linguists, psychophysicists and physiologists? How can we choose a reference which, the more elementary we posit it to be, the more mythical it seems to us? But the psychoanalyst, in order not to detach analytic experience from the language of the situation that it implies, the situation of the interlocutor, comes upon the simple fact that language, prior to signifying something, signifies to 83 someone. It is simply because the analyst is there listening that the man who speaks addresses him, and since he forces his discourse not to want to say anything anyhan vouloir dire / he becomes what this man wants to tell him. What the man says may, in fact, have no meaning, but what he says to the analyst conceals one anyway. It is in the impulse to respond that the listener senses this, and it is by suspending this impulse to respond that the analyst understands the meaning of the discourse. He then recognizes in it an intention, one of the intentions that represent a certain tension in social relations, a demanding intention, a punitive intention, a propitiatory intention, a demonstrative intention, or a purely aggressive intention. Having thus understood this intention, let us observe how language transmits it. It does so in two ways about which analysis teaches us a great deal. It is expressed, but not understood by the subject, in what his discourse relates about his lived experience, and this 67 is true as long as the subject assumes the moral anonymity of expression. This is the form of symbolism. It is conceptualized, but denied by the subject, in what his discourse asserts about his lived experience, and this is true as long as the subject systematizes his conception. This is the form of negation. In analytic experience, intention thus turns out to be unconscious insofar as it is expressed and conscious insofar as it is repressed reprime. And language, being approached via its function of social expression, reveals both its significant unity in intention and its constitutive ambiguity as subjective expression, admitting something that contradicts thought or using thought to lie. Let us note in passing that these relations, which analytic experience offers up here to phenomenological exploration, provide a wealth of directives to all theories of consciousness, especially morbid consciousness, since their incomplete recognition renders the majority of these theories useless. But let us pursue our outline of analytic experience. The listener is thus situated in it as an interlocutor. The subject solicits him to assume this role, implicitly at first, but soon explicitly. Remaining silent nevertheless, and hiding everything including even his facial expressions, which are, moreover, barely noticed in him, the psychoanalyst patiently refuses to play this role. Is there not a threshold at which such an attitude must bring the subject's monologue to a halt? If the subject continues, it is by virtue of the law of analytic experience, but is he still addressing the listener who is truly present, or is he instead addressing some other now, someone who is imaginated for nary but really or still, the phantom of a memory, witness of his solitude, statue of his duty, or messenger of his fate? In his very reaction to the listener's refusal to assume the role of interlocutor, the subject reveals the image he has replaced him with. He communicates to the analyst the outline of this image through his imploring, imprecations, insinuations, provocations, and ruses, through the fluctuations of the intention that he directs at the analyst and that the latter motionlessly but not impassively takes note of. Nevertheless, as these intentions become more explicit in his discourse, they interweave with the accounts with which the subject supports them, gives them consistency, and gives them a rest. In this discourse, he formulates what he suffers from and what he wants to overcome through his analysis. He confides his secret failures and his successful designs. He judges his own character and his relations with other people. He thus informs the analyst about the entirety of his behavior, and the analyst, who witnesses a moment of that behavior, finds in it a basis for its critique. After such a critique, this behavior shows the analyst that the very image that he sees emerge from the subject's current behavior is actually involved in all 68 of his behavior. But the analyst's discoveries do not stop there, for as the subject's demands take the form of pleas, his testimony broadens through its appeals to the witness. These are pure narratives that appear outside the subject that the subject now throws into the stream of his discourse, unintended events and fragments of the memories that constitute his history, and, among the most disjointed, those that surface from his childhood. But we see that among these, the analyst stumbles anew upon the very image that, by playing the game as he does, he has awakened in the subject, the trace of which he found impressed upon himself by the subject. He certainly knew that this image was of human essence, since it provokes passion and oppresses, but it hid its characteristics from his gaze, like he himself does from the patient's. He discovers these characteristics in a family portrait that includes the image of the father or of the mother, of the all-powerful adult tender or terrible, kindly or punishing, the image of a brother, a rival sibling, a reflection of the subject himself or of one of his companions. But the very image that the subject makes present through his behavior, and that is constantly reproduced in it, is ignored by him, in both senses of the word. He does not know that this image explains what he repeats in his behavior 85I, or whether he considers it to be his own or not, and he refuses to realize machinate the importance of this image when he evokes the memory it represents. Now, while the analyst completes the task of recognizing this image, the subject, through the debate that he carries on, completes the process of imposing its role on the analyst. The analyst derives the power he will have at his disposal in his action on the subject from this position. In effect, the analyst then acts in such a way that the subject becomes aware of the unity of the image that is refracted in him into disparate effects, depending on whether he plays it out, incarnates it, or knows it. I will not describe here how the analyst proceeds in his intervention. He operates on the two registers of intellectual elucidation through interpretation and handling effect through the transference. But to establish the times at which he does so is a matter for technique, which defines them as a function of the subject's reactions. Adjusting the speed at which he does so is a matter of tact, thanks to which the analyst is informed about the rhythm of these reactions. Let us simply say that, as the subject pursues his analysis and the lived process in which the image is reconstituted, his behavior stops mimicking the image's suggestion, his memories reassume their real density, and the analyst sees his own power decline, having been rendered useless by the demise of the symptoms and the completion of the personality. Discussion of the objective value of the experience. Such is the phenomenological description that can be given of what happens in the series of experiences that form a psychoanalysis. Some might say that it is the work of an illusionist were the result not precisely to dispel an illusion. Its therapeutic action, on the contrary, must be essentially defined as a twofold movement through which the image, which is at first diffuse and broken, is progressively assimilated with reality, in order to be progressively dissimilated from reality, that is, restored to its proper reality. This action attests to the efficacy of this reality. But if it is not an illusory kind of work, then it must be a simple technique, some will say, and as an experience it is highly unsuitable for scientific observation since it is based on conditions that are diametrically opposed to objectivity. For have I not just described this experience as a constant interaction 86 between the observer and the object? It is, in effect, in the very movement that the subject gives it through his intention that the observer is informed of this intention. I have even stressed the primordial nature of this pathway. Inversely, through the assimilation that it fosters between himself and the image, it subverts from the outset the function of this image in the subject. Of course, he only identifies the image in the very progress of this subversion. I have not tried to dissimulate the constitutive nature of this process. The absence of a fixed reference in the system that is observed and the use, for the purposes of observation, of the very subjective movement that is eliminated everywhere else as a source of error, are challenges, it seems, to a sound method. Let me also indicate the challenge to proper usage that can be seen here. In the very case study observation that he provides us, can the observer hide his personal stake in the game? The intuitions of his finds are elsewhere referred to as delusions, and we find it hard to discern from what experiences the insistence of his perspicacity proceeds. No doubt, the pathways by which truth is discovered are unsoundable, and there have even been mathematicians who have admitted to having seen the truth in dreams or having stumbled upon it by accident. Nevertheless, propriety requires one to present one's discovery as having proceeded from a process that conforms more closely to the purity of the idea. Science, like Caesar's wife, must be above suspicion. In any case, the scientist's good reputation has been assured for quite some time now. Nature can no longer reveal itself in any sort of human form, and every step forward in science has effaced from nature an anthropomorphic trait. 70. While I think I can speak ironically about what these objections betray by way of emotional resistance, I do not think I can dispense with responding to their ideological import. Without going too far afield on epistemological questions, I will posit first that physical science, as purified as it may seem in its modern progress from any intuitive category, nevertheless betrays, indeed all the more strikingly, the structure of the intelligence that constructed it. If someone like Meyerson could show that physical science is subjected in all its processes to the form of intellectual identification, a form that is so constitutive of human knowledge that he finds it anew through reflection in ordinary thought processes, and if the phenomenon of light, to provide here the standard of reference and the atom of action, manifests a relationship to the human sensorium that is more obscure here, don't these points, ideal points by which physics is related to man, but which are the poles around which physics revolves, demonstrate the most unsettling homologies to the pivotal roles assigned to human knowledge, as I mentioned earlier, by a tradition of reflection that does not resort to experimentation. Be that as it may, the anthropomorphism that has been eliminated by physics in the notion of force, for example, is an anthropomorphism that is not noetic but psychological, for it is essentially the projection of human intention. To require a similar elimination in an anthropology that is in the process of being born, and to impose such an elimination upon its most distant goals, would be to misrecognize its object and to authentically manifest an anthropocentrism of another order, that of knowledge. Indeed, man has relations with nature that are specified, on the one hand, by the properties of identificatory thought, and on the other hand, by the use of instruments or artificial tools. His relations with his semblable proceed along pathways that are far more direct. I am not designating language here, or the elementary social institutions that are marked with artificiality in their structure, regardless of their genesis. I am thinking, rather, of emotional communication, which is essential to social groups and manifests itself immediately enough in the fact that man exploits his semblable, recognizes himself in this semblable, and is attached to the semblable by the indelible psychical link that perpetuates the truly specific vital misery of his first years of life. These relations can be contrasted with the relations that constitute knowledge, in the narrow sense of the term, as relations of connaturality. I mean to evoke with this term their homology to more immediate, global, and adapted forms that characterize, on the whole, animals' psychical relations with their natural environment, and by which such psychical relations are distinguished from psychical relations in man. I shall return to the value of the teachings of animal psychology. In any case, man's idea of a world that is united to him through a harmonious relationship allows us to divine its basis in the anthropomorphism of the mythoi nature. As the effort is achieved that animates this idea, the reality of this basis is revealed in the ever vaster subversion of nature implied by the homoniation of the planet. The nature of man is its relationship to man. The object of psychology is defined in essentially relativistic terms. It is in the specific reality or interpersonal relations that a psychology can define its own object and its method of investigation. The concepts implied by this object and this method are not subjective, but relativistic. Although they are anthropomorphic in their foundations, these concepts can develop into general forms of psychology, assuming their above-mentioned extension to animal psychology proves valid. Furthermore, the objective value of a form of research is demonstrated like the reality of motion is demonstrated, by the efficacy of its progress. What best confirms the excellence of the pathway that Freud defined by which to approach the phenomenon, with a purity that distinguished him from all other psychologists, is the prodigious advance that gave him a lead on all others in psychological reality. I will demonstrate this in part 2 of this article. I will simultaneously show the felicitous use he was able to make of the notion of the image. And if, with the term imago, he did not fully extract it from the confused state of everyday intuition, he nevertheless masterfully exploited its concrete importance, preserving the entirety of its informational function in intuition, memory, and development. He demonstrated this function in discovering through analytic experience the process of identification. The latter is quite different from the process of imitation, which is distinguished by its partial and groping form of approximation. Identification contrasts with imitation not simply as the global assimilation of a structure but as the virtual assimilation of development implied by 89 that structure in a still undifferentiated state. We thus know that a child perceives certain affective situations, for example, the particular bond between two individuals in a group with far more immediate perspicacity than an adult. An adult, despite his greater psychical differentiation, is in fact inhibited both in human knowledge and in the conduct of his relationships by conventional categories that censor them. But the absence of these categories serves a child less in permitting him to better perceive the signs than the primal structure of his psyche serves him in immediately imbuing him with the essential meaning of the situation. But this is not 7-2. The whole of his advantage, along with the significant impression, it also brings with it the germ, which it will develop in all its richness, of the social interaction that is expressed in it. This is why a man's character can include an identification with a parental feature that disappeared before the time of his earliest memories. What is transmitted by the psychical pathway are traits that give the individual the particular form of his human relations, in other words, his personality. But what man's behavior thus reflects are not simply these traits, which nevertheless are often among the most hidden, but the current situation in which the parent, who was the object of the identification, found himself when the identification occurred, for example, in a situation of conflict or of inferiority in the married couple. The result of this process is that man's individual behavior bears the mark of a certain number of typical psychical relations in which a certain social structure is expressed, at the very least the constellation within that structure that especially dominates the first years of his childhood. These fundamental psychical relations have been revealed in analytic experience and defined by analytic theory with the term complexes. We should see in this term the most concrete, fruitful concept that has been contributed to the study of human behavior, as opposed to the concept of instinct which, up until the former's introduction, had proven to be as inadequate in this field as it was sterile. Although analytic doctrine has, in fact, related complexes to instincts, it seems that the theory is better clarified by the former than it is supported by the latter. 90. It is through the pathway of the complex that the images that inform the broadest units of behavior are instated in the psyche, images with which the subject identifies one after the other in order to act out, as sole actor, the drama of their conflicts. This comedy, which is situated by the genius of the species under the sign of laughter and tears, is a commedia dell'arte in that each individual improvises it and makes it mediocre or highly expressive depending on his gifts, of course, but also depending on a paradoxical law that seems to show the psychical fecundity of all vital insufficiency. It is a commedia dell'arte in the sense that it is performed in accordance with a typical framework and traditional roles. One can recognize in it the very characters that have typified folklore, stories, and theater for children and adults: the ogre, the bogeyman, the miser, and the noble father that complexes express in more scholarly terms. We will see the figure of Harlequin in an image to which the second part of this article will lead us. 73. After having highlighted Freud's phenomenologically acquired knowledge, I now turn to a critique of his metapsychology. It begins, precisely, with the introduction of the notion of libido. Freudian psychology, propelling its induction with an audacity that verges on recklessness, claims to move from interpersonal relations, isolating them as determined by our culture, to the biological function that is taken to be their substratum. It locates this function in sexual desire. We must nevertheless distinguish between two different uses of the term libido, which are constantly confounded in analytic theory: libido as an energetic concept, regulating the equivalence of phenomena, and libido as a substantialist hypothesis, relating the phenomena to matter. I refer to the hypothesis as substantialist, and not as materialist, because recourse to the idea of matter is but a naive, outmoded form of authentic materialism. In any case, it is the metabolism of the sexual function in man that Freud designates as the basis of the infinitely varied sublimations manifested in his behavior. I will not debate this hypothesis here, because it seems to me to lie outside 91 of psychology's proper field. I will nevertheless emphasize that it is based on a clinical discovery of essential value, a correlation that constantly manifests itself between the exercise, type, and anomalies of the sexual function, on the one hand, and a large number of psychical forms and symptoms, on the other hand. Let me add here that the mechanisms by which the hypothesis is developed, which are very different from those of associationism, lead to facts that can be observationally verified. In effect, if the libido theory posits, for example, that childhood sexuality goes through an anal stage of organization and grants erotic value to the excretory function and the excremental object alike, this interest can be observed in the child exactly where the theory says it should be. As an energetic concept, on the contrary, libido is merely the symbolic notation for the equivalence between the dynamisms invested by images in behavior. It is the very condition or symbolic identification and the essential entity of the rational order, without which no science could be constituted. With this notation, the efficacy of images, although it cannot yet be tied to a unit of measurement, but is already provided with a positive or negative sign, can be expressed through the equilibrium that the images establish and, in some sense, by balancing a pair of scales. The notion of libido in this usage is no longer metapsychological, it is the instrument of psychology's progress toward positive knowledge. The combination, for example, of the notion of libidinal cathexis with a structure as J4, concretely defined as that of the superego, represents regarding both the ideal definition of moral conscience and the functional abstraction of so-called reactions of opposition and imitation progress that can only be compared to that provided in the physical sciences by the relationship weight divided by volume when it replaced the quantitative categories heavy and light. The elements of tool-positive determination were thus introduced between psychical realities that a relativistic definition has allowed us to objectify. This determination is dynamic or relative to the facts regarding desire. It was possible in this way to establish a scale for the constitution of man's 92 objects of interest, and especially for those, which are prodigiously diverse, that remain an enigma, if psychology in theory posits reality such as knowledge constitutes it, anomalies of emotion and drive, idiosyncrasies of attraction and repulsion, phobias and panic attacks, nostalgias and irrational wills, personal curiosities, selective collecting, inventions of knowledge, and job vocations. On the other hand, a classification of what one might call the imaginary posts that constitute the personality was defined, posts which are distributed and in which the images mentioned above as informing development, the ID, the ego, and the archaic and secondary instances of the superego are composed according to their types. Two questions arise here: how is the reality to which man's knowledge is universally attuned constituted by these images, these objects of interest? And how is the / constituted, in which the subject recognizes himself, by his typical identifications? Freud answers these two questions by again moving onto metapsychological ground. He posits a reality principle whose role in his theory I propose to critique. But before doing so, I must first examine what has been provided by the studies that have been contributing to the new psychological science, alongside Freud's discipline, regarding the reality of the image and forms of knowledge. These will constitute the two parts of my second article. Morenbat and Noirmoutier, August-October 1936. The mirror stage as formative of the / function as revealed in psychoanalytic experience. Delivered on July 17, 194% in Zurich at the 16th International Congress of Psychoanalysis. The conception of the mirror stage I introduced at our last Congress 13 years ago, having since been more or less adopted by the French group, seems worth bringing to your attention once again, especially today, given the light it sheds on the slash function in the experience psychoanalysis provides us of it. It should be noted that this experience sets us at odds with any philosophy directly stemming from the cogito. Some of you may recall the behavioral characteristic I begin with that is explained by a fact of comparative psychology: the human child, at an age when he is for a short while, but for a while nevertheless, outdone by the chimpanzee in instrumental intelligence, can already recognize his own image as such in a mirror. This recognition is indicated by the illuminative mimicry of the aha or loveness, which Kohler considers to express situational apperception, an essential moment in the act of intelligence. Indeed, this act, far from exhausting itself, as in the case of a monkey, in eventually acquired control over the uselessness of the image, immediately gives rise in a child to a series of gestures in which he playfully experiences the relationship between the movements made in the image and the reflected environment, and between this virtual complex and the reality it duplicates, namely, the child's own body, and the persons and even things around him. This event can take place, as we know from Baldwin's work, from the age of 6 months on. Its repetition has often given me pause to reflect upon the striking spectacle of a nursling in front of a mirror who has not yet mastered 7.5. Walking, or even standing, but who, though held tightly by some prop, human or artificial, what, in France, we call a trot-bibi, a sort of walker, overcomes, in a flutter of jubilant activity, the constraints of his prop in order to adopt a slightly leaning forward position and take in an instantaneous view of the image in order to fix it in his mind. In my view, this activity has a specific meaning up to the age of 18 months, and reveals both a libidinal dynamism that has hitherto remained problematic and an ontological structure of the human world that fits in with my reflections on paranoiac knowledge. It suffices to understand the mirror stage in this context as an identification, in the full sense analysis gives to the term, namely, the transformation that takes place in the subject when he assumes an image that is seemingly predestined to have an effect at this phase, as witnessed by the use in analytic theory of antiquity's term, imago. The jubilant assumption of his specular image by the kind of being still trapped in his motor impotence and nursling dependence the little man is at the enfant stage thus seems to me to manifest in an exemplary situation the symbolic matrix in which the slash is precipitated in a primordial form, prior to being objectified in the dialectic of identification with the other, and before language restores to it, in the universal, its function as subject. This form would, moreover, have to be called the ideal IX if we wanted to translate it into a familiar register, in the sense that it will also be the rootstock of secondary identifications, this latter term subsuming the libidinal normalization functions. But the important point is that this form situates the agency known as the ego, prior to its social determination, in a fictional direction that will forever remain irreducible for any single individual, or, rather, that will only asymptotically approach the subject's becoming, no matter how successful the dialectical syntheses by which he must resolve, his discordance with his own reality. For the total form of his body, by which the subject anticipates the Matu 95 ration of his power in a mirage, is given to him only as a gestalt, that is, in an exteriority in which, to be sure, this form is more constitutive than constituted, but in which, above all, it appears to him as the contour of his stature that freezes it, and in a symmetry that reverses it, in opposition to the turbulent movements with which the subject feels he animates it. Through these two aspects of its appearance, this gestalt, whose power pregnance should be considered linked to the species, though its motor style is as yet unrecognizable, symbolizes the /s mental permanence, at the same time as it prefigures its alienating destination. This gestalt is also replete with the correspondences that unite the slash with the statue onto which man projects himself, the phantoms. The mirror stage as formative of the slash function 77. That dominate him, and the automaton with which the world of his own making tends to achieve fruition in an ambiguous relation. Indeed, for imagos whose veiled faces we analysts see emerge in our daily experience and in the penumbra of symbolic effectiveness too, the specular image seems to be the threshold of the visible world, If we take into account the mirrored disposition of the imago of one's own body in hallucinations and dreams, whether it involves one's individual features, or even one's infirmities or object projections, or if we take note of the role of the mirror apparatus in the appearance of doubles, in which psychical realities manifest themselves that are, moreover, heterogeneous. The fact that a gestalt may have formative effects on an organism is attested to by a biological experiment that is so far removed from the idea of psychical causality that it cannot bring itself to formulate itself in such terms. The experiment nevertheless acknowledges that it is a necessary condition for the maturation of the female pigeon's gonad that the pigeon see another member of its species, regardless of its sex. This condition is so utterly sufficient that the same effect may be obtained by merely placing a mirror's reflective field near the individual. Similarly, in the case of the migratory locust, the shift within a family line from the solitary to the gregarious form can be brought about by exposing an individual, at a certain stage of its development, to the exclusively visual action of an image akin to its own, provided the movements of this image sufficiently resemble those characteristic of its species. Such facts fall within a realm of homeomorphic identification that is itself subsumed within the question of the meaning of beauty as formative and erogenous. But mimetic facts, understood as heteromorphic identification, are of just as much interest to us insofar as they raise the question of the signification of space for living organisms, psychological concepts hardly seeming less appropriate for shedding light here than the ridiculous attempts made to reduce these facts to the supposedly supreme law of adaptation. We need but recall how Roger Cale Lewis, still young and fresh from his break with the sociological school at which he trained, illuminated the subject when, with the term legendary psychasthenia, he subsumed morphological mimicry within the derolizing effect of an obsession with space. As I myself have shown, human knowledge is more independent than animal knowledge from the force field of desire because of the social dialectic that structures human knowledge as paranoiac. 3. But what limits it is the scant reality surrealistic unsatisfaction denounces therein. These reflections lead me to recognize in the spatial capture manifested by the mirror stage, the effect in man, even prior to this social dialectic, of an organic inadequacy of his natural reality, assuming we can give some meaning to the word nature. Ys. The function of the mirror stage thus turns out, in my view, to be a particular case of the function of imagos, which is to establish a relationship between an organism and its reality, or, as they say, between the ineenwelt and the umwelt. In man, however, this relationship to nature is altered by a certain dehiscence at the very heart of the organism, a primordial discord betrayed by the signs of malaise and motor uncoordination of the neonatal months. The objective notions of the anatomical incompleteness of the pyramidal tracts and of certain humoral residues of the maternal organism in the newborn confirm my view that we find in man a veritable specific prematurity of birth. 97. Let us note in passing that this fact is recognized as such by embryologists, under the heading fetalization, as determining the superiority of the so-called higher centers of the central nervous system, and especially of the cerebral cortex, which psychosurgical operations will lead us to regard as the intra-organic mirror. This development is experienced as a temporal dialectic that decisively projects the individual's formation into history. The mirror stage is a drama whose internal pressure pushes precipitously from insufficiency to anticipation and, for the subject caught up in the lure of spatial identification, turns out fantasies that proceed from a fragmented image of the body to what I will call an orthopedic form of its totality, and to the finally donned armor of an alienating identity that will mark his entire mental development with its rigid structure. Thus, the shattering of the ineenwelt to umwelt circle gives rise to an inexhaustible squaring of the ego's audits. This fragmented body, another expression I have gotten accepted into the French school system of theoretical references, is regularly manifested in dreams when the movement of an analysis reaches a certain level of aggressive disintegration of the individual. It then appears in the form of disconnect limbs or of organs exoscopically represented, growing wings and taking up arms for internal persecutions that the visionary Hieronymus Bosch fixed for all time in painting, in their ascent in the 15th century to the imaginary zenith of modern man. But this form turns out to be tangible even at the organic level, in the lines of fragilization that define the hysteric's phantasmatic anatomy, which is manifested in schizoid and spasmodic symptoms. Correlatively, the slash formation is symbolized in dreams by a fortified camp, or even a stadium distributing, between the arena within its walls and its outer border of gravel pits and marshes, two opposed fields of battle where the subject bogs down in his quest for the proud, remote inner castle whose form, sometimes juxtaposed in the same scenario, strikingly symbolizes the id. Similarly, though here in the mental sphere, we find fortified structures constructed, the 79 metaphors for which arise spontaneously, as if deriving from the subject's very symptoms, to designate the mechanisms of obsessive neurosis, inversion, isolation, reduplication, undoing what has been done, and displacement. But were I to build on these subjective data alone, were I to so much as free them from the experiential condition that makes me view them as based on a language technique, my theoretical efforts would remain exposed to the charge of lapsing into the unthinkable, that of an absolute subject. This is why I have sought, in the present hypothesis grounded in a confluence of objective data, a method of symbolic reduction as my guiding grid. It establishes a genetic order in ego defenses, in accordance with the wish formulated by Anna Freud in the first part of her major book, and situates, as against a frequently expressed prejudice, hysterical repression and its returns at a more archaic stage than obsessive inversion and its isolating processes, situating the latter as prior to the paranoiac alienation that dates back to the time at which the specular slash turns into the social slash. This moment at which the mirror stage comes to an end inaugurates, through identification with the imago of one semblable and the drama of primordial jealousy, so well brought out by the Charlotte Tiller School in cases of transitivism in children, the dialectic that will henceforth link the slash to socially elaborated situations. It is this moment that decisively tips the whole of human knowledge savoir into being mediated by the other's desire, constitutes its objects in an abstract equivalence due to competition from other people, and turns the slash into an apparatus to which every instinctual pressure constitutes a danger, even if its COR responds to a natural maturation process. The very normalization of this maturation is henceforth dependent in man on cultural intervention, as is exemplified by the fact that sexual object choice is dependent upon the Oedipus complex. In light of my conception, the term primary narcissism, by which analytic doctrine designates the libidinal investment characteristic of this moment, reveals in those who invented it a profound awareness of semantic latencies. But it also sheds light on the dynamic opposition between this libido and sexual libido, an opposition they tried to define when they invoked destructive and even death instincts in order to explain the obvious relationship between narcissistic libido and the alienating slash function, and the aggressiveness deriving therefrom in all relations with others, even in relations involving aid of the most good Samaritan variety. The fact is that they encountered that existential negativity whose reality is so vigorously proclaimed by the contemporary philosophy of being and nothingness. 80. Unfortunately, this philosophy grasps that negativity only within the limits of a self-sufficiency of consciousness, which, being one of its premises, ties the illusion of autonomy in which it puts its faith to the ego's constitutive misrecognitions. While it draws considerably on borrowings from psychoanalytic experience, this intellectual exercise culminates in the pretense of grounding an existential psychoanalysis. At the end of a society's historical enterprise to no longer recognize that it has any but a utilitarian function, and given the individual's anxiety faced with the concentration camp form of the social link whose appearance seems to crown this effort, existentialism can be judged on the basis of the justifications it provides for the subjective impasses that do, indeed, result therefrom, a freedom that is never so authentically affirmed as when it is within the walls of a prison, a demand for commitment that expresses the inability of pure consciousness to overcome any situation, of voyeuristic sadistic idealization of sexual relationships, a personality that achieves self-realization only in suicide, and a consciousness of the other that can only be satisfied by Hegelian murder. These notions are opposed by the whole of analytic experience, insofar as it teaches us not to regard the ego as centered on the perception consciousness system or as organized by the reality principle, the expression of a scientific bias most hostile to the dialectic of knowledge, but, rather, to take as our point of departure the function of misrecognition that characterizes the ego in all the defensive structures so forcefully articulated by Anna Freud. For, while Vernian negation represents the blatant form of that function, its effects remain largely latent as long as they are not illuminated by some reflected light at the level of fate where the ID manifests itself. The inertia characteristic of the slash formations can thus be understood as providing the broadest definition of neurosis, just as the subject's capture by his situation gives us the most general formulation of madness, the kind found within the asylum walls as well as the kind that deafens the world with its sound and fury. The sufferings of neurosis and psychosis provide us schooling in the positions of the soul, just as the balance arm of the psychoanalytic scales when we calculate the angle of its threat to entire communities provides us with IOO and amortization rate for the passions of the city. At this intersection of nature and culture, so obstinately scrutinized by the anthropology of our times, psychoanalysis alone recognizes the knot of imaginary servitude that love must always untie anew or sever. For such a task we can find no promise in altruistic feeling, we who lay bare the mirror stage as formative of the slash function 81. The aggressiveness that underlies the activities of the philanthropist, the idealist, the pedagogue, and even the reformer. In the subject-to-subject recourse we preserve, psychoanalysis can accompany the patient to the ecstatic limit of the thou art that *9 where the cipher of his mortal destiny is revealed to him, but it is not in our sole power as praktiti oners to bring him to the point where the true journey begins. IOI aggressiveness in psychoanalysis. Theoretical paper presented in Brussels in mid-May 1948 at the 11th Congress of French-speaking psychoanalysts. The preceding paper presented to you the use I make of the notion of aggressiveness in clinical work and therapy. That notion must now be put to the test before you to determine whether or not we can wrest a concept from it that may lay claim to scientific usefulness, in other words, a concept that can objectify facts that are of a comparable order in reality, or, more categorically, that can establish a dimension of analytic experience in which these objectified facts may be regarded as variables. All of us here at this gathering share an experience based on a technique and a system of concepts to which we are faithful, as much because the SYSTEM was developed by the man who opened up all of that experience's pathways to us, as because it bears the living mark of its stages of development. In other words, contrary to the dogmatism with which we are taxed, we know that this system remains open as regards both its completion and a number of its articulations. These hiatuses seem to come together in the enigmatic signification Freud expressed with the term death instinct attesting, rather like the figure of the Sphinx, to the aporia this great mind encountered in the most profound attempt to date to formulate one of man's experiences in the biological register. This aporia lies at the heart of the notion of aggressiveness, whose role in the psychical economy we appreciate better every day. That is why the question of the metapsychological nature of the deadly 83 tendencies is constantly being raised by our theoretically inclined colleagues, not without contradiction, and often, it must be admitted, in a rather formalistic way. I would simply like to proffer a few remarks or theses inspired by my years of reflection upon this veritable aporia in psychoanalytic doctrine, and by the sense I have after reading numerous works of our responsibility for the current evolution of laboratory psychology and psychotherapy. I am referring, on the one hand, to so-called behaviorist research that seems to me to owe its best results, insignificant as they sometimes appear compared to the sizable theoretical apparatus with which they are framed, to the often implicit use it makes of categories psychoanalysis has contributed to psychology, and, on the other hand, to the kind of treatment, given to both adults and children, that might be placed under the heading of psychodrama, which looks to abreaction for its therapeutic power, trying to exhaust it at the level of role-playing, and to which classical psychoanalysis has, once again, contributed the actual guiding notions. Thesis I. Aggressiveness manifests itself in an experience that is subjective in its very constitution. It is, in fact, useful to reconsider the phenomenon of psychoanalytic experience. In trying to get at the basics, reflection upon this is often omitted. It can be said that psychoanalytic action develops in and through verbal communication, that is, in a dialectical grasping of meaning. Thus it presupposes a subject who manifests himself verbally in addressing another subject. It cannot be objected to us that this latter subjectivity must be null and void, according to the ideal physics lives up to eliminating it by using recording devices, though it cannot avoid responsibility for human error in reading the results. Only a subject can understand a meaning. Conversely, every meaning phe nomenon implies a subject. In analysis, a subject presents himself as capable of being understood and is, in effect, introspection and supposedly projective intuition are not the a priori vitiations that psychology, taking its first steps along the path of science, believed to be irreducible. This would be to create an impasse out of moments that are abstractly isolated from a dialogue, whereas one should instead trust in its movement. It was to Freud's credit that he assumed the risks involved before overcoming them by means of a rigorous technique. Can his results ground a positive science? Yes, if the experience can be verified by everyone. Now this experience, constituted between two subjects, 1. 8-4. Of whom plays in the dialogue the role of ideal impersonality, a point that will require explanation later, may, once completed its only conditions having to do with the capability of the subject, which is something that may be required in all specialized research, be begun anew by the second subject with the third. This apparently initiatory path is simply transmission by recurrence, which should surprise no one since it stems from the very bipolar structure of all subjectivity. Only the speed at which the experience spreads is affected thereby, and while it may be debated whether the experience is restricted to the region in which a specific culture reigns, although no sound anthropology can raise objections on that score, all the indicators suggest that its results can be relativized sufficiently to become generalizable, thus satisfying the humanitarian postulate inseparable from the spirit of science. Thesis 2. Aggressiveness presents itself in analysis as an aggressive intention and as an image of corporal dislocation, and it is in such forms that it proves to be effective. Analytic experience allows us to experience intentional pressure. We read it in the symbolic meaning of symptoms once the subject sheds the defenses by which he disconnects them from their relations with his everyday life and history, in the implicit finality of his behavior and his refusals, in his bungled actions, in the avowal of his favorite fantasies, and in the rebuses of his dream life. We can almost measure it in the demanding tone that sometimes permeates his whole discourse, in his pauses, hesitations, inflections, and slips of the tongue, in the inaccuracies of his narrative, irregularities in his application of the fundamental rule, late arrivals at sessions, calculated absences, and often in his recriminations, reproaches, phantasmatic fears, angry emotional reactions, and displays designed to intimidate. Actual acts of violence are as rare as might be expected given the predicament that led the patient to the doctor, and its transformation, accepted by the patient, into a convention of dialogue. The specific effect of this aggressive intention is plain to see. We regularly observe it in the formative action of an individual on those who are dependent upon him. Intentional aggressiveness gnaws away, undermines, and disintegrates, it castrates, it leads to death. "And I thought you were impotent," growled a mother with a tiger's cry, to her son, who, not without great difficulty, had confessed to her his homosexual tendencies. One could see that her permanent aggressiveness as a virile woman had taken its toll. It has always 85 been impossible, in such cases, for us to divert the blows of the analytic enterprise itself. This aggressiveness is, of course, exercised within real constraints. But we know from experience that it is no less effective when conveyed by one's mean expressivite. A harsh parent intimidates by his mere presence, and the image of the punisher scarcely needs to be brandished for the child to form such an image. Its effects are more far-reaching than any physical punishment. After the repeated failures encountered by classical psychology in its attempts to account for the mental phenomena known as images, a term whose expressive value is confirmed by all its semantic acceptations, psychoanalysis proved itself capable of accounting for the concrete reality they represent. That was because it began with their formative function in the subject, and revealed that if common images make for certain individual differences in tendencies, they do so as variations of the matrices that other specific images, which in my vocabulary correspond to antiquity's term imago, constitute for the instincts themselves. Among the latter images are some that represent the elective vectors of aggressive intentions, which they provide with an efficacy that might be called magical. These are the images of castration, emasculation, mutilation, dismemberment, dislocation, evisceration, devouring, and bursting open of the body. In short, the imagos that I personally have grouped together under the heading imagos of the fragmented body, a heading that certainly seems to be structural. There is a specific relationship here between man and his own body that is also more generally manifested in a series of social practices, from tattooing, incision, and circumcision rituals in primitive societies to what might be called 105 the Procrustean arbitrariness of fashion, in that it contradicts, in advanced societies, respect for the natural forms of the human body, the idea of which is a latecomer to culture. One need but listen to the stories and games made up by 2 to 5-year-olds, alone or together, to know that pulling off heads and cutting open bell-lies are spontaneous themes of their imagination, which the experience of a busted-up doll merely fulfills. One must leaf through a book of Hieronymus Bosch's work, including views of whole works as well as details, to see an atlas of all the aggressive images that torment mankind. The prevalence that psychoanalysis has discovered among them of images based on a primitive autoscopy of the oral organs and organs derived from the cloaca is what gives rise to the shapes of the demons in Bosch's work. Even the OG of the angustia of birth can be 86. Found in the gates to the abyss through which they thrust the damned, and even narcissistic structure may be glimpsed in the glass spheres in which the exhausted partners of the garden of earthly delights are held captive. These phantasmagorias crop up constantly in dreams, especially when an analysis appears to reflect off the backdrop of the most archaic fixations. I will mention here a dream recounted by one of my patients, whose aggressive drives manifested themselves in obsessive fantasies. In the dream he saw himself in a car, with the woman with whom he was having a rather difficult love affair, being pursued by a flying fish whose balloon-like body was so transparent that one could see the horizontal level of liquid it contained, an image of vesical persecution of great anatomical clarity. These are all basic aspects of a gestalt that is characteristic of aggression in man and that is tied to both the symbolic character and cruel refinement of the weapons he builds, at least at the artisanal stage of his industry. The imaginary function of this gestalt will be clarified in what follows. Let us note here that to attempt a behaviorist reduction of the analytic process to which a concern with rigor, quite unjustified in my view, might impel some of us is to deprive the imaginary function of its most important subjective facts, to which favorite fantasies bear witness in consciousness, and 106 which have enabled us to conceptualize the imago, which plays a formative role in identification. Thesis 3. The mainsprings of aggressiveness determine the rationale for analytic technique. Dialogue in itself seems to involve a renunciation of aggressiveness. From Socrates onward, philosophy has always placed its hope in dialogue to make reason triumph. And yet ever since Thrasymachus made his mad outburst at the beginning of that great dialogue, the Republic, verbal dialectic has all too often proved a failure. I have emphasized that the analyst cures through dialogue, curing cases of madness that are just as serious. What virtue, then, did Freud add to dialogue? The rule proposed to the patient in analysis allows him to advance in an intentionality that is blind to any other purpose than that of freeing him from suffering or ignorance of whose very limits he is unaware. His voice alone will be heard for a period of time whose duration depends on the analyst's discretion. In particular, it will soon become apparent to him, indeed confirmed, that the analyst refrains from responding at the level of giving advice or making plans. This constraint seems to run counter to the desired end and so must be justified by some profound motive. Sj. What, then, lies behind the analyst's attitude, sitting there as he does across from him? The concern to provide the dialogue with a participant who is as devoid as possible of individual characteristics. We efface ourselves, we leave the field in which the interest, sympathy, and reactions a speaker seeks to find on his interlocutor's face might be seen, we avoid all manifestations of our personal tastes, we conceal whatever might betray them, we depersonalize ourselves and strive to represent to the other an ideal of impassibility. We are not simply expressing thereby the apathy we have had to bring about in ourselves to be equal to the task of understanding our subject, nor are we striving to make our interpretative interventions take on the oracular quality they must possess against this backdrop of inertia. We wish to avoid the trap hidden in the appeal, marked by faith's eternal 107 pathos, the patient addresses to us. It harbors a secret within itself. Take upon yourself, he tells us, the suffering that weighs so heavily on my shoulders, but I can see that you are far too content, composed, and comfortable to be worthy of bearing it. What appears here as the arrogant affirmation of one's suffering will show its face and sometimes at a moment decisive enough to give rise to the kind of negative therapeutic reaction that attracted Freud's attention in the form of the resistance of amour propre, to use the term in all the depth given it by La Rochefoucauld, which is often expressed thus: I can't bear the thought of being freed by anyone but myself. Of course, due to a more unfathomable heartfelt exigency, the patient expects us to share in his pain. But we take our cue from his hostile reaction, which already made Freud wary of any temptation to play the prophet. Only saints are sufficiently detached from the deepest of our shared passions to avoid the aggressive repercussions of charity. As for presenting our own virtues and merits as examples, the only person I have ever known to resort to that was some big boss, thoroughly imbued with the idea, as austere as it was innocent, of his own apostolic value. I still recall the fury he unleashed. In any case, such reactions should hardly surprise us analysts, we who expose the aggressive motives behind all so-called philanthropic activity. We must, nevertheless, bring out the subject's aggressiveness toward us, because, as we know, aggressive intentions form the negative transference that is the inaugural knot of the analytic drama. This phenomenon represents the patient's imaginary transference onto us of one of the more or less archaic imagos, which degrades, diverts, or inhibits the cycle of a certain behavior by an effect of symbolic subduction, which has excluded a certain function or body part from the ego's control by an accident. 88. Of repression, and which has given its form to this or that agency of the personality through an act of identification. It can be seen that the most incidental pretext is enough to arouse an aggressive intention that reactualizes the imago which has remained permanent at the level of symbolic overdetermination that we call the subject's unconscious along with its intentional correlate. Such a mechanism often proves to be extremely simple in hysteria. In the case of a girl afflicted with astasia obesia, which for months had resisted the most varied forms of therapeutic suggestion, I was immediately identified with the constellation of the most unpleasant features that the object of a passion formed for her, a passion marked, moreover, by a fairly strong delusional tone. The underlying imago was that of her father, and it was enough for me to remark that she had not had his support, a lack which I knew had dominated her biography in a highly fanciful manner, for her to be cured of her SYMP Tom, without, it might be said, her having understood anything or her morbid passion having in any way been affected. Such knots are, as we know, more difficult to untie in obsessive neurosis, precisely because of the well-known fact that its structure is particularly designed to camouflage, displace, deny, divide, and muffle aggressive intentions. It does so by a defensive decomposition that is so similar in its principles to that illustrated by the stepping and staggering technique that a number of my patients have themselves employed military fortification metaphors to describe themselves. As to the role of aggressive intention in phobia, it is, as it were, manifest. Thus it is not inadvisable to reactivate such an intention in psychoanalysis. What we try to avoid in our technique is to allow the patient's aggressive intention to find support in a current idea about us that is well enough developed for it to become organized in such reactions as opposition, negation, ostentation, and lying that our experience has shown to be characteristic modes of the agency known as the ego in dialogue. I am characterizing this agency here, not by the theoretical construction Freud gives of it in his metapsychology, that is, as the perception consciousness system, but by what he recognized as the ego's most constant phenomenological essence in analytic experience, namely, Verneinung-Negation, urging us to detect its presence in the most general index of an inversion owing to a prior judgment. In short, by ego I designate one the nucleus given to consciousness, though it is opaque to reflection, that is marked by all the ambiguities which, from self-indulgence to bad faith, structure the human subject's lived experience of the passions, to the I that, while exposing its facticity to existential *9. Criticism, opposes its irreducible inertia of pretenses and misrecognition to the concrete problematic of the subject's realization. Far from attacking it head-on, the analytic maieutic takes a detour that amounts, in the end, to inducing in the subject a guided paranoia. Indeed, one aspect of analytic action is to bring about the projection of what Melanie Klein calls bad internal objects, which is a paranoiac mechanism certainly, but in this context it is highly systematized, in some sense filtered, and properly checked. This is the aspect of our praxis that corresponds to the category of space, provided we include in it the imaginary space in which the dimension of SYMP-TOMs develops, which structures them like excluded islets, inert scotomas, or parasitic autonomisms in the person's functioning. Corresponding to the other dimension, the temporal, is anxiety and its impact, whether patent as in the phenomenon of flight or inhibition, or latent as when it only appears with the imago that arouses it. Again, let me repeat, this imago reveals itself only to the extent that our attitude offers the subject the pure mirror of a smooth surface. To understand what I'm saying here, imagine what would happen if a patient saw in his analyst an exact replica of himself. Everyone senses that the patient's excess of aggressive tension would prove such an obstacle to the manifestation of transference that its useful effect could only be brought about very slowly, and this is what happens in certain training analyses. If we imagine it, in the extreme case, experienced in the uncanny form characteristic of the apprehensions of one's double, the situation would trigger uncontrollable anxiety. Thesis 4. Aggressiveness is the tendency correlated with a mode of 110 identification I call narcissistic, which determines the formal structure of man's ego and of the register of entities characteristic of his world. The subjective experience of analysis immediately inscribes its results in concrete psychology. Let me simply indicate here what it contributes to the psychology of the emotions when it demonstrates the meaning common to states as diverse as phantasmatic fear, anger, active sorrow, and psychasthenic fatigue. To shift now from the subjectivity of intention to the notion of a tendency to aggress is to make a leap from the phenomenology of our experience to metapsychology. But this leap manifests nothing more than a requirement of our thought which, in order now to objectify the register of aggressive reactions, and given our inability to separate it according to its quantitative variations, must include 90. It in a formula of equivalence. That is what we do with the notion of libido. The aggressive tendency proves to be fundamental in a certain series of significant personality states, namely, the paranoid and paranoiac psychoses. In my work I have emphasized that there is a correlation due to their strictly parallel seriation between the quality of aggressive reaction to be expected from a particular form of paranoia and the stage of mental genesis represented by the delusion that is symptomatic of that form. The correlation appears even more profound when the aggressive act dissolves the delusional construction. I have shown this in the case of a curable form, self-punishing paranoia. Thus aggressive reactions form a continuous series, from the violent, unmotivated outburst of the act, through the whole range of belligerent forms, to the Cold War of interpretative demonstrations. This series parallels another, that of imputations of harm, the explanations for which, without mentioning the obscure cacan to which the paranoiac attributes his discordance with all living things, run the gamut from poison, borrowed from the register of a highly primitive organicism, to evil spells, magic, influence telepathy, physical intrusion, lesions, diversion of intent, abuse, theft of secrets, dispossession, violation of privacy, profanation, injury, legal action, spying, and intimidation, persecution, defamation and character assassination, prestige and damages and exploitation, claims. I have shown that in each case the series in which we find all the successive envelopes of the person's biological and social status is based on an original organization of ego and object forms that are also structurally affected thereby, even down to the spatial and temporal categories in which the ego and the object are constituted. The latter are experienced as events in a perspective of mirages, as affections with something stereotypical about them that suspends their dialectical movement. Janet, who so admirably demonstrated the signification of feelings of persecution as phenomenological moments of social behaviors, did not explore their common characteristic, which is precisely that they are constituted by stagnation in one of these moments, similar in strangeness to the faces of actors when a film is suddenly stopped in mid-frame. Now, this formal stagnation is akin to the most general structure of human knowledge, which constitutes the ego and objects as having the attributes of permanence, identity, and substance, in short, as entities or things that are very different from the gestalts that experience enables us to isolate in the mobile ity of the field constructed according to the lines of animal desire. Indeed, this formal fixation, which introduces a certain difference of level, a certain discordance between man as organism and his Umwelt, is the very nine-I condition that indefinitely extends his world and his power, by giving his objects their instrumental polyvalence and symbolic polyphony, as well as their potential as weaponry. What I have called paranoiac knowledge is therefore shown to correspond in its more or less archaic forms to certain critical moments that punctuate the history of man's mental genesis, each representing a stage of objectifying identification. We can glimpse its stages in children by simple observation, in which Charlotte Bueller, Elsa Kohler, and, following in their footsteps, the Chicago School have revealed several levels of significant manifestations, though only Anna 112 lytic experience can give them their exact value by making it possible to reintegrate subjective relations in them. The first level shows us that the very young child's experience of itself insofar as it is related to the child's semblable develops on the basis of a situation that is experienced as undifferentiated. Thus, around the age of 8 months, in confrontations between children which, if they are to be fruitful, must be between children whose difference in age is no more than 2.5 months, we see gestures of fictitious actions by which one subject renews the other's imperfect gesture by confusing their distinct application, and synchronies of spectacular capture that are all the more remarkable as they precede the complete coordination of the motor systems they involve. Thus the aggressiveness that is manifested in the retaliations of slaps and blows cannot be regarded solely as a playful manifestation of the exercise of strength and their employment in getting to know the body. It must be understood within a broader realm of coordination, one that will subordinate the functions of tonic postures and vegetative tension to a social relativity, whose prevalence in the expressive constitution of human emotions has been remarkably well emphasized by Wallen. Furthermore, I believed I myself could highlight the fact that, on such exercises, the child anticipates at the mental level the conquest of his own body's functional unity, which is still incomplete at the level of volitional motricity at that point in time. What we have here is a first capture by the image in which the first moment of the dialectic of identifications is sketched out. It is linked to a Gestalt phenomenon, the child's very early perception of the human form, a form which, as we know, holds the child's interest right from the first months of life and, in the case of the human face, right from the 10th day. But what demonstrates the phenomenon of recognition, implying subjectivity, are the signs of triumphant jubilation and the playful self-discovery that characterize the child's encounter with his mirror image starting in the 6th month. This behavior, 9*, contrasts sharply with the indifference shown by the very animals that perceive this image. The chimpanzee, for example once they have tested its vanity as an object, and it is even more noteworthy as it occurs at an age when the child lags behind the chimpanzee in instrumental intelligence, only catching up with the latter at 11 months of age. What I have called the mirror stage is of interest because it manifests the affective dynamism by which the subject primordially identifies with the visual gestalt of his own body. In comparison with the still very profound lack of coordination in his own motor functioning, that gestalt is an ideal unity, a salutary imago. Its value is heightened by all the early distress resulting from the child's intra-organic and relational discordance during the first 6 months of life, when he bears the neurological and humoral signs of a physiological prematurity at birth. It is this capture by the imago of the human form rather than Einfühlung, the absence of which is abundantly clear in early childhood, that dominates the whole dialectic of the child's behavior in the presence of his semblable between 6 months and 2.5 years of age. Throughout this period, one finds emotional reactions and articulated evidence of a normal transitivism. A child who beats another child says that he himself was beaten, a child who sees another child fall, cries. Similarly, it is by identifying with the other that he experiences the whole range of bearing and display reactions whose structural ambivalence is clearly revealed in his behaviors, the slave identifying with the despot, the actor with the spectator, the seduced with the seducer. There is a sort of structural crossroads here to which we must accommodate our thinking if we are to understand the nature of aggressiveness in man and its relation to the formalism of his ego and objects. It is in this erotic relationship, in which the human individual fixates on an image that alienates him from himself, that we find the energy and the form from which the organization of the passions that he will call his ego originates. Indeed, this form crystallizes in the subject's inner conflictual tension, which leads to the awakening of his desire for the object of the other's desire. Here the primordial confluence precipitates into aggressive competition, from which develops the triad of other people, ego, and object. Spangling the space of spectacular communion, this triad is inscribed there according to its own formalism, and it so completely dominates the Affekteinfühlung that a child at that age may not recognize the people he knows best if they appear in completely different surroundings. But if the ego seems to be marked, right from the outset, by this aggressive relativity which minds starved for objectivity might equate with an animal's emotional erections when it is distracted by a desire in the course of its expert. 93. In mental conditioning, how can we escape the conclusion that each great instinctual metamorphosis, punctuating the individual's life, throws its delimitation back into question, composed as it is of the conjunction of the subject's history with the unthinkable innateness of his desire? This is why man's ego is never reducible to his lived identity, except at a limit that even the greatest geniuses have never been able to approach, and why, in the depressive disruptions constituted by reversals experienced due to a sense of inferiority, the ego essentially engenders deadly negations that freeze it in its formalism. What happens to me has nothing to do with what I am. There's nothing about you that is worthwhile. Thus the two moments, when the subject negates himself and when he accuses the other, become indistinguishable, and we see here the paranoiac structure of the ego that finds its analogue in the fundamental negations highlighted by Freud in the three delusions: jealousy, erotomania, and interpretation. It is the very delusion of the misanthropic beautiful soul, casting out onto the world the disorder that constitutes his being. Subjective experience must be fully accredited if we are to recognize the central knot of ambivalent aggressiveness, which at the present stage of our culture is given to us in the dominant form of resentment, including even its most archaic aspects in the child. Thus, Saint Augustine, because he lived at a similar time, without having to suffer from a behaviorist resistance in the sense in which I use the term, foreshadowed psychoanalysis by giving us an exemplary image of such behavior in the following terms: vidi ego et expertus sum percent e lantern parvulum, nondum loquabitur et intabitur pelligis amaro aspectia con lactanium suum. I myself have seen and known an infant to be jealous even though it could not speak. It became pale, and cast bitter looks on its foster brodier. Thus Augustine forever ties the situation of spectacular absorption, the child observed, the emotional reaction, pale, and the reactivation of images of primordial frustration, with an envenomed look, 115, which are the psychical and somatic coordinates of the earliest aggressiveness to the infant, preverbal, stage of early childhood. Only Melanie Klein, studying children on the verge of language, dared to project subjective experience into that earlier period. Observation, nevertheless, enables us to affirm its role there in the simple fact, for example, that a child who does not yet speak reacts differently to punishment than to brutality. Through Klein we have become aware of the function of the imaginary primordial enclosure formed by the imago of the mother's body. Through her we have the mapping, drawn by children's own hands, of the mother's inner empire, and the historical atlas of the internal divisions in which the imagos of the father and siblings, whether real or virtual, and the subject's own 94. Voracious aggression dispute their deleterious hold over her sacred regions. We have also become aware of the persistence in the subject of the shadow of bad internal objects, related to some accidental association, to use a term concerning which we should emphasize the organic meaning analytic experience gives it, as opposed to the abstract meaning it retains from Humean ideology. Hence we can understand by what structural means re-evoking certain imaginary personae and reproducing certain situational inferiorities may disconcert the adult's voluntary functions in the most rigorously predictable way, namely, by their fragmenting impact on the imago involved in the earliest identification. By showing us the primordial nature of the depressive position, the extremely archaic subjectivization of a kakan, Melanie Klein pushes back the limits within which we can see the subjective function of identification at work, and she especially enables us to situate the first superego formation as extremely early. But it is important to delimit the orbit within which the following relations, some of which have yet to be elucidated, are situated in our theoretical work: guilt tension, oral harmfulness, hypochondriacal fixation, not to mention primordial masochism, which I am excluding from my remarks here in order to isolate the notion of an aggressiveness linked to the narcissistic relationship 116 and to the structures of systematic misrecognition and objectification that characterize ego formation. A specific satisfaction, based on the integration of an original organic chaos /disarroy/ corresponds to the urbild of this formation, alienating as it may be due to its function of rendering foreign. This satisfaction must be conceived of in the dimension of a vital dehiscence constitutive of man and makes unthinkable the idea of an environment that is preformed for him. It is a negative libido that enables the Heraclitean notion of discord which the Ephesian held to be prior to harmony to shine once more. Thus, there is no need to look any further to find the source of the energy the ego borrows to put in the service of the reality principle, a question Freud raises regarding repression. This energy indubitably comes from narcissistic passion, provided one conceives of the ego according to the subjective notion I am proposing here as consonant with the register of analytic experience. The theoretical difficulties encountered by Freud seem, in fact, to stem from the mirage of objectification, inherited from classical psychology, constituted by the idea of the perception consciousness system, in which the existence of everything the ego neglects, scotomizes, and misrecognizes in the sensations that make it react $9 to reality, and of everything it doesn't know, exhausts, and ties down in the meanings it receives from language, suddenly seems to be overlooked, a surprising oversight on the part of the man who succeeded in forcing open the borders of the unconscious with the power of his dialectic. Just as the superego's insane oppression lies at the root of the well-founded imperatives of moral conscience, mad passion specific to man, stamping his image on reality is the obscure foundation of the will's rational mediations. The notion of aggressiveness as a tension correlated with narcissistic structure in the subject's becoming allows us to encompass in a very simply formulated function all sorts of accidents and atypicalities in that becoming. I shall indicate here how I conceive of its dialectical link with the function of the Oedipus complex. In its normal form, its function is that of sublimation, which precisely designates an identificatory reshaping of the subject 117, and as Freud wrote when he felt the need for a topographical coordination of psychical dynamisms, a secondary identification by introjection of the imago of the parent of the same sex. The energy for that identification is provided by the first biological surge of genital libido. But it is clear that the structural effect of identification with the rival is not self-evident, except at the level of fable, and can only be conceptualized if the way is paved for it by a primary identification that structures the subject as rivaling with himself. In fact, a note of biological impotence is met with again here, as is the effect of anticipation characteristic of the human psyche's genesis in the fixation of an imaginary ideal, which, as analysis has shown, determines whether or not the instinct conforms to the individual's physiological sex. A point, let it be said in passing, whose anthropological import cannot be too highly stressed. But what interests me here is what I shall refer to as the pacifying function of the ego ideal, the connection between its libidinal normativeness and a cultural normativeness, bound up since the dawn of history with the imago of the father. Here, obviously, lies the import that Freud's work, Totem and Taboo, still has, despite the mythical circularity that vitiates it, insofar as from a mythological event, the killing of the father, it derives the subjective dimension that gives this event its meaning, guilt. Indeed, Freud shows us that the need for a form of participation, which neutralizes the conflict inscribed after killing him in the situation of rivalry among the brothers, is the basis for identification with the paternal totem. Oedipal identification is thus the identification by which the subject transcends the aggressiveness constitutive of the first subjective individuation. I have stressed 9s. Elsewhere that it constitutes a step in the establishment of the distance by which, with feelings akin to respect, a whole effective assumption of one's fellow man is brought about. Only the anti-dialectical mentality of a culture which, dominated as it is by objectifying ends, tends to reduce all subjective activity to the ego's being, can justify von den Steenen's astonishment when confronted by a Borore who said, "I'm an era." All the primitive mind sociologists scurry about trying to fathom this profession of identity, which is no more surprising upon reflection than declaring, "I'm a doctor" or "I'm a citizen of the French Republic," and certainly presents fewer logical difficulties than claiming, "I'm a man," which at most can mean no more than, "I'm like the person who, in recognizing him to be a man, I constitute as someone who can recognize me as a man." In the final analysis, these various formulations can be understood only in reference to the truth of I is an other, less dazzling to the poet's intuition than it is obvious from the psychoanalyst's viewpoint. Who, if not us, will call back into question the objective status of this I, which a historical evolution peculiar to our culture tends to confuse with the subject. The specific impact of this anomaly on every level of language deserves to be displayed, and first and foremost as regards the first person as grammatical subject in our languages languis, the I love that hypostasizes a tendency in a subject who denies it. An impossible mirage in linguistic forms, among which the most ancient are to be found, and in which the subject appears fundamentally in the position of a determinative or instrumental of the action. Let us not pursue here the critique of all the abuses of the cogito ergo sum, recalling instead that, in analytic experience, the ego represents the center of all resistances to the treatment of symptoms. It was inevitable that analysis, after emphasizing the reintegration of tendencies excluded by the ego, those tendencies underlying the symptoms it tackled at first, most of which were related to failed Oedipal identification, should eventually discover the moral dimension of the problem. Parallel to that, what came to the fore were, on the one hand, the role played by the aggressive tendencies in the structure of symptoms and personality, and, on the other, all sorts of uplifting conceptions of the liberated libido, one of the first of which can be attributed to French psychoanalysts under the heading of ablativity. It is, in fact, clear that genital libido operates by blindly going beyond the individual for the sake of the species, and that its sublimating effects in the Oedipal crisis are at the root of the whole process of man's cultural subordination. Nevertheless, one cannot overemphasize the irreducible character of Narcissus. 97. Cystic structure and the ambiguity of a notion that tends to misrecognize the constancy of aggressive tension in all moral life that involves subjection to this structure, for no amount of ablativity could free altruism from it. This is why La Rochefoucauld could formulate his maxim, in which his rigor concurs with the fundamental theme of his thought, on the incompatibility between marriage and delight. We would be allowing the cutting edge of analytic experience to become dull if we deluded ourselves, if not our patients, into believing in some sort of pre-established harmony that would free social conformity made possible by the reduction of symptoms of its tendency to induce aggressiveness in the subject. Theoreticians in the Middle Ages showed a rather different kind of penetration when they debated whether love could be understood in terms of a physical theory or an ecstatic theory, both of which involved the reabsorption of man's ego, the one by its reintegration into a universal good, the other by the subject's effusion toward an object devoid of alterity. In all of an individual's genetic phases and at every degree of a person's human accomplishment, we find this narcissistic moment in the subject in a before in which he must come to terms with a libidinal frustration and in an after in which he transcends himself in a normative sublimation. This conception allows us to understand the aggressiveness involved in the effects of all the subject's regressions, aborted undertakings, and refusals of typical development, especially at the level of sexual realization and more precisely within each of the great phases that the libidinal metamorphoses bring about in human life, whose major function analysis has demonstrated: weaning, the Oedipal stage, puberty, maturity, and motherhood, not to mention the involutional climacteric. I have often said that the emphasis initially placed in psychoanalytic doctrine on the Oedipal conflict's aggressive retort ions in the subject corresponded to the fact that the effects of the complex were first glimpsed in failed attempts to resolve it. There is no need to emphasize that a coherent theory of the narcissistic phase clarifies the ambivalence peculiar to the partial drives of scotophilia, 120 sadomasochism, and homosexuality, as well as the stereotypical, ceremonial formalism of the aggressiveness that is manifested in them. I am talking here about the often barely realized apprehension of other people in the practice of certain of these perversions, their subjective value actually being very different from that ascribed to them in the otherwise very striking existential reconstructions Sartre provided. I should also like to mention in passing that the decisive function I ascribe to the imago of one's own body in the determination of the narcissistic phase 98 enables us to understand the clinical relation between congenital anomalies of functional lateralization, left-handedness, and all forms of inversion of sex UAL and cultural normalization. This reminds us of the role attributed to gymnastics in the beautiful and good ideal of education among the ancient Greeks and leads us to the social thesis with which I will conclude. Thesis V. This notion of aggressiveness as one of the intentional coordinates of the human ego, especially as regards the category of space, allows us to conceive of its role in modern neurosis and in the malaise in civilization. Here I want to merely sketch out a perspective regarding the verdicts analytic experience allows us to come to in the present social order. The preeminence of aggressiveness in our civilization would already be sufficiently demonstrated by the fact that it is usually confused in everyday morality with the virtue of strength. Quite rightly understood as indicative of ego development, aggressiveness is regarded as indispensable in social practice and is so widely accepted in our mores that, in order to appreciate its cultural peculiarity, one must become imbued with the meaning and efficient virtues of a practice like that of Yang in the public and private morality of the Chinese. Were it not superfluous, the prestige of the idea of the struggle for life would be sufficiently attested to by the success of a theory that was able to make us endorse a notion of selection based solely on the animal's conquest of space 121 as a valid explanation for the developments of life. Indeed, Darwin's success seems to derive from the fact that he projected the predations of Victorian society and the economic euphoria that sanctioned for that society the social devastation it initiated on a planetary scale, and that he justified its predations with the image of a laissez-faire system in which the strongest predators compete for their natural prey. Before Darwin, however, Hegel had provided the definitive theory of the specific function of aggressiveness in human ontology, seeming to prophesy the iron law of our own time. From the conflict between master and slave, he deduced the entire subjective and objective progress of our history, revealing in its crises the syntheses represented by the highest forms of the status of the person in the West, from the Stoic to the Christian, and even to the future citizen of the universal state. Here the natural individual is regarded as nil, since the human subject is nothing, in effect, before the absolute master that death is for him. The satisfaction of human desire is possible only when mediated by the other's desire and labor. While it is the recognition of man by man that is at stake in the conflict between master and slave, this recognition is based on a radical negation. 99. Of natural values, whether expressed in the master's sterile tyranny or in work's productive tyranny. The support this profound doctrine lent to the slave's constructive Spartacism, recreated by the barbarity of the Darwinian century, is well known. The relativization of our sociology by the scientific collection of the cultural forms we are destroying in the world and the analyses, bearing truly psychoanalytic marks, in which Plato's wisdom shows us the dialectic common to the passions of the soul and of the city, can enlighten us as to the raison for this barbarity. Namely, to employ the jargon that corresponds to our approaches to man's subjective needs, the increasing absence of all the saturations of the superego and ego ideal that occur in all kinds of organic forms in traditional societies, forms that extend from the rituals of everyday intimacy to the periodical festivals in which the community manifests itself. We no longer know them except in their most obviously degraded guises. Furthermore, in abolishing the cosmic polarity of the male and female principles, our society is experiencing the full psychological impact of the modern PHE 122 nomenon known as the battle of the sexes. Ours is an immense community, midway between a democratic anarchy of the passions and their hopeless leveling out by the great winged hornet of narcissistic tyranny. It is clear that the promotion of the ego in our existence is leading, in conformity with the utilitarian conception of man that reinforces it, to an ever greater realization of man as an individual, in other words, in an isolation of the soul that is ever more akin to its original dereliction. Correlatively, it seems for reasons whose historical contingency is based on a necessity that certain of my considerations make it possible to perceive, we are engaged in a technological enterprise on the scale of the entire species. The question is whether the conflict between master and slave will find its solution in the service of the machine, for which a psychotechnics, that is already yielding a rich harvest of ever more precise applications, will strive to provide race car drivers and guards for regulating power stations. The notion of the role of spatial symmetry in man's narcissistic structure is essential in laying the groundwork for a psychological analysis of space, whose place I can merely indicate here. Animal psychology has shown us that the individual's relation to a particular spatial field is socially mapped in certain species, in a way that raises it to the category of subjective membership. I would say that it is the subjective possibility of the mirror projection of such a field into the other's field that gives human space its originally geometrical structure, a structure I would willingly characterize as kaleidoscopic. Such, at least, is the space in which the imagery of the ego develops, and which intersects the objective space of reality. But does it provide us a secure 100 basis? Already in the Lebensraum, living space, in which human competition grows ever keener, an observer of our species from outer space would conclude we possess needs to escape with very odd results. But doesn't conceptual extension, to which we believed we had reduced reality real, later seem to refuse to lend its support to the physicist's thinking? Having extended our grasp to the farthest reaches of matter, won't this realized space which makes the great imaginary spaces in which the free games of the ancient sages roamed seem illusory to us thus vanish in turn in a roar of the universal ground? Whatever the case may be, we know how our adaptation to these exigencies proceeds, and that war is increasingly proving to be the inevitable and necessary midwife of all our organizational progress. The adaptation of adversaries, opposed in their social systems, certainly seems to be progressing toward a confluence of forms, but one may well wonder whether it is motivated by agreement as to their necessity, or by the kind of identification Dante, in the Inferno, depicts in the image of a deadly kiss. Moreover, it doesn't seem that the human individual, as the material for such a struggle, is absolutely flawless. And the detection of bad internal objects, responsible for reactions, that may prove extremely costly in terms of equipment, of inhibition and headlong flight which we have recently learned to use in the selection of shock, fighter, parachute, and commando troops proves that war, after having taught us a great deal about the genesis of the neuroses, is perhaps proving too demanding in its need for ever more neutral subjects to serve an aggression in which feeling is undesirable. Nevertheless, we have a few psychological truths to contribute here too, namely, the extent to which the ego's supposed instinct of self-preservation willingly gives way before the temptation to dominate space, and above all the extent to which the fear of death, the absolute master presumed to exist in consciousness by a whole philosophical tradition from Hegel onward, is psychologically subordinate to the narcissistic fear of harm to one's own body. I do not think it was futile to have highlighted the relation between the spatile dimension and a subjective tension, which in the malaise of civilization intersects with the tension of anxiety, approached so humanely by Freud, and which develops in the temporal dimension. I would willingly shed light on the latter, too, using the contemporary significations of two philosophies that would seem to correspond to the philosophies I just mentioned, that of Bergson, owing to its naturalistic inadequacy, and that of Kierkegaard owing to its dialectical signification. Only at the intersection of these two tensions should one envisage the assumption by man of his original fracturing, by which it might be said that at 101. every instant he constitutes his world by committing suicide, and the psychological experience of which Freud had the audacity to formulate as the death instinct, however paradoxical its expression in biological terms may be. In the emancipated man of modern society, this fracturing reveals that his formidable crack goes right to the very depths of his being. It is a self-punishing neurosis, with hysterical/hypochondriacal symptoms of its functional inhibitions, psychasthenic forms of its sterilizations of other people and of the world, and its social consequences of failure and crime. It is this touching victim, this innocent escapee who has thrown off the shackles that condemn modern man to the most formidable social hell, whom we take in when he comes to us. It is this being of nothingness for whom, in our daily task, we clear anew the path to his meaning in a discrete fraternity, a fraternity to which we never measure up. A theoretical introduction to the functions of psychoanalysis in criminology. Presentation given at the 13th Conference of French-Speaking Psychoanalysts, May 29, 1950. Written in collaboration with Michel Sénac. I on the motor force of truth in the human sciences. While theory in the physical sciences has never really escaped from the requirement of internal coherence that is the very motor force of knowledge, the human sciences, being embodied as behaviors in the very reality of their object, cannot elude the question of the meaning of these behaviors or ensure that the answer to this question need not be in terms of truth. The fact that human reality implies a process of revelation leads certain people to think of history as a dialectic inscribed in matter. It is a truth that no behaviorist * ritual engaged in by the subject to protect his object can cut rid of its creative and deadly tip, and it makes scientists themselves, who are devoted to pure knowledge, primarily responsible. No one knows this better than psychoanalysts who, in their understanding of what their subjects confide to them, as in their handling of the behaviors that are conditioned by analytic technique, work on the basis of a form of revelation whose truth conditions its efficacy. Now isn't the search for truth what constitutes the object of criminology in the judicial realm, and also what unifies its two facets, the truth of the crime, which is the facet that concerns the police, and the truth of the criminal, the anthropological facet? The question we will address today is, what can the technique that guides the analyst's dialogue with the subject and the psychological notions that Anna 103 lytic experience has defined contribute to the search for truth? We are less interested in indicating analysis' contribution to the study of delinquency, which was discussed in the other presentations here, than in laying out its legitimate limits, and are certainly not interested in propagating the letter of analytic doctrine without concern for method, but rather in rethinking it, as we are advised to constantly do, in relation to a new object. 77 On the sociological reality of crime and law and on the relation of psychoanalysis to their dialectical foundation. Neither crime nor criminals are objects that can be conceptualized apart from their sociological context. The statement that the law makes the sin remains true outside the eschatological perspective of grace in which St. Paul formulated it. It is scientifically verified by the observation that there is no society that does not include positive law, whether traditional or written, common law or civil law. Nor is there any society in which we do not find all the degrees of transgression of the law that define crime. Supposed unconscious, forced, intuitive obedience by primitive man to the group's rules is an ethnological conception deriving from an imaginary insistence that has cast a shadow on many other conceptions of origins, but it is just as mythical as they are. Every society, lastly, manifests the relationship between crime and law by punishments whose infliction, regardless of the forms it takes, requires subjective assent. Whether the criminal himself actually inflicts the punishment that the law requires as the price to be paid for his crime, as in the case of incest between matrilineal cousins on the Trobriand Islands, whose outcome Malinowski recounts in his book, Crime and Custom in Savage Society, which is essential on this subject, and regardless of the various psychological motives for this act or even the vindictive oscillations that the curses of he who commits suicide can engender in the group, or whether the sanction stipulated by a code of criminal law includes a procedure involving widely varied social systems, subjective assent is necessary to the very signification of the punishment. The beliefs by which this punishment is explained in the individual, and the institutions by which the punishment is inflicted in the group, allow us to define in any given society what we call responsibility in our own society. But the responsible entity is not always equivalent. Let us say that if, originally, it is the society as a whole, a society is always self-contained in theory, as ethnologists have emphasized, that is considered to be destabilized by the action of one of its members and that must be set right, this member is held 104. Individually responsible to so small an extent that the law often requires satisfaction at the expense either of one of his partisans or of the whole of an in-group * that he is part of. It sometimes even happens that a society considers itself to be so impaired in its structure that it takes steps to exclude its ills in the form of a scapegoat, or even to regenerate itself by resorting to something external. We see here a collective or mystical responsibility, of which our own mores contain traces, assuming this form of responsibility is not staging a return for opposite reasons. But even in cases in which the punishment strikes only the individual perpetrator of a crime, he is not in all cases held responsible with respect to the same function or, as it were, the same image of himself. This is evident when we reflect upon the difference between a person who has to answer for his acts before a judge who represents the Holy Office and a person who does so before a judge who presides over the people's court. It is here that psychoanalysis, with the agencies that it distinguishes in the modern individual, can shed light on vacillations in the contemporary notion of responsibility and the related advent of an objectification of crime that it can collaborate on. While psychoanalysis cannot, since its experience is limited to the individual, claim to grasp the totality of any sociological object or even the whole set of forces currently operating in our society, the fact remains that it discovered in analytic experience relational tensions that seem to play a basic role in all societies, as if the discontent in civilization went so far as to lay bare the very meeting point of nature and culture. We can extend analysis equations to certain human sciences that can utilize them, especially, as we shall see, to criminology, provided we perform the correct transformation. Let us add that if reliance on the subject's confession, which is one of the keys to criminological truth, and reintegration of the subject into the social 128 community, which is one of the goals of its application, seem to find an especially favorable form in analytic dialogue, it is above all because this dialogue, which can be continued until it reaches the most radical significations, intersects with the universal that is included in language and that, far from being eliminable from anthropology, constitutes its very foundation and goal. For psychoanalysis is merely an extension of anthropology in its technique that explores in the individual the import of the dialectic which scans our society's creations and in which St. Paul's statement finds anew its absolute truth. To he who would ask where our remarks are heading, we would respond, at the risk, willingly accepted, of eliminating the clinician's smugness Sufi IO5. Sans and preventionistic Pharisaism from them, by referring him to one of Plato's dialogues that recount the deeds of the hero of dialectic, especially to the Gorgias, whose subtitle, which invokes rhetoric and is well designed to dissuade our uncultivated contemporaries from studying it, harbors a veritable treatise on the motives of the just and the unjust. In the Gorgias, Socrates refutes infatuation with the master, which is incarnate in a free man of Athens, whose limits are marked by the reality of the slave. This form marks the shift to the free man of wisdom, by admitting the absolute nature of justice, he being trained in it solely by virtue of language in the interlocutor's maieutic. Thus Socrates, by making the master perceive the dialectic, which is bottomless like the Danaid's vessel, of man's passions for power and recognize the law of his own political being in the city's injustice, brings him to bow before the eternal myths that express the meaning of punishment, as a way of making amends for the individual and of setting an example for the group, while he himself, in the name of the same universal, accepts his own destiny and submits in advance to the insanely harsh verdict of the city that makes him a man. It is worth recalling the historical moment at which a tradition was born that conditioned the appearance of all our sciences, and that Freud firmly rooted his work in when he proffered with poignant confidence, "The voice of the intellect is a soft one, but it does not rest till it has gained a hearing." We think we hear in this a muffled echo of Socrates' own voice addressing Callicles, when he opines that philosophy always says the same thing. On crime as expressing the symbolism of the superego as a 129 psychopathological agency, although psychoanalysis unreally irrealize crime, it does not dehumanize the criminal. While we cannot even grasp the concrete reality of crime without relating it to a symbolism whose actual forms combine harmoniously in society, but which is inscribed in the radical structures that language unconsciously transmits, psychoanalytic experience has demonstrated just how extensively, to what formerly unknown limits, this first symbolism reverberates in individuals, in their physiology as well as in their conduct, by studying its pathogenic effects. Thus it was by starting with one of the relational significations that the psychology of intellectual syntheses, in its reconstruction of individual functions, had located at the earliest possible stage, that Freud inaugurated a form of psychology that has bizarrely been called depth psychology, no doubt because of the utterly superficial scope of what it replaced. Psychoanalysis boldly designated these pathogenic effects, whose mean IO6. It was discovering, by the feeling that corresponded to them in lived experience, guilt. Nothing can better demonstrate the importance of the Freudian revolution than the use, technical or everyday, implicit or rigorous, avowed or surreptitious, that has been made, in psychology, of this now truly ubiquitous category, which was thoroughly neglected before. Nothing if not the strange attempt by certain people to reduce guilt to genetic or objective forms, supposedly guaranteed by a kind of behaviorist experimentalism that would have been exhausted long ago had it actually forced itself not to read in human actions the significations that specify them as human. We are also beholden to Freud for having brought the notion of the first situation into psychology so that it could prosper there, in the course of time, not as an abstract confrontation sketching out a relationship, but as a dramatic crisis that is resolved in a structure, this first situation being that of crime in 130 its two most abhorrent forms, incest and parricide, whose shadow engenders all the pathogenesis of the Oedipus complex. We can understand why Freud, the physician, having received in the field of psychology such a significant contribution from the social realm, was tempted to return the favor, and why he wanted to demonstrate the origin of universal law in the primal crime in Totem and Taboo in 1912. Whatever criticism his method in that book might be open to, what was essential was his recognition that man began with law and crime, after Freud the clinician had shown that their signification sustained everything right down to the very form of the individual, not only in his value to the other but in his erection for himself. This is how the concept of the superego came into being, first based on the effects of unconscious censorship explaining previously identified psychopathological structures, soon shedding light on the anomalies of everyday life, and finally being correlated with the simultaneous discovery of an immense morbidity and of its psychogenic roots, character neurosis, failure mechanisms, sexual impotence, and der Gesamtmensch. The modern face of man was thus revealed, and it contrasted strangely with the prophecies of late 19th century thinkers. It seemed pathetic when compared with both the illusions nourished by libertarians and the moralists' war rise inspired by man's emancipation from religious beliefs and the weakening of his traditional ties. To the concupiscence gleaming in old man Karamazov's eyes when he questioned his son, God is dead, thus all is permitted. Modern man, the very one who dreams of the nihilistic suicide of Dostoevsky's hero or forces himself to blow up Nietzsche's inflatable Superman, replies with all his ills and all his deeds, God is dead, nothing is permitted anymore. IOJ. These ills and deeds all bear the signification of self-punishment. Will it thus be necessary to see all criminals as self-punishing? For, according to the legislators' icy humor, no one is supposed to be ignorant of the law, and thus everyone can foresee its repercussions and must be considered to be seeking out its blows. This ironic remark, by obliging us to define what psychoanalysis recognizes as crimes and offenses delites emanating from the superego, should allow us to formulate a critique of the scope of this notion in anthropology. Consider the remarkable first observations with which Franz Alexander and Hugo Staub brought psychoanalysis into criminology. Their content is convincing, whether it concerns the attempted homicide by a neurotic, or the odd thefts by a medical student, who did not stop until he was imprisoned by the Berlin police and who, rather than earn the diploma to which his knowledge and real gifts gave him the right, preferred to exercise them by breaking the law, or even the man obsessed with car trips. Consider anew Marie Bonaparte's analysis of the case of Mrs. Lefebvre. Here the morbid structure of the crime and offenses is obvious, the forced way in which the crimes were carried out, the stereotypy seen in their repetition, the provocative style of the defense and the confession, the incomprehensibility of the motives. All of this confirms coercion by a force that the subject was unable to resist, and the judges in all these cases came to the same conclusion. These behaviors become perfectly clear, however, in light of an Oedipal interpretation. But what makes them morbid is their symbolic character. Their psychopathological structure is not found in the criminal situation that they express, but in their unreal mode of expression. To fully explain this, let us contrast these behaviors with something that is a constant element in the annals of armies and that derives its full import from the very broad and yet narrow range of social elements in our population from which we have, for over a century, recruited defenders of our homeland and even of our social order. We are referring to the propensity found in military units, on the day of glory that places them in contact with the enemy civilian population, to rape one or more women in the presence of a male who is preferably old and has first been rendered powerless. There is nothing to indicate that the individuals who engage in such an act morally differ either before or afterward, as sons or husbands, fathers or citizens from anyone else. This simple act might well be described as a random news item, fate, divers owing to the diverse quantity of credence it is lent depending on its source, and even, strictly speaking, as a divertisement owing to the material that this diversity offers up to propaganda. We say that it is a real crime, even though it is committed in a precisely Oedipal form, and the perpetrators would be justly punished for it if the heroic conditions under which it is considered to have been carried out did not most often place responsibility for it on the group to which the individuals belong. Let us thus concur with Marcel Mauss' clear formulations, which his recent death has brought once again to our attention: the structures of society are symbolic. Individuals, insofar as they are normal, use them in real behaviors; insofar as they are mentally ill psychopath, they express them by symbolic behaviors. But it is obvious that the symbolism thus expressed can only be fragmented. At most, one can assert that this symbolism signals the breaking point the individual occupies in the network of social aggregations. Psychopathological manifestations can reveal the structure of the fault line, but this structure can only be viewed as one element in the exploration of the whole. This is why we must rigorously distinguish psychoanalytic theory from the ever-renewed fallacious attempts to base notions such as modal personality, national character, or collective superego on analytic theory. One can certainly see the appeal that a theory that so palpably reveals human reality has for pioneers in less clearly objective fields. Have we not heard a well-intentioned cleric boast of his plan to apply the data of psychoanalysis to Christian symbolism? To cut short such untoward extrapolations, we need but continually relate anew the theory to experience. This symbolism, which was already recognized in the first order of delinquency that psychoanalysis had isolated as psychopathological, should allow us to indicate, in extension as well as in comprehension, the social signification of Oedipulism, and to critique the scope of the notion of the superego for all of the human sciences. Most, if not all, of the psychopathological effects in which the tensions stemming from Oedipulism are revealed, along with the historical coordinates that imposed these effects on Freud's investigative genius, lead us to believe that these effects express a dehiscence of the family unit at the heart of society. This 133 conception, which is justified by the ever greater reduction of this unit to its conjugal form and by the ever more exclusive formative role it consequently plays in the child's first identifications and early discipline, explains why the family unit's power to captivate the individual has waxed as the family's social power has waned. To illustrate this, let us simply mention the fact that in a matrilineal society such as that of the Zuni or the Hopi Indians, responsibility for the care of an infant from the moment of its birth on falls by law to the father's sister. This inscribes the infant from the outset in a double system of parental relations. 109. That are enriched at each stage of its life by a growing complexity of hierarchized relationships. The problem of comparing the advantages that a supposed matriarchal family organization might have over the classical triangle of Oedipal structure in forming a superego that is bearable to the individual is thus outdated. Experience has clearly shown that this triangle is merely the reduction, produced by an historical evolution, to the natural group of a formation in which the author ity reserved for the father the only remaining trait of its original structure proves in effect to be ever more unstable, nay obsolete. The psychopathological impact of this situation must be related both to the tenuousness of the group relations that it provides the individual with and to the ever greater ambivalence of this structure. This conception is confirmed by the notion of latent delinquency to which Eichhorn was led in applying analytic experience to the youth he was in charge of owing to special jurisdiction. It is well known that Kate Friedlander developed a genetic conception of latent delinquency under the heading of neurotic character, and also that the best informed critics, from August Eichhorn himself to Edward Glover, seem to have been astonished by the theory's inability to distinguish the structure of this character as criminogenic from the structure of neurosis in which tensions remain latent in symptoms. The perspective we are presenting here allows us to see that neurotic character is the reflection in individual behavior of the isolation of the FAM 134 ILI unit, the asocial position of which is always found in such cases, whereas neurosis expresses instead the family unit's structural anomalies. What requires explanation is thus less a criminal acting out by a subject trapped in what Daniel Lagache has quite correctly characterized as imaginary behavior, than the processes by which neurotics partially adapt to reality real. These are, as we know, the autoplastic mutilations that can be recognized at the origin of symptoms. This sociological reference neurotic character agrees, moreover, with Kate Friedlander's account of its genesis, if it is correct to summarize the latter as the repetition, across the subject's biography, of dry frustrations that are seemingly arrested by short-circuiting the Oedipal situation, without ever again being engaged in a structural development. Psychoanalysis, in its understanding of crimes caused by the superego, thus has the effect of unrealizing them. It agrees, in this respect, with the dim recognition that has long forced itself on the best of those responsible for law enforcement. The vacillations that were seen throughout the 19th century in social conscience regarding society's right to punish were thus characteristic. Penal. No. Augists, sure of themselves and even implacable as soon as a utilitarian motivation appeared, so much so that English practice at that time considered misdemeanors, even if they only involved petty theft, that occasioned homicide to be equivalent to the premeditation that defines first-degree murder. See Alamina's La Premeditazione, hesitated when faced with crimes in which instincts surfaced whose nature escaped the utilitarian register within which someone like Bentham developed his ideas. A first response was provided by Lombroso in the early days of criminology. He viewed these instincts as atavistic and took criminals to be survivors of an archaic form of the species that could be biologically isolated. One can say of this response that it betrayed, above all, a far realer or philosophical regression in its author, and that its success can only be explained by the satisfactions that the euphoria of the dominant class then demanded, both for its intellectual comfort and its guilty conscience. 135 The calamities of World War I having invalidated its claims, Lombroso's theory was relegated to the slag heap of history, and simple respect for the conditions proper to every human science, conditions we thought necessary to recall in our introduction, forced itself even on the study of criminals. Healy's The Individual Delinquent is an important landmark in the return to principles, stating as it does, first of all, the principle that this study must be monographic. The concrete results of psychoanalysis constitute another landmark, which is as decisive owing to the doctrinal confirmation that they bring this principle as by the importance of the facts that are brought out. Psychoanalysis simultaneously resolves a dilemma in criminological theory. In unrealizing crime, it does not dehumanize the criminal. Moreover, by means of transference, psychoanalysis grants us access to the imaginary world of the criminal, which can open the door to reality real for him. Let us note here the spontaneous manifestation of transference in the criminal's behavior, in particular the transference that tends to develop with the criminal's judge, proof of which it would be easy to collect. Let us cite, for their sheer beauty, the remarks confided by a certain Frank to the psychiatrist Gilbert, who was charged with the favorable presentation of the defendants at the Nuremberg trials. This pathetic Machiavelli, neurotic enough for fascism's insane regime to entrust him with its great works, felt remorse stir his soul at the dignified appearance of his judges, especially that of the English judge who he said was so elegant. The results obtained with major criminals by Melita Schmidberg, while their publication is thwarted by the same obstacle we encounter regarding all of our cases, would deserve to be followed up in their catamnesis. Be that as it may, the cases that clearly fall under Oedipalism should be entrusted to the analyst without any of the limitations that can hinder his action. How can we not completely put analysis to the test when penology's claims are so poorly justified that the popular mind balks at enforcing them even when faced with real crimes? This is seen in the famous case in America that Grotjahn reported on in his article in Searchlights on Delinquency, where, to the delight of the public, we see the jury acquit the defendants, even though all the charges seem to have overwhelmed them during the probation of first-degree murder, disguised as an accident at sea, of the parents of one of them. Let us complete these considerations by enumerating the theoretical consequences that follow from this in the use of the notion of the superego. The superego must, in our view, be taken as an individual manifestation that is tied to the social conditions of Oedipalism. This is why the criminal tensions included in the family situation become pathogenic only in societies in which the family situation is disintegrating. In this sense, the superego reveals tension, just as illness sometimes sheds light on a physiological function. But analytic experience of the effects of the superego and direct observation of children in light of this experience indicate that the superego appears at so early a stage that it seems to form contemporaneously with the ego, if not before it. Melanie Klein asserts that the categories good and bad are operative in the infant stage of behavior. This view raises a knotty problem, that of retroactively inserting significations into a stage at which language has yet to appear. We know how her method, using, despite all objections, Oedipal tensions in her extremely early interpretations of small children's intentions, simply cut the knot, provoking passionate debates about her theories in the process. The fact remains that the imaginary persistence of good and bad primordial objects in avoidance behaviors, which can bring adults into conflict with their responsibilities, leads us to conceptualize the superego as a psychological agency that has a generic signification in man. There is, Nevertheless, nothing idealist about this notion, it is inscribed in the reality of the physiological misery that is characteristic of the first months of man's life, which one of us has emphasized, and it expresses man's dependence, which is, in effect, generic, on the human milieu. The fact that this dependence may seem to be signifying in individuals at an incredibly early stage of their development is not something psychoanalysts need back away from. If our experience of psychopathology has brought us to the meeting point of nature and culture, we have discovered an obscure agency there, a blind 112. And tyrannical agency, which seems to be the antinomy, at the individual's biological pole, of the ideal of pure duty that Kant posited as a counterweight to the incorruptible order of the star-spangled heavens. Ever ready to emerge from the chaos of social categories to recreate the morbid universe of wrongdoing, to borrow Hesnerd's lovely expression, this agency is nevertheless graspable only in the psychopathological state that is, in the individual. Thus no form of the superego can be inferred from the individual to a given society. And the only form of collective superego that one can conceive of would require a complete molecular disintegration of society. It is true that the enthusiasm with which an entire generation of young people sacrificed itself to the ideals of nothingness allows us to glimpse its possible realization on the horizon of mass social phenomena that would then presuppose that it occur on a universal scale. For on crime in relation to the criminal's reality, if psychoanalysis provides its measure, it also indicates its fundamental social mainspring. Responsibility, that is, punishment, is an essential characteristic of the idea of man that prevails in a given society, a civilization whose ideals are ever more utilitarian, since it is caught up in the accelerated movement of production, can no longer understand anything about the expiatory signification of punishment. While it may consider punishment useful as a warning to others, it tends to assimilate it into its correctional goal. And this goal imperceptibly changes objects. The ideals of humanism dissolve into the utilitarianism of the group. And since the group that lays down the law is, for social reasons, not at all sure that the foundations of its power are just, it relies on a humanitarianism in which are expressed both the revolt of the exploited and the guilty conscience of the exploiters, to whom the notion of punishment has become equally unbearable. An ideological antinomy reflects, here as elsewhere, a social malaise. It is now seeking the solution to that malaise in a scientific approach to the problem, that is, in a psychiatric analysis of the criminal, to which in the final analysis of all the measures for preventing crime and guarding against recidivism what can be called a sanitary conception of penology must be related. This conception assumes that the relations between law and violence and the power of a universal police have been resolved. Indeed, we saw this conception reigning proudly in Nuremberg, and although the sanitary effect of those trials remains doubtful regarding the suppression of the social ills that it claimed to repress, psychiatrists had to be included for reasons of human 113. These reasons more closely resembling respect for the human object than the notion of our fellow man. A parallel evolution in the probation of crime corresponds, in fact, to the evolution in the meaning of punishment. Beginning in religious societies with the ordeal and the test of sworn oath, in which the guilty party is identified by means of belief or offers up his fate to God's judgment, probation demands ever more of the individual's involvement in confession as his juridical personality is progressively specified. This is why the entire humanist evolution of law in Europe, which began with the rediscovery of Roman law at the University of Bologna and extended to the entire appropriation captation of justice by royal jurists and the universalization of the notion of the law of nations droitis gens, is strictly relative, in time and space, to the spread of torture that also began in Bologna as a means in the probation of a crime. This is a fact whose import people apparently still have not gauged. For the contempt for conscience that is manifest in the widespread reappearance of this practice as a means of oppression hides from us what faith in man it presupposes as a means of enforcing justice. If the juridical practice of torture was abandoned precisely when our society began promulgating human rights, which were ideologically founded in the abstraction of man's natural being, it was not because of an improvement in mores, which would be difficult to sustain given the historical perspective we have on 19th century social reality. Rather, it was because this new man, abstracted from his social consistency, was no longer believable in either sense of the term. That is, since he was no longer subject to sinning peccable, one could lend credence neither to his existence as a criminal nor to his 139 confession. From then on, it was necessary to know his motivations, along with his motives for committing the crime, and these motivations and motives had to be comprehensible to everyone. As Tard, one of the best minds among those who tried to solve the crisis in penal philosophy, formulated it, with a sociological rectitude for which he deserves to be remembered, not forgotten as he is, two conditions are required for the subject to be fully responsible: social similarity and personal identity. This opened the door of the praetorium to psychologists, and the fact that they only rarely appear there in person simply proves the social insolvency of their function. From that moment on, the situation of the accused, to borrow Roger Greenier's expression, could no longer be described as anything but the meeting place of irreconcilable truths, as is apparent when listening to the most trivial trials in criminal court at which an expert is called on to testify. There is an U4. Obvious incommensurability between the emotions the prosecution and the defense refer to in their debate, because they are the emotions understood by the jury, on the one hand, and the objective notions that the expert brings, on the other hand, notions that he does not manage to get across, poor dialectician that he is, since he is unable to nail them down in a conclusion of non compos mentis irresponsibilite. This incommensurability can be seen in the minds of the experts themselves, for it interferes with their function in the resentment they manifest regardless of their duty. Consider the case of the expert called before the court to testify who refused to conduct anything but a physical examination of an indicted man who manifestly was mentally healthy. The expert hid behind the code of law, arguing that he did not have to conclude whether the act imputed to the subject by a police investigation had occurred or not, whereas a psychiatric evaluation explicitly informed him that a simple psychiatric exam would demonstrate with certainty that the act in question merely looked like a crime. Since it figured in the subject's obsession as a repetitive gesture, it could not constitute a criminal act of exhibitionism in the enclosed but monitored space where it occurred. Expert witnesses are, however, granted almost discretionary power over the severity of the sentence in France, provided they make use of the extension added by law for their use in Article 64 of the Code 140. But while this sole article cannot help them explain the coercive nature of the force that led to the subject's act, it at least allows them to seek to discover who suffered its coercion. But only psychoanalysts can answer such a question, in that only they have a dialectical experience of the subject. Let us note that one of the first things to which this experience taught them to attribute psychical autonomy, namely, what analysis has progressively theorized as representing the ego as an agency, is also what subjects in the analytic dialogue admit to be part of themselves, or, more precisely, that part of their actions and intentions that they admit to. Freud recognized the form of this admission that is most characteristic of the function it represents, Verneinung, that is, negation. We could trace out here a whole semiology of cultural forms through which subjectivity is communicated. We could begin with the intellectual restriction characteristic of Christian humanism, the codified usage of which the Jesuits, those admirable moralists, have so often been reproached for. We could continue with the Ketman, a sort of exercise for protecting against truth, which Gobineau, in his penetrating account of social life in the Middle East, indicates is widespread. From there we could move on to Yang, a ceremony of refusals that Chinese politeness lays out as steps in the recognition of other. 115. People. This would allow us to see that the most characteristic form of expression of the subject in Western society is the assertion of one's innocence. We could thus posit that sincerity is the first obstacle encountered by the dialectic in the search for true intentions, the first goal of speech apparently being to disguise them. But this is merely the tip of a structure that is found anew at every stage in the genesis of the ego, and it shows that the dialectic provides the unconscious law of even the earliest formations of the system apparel of adaptation, thus confirming Hegel's gnoseology, which formulates the law that generates real ity through the unfolding of thesis, antithesis, and synthesis. It is certainly piquant to see Marxists wrestling to discover imperceptible traces of this unfolding in the progression of the essentially idealist notions that constitute mathematics, and overlooking it precisely where it is most likely to appear, in the only psychology that clearly deals with the concrete, even if its theory does 141 not acknowledge being guided by this unfolding. It is all the more significant to recognize the latter in the succession of crises: weaning, intrusion, Oedipus, puberty, and adolescence, each of which produces a new synthesis of the ego system's apparels in a form that is ever more alienating for the drives that are frustrated therein, and ever less ideal for the drives that are normalized thereby. This form is produced by what is perhaps the most fundamental psychical phenomenon that psychoanalysis has discovered: identification, whose formative power is confirmed even in biology. Each of the periods of so-called drive latency, the corresponding series of which is completed by the one that Fritz Wittels discovered in the adolescent ego, is characterized by the domination of a typical structure of objects of desire. One of us has described the infant's identification with his specular image as the most significant model, as well as the earliest moment, of the fundamentally alienating relationship in which man's being is dialectically constituted. He has also demonstrated that each identification gives rise to an aggressiveness which cannot be adequately explained by drive frustration except in the common-sense manner dear to Franz Alexander, but which expresses the discordance that is produced by the alienation. This phenomenon can be exemplified by the grimacing form of it found in experiments in which animals are exposed to an increasingly ambiguous stimulus, for example, one that gradually changes from an ellipse to a circle when the animals have been conditioned to respond to the two different stimuli in opposite ways. This tension manifests the dialectical negativity inscribed in the very forms in which the life forces are taken up in man, and we can say that Freud showed U6 his genius when, with the term death instinct, he recognized this tension as an ego drive. Indeed, every form of the ego embodies this negativity, and we can say that if Clotho, Lachesis, and Atropos share the wardship of our fate, it is in concert that they spin the thread of our identity. Aggressive tension thus becomes part of the drive, whenever the drive is frustrated because the other's non-correspondence to one's wishes aborts 142 the resolving identification, and this produces a type of object that becomes criminogenic by interrupting the dialectical formation of one's ego. One of us has attempted to show the functional role and the correlation with delusion of this object's structure in two extreme forms of paranoiac homicide, the case of Amy and that of the Papin sisters. The latter provides proof that only the analyst can demonstrate that a criminal is alienated from reality in a case in which popular opinion is deluded into believing that the crime was simply a response to its social context. These are also the object structures that Anna Freud, Kate Friedlander, and John Bowlby found, in their work as analysts, in acts of theft committed by juvenile delinquents, structures that differed depending on whether these acts manifested the symbolism of a gift of excrement or an Oedipal demand, the frustration of nourishing presence or that of phallic masturbation. What these analysts call the educative portion of their work with the subject is guided by the notion that each object structure corresponds to a type of reality that determines his actions. This education is, rather, a living dialectic, in accordance with which the educators, through their non-action, relegate the aggressions characteristic of the ego to becoming bound se her for the subject as he becomes alienated in his relations with the other, so that they can then unbind these aggressions using classical analysis typical techniques. The ingenuity and patience that we admire in the initiatives of a pioneer like Eichhorn certainly do not make us forget that the form of these techniques must always be renewed in order to overcome the resistances that the aggressive group cannot help but deploy against every recognized form of practice. Such a conception of the action of setting straight is diametrically opposed to everything that can be inspired by a psychology that calls itself genetic. The latter merely measures children's digressive aptitudes in response to questions that are posed to them in the purely abstract register of adult mental categories, and it can be overturned by the simple apprehension of the primordial fact that children, right from their very first manifestations of language, use syntax and particles with a level of sophistication that the New York Tolates of intellectual genesis would allow them to reach only at the height of a metaphysician's career. And since genetic psychology claims to reach the child's reality in this idiotic manner, let us say that it is the pedants who should be warned that they will have to realize their mistake when the words, "long live death," proffered by mouths that know not what they say, make the pedants see that the burning dialectic circulates in the flesh along with the blood. This conception also specifies the sort of expert opinion that analysts can give on the reality of a crime in basing themselves on the study of what we can call the ego's negativistic techniques, whether they be suffered by a person who becomes a criminal because of a one-time opportunity or are directed by the hardened criminal, namely, the basal initiation of spatial and temporal perspectives that are necessitated by the intimidating prediction in which the so-called hedonistic theory of penology naively trusts, the progressive subduction of interests in the field of object temptation, the shrinking of the field of consciousness in tandem with the somnambulistic apprehension of the immediate situation in carrying out the criminal act, and the structural coordination of the act with fantasies from which the author is absent, ideal annulment or imaginary creations to which are attached, according to an unconscious spontaneity, the negations, alibis, and simulations by which the alienated reality that characterizes the subject is sustained. We wish to say here that this entire chain does not ordinarily have the arbitrary organization of a deliberate behavior, and that the structural anomalies that analysts can note in it will serve them as so many landmarks on the path to truth. Thus analysts will attach more meaning to the often paradoxical traces by which the author of the crime identifies himself, which signify less errors of imperfect execution of the act than failures of an all too real everyday psychopathology. Anal identifications, which analysis has discovered at the origins of the ego, give meaning to what forensic medicine designates in police jargon by the name of calling card. The often flagrant signature left by the criminal can indicate at what moment of ego identification the repression occurred, thanks to which one can say that the subject cannot answer for his crime, and thanks to which he remains attached to that repression in his negation. A recently published case by Boutonier shows us the mainspring of a criminal's awakening to the realization of what condemned him, which goes as far as the mirror phenomenon itself. To overcome these repressions, should we resort to one of those narcosis procedures so oddly brought into the news by the alarms they set off in the virtuous defenders of the inviolability of consciousness? N8. No one can find his way along this path better than the psychoanalyst first, because, contrary to the confused mythology in the name of which the ignorant expect narcosis to lift the censorship, the psychoanalyst knows the precise meaning of the repressions that define the limits of ego synthesis. Therefore, if he already knows that when the analysis restores the repressed unconscious to consciousness, it is less the content of its revelation than the mainspring of its reconquest that constitutes the efficacy of the treatment, and this is true a fortiori for the unconscious determinations that prop up the very affirmation of the ego. The analyst also knows that reality, whether it concerns the subject's motivation or, as is sometimes the case, his very action, can appear only through the progress of a dialogue that the narcotic twilight can but render inconsistent. Here, as elsewhere, truth is not a preggiven that one can grasp in its inertia, but rather a dialectic in motion. Let us not, then, seek the reality of the crime or of the criminal by means of narcosis. The vaticinations that narcosis provokes, which are disconcerting to the investigator, are dangerous to the subject, for whom they can constitute the fertile moment of a delusion if he has even the slightest hint of a psychotic structure. Narcosis, like torture, has its limits. It cannot make the subject confess to something he does not know. Zacchaeus Quaestiones Medico-Legals informs us that questions were raised about the unity of the personality and the possible breaks in it that illness can bring about already in the 17th century. In response to these questions, psychoanalysis provides the apparatus for examination that still covers a field linking nature and culture, namely, that of personal synthesis, in its twofold relation of formal identification, which begins with the gaps in neurological dissociations, from epileptic fits to organically based amnesias, and of alienating assimilation, which begins with the tensions in group relations. Here the psychoanalyst can indicate to the sociologist the criminogenic Funk 145 characteristic of a society which, requiring an extremely complex and extensive vertical integration of social collaboration for the purpose of production, proposes to the subjects it employs for this purpose individual ideals that tend to boil down to an ever more horizontal plane of assimilation. This formulation designates a process whose dialectical aspect can be summarized by noting that, in a civilization in which the ideal of individualism has been raised to a previously unknown power, individuals find themselves tending toward a state in which they will think, feel, act, and love things exactly at the same times, and in strictly equivalent portions of space, as everyone else. Now, the fundamental notion of an aggressiveness that is correlative to every alienating identification allows us to perceive that, in the phenomena of social 119 assimilation, there must be a limit, based on a certain quantitative scale, at which standardized aggressive tensions are precipitated at points where the mass breaks apart and becomes polarized. We know, moreover, that these phenomena have already, from the vantage point of output alone, attracted the attention of exploiters of labor power who are not all talk and no action, justifying the price paid by the Western Electric Company in Hawthorne, Illinois, for a sustained study of the effects of group relations on the most desirable psychical attitudes in employees. The following are objects of study regarding which analytic theory can offer statisticians the correct coordinates on the basis of which to begin measuring things: a complete separation between the vital group, constituted by the subject and his family, and the functional group in which the vital group's means of subsistence must be found, a fact that we can sufficiently illustrate by saying that it makes Monsieur Ferdinand seem plausible, an anarchy of desire-eliciting images that is all the greater as they seem to gravitate ever more around scopophilic satisfactions that are homogenized in the social mass, and an ever greater involvement of the fundamental passions for power, possession, and prestige in social ideals. Thus even the politician and the philosopher will find something useful here. They will note, in a certain democratic society whose mores are extending their domination around the globe, 1. The appearance of a form of criminality that so riddles the social body now that it is assuming legalized forms in it. 2. The inclusion of the criminal's psychological type into the set of types comprising the record holder, the philanthropist, and the star, and even his reduction to the general type of the wage slave, and 3. Crime's social signification reduced to its use in advertising. These structures in which an extreme social assimilation of the individual is correlated with an aggressive tension whose relative impunity in the state is quite palpable to someone from a different culture, as was, for example, the young Sun Yat-sen, seem to be reversed when, according to a formal process already described by Plato, tyranny succeeds democracy and carries out the cardinal act of addition on individuals, who are reduced to their ordinal numbers, which is soon followed by the other three fundamental operations of arithmetic. This is why, in totalitarian societies, while the leader's objective guilt leads them to be treated as criminal and responsible, the relative effacement of these notions, which is signaled by the sanitary conception of penology, bears fruit for everyone else. The concentration camp is opened and, in determining who will fill it, rebellious intentions are less decisive qualifications than a certain quantitative relationship between the social mass and the banished mass. 120. This relationship will no doubt be calculable in terms of the mechanics developed by so-called group psychology, and will allow us to determine the irrational constant that must correspond to the aggressiveness characteristic of the individual's fundamental alienation. The progress by which man creates himself in his own image is thus revealed in the city's very injustice, which is always incomprehensible to the intellectual who is subjugated by the law of the heart. On the non-existence of criminal instincts, psychoanalysis stops short at the objectification of the ID and proclaims the autonomy of an irreducibly subjective experience. Assuming now that psychoanalysis illuminates, as we have claimed, the psychological objectification of crime and criminals, Doesn't it also have something to say about their innate factors? 147. Let us note first the critique to which it is necessary to submit the confused idea that many decent people endorse, that crime involves an eruption of instincts that breaks down the barrier constituted by the moral forces of intimidation. This is a difficult illusion to dispel, owing to the satisfaction it gives even to the serious-minded by depicting the criminal as well guarded. The tutelary policeman, who is characteristic of our society, here takes on a reassuring ubiquity. But if instinct does, in fact, signify man's indisputable animal nature, it is not at all clear why this animal nature should be less docile when it is embodied in a reasonable being. The form of the adage, homo homini lupus, deceives us as to its meaning, and Baltasar Gracian, in a chapter of his Criticon the Critic, constructs a fable in which he shows what the moralist tradition means when it says that man's ferocity toward his semblable exceeds everything animals are capable of, and that carnivores themselves recoil in horror at the threat man poses to nature as a whole. But this very cruelty implies humanity. It targets a semblable, even in cases in which the cruelty more directly targets a being from another species. Nothing has sounded more deeply than psychoanalysis the equivalence of self and other in lived experience to which we are alerted by love's moving appeal. It is yourself that you are striking, and by the mind's icy deduction, it is in the fight to the death for pure prestige that man wins recognition from man. If, in another sense, one uses instincts to mean atavistic behaviors whose violence might have been necessitated by the law of the primitive jungle, which some physiopathologic lapse supposedly releases, like morbid impulses, from the lower level in which they are bottled up, one can wonder why impulses to 121. Shovel, plant, cook, and even bury the dead have not surfaced since man has been man. Psychoanalysis certainly includes a theory of instincts, a highly elaborate one at that, which is the first verifiable theory of man that has ever been proffered. But psychoanalysis shows us the instincts caught up in a metamorphism in which the formulation of their organ, direction, and object is a G-knot knife with infinitely exchangeable parts. The trieb, drives, that are identified in this theory simply constitute a system of energetic equivalences to which we relate psychical exchanges, not insofar as they become subordinate to some entirely set behavior, whether natural or learned, but insofar as they symbolize, nay dialectically incorporate integrant, the functions of the organs in which these natural exchanges appear, that is, the oral, anal, and genito-urinary orifices. These drives thus appear to us only through highly complex links. We cannot prejudge their original intensity on the basis of their sheer deflection. It is meaningless to speak of an excess of libido. If there is a notion that can be derived from a great number of individuals who do both to their past history and the constitutional impression people receive from contact with them and from their appearance inspire in us the idea of criminal tendencies, it is rather that of a shortage than of an excess of vitality. Their hypogenitality is often clear and their personal climate radiates libidinal coldness. While many subjects seek and find sexual stimulation in their misdemeanors, exhibitions, thefts, bill dodging, and anonymous slander, and even in their crimes of murderous passion, this stimulation, whatever the status of the mechanisms that cause it, whether anxiety, sadism, or its association with a particular situation, cannot be viewed as the effect of an overflowing of instincts. Assuredly, there is a high correlation between many perversions and the subjects who are sent for criminological examinations, but this correlation can only be evaluated psychoanalytically as a function of fixation on an object, developmental stagnation, the impact of ego structure, and neurotic repressions in each individual case. More concrete is the notion with which psychoanalytic experience completes the psychical topography of the individual, that of the ID, which is also much more difficult to grasp than the others. To make the ID the sum total of the subject's innate dispositions is a purely abstract definition devoid of use value. A situational constant, which is fundamental in what psychoanalytic theory calls repetition automatisms, appears to be related to it, after subtracting 122. The effects of the repressed and of ego identifications, and can be relevant to recidivism. Of course, the ID also refers to the fateful choices evident in marriage, profession, and friendship that often appear in a crime as a revelation of the faces of destiny. The subject's tendencies do not fail, moreover, to manifest slippage in relation to their level of satisfaction. The question of the effects that a certain index of criminal satisfaction can have there should be raised. But we are perhaps at the limits of our dialectical action here, and the truth that we are able to recognize in it with the subject cannot be reduced to scientific objectification. On the basis of the confession we hear from the neurotic or pervert of the ineffable jouissance he finds in losing himself in the fascinating image, we can gauge the power of a hedonism that introduces us to the ambiguous relations between reality and pleasure. If, in referring to these two grand principles, we are tracing out the direction of normative development, how can we not but be struck by the importance of phantasmatic functions in the grounds for this progression, and by how captive human life remains to the narcissistic illusion with which it weaves, as we know, life's realist coordinates? And, on the other hand, isn't everything already weighed out next to the cradle in the incommensurable scales of strife and love? Beyond these antinomies, which lead us to the threshold of wisdom, there is no absolute crime, and, despite the police action extended by our civilization to the whole world, there are still religious associations that are bound together by a practice of crime in which their members know how to find anew the superhuman presences that ensure destruction in order to keep the universe in balance. For our part, if we can within the limits that we have endeavored to define as those to which our social ideals reduce the comprehension of crime and which condition its criminological objectification contribute a more rigorous truth, let us not forget that we owe it to a privileged function, the subject-to-subject practice that inscribes our duties in the order of eternal brotherhood. Its rule is also the rule of every action that is permitted to us. Presentation on Psychical Causality. This presentation was given on September 28, 1946, at the psychiatric conference held in Bonneville that was organized by Henry E. Y. on the topic of psychogenesis. A collection of the presentations made at the conference and of the discussion that followed them was published by Desclée de Brouwer in a volume entitled Les problèmes de la psychogénèse de névroses et des psychoses, The Problem of the Psychogenesis of the Neuroses and Psychoses. My presentation served to open the meeting. Critique of an Organicist Theory of Madness, Henry E. Y's Organodynamism. Having been invited by our host, 3 years ago already, to explain my views on psychical causality to you, my task here will be twofold. I have been asked to formulate a radical position concerning this topic, a position that people assume to be mine, and indeed it is. In addition, I must do so in the context of a debate that has reached a degree of development to which I have by no means contributed. I hope to meet your expectations by directly addressing both facets of this task, although no one can demand that I do so thoroughly here. For several years I avoided all opportunities to express my views. The humiliation of our times, faced with the enemies of humankind, dissuaded me from doing so. Like Fontenelle, I gave myself over to the fantasy of having my hand filled with truths all the better to hold on to them. I confess that it is a ridiculous fantasy, marking, as it does, the limitations of a being who is on the verge of bearing witness. Must we view it as a failure on my part to live up to what the course of the world demands of me, when I was asked anew to speak at the very moment when even the least clairvoyant could see that the infatuation with power had, once again, merely served the ruse of reason? I'll let you be the judge of how my research may suffer from this. At least I do not think I am failing to live up to the requirements of truth. 124. In rejoicing at the fact that my research can be defended here in the courteous forms of verbal debate. This is why I will first respectfully bow before the enterprise of thinking and teaching that makes for honor in one's lifetime and is the foundation of one's life work, if I remind my friend Henry E. Y. that, by endorsing the same initial theoretical positions, we entered the ring together on the same side. It is not simply in order to express surprise at the fact that we find ourselves on such opposite sides today. In fact, ever since E.Y. published his fine work, SAD Application de Principes de Jackson à une conception dynamique de la neuropsychiatrie, an attempt to apply Jackson's principles to a dynamic conception of neuropsychiatry, written in collaboration with Julian Roart, in the journal Encephal in 1936. One noted, and my copy attests to this, everything that linked his views, and would link them ever more closely, to a doctrine of mental problems that I consider incomplete and false, a doctrine which, in psychiatry, is known as organicism. Strictly speaking, EY's organodynamism can legitimately be included in this doctrine simply because it cannot relate the genesis of mental problems as such, whether functional or lesional in their nature, global or partial in their manifestations, and as dynamic as they may be in their mainspring, to anything but the play of systems constituted in the material substance, i.e. tendo located within the body's integument. The crucial point, in my view, is that this play, no matter how energetic and integrating one conceives it to be, always rests in the final analysis on molecular interaction of the parties extraparties, material substance type that classical physics is based on, that is, in a way which allows one to express this interaction as a relation between function and variable, this relation constituting its determinism. Organicism is being enriched with conceptions that range from mechanistic to dynamistic and even gestaltist ones. The conception that EY borrows from Jackson certainly lends itself to this enriching, to which his own discussion of it has contributed, showing that EY's conception does not exceed the limits I have just defined. This is what, from my point of view, makes the difference between his position and that of my master, Clairambelt, or of 153 Giraud, negligible, and I should note that the position adopted by the latter two authors has proven to be of the least negligible psychiatric value, and we shall see in what sense further on. In any case, EY cannot repudiate the frame within which I am confining him. Since this frame is based on a Cartesian reference which he has certainly recognized, and whose meaning I would ask him to reconsider, it dignities nothing but recourse to the self evidence of physical reality, which 125 is of importance to him, as it is to all of us, ever since Descartes based it on the notion of material substance /L / energetic functions, to adopt EY's terminology, can be integrated into this just as much as instrumental functions can. 1. For he writes that it is not only possible but necessary to search for the chemical and anatomical conditions of the specific cerebral process that produces mental illness. He also mentions lesions that weaken the energetic processes which are necessary for the deployment of the psychical functions. This is self-evident, in any case, and I am merely laying out in an introductory manner here the border that I intend to place between our views. Having said that, I will first present a critique of EY's organodynamism. I will do so, not in order to say that his conception does not stand up, for our presence here today provides ample proof of the contrary, but in order to demonstrate in the authentic explanation of it that this conception owes as much to the intellectual rigor of its author as to the dialectical quality of your debates, that it does not possess the characteristics of a true idea. It may perhaps surprise some of you that I am disregarding the philosophical taboo that has overhung the notion of truth in scientific epistemology ever since the so-called pragmatist speculative theses were disseminated in it. You will see that the question of truth conditions the phenomenon of madness in 154 its very essence, and that by trying to avoid this question, one castrates this phenomenon of the signification by virtue of which I think I can show you that it is tied to man's very being. As for the critical use that I will make of it in a moment, I will stay close to Descartes by positing the notion of truth in the famous form Spinoza gave it, idea vera debet cum suo ideato convenire. A true idea must, the emphasis falls on the word must, meaning that this is its own necessity, agree with its object. EY's doctrine evinces the exact opposite feature, in that, as it develops, it increasingly contradicts its original, permanent problem. This problem, and it is to EY's keen merit that he sensed its import and took responsibility for it, is the one found in the titles of his most recent publications, the problem of the limits of neurology and psychiatry. This problem would certainly have no more importance here than in any other medical specialty, if it did not concern the originality of the object of our experience, namely, madness. I sincerely praise EY for obstinately maintaining this term, given all the suspicions it can arouse, due to its antiquated stench of the sacred, in those who would like to reduce it in some way to the omnitudo realitatis. Plainly speaking, is there nothing that distinguishes the insane Laliani from other patients apart from the fact that the first are locked up in asylums, whereas 126. The others are hospitalized? Is the originality of our object related to practice, social practice? Or to reason, scientific reason? It was clear that EY could not but distance himself from such reason once he went looking for it in Jackson's conceptions. No matter how remarkable they were for their time, owing to their all-encompassing requirements regarding the organism's relational functions, their principle and goal were to reduce neurological and psychiatric problems to one and the same scale of dissolutions. And, in fact, this is what happened. No matter how subtle the corrective that EY brought to this conception, his students, Hecke, Fallen, and Bonaf, easily proved to him that it does not allow us to essentially distinguish aphasia from dementia, functional pain from hypochondria, hallucinosis from hallucinations, or even certain forms of agnosia from certain delusions. I myself would ask EY to explain, for example, the famous patient discussed 155 by Gelb and Goldstein, whose study has been examined from other angles by Benary and by Hockheimer. This patient, afflicted with an occipital lesion that destroyed both calcarine sulci, presented, 1. Psychical blindness accompanied by selective problems with all categorial symbolism, such as abolishment of pointing behavior, in contrast with the preservation of grasping behavior. 2. Extreme agnostic troubles that must be conceived of as an asymbolia of the entire perceptual field, and 3. A deficit in the apprehension of significance as such, manifested in a. An inability to understand analogies directly at the intellectual level, whereas he was able to refine them in verbal symmetry, b. An odd blindness to the intuition of number, as Hockheimer puts it, which did not stop him, however, from performing mechanical operations on numbers, and c. An absorption in his present circumstances, which rendered him incapable of entertaining anything fictional, and thus of any abstract reasoning, a fortiori barring all access to speculation. This is truly an extreme, across-the-board dissolution, which, let it be noted in passing, goes right to the very core of the patient's sexual behavior, where the immediacy of the sexual project is reflected in the brevity of the act, and even in the fact that its interruption is met by him with indifference. Don't we see here a negative dissolution problem that is simultaneously global and apical, whereas the gap between the patient's organic condition and his clinical picture is seen clearly enough in the contrast between the localization of the lesion in the zone of visual projection and the extension of the symptom to the entire sphere of symbolism? Would EY tell me that what distinguishes this patient with an obviously neurological problem from a psychotic is the fact that the remaining personality fails to react to the negative problem? I would answer that this is not at all the case. For this patient, beyond the routine professional activity that he 12J has kept up, expresses, for instance, nostalgia for the religious and political speculations that he cannot engage in anymore. In medical tests, he manages to reach certain objectives, which he no longer understands, in a roundabout manner by mechanically though deliberately getting a handle on them via behaviors that have remained possible for him. Even more striking than the way he manages to limit his agnosia of somatic functions, in order to recover some pointing activity, is the way he feels around in his stock of language in order to overcome some of his agnostic deficits. Still more moving is his collaboration with his physician in the analysis of his problems, as when he comes up with certain words, for example, Anhaltspunkt, handles, with which to name certain of his artifices. Here then is what I would ask EY, how can he distinguish this patient from a madman? If he cannot give me an answer in his system, it will be up to me to give him one in my own. And if he answers with noetic problems of functional dissolutions, I will ask him how the latter differ from what he calls global dissolutions. In fact, in EY's theory it is clearly the personality's reaction that is specific to psychosis, regardless of his reservations about it. This is where his theory reveals both its contradiction and its weakness, because as he ever more systematically misunderstands all forms of psychogenesis, so much so that he admits that he can no longer even understand what psychogenesis means to, we see him increasingly weigh down his exposes with ever more complicated structural descriptions of psychical activity, in which the same internal contradiction appears anew in a still more paralyzing form. As I will show by quoting him. In order to criticize psychogenesis, we see EY reduce it to the forms of an idea that can be refuted all the more easily because one addresses only those forms provided by the idea's adversaries. Let me enumerate these forms with him: emotional shock, conceived of in terms of its physiological effects; reactional factors, viewed from a constitutionalist perspective; unconscious traumatic effects, insofar as they are abandoned, according to him, by even those who support the idea; and, lastly, pathogenic suggestion, insofar as the staunchest organicists and neurologists, no need to mention their names here, leave themselves this escape hatch and admit as exceptional evidence a psychogenesis that they thoroughly reject from the rest of pathology. I have omitted only one term from the series, the theory of regression in the unconscious, which is included among the most serious forms of the idea of psychogenesis, no doubt because it can, at least apparently, be reduced to an attack on the ego which, once again, is indistinguishable, in the final analysis, from the notion of functional dissolution. I have cited this phrase, which 128 is repeated in 100 different ways in EY's work, because it will help me point out the radical flaw in his conception of psychopathology. The forms I have just enumerated sum up, EY tells us, the facts that are invoked, his words exactly, to demonstrate the existence of psychogenesis. It is just as easy for EY to remark that these facts demonstrate anything but that as it is for me to note that adopting such a facile position allows him to avoid running any risks. Why is it that, in inquiring into the doctrinal tendencies to which, in the absence of facts, we would have to attribute a notion of psychogenesis that is hardly compatible with the psychopathological facts, he immediately thinks he has to show they derive from Descartes, by attributing to the latter an absolute dualism between the organic realm and the psychical realm? I myself have always thought, and, in the talks we had in our younger days, EY seemed to realize this too, that Descartes' dualism is, rather, that of extension I attendo and thought. One is surprised, on the contrary, that EY seeks no support from an author for whom thought can err only insofar as confused ideas, which are determined by the body's passions, have found admittance into it. Perhaps, indeed, it is better for EY not to base anything on such an ally, in whom I seem to have such confidence. But, for God's sake, after having trotted out for us Cartesian psychogeneticists of the caliber of Babinski, André Thomas, and Lermite, he should at least avoid identifying the fundamental Cartesian intuition with a psychophysiological parallelism that is worthier of Taine than of Spinoza. Such a straying from the sources might make us think that Jackson's influence is still more pernicious than it at first seemed. Having vilified the dualism he imputes to Descartes, EY introduces us directly through a theory of psychical life that is incompatible with the idea that there can be a psychogenesis of mental problems to his own dualism, which finds complete expression in this final sentence, the tone of which is quite singularly passionate: mental illnesses are insults and obstacles to free dom, they are not caused by free, that is, purely psychogenic, activity. EY's dualism seems all the more serious to me in that it points to an unten 158 able equivocation in his thinking. Indeed, I suspect that his entire analysis of psychical activity hinges on a play on words, that between his free play and his freedom son libre joets a liberté / let us add to it the key provided by the word deployment. Like Goldstein, EY posits that integration is being. Hence he must include in this integration not only the psychical realm, but the entire movement of the mind. He in fact incorporates everything down to existential problems into it, running the gamut from syntheses to structures and from forms. 129. To phenomena. I even thought, God forgive me, I noticed that he used the expression dialectical hierarchism. The conceptual coupling of these two terms would, I believe, have made even the late Pichon himself wonder. Pichon, whose reputation will not be besmirched if I say that, to him, Hegel's very alphabet remained a dead letter. EY's moves are certainly spry, but we cannot follow them for long because we realize that the reality of psychical life is crushed in the noose which is always similar and in fact always the same, that tightens all the more surely around our friend's thought the more he tries to free himself from it, denying him access to both the truth of the psyche and that of madness by a telling necessity. Indeed, when EY begins to define this oh so marvelous psychical activity as our personal adaptation to reality, I start to feel that I have such sure views about the world that all my undertakings must be those of a clairvoyant prince. What could I possibly be incapable of accomplishing in the lofty realms where I reign? Nothing is impossible for man, says the vaudouous peasant with his inimitable accent. If ever there is something he cannot do, he drops it. Should EY carry me with his art of psychical trajectory into the psychical field, and invite me to pause for a moment to consider with him the trajectory in the field, I will persist in my happiness, because of my satisfaction at recognizing formulations that are akin to ones I myself once provided in the exordium to my doctoral thesis on the paranoiac psychoses, when I tried to define the phenomenon of personality, momentarily overlooking the fact that we are not aiming at the same ends. Of course, I wince a tad when I read that for dualism, still Cartesian, I presume, the mind is a mind without existence, remembering as I do that the first judgment of certainty that Descartes bases on the consciousness that thinking has of itself is a pure judgment of existence, cogito ergo sum. I also get concerned when I come across the assertion that according to materialism, 159 the mind is an epiphenomenon, recalling as I do that form of materialism in which the mind immanent in matter is realized by the latter's very movement. But when, moving on to EY's lecture on the notion of nervous disorders, 3 I come upon this level characterized by the creation of a properly psychical causality, and I learn that the reality of the ego is concentrated there and that through it, the structural duality of psychical life is consummated, a life of relations between the world and the ego, which is animated by the whole dialectical movement of the mind that is always striving both in the order of action and in the theoretical order to reduce this antinomy without. 130. Ever managing to do so, or at the very least trying to reconcile and harmonize the demands made by objects, other people, the body, the unconscious, and the conscious subject. Then I wake up and protest. The free play of my psychical activity by no means implies that I strive with such difficulty. For there is no antinomy whatsoever between the objects I perceive and my body, whose perception is constituted by a quite natural harmony with those objects. My unconscious leads me quite blithely to annoyances that I would hardly dream of attributing to it, at least not until I begin to concern myself with it through the refined means of psychoanalysis. And none of this stops me from behaving toward other people with irrefragable egoism, in the most sublime unconsciousness of my conscious subject. For as long as I do not try to reach the intoxicating sphere of ablativity that is so dear to French psychoanalysts, my naive experience does not set me the task of dealing with what La Rochefoucauld, in his perverse genius, detected in the fabric of all human sentiments, even that of love, pride, amour-propre. All this psychical activity thus truly seems like a dream to me. Can this be the dream of a physician who has heard that hybrid chain unfurl in his ears thousands of times, that chain which is made of fate and inertia, throws of the dice and astonishment, false successes and missed encounters, and which makes up the usual script of a human life? No, it is rather the dream of an automaton maker, the likes of whom EY and 160 I used to make fun of in the past, EY nicely quipping that hidden in every organicist conception of the psyche one always finds the little man within the man who is busy ensuring that the machine responds. What, dear EY, are drops in the level of consciousness, hypnoid states, and physiological dissolutions, if not the fact that the little man within the man has a headache that is, an ache in the other little man that he himself, no doubt, has in his head, and so on ad infinitum. Polixena's age-old argument still holds, no matter how one takes man's being to be given, whether in its essence as an idea, or in its existence as an organism. I am no longer dreaming now, but what I read next is that, projected into a still more mental reality, the world of ideal values that are no longer integrated, but infinitely integrating is constituted, beliefs, ideals, vital programs, and the values of logical judgment and moral conscience. I see quite clearly here that there are, indeed, beliefs and ideals that become linked in the same psyche to vital programs, which are just as repugnant to 131. Logical judgment as they are to moral conscience, in order to produce a fascist, or more simply an imbecile or a rascal. I conclude that the integrated form of these ideals implies no psychical culmination for them and that their integrating action bears no relation to their value and thus that there must be a mistake here too. I certainly do not intend, gentlemen, to belittle the scope of your debates or the results you have reached. I would soon embarrass myself were I to underestimate the difficulty of the issues involved. By mobilizing Gestalt theory, behaviorism, and structural and phenomenological terms in order to put organodynamism to the test, you have relied on scientific resources that I seem to neglect in resorting to principles that are perhaps a bit too certain and to an irony that is no doubt a bit risque. This is because it seemed to me that I could better help you untie the noose that I mentioned earlier by reducing the number of terms in the scales. But for this to be completely successful in the minds of those whom the noose holds fast, perhaps it should have been Socrates himself who came to speak to you here, or rather perhaps I should simply listen to you in silence. For the authentic dialectic in which you situate your terms and which gives 161 your young academy its style suffices to guarantee the rigor of your progress. I rely on this dialectic myself and feel far more at ease in it than in the idolatrue's reverence for words seen to reign elsewhere, especially in psychoanalysts' inner circles. But beware the echo your words may have outside the confines of the realm for which you intended them. The use of speech requires far more vigilance in human science than anywhere else, because speech engages the very being of its object there. Every uncertain attitude toward truth inevitably ends up diverting our terms from their meaning, and such abuse is never innocent. You publish I apologize for bringing up a personal experience, an article entitled Beyond the Reality Principle, in which you take on nothing less than the status of the psychological object, trying first to lay out a phenomenology of the psychoanalytic relationship as it is experienced between doctor and patient. But what you hear back from your colleagues is considerations about the relativity of reality, which make you rue the day you ever chose such a title. It was, as I know, with such misgivings that Politzer, the great thinker, decided not to provide the theoretical expression with which he would have left his indelible mark, in order to devote himself to an activity that was to take him away from us definitively. When, following in his footsteps, we demand that concrete psychology be established as a science, let us not lose sight of the fact that we are still only at the stage of formal pleas. I mean that we have 132. Not yet been able to posit even the slightest law that accounts for the efficacy of our actions. This is so true that, when we begin to glimpse the operative meaning of the traces left by prehistoric man on the walls of his caves, the idea may occur to us that we really know less than him about what I will very intentionally call psychical matter. Since we cannot, like Deucalion, make men from stones, let us be careful not to transform words into stones. It would already be very nice if by a simple mental ploy we were able to see the concept of the object taking form, on which a scientific psychology 162 could be based. It is the definition of such a concept that I have always declared to be necessary, that I have announced as forthcoming, and that thanks to the problem you have presented me I will try to pursue today, exposing myself in turn to your criticism. To the essential causality of madness. What could be more suited to this end than to start out from the situation in which we find ourselves, gathered together, as we are here, to discuss the causal ity of madness. Now, why this privilege? Is a madman more interesting to us than Gelb and Goldstein's case whom I mentioned earlier in broad strokes? The latter reveals not only to the neurologist but also to the philosopher, and no doubt to the philosopher more so than to the neurologist, a structure that is constitutive of human knowledge, namely, the support that thought symbolism finds in visual perception, and that I will call, following Husserl, a Fundierung a foundational relationship. What other human value could lie in madness? When I defended my thesis on paranoiac psychosis as related to personality, one of my professors asked me to indicate what, in a nutshell, I had proposed to do in it. In short, sir, I began, we cannot forget that madness is a phenomenon of thought. I am not suggesting that this sufficed to summarize my perspective, but the firm gesture with which he interrupted me was tantamount to a call for modesty. Yeah. So what? It meant, let's be serious. Are you going to thumb your nose at us? Let us not dishonor this solemn moment. Number dignus eris intrur in nostro docto corpore cum isto voci, penseref. I was nevertheless granted my Ph.D. and offered the kind of encouragement that it is appropriate to give to impulsive minds. Now, 14 years later, I have the opportunity to summarize my perspective for you. As you can see, at this rate the definition of the object of psychology will not get very far between now and the time I part company with the enlightened intellects Lumières that illuminate our world in less. 133. You take the torch from my hands, so please take it. At least I hope that, by now, the course of things has given these enlightened intellects themselves a hard enough time that none of them can still find in Bergson's work the expanding synthesis that satisfied the intellectual needs of a generation, or anything other than a rather curious collection of exercises in metaphysical ventriloquism. Before we try to extract anything from the facts, we would do well, indeed, to recognize the very conditions of meaning that make them into facts for us. This is why I think that it would not be superfluous to call for a return to Descartes. While Descartes does not look deeply into the phenomenon of madness in his meditations, I at least consider it telling that he encounters it in his very first steps, taken with unforgettable jubilance, on the pathway to truth. But on what grounds could one deny that these hands and this entire body are mine? Unless perhaps I were to liken myself to the insane, whose brains are impaired by such an unrelenting vapor of black bile that they steadfastly insist that they are kings when they are utter paupers, or that they are arrayed in purple robes when they are naked, or that they have heads made of clay, or that they are gourds, or that they are made of glass. But such people are mad, and I would appear no less mad, were I to take their behavior as an example for myself. He then moves on, whereas we will see that he could have delved more deeply into the phenomenon of madness, and it might well have been fruitful for him to do so. Let us then reconsider together this phenomenon according to Descartes' method. Not in the fashion of the revered professor who cut short the explanatory effusions not only of his students but who even considered those of hallucinating patients to be so scandalous that he would interrupt them by saying, "What are you telling me, my friend? None of that is true. Come now." From such an intervention we can at least draw a spark of meaning. Truth is involved. But at what point? Regarding the meaning of the word, we assuredly cannot trust any more in the mind of the doctor than in that of the patient. Instead, let us follow EY who, like Descartes in his simple sentence, and at the time that probably was not accidental, highlights the essential mainspring of belief in his early works. EY admirably realized that belief, with its ambiguity in human beings and its excess and inadequacy for knowledge connaissance since it is less than 134. Knowing /savoir but perhaps more, for to assert is to make a commitment, but it is not the same as being sure cannot be eliminated from the phenomenon of hallucination and of delusion. However, phenomenological analysis demands that we not skip any steps, and precipitation is fatal to it. I will maintain that the figure only appears if we appropriately focus our thinking. Here EY, in order to avoid the mistake, for which he reproaches mechanists, of becoming delusional along with the patient, makes the opposite mistake by all too quickly including a value judgment in the phenomenon. The above-mentioned comic example, appropriately savored by him, should have warned him that this would simultaneously destroy any chance of understanding it. With some kind of dizzying mental move, he reduces the notion of belief, which he had right before his eyes, to that of error, which absorbs it like one drop of water absorbing another drop that is made to abut it. Hence, the whole operation backfires. Once the phenomenon is fixed in place, it becomes an object of judgment and, soon thereafter, an object tout court. As he asks himself in his book, Hallucinations et Delire, Hallucinations and Delusion, for where would error, and delusion too, lie if patients did not make mistakes? Everything in their assertions and their judgment reveals their errors, interpretations, illusions, etc., to us, 170. And further on, while setting out the two attitudes that are possible toward hallucination, he defines his own. Hallucination should be viewed as a mistake that must be admitted and explained as such without letting oneself be carried away by its mirage. And yet its mirage necessarily leads one, if one is not careful, to ground it in actual phenomena and thus to construct neurological hypotheses that are useless, at best, because they do not reach what lies at the heart of the symptom itself, error and delusion. 176. How then could we be anything but astonished when, despite the fact that he is well aware of the temptation to base the mirage of hallucination conceived of as an abnormal sensation on a neurological hypothesis, he hurriedly bases what he calls the fundamental error of delusion on a similar hypothesis? Or when, although he is rightly loath, page 168, to make of hallucination, qua abnormal sensation, an object situated in the sulci of the brain, he does not hesitate to locate the phenomenon of delusional belief, considered as a deficit phenomenon, in the brain himself. No matter how lofty the tradition within which his work is situated, it is nonetheless here then that he took the wrong path. He might have avoided I-35. This by pausing before taking the leap that the very notion of truth ordained him to take. For while there can be no progress possible in knowledge unless this notion is behind it, it is part of the human condition, as we shall see, to ever risk going astray in following our best impulses. We could say that error is a deficit, in the sense this word has on a balance sheet, but the same does not go for belief, even if it deceives us. For belief can go awry even at the height of our intellectual powers, as EY himself proves here. What then is the phenomenon of delusional belief? I say that it is misrecognition, with everything this term brings with it by way of an essential antinomy. For to misrecognize presupposes recognition, as is seen in systematic misrecognition, in which case we must certainly admit that what is denied is in some way recognized. Regarding the relationship between the phenomenon and the subject, EY stresses, and one can never stress enough what is self-evident, that an hallucination is an error that is needed from the dough of the subject's personality and shaped by his own activity. Aside from the reservations I have about the use of the words dough and activity, it seems clear to me that the subject does not recognize his productions as his own when he has ideas of influence or feels that an automatism is at work. This is why we all agree that a madman is a madman. But isn't the remarkable thing, rather, that he should know anything about them at all? And isn't the point to figure out what he knows about himself here without recognizing himself in it? Regarding the reality that the subject attributes to these phenomena, what is far more decisive than the sensorial quality he experiences in them, or the belief he attaches to them, is the fact that all of them, no matter which ones, whether hallucinations, interpretations, or intuitions, and no matter how foreignly and strangely he experiences them, target him personally, they split him, talk back to him, echo him, and read in him, just as he identifies them, questions them, provokes them, and deciphers them. And when all means of expressing them fail him, his perplexity still manifests to us a questioning gap in him, which is to say that madness is experienced entirely within the Regis 166 ter of meaning. The interest that madness thus kindles in us owing to its pathos provides a first answer to the question I raised about the human value of the phenomenon of madness. and its metaphysical import is revealed in the fact that it is inseparable from the problem of signification for being in general, that is, the problem of language for man. Indeed, no linguist or philosopher could any longer defend a theory of Ian. 13 and gauge as a system of signs that would double the system of realities, realities defined by the common assent of healthy minds in healthy bodies. I cannot think of anyone other than Charles Blondel who seems to believe this. See his book, La Conscience Morbid, Morbid Consciousness, which is certainly the most narrow-minded lucubration ever produced on either madness or language. He runs up against the problem of the ineffable, as if language did not posit this without the help of madness. Man's language, the instrument of his lies, is thoroughly written with the problem of truth. Whether it betrays the truth insofar as it is an expression of, a. his organic heredity in the phonology of the flatus vocis, b. the passions of his body in the Cartesian sense, that is, of his soul, in the changes in his emotions, c. and the culture and history that constitute his humanity, in the semantic system that formed him as a child, or it manifests this truth as an intention, by eternally asking how what expresses the lie of his particularity can manage to formulate the university or sality of his truth. The whole history of philosophy is inscribed in this question, from Plato's aporias of essence to Pascal's abysses of existence, and on to the radical ambiguity Heidegger points to in it, insofar as truth signifies revelation. The word is not a sign, but a nodal point node of signification. When I say the word curtain /rideau/ for example, it is not merely to designate by convention an object whose use can be varied in 1,000 ways depending on the intentions of the artisan, shopkeeper, painter, or gestalt psychologist, whether as labor, exchange value, colorful physiognomy, or spatial structure. Metaphorically, it is a curtain of rain rideau d'arrières, forging plays on words. It is when I am being curt and sweet or concur tangentially with the best of them les rides et les ris de fiao / and my friend Kurt ans off lyres dominant these glossological games better than I do. By decree, it is the limit of my domain or, on occasion, a screen for my meditation in a room I share with someone else. Miraculously, it is the space that opens onto infinity, the unknown at the threshold, or the solitary walker's morning departure. Apprehensively, it is the flutter that betrays Agrippina's presence at the Roman Empire's council, or Madame de Chasteler's gaze out the window as Lucien Leuwen passes by. Mistakenly, it is Polonius that I stab, shouting, "How now? A rat?" As an interjection, during the tragedy's intermission, it is my cry of impatience or the sign of my boredom, curtain. It is, finally, an image of meaning qua meaning, which must be unveiled if it is to reveal itself. 137. In this sense, being's attitudes are justified and exposed in language, and among those attitudes common sense clearly manifests the most commonly seen thing in the world, but not to the extent that it is recognized by those for whom Descartes is too easy on this point. This is why, in an anthropology that takes the register of culture in man to include, as is fitting, the register of nature, one could concretely define psychology as the domain of nonsense in sense, in other words, of everything that forms a knot in discourse as is clearly indicated by the words of passion. Let us follow this path in order to study the significations of madness, as we are certainly invited to by the original forms that language takes on in it, all the verbal allusions, cabalistic relationships, homonymic play, and puns that captivated the likes of Giraud. 5 and, I might add, by the singular accent whose resonance we must know how to hear in a word so as to detect a delosion, the transfiguration of a term in an ineffable intention, the fixation figment of an idea in a semanteme, which tends to degenerate into a sign here specifically, the lexical hybrids, the verbal cancer constituted by neologisms, the bogging down of syntax, the duplicity of enunciation, but also the coherence that amounts to a logic, the characteristic, running from the unity of a style to repetitive terms, that marks each form of delusion. The Madman 168 communicates with us through all of this, whether in speech or writing. It is here that the structures of the madman's knowledge must reveal themselves to us. And it is odd, though probably not coincidental, that it was mechanists like Clérambault and Giraud who outlined them best. As false as the theory in which these authors included them may be, it made them remarkably attuned to an essential phenomenon of such structures, the kind of anatomy that manifests itself in them. Clérambault's constant reference in his analysis to what he calls, with a slightly Diafoirus-like term, the idiogenic, is nothing but a search for the limits of signification. Employing a method involving nothing but comprehension, he paradoxically manages to display the magnificent range of structures that runs the gamut from the so-called postulates of the delusions of passion to the so-called basal phenomena of mental automatism. This is why I think that he has done more than anyone else to support the hypothesis of the psychogenesis of madness. In any case, you will see what I mean by this shortly. Clérambault was my only master in the observation of patients, after the very subtle and delectable Trinel, whom I made the mistake of abandoning too soon, in order to seek a position in the consecrated spheres of professorial ignorance. 13*. I claim to have followed his method in the analysis of the case of paranoiac psychosis discussed in my thesis. I demonstrated the psychogenic structure of the case and designated its clinical entity with the more or less valid term of self-punishing paranoia. This patient had caught my interest because of the impassioned signification of her written productions, whose literary value struck many writers, from Fargu and Dear Creevil, both of whom read them before anyone else, to Joe Bouquet, who immediately and admirably commented on them, 6 to Elyard, who more recently published some of them in a collection of involuntary poetry. 7. It is now well known that the name, Amy, with which I disguised her identity, is that of the central figure in her fictional creation. If I assemble here the results of the analysis I did of her case, it is because I believe that a phenomenology of madness, which is complete in its terms, can already be seen to emerge from it. The structural points that prove to be essential in this analysis can be formulated as follows: a. The succession of female persecutors in her history repeated almost without variation the personification of a maleficent ideal, and her need to aggressively strike out at this ideal kept growing. However, not only did she constantly seek to curry both favor and abuse from the people to whom she had access in reality who incarnated this stereotype, but in her behavior she tended to carry out, without recognizing it, the very evil-doing she denounced in them: vanity, coldness, and abandonment of one's natural duties. b. She presented herself, on the contrary, as upholding the completely opposite ideal of purity and devotion, which made her a victim of the schemes of the being she detested. c. We also note a neutralization of the sexual category with which she identified. This neutralization, which was confessed in her writings and taken at least as far as sexual ambiguity, and perhaps as far as imagined homosexuality, is coherent with the Platonic nature of the classical erotomania she manifested toward several male personifications, and with the prevalence of female friends in her real life. d. The latter was characterized by an indecisive struggle to achieve an ordinary existence, all the while maintaining ideals that I will call Bovary-like, without intending anything disparaging by the term. Her older sister's progressive intervention in her life then little by little enucleated her completely from her place as wife and mother. e. This intervention effectively released her from her familial duties. But as this liberated her, her delusional phenomena were triggered and 139 took shape, reaching their apex when, with the help of their very impact, she found herself completely independent. f. These phenomena appeared in a series of spurts that I designated as fertile moments of the delusion, a term that some researchers have been willing to adopt. Part of the resistance I encountered to people understanding the elementary nature of these moments in a thesis on the psychogenesis of paranoia would, it seems to me, be mitigated now due to the more profound work on the subject that I did subsequently, as I will show shortly, to the extent to which I can do so while providing a balanced presentation. g. It should be noted that, although the patient seemed to suffer from the fact that her child was taken away from her by her sister, who even struck me as bad news in the one meeting I had with her. She refused to consider her sister as hostile or even harmful to herself, on this account or any other. Instead, with a murderous intent, she stabbed the person with whom she had most recently identified her female persecutors. The effect of this act, once she realized the high price she would have to pay for it in prison, was the implosion of the beliefs and fantasies involved in her delusion. I tried thus to delineate the psychosis in relation to all of her earlier life events, her intentions, whether admitted or not, and, lastly, the motives, whether perceived by her or not, that emerged from the situation contemporaneous with her delusion. In other words, in relation to her personality, as the title of my thesis indicates. This seems to me to bring out the general structure of misrecognition, right from the outset. Still, this must be understood correctly. Assuredly, one can say that the madman believes he is different autre than he is. Descartes said as much in his sentence about those who believe that they are arrayed in gold and purple robes, where he conformed to the most anecdotal of all stories about madmen. This also seemed to satisfy the authority on the matter who wrote that the phenomenon oevoverism, adapted to the degree of his sympathy for his patients, was the key to understanding paranoia. However, apart from the fact that Jules de Gaultier's theory concerns one of most normal relations of human personality, namely, its ideals, it should be noted that if a man who thinks he is a king is mad, a king who thinks he is a king is no less so. This is proven by the example of Louis II of Bavaria and a few other royal personages, as well as by everyone's common sense, in the name of which we justifiably demand that people put in such situations play their parts well, but are uncomfortable with the idea that they really believe in them, even if this involves a lofty view of their duty to incarnate a function in the world. 140. Order, through which they assume rather well the figure of chosen victims. The turning point here lies in the mediacy or immediacy of the identification and, to be quite explicit, in the subject's infatuation. To make myself clear, I will evoke the likable figure of the young dandy, born to a well-to-do family, who, as they say, hasn't a clue, especially about what he owes to this good fortune. Common sense is in the habit of characterizing him as either a happy fool or as a little moron, depending on the case. // as we say in French, he thinks he's really something. The genius of the language puts the emphasis here where it should go, that is, not on the inapplicability of an attribute, but on a verbal mode. For, all in all, the subject thinks he is Ecrits what he is, a lucky little devil, but common sense secretly wishes him a hitch that will show him that he is not one as much as he thinks he is. Don't think that I am being witty, certainly not with the quality of wit that shows in the saying that Napoleon was someone who thought he was Napoleon. Because Napoleon did not think he was Napoleon at all, since he knew full well by what means Bonaparte had produced Napoleon and how Napoleon, like Malebranche's God, sustained his existence at every moment. If he ever thought he was Napoleon, it was at the moment that Jupiter had decided to bring him down. Once fallen, he spent his spare time lying to Las Cases in as many pages as you could want, so that posterity would think that he had thought he was Napoleon, a necessary condition for convincing posterity that he had truly been Napoleon. Do not think that I am getting off on a tangent here in a talk designed to go right to the heart of the dialectic of being, because the essential misrecognition involved in madness is situated at just such a point, as my patient made perfectly clear. This misrecognition can be seen in the revolt through which the madman seeks to impose the law of his heart onto what seems to him to be the havoc disorder of the world. This is an insane enterprise, but not because it suggests a failure to adapt to life, which is the kind of thing people often say in 172 our circles, whereas the slightest reflection on our experience proves the dishonorable inanity of such a viewpoint. It is an insane enterprise, rather, in that the subject does not recognize in this havoc the very manifestation of his actual being, or that what he experiences as the law of his heart is but the inverted and virtual image of that same being. He thus doubly misrecognizes it, precisely so as to split its actuality from its virtuality. Now, he can escape this actuality only via this virtuality. His being is thus caught in a circle, unless he breaks it through some form of violence by which, in lashing out at what he takes to be the havoc, he ends up harming himself because of the social repercussions of his actions. 141. This is the general formulation of madness as we find it in Hegel's work 8. Just because I felt it necessary to illustrate it for you does not mean that I am innovating here. It is the general formulation of madness in the sense that it can be seen to apply in particular to any one of the phases in which the dialectical development of human beings more or less occurs in each person's destiny, and in the sense that it always appears in this development as a moment of stasis, for being succumbs to stasis in an ideal identification that characterizes this moment in a particular person's destiny. This identification, the unmediated and infatuated nature of which I tried to convey a moment ago, turns out to be the relation of being to the very best in it, since this ideal represents that being's freedom. To put this more gallantly, I could demonstrate it to you with the example Hegel recalled to mind in presenting this analysis in his Phenomenology of Spirit *, that is, if I recall correctly, in 1806, while he was awaiting, let this be noted in passing to be added to a file I just opened, the approach of the Welt Seele, the world soul, which he saw in Napoleon with the precise aim of revealing to Napoleon what Napoleon had the honor of thus incarnating, even 173, though he seemed profoundly unaware of it. The example I am talking about is the character Karl Moor, the hero in Schiller's Robbers, who is well known to every German. More familiar to us and, also, more amusing in my book, is Molière's Alceste from the Misanthrope. But before using it as an example, I must mention that the very fact that he has never ceased to be a problem for our highbrow literati nourished in the classics, since his first appearance, proves that the things I talk about are not nearly as useless as these highbrow literati would have us believe when they call them pedantic, less, no doubt, to spare themselves the effort of understanding them than to spare themselves the painful conclusions they would have to draw from them for themselves about their society, once they understood them. It all stems from the fact that Alceste's beautiful soul exerts a fascination on the highbrow literati that the latter, steeped in the classics, cannot resist. Does Molière thus approve of Philint's high society indulgence? That's just not possible. Some cry, while others must acknowledge, in the disabused strains of wisdom, that it surely must be the case at the rate things are going. I believe that the question does not concern Philint's wisdom, and the solution would perhaps shock these gentlemen, for the fact is that Alceste is mad and that Molière demonstrates that he is precisely insofar as Alceste, in his beautiful soul, does not recognize that he himself contributes to the havoc he revolts against. I specify that he is mad, not because he loves a woman who is flirtatious. 142. And betrays him, which is something the learned analysts I mentioned earlier would no doubt attribute to his failure to adapt to life, but because he is caught, under love's banner, by the very feeling that directs this art of mirages at which the beautiful Célimène excels, namely, the narcissism of the idle rich that defines the psychological structure of high society moaned in all eras, which is doubled here by the other narcissism that is especially manifest in certain eras in the collective idealization of the feeling of being in love. Célimène, at the mirror's focal point, and her admirers, forming a radiating circumference around her, indulge in the play of these passions for Alceste does too, no less than the others, for if he does not tolerate its lies, it 174 is simply because his narcissism is more demanding. Of course, he expresses it to himself in the form of the law of the heart. I'd have them be sincere, and never part with any word that isn't from the heart. Yes, but when his heart speaks, it makes some strange exclamations. For example, when Philinte asks him, "You think then that she loves you?" Alceste replies, "Heavens, yes. I wouldn't love her did I not think so." I suspect that Clérambault would have recognized this reply as having more to do with a delusion of passion than with love. And no matter how widespread the fantasy may be in such passions of the test of the loved object's fall from grace, I find that it has an odd accent in Alceste's case. Love you more than can be said or thought, indeed, I wish you were in such distress that I might show to all my devotedness. Yes, I could wish that you were wretchedly poor, unloved, unchanged, cherished, utterly obscure, that fate had set you down upon the earth without possessions, rank, or gentle birth. With this lovely wish and the taste he has for the song Jaimu Mami, why doesn't he court a salesgirl at his local flower shop? He would not be able to show to all his love for such a girl, and this is the true key to the feeling he expresses here. It is the passion to demonstrate his unicity to everyone, even if only in the form of the isolation of a victim, an isolation in which he finds bitter, jubilatory satisfaction in the final act of the play. As for the mainspring of his twists and turns, it lies in a mechanism that 143 would relate not to the self-punishment but rather to the suicidal aggression of narcissism, for what infuriates Alceste upon hearing Orant's sonnet is that he recognizes his own situation in it, depicted all too precisely in its ridiculousness, and the imbecile who is his rival appears to him as his own mirror image. The words of mad fury to which he then gives vent blatantly betray the fact that he seeks to lash out at himself. And whenever one of the repercussions of his words shows him that he has managed to do so, he delights in suffering its effect. Here we can note an odd defect in EY's conception: it diverts him from the signification of the delusional act, leaving him to take it as the contingent effect of a lack of control, whereas the problem of this act's signification is constantly brought to our attention by the medical and legal exigencies that are essential to the phenomenology of our experience. Someone like Giraud, who is a mechanist, again goes much farther in his article, Murders Emotives, Unexplained Murders, 10, when he attempts to show that it is precisely the kakan of his own being that the madman tries to get at in the object he strikes. Let us take one last look at Alceste, who has victimized no one but himself, and let us hope he finds what he is looking for, namely, some spot unpeopled and apart where I'll be free to have an honest heart. I want to examine the word free here. For it is not simply by way of derision that the impeccable rigor of classical comedy makes it appear here. The import of the drama that classical comedy expresses cannot, in effect, be measured by the narrowness of the action in which it takes shape, and like Descartes' lofty march in the secret note in which he declares himself to be on the verge of becoming a player on the world scene, it advances behind a mask. Instead of Alceste, I could have looked for the play of the law of the heart in the fate that put the old revolutionary of 1917 in the dock at the Moscow trials. But what is demonstrated in the poet's imaginary space is metaphysically comparable to the world's bloodiest events, since it is what causes blood to be spilled in the world. I am not thus avoiding the social tragedy that dominates our era, but my marionette's acting will show each of us more clearly the risk he is tempted to run whenever freedom is at stake. For the risk of madness is gauged by the very appeal of the identifications on which man stakes both his truth and his being. 144. Thus, rather than resulting from a contingent fact, the frailties of his organism, madness is the permanent virtuality of a gap opened up in his essence. And far from being an insult 11 to freedom, madness is freedom's most faithful companion, following its every move like a shadow. Not only can man's being not be understood without madness, but it would not be man's being if it did not bear madness within itself as the limit of his freedom. It is certainly true to interrupt this serious talk with something humorous from my youth, which I wrote in a pithy form on the wall in the hospital staff room, that not just anyone can go mad any deviant pass would. But it is also true that not just anyone who wants to can run the risks that enshroud madness. A weak organism, a deranged imagination, and conflicts beyond one's capacities do not suffice to cause madness. It may well be that a rock-solid body, powerful identifications, and the indulgence of fate, as written in the stars, lead one more surely to find madness seductive. This conception at least has the immediate benefit of dispelling the problematic emphasis placed in the 19th century on the madness of superior individuals, and of putting a stop to the low blows Homer and Bournisien exchanged regarding the madness of saints and freedom fighters. For while Pinel's work has, thank God, made us act more humanely toward ordinary madmen, it must be acknowledged that it has not increased our respect for the madness involved in taking supreme risks. In any case, Homa and Bornacien represent one and the same manifestation of being. Isn't it striking that we laugh only at the first? I defy you to explain this fact otherwise than with the significant distinction I pointed out earlier. Because Homa believes in it Ecrits, whereas Bornacien, who 177 is equally stupid but not mad, justifies his belief and, being backed by his hierarchy, maintains a distance between himself and his truth in which he can come to an agreement with Homa, assuming the latter becomes reasonable by recognizing the reality of spiritual needs. Having thus disarmed both him and his adversary thanks to my understanding of madness, I recover the right to evoke the hallucinatory voices heard by Joan of Arc and what took place on the road to Damascus, without anyone being able to summon me to change the tone of my real voice, or to go into an altered state of consciousness that second to exercise my judgment. Having arrived at this point in my talk on the causality of madness, mustn't I be careful so that heaven may keep me from going awry? Mustn't I realize that, after having argued that Henry Ey misrecognizes the causality of Mad 145 ness, and that he is not Napoleon, I am falling into the trap of proposing as ultimate proof thereof that I am the one who understands this causality, in other words, that I am Napoleon? I don't think, however, that this is my point, because it seems to me that, by being careful to maintain the right human distances that constitute our experience of madness, I have obeyed the law which literally brings the apparent facts of madness into existence. Without this, the physician like the one I mentioned who replied to the madman that what he said was not true would rave no less than the madman himself. And when, for this occasion, I reread the case write-up on which I have relied here, it seemed to me that it bore witness to the fact that, no matter how one judges its results, I maintained for my object the respect she deserved as a human being, as a patient, and as a case. Lastly, I believe that in relegating the causality of madness to the unsoundable decision of being in which human beings understand or fail to recognize their liberation, in the snare of fate that deceives them about a freedom they have not in the least conquered, I am merely formulating the law of our becoming as it is expressed in antiquity's formulation, tevoi, oiok, eaai. In order to define psychical causality in this law, I will now try to grasp the mode of form and action that establishes the determinations of this drama, since I think it can be identified scientifically with the concept of imagos. 3. The psychical effects of the imaginary mode. A subject's history develops in a more or less typical series opound ideal identifications that represent the purest of psychical phenomena in that they essentially reveal the function of imagos. I do not conceptualize the ego otherwise than as a central system of these formations, a system that one must understand, like these formations, in its imaginary structure and libidinal value. Thus, without dwelling on those who, even in the sciences, blithely confuse the ego with the subject's being, you can see where I diverge from the most common conception that identifies the ego with the synthesis of the organism's relational functions, a conception which must certainly be called hybrid in that a subjective synthesis is defined in it in objective terms. One recognizes Ey's position here, as it is expressed in the passage I mentioned earlier where he posits an attack on the ego which, once again, is indistinguishable, in the final analysis, from the notion of functional dissolution. Can one reproach him for this conception when the bias of parallelism is so strong that Freud himself remained its prisoner, even though it ran counter $14 to the entire tendency of his research? To have attacked this bias in Freud's time might, moreover, have amounted to preventing oneself from communicating one's ideas to the scientific community. It is well known that Freud identified the ego with the perception consciousness system, which comprises all of the systems by which an organism is adapted to the reality principle 12. If we think about the role played by the notion of error in Ey's conception, we can see the bond that ties the organicist illusion to a realist metapsychology. This does not, however, bring us any closer to a concrete psychology. Moreover, although the best minds in psychoanalysis avidly demand, if we are to believe them, a theory of the ego, there is little chance that its place will be marked by anything other than a gaping hole as long as they do not resolve to consider obsolete what is clearly obsolete in the work of a peerless master. For Merleau-Ponty's work 13 decisively demonstrates that any healthy phenomenology, that of perception, for instance, requires us to consider lived experience prior to any objectification and even prior to any reflexive analysis that interweaves objectification and experience. Let me explain what I mean. The slightest visual illusion proves to force itself upon us experientially before detailed, piecemeal observation of the figure corrects it. It is the latter that allows us to objectify the so-called real form. Reflection makes us recognize in this form the a priori category of extension \L9 attended / the property of which is precisely to present itself pains extra pains, but it is still the illusion in itself that gives us the gestalt action that is psychology's true object here. This is why no considerations about ego synthesis can excuse us from considering the phenomenon of synthesis in the subject, namely, everything the subject includes under this term, which is not exactly synthetic, nor even exempt from contradiction, as we learned from Montaigne, and learned even better when Freud designated it as the very locus of Verneinung. The latter is the phenomenon by which the subject reveals one of his impulses in his very denial delegation of it and at the very moment at which he denies it. Let me emphasize that it is not a disavowal of membership that is at stake here, but a formal negation, in other words, a typical phenomenon of misrecognition, and in the inverted form I have stressed. The most common expression of this form, don't think that, already points to the profound relationship with the other as such that I will bring out in the ego. Doesn't experience thus show us, upon the slightest inspection, that nothing separates die ego from its ideal forms ich ideal, a term with which Freud recovers his rights, and that everything limits it on the side of the being it wj resents, since almost the entire life of the organism escapes it, not merely insofar as that life is most often ignored, but insofar as the ego need know nothing about it for the most part. As for the genetic psychology of the ego, the results that it has obtained seem all the more valid to me since they are stripped of any postulate of functional integration. I myself have given proof of this in my study of the phenomena typical of what I call the fertile moments of delusion. Carried out according to the phenomenological method that I am promoting here, this study led me to analyses from which my conception of the ego has progressively emerged. This progressive emergence was visible to my audiences at the lectures and classes I gave over the years at conferences organized by the Evolution Psychiatric Group, at the Medical School Clinic, and at the Institute of Psychoanalysis. Although for my own reasons those lectures and classes have remained unpublished, they nevertheless publicized my term paranoiac knowledge, which was designed to hit home. By including under this heading one of the fundamental structures of these phenomena, I intended to indicate that, if it is not equivalent, it is at least akin to a form of relation to the world that has a very specific import, the reaction recognized by psychiatrists that has been psychologically generalized with the term transitivism. Now, this reaction, which is never completely eliminated from man's world, in its most idealized forms, for example, in relations of rivalry, first manifests itself as the matrix of the ego's build. This reaction significantly dominates the primordial phase in which the child becomes aware of his individuality. His language translates this, as you know, into the third person prior to translating it into the first person. Charlotte Bueller, 14 to mention only her, in observing the behavior of a child with its playmate, has recognized this transitivism in the striking form of a child being truly captured by another child's image. A child can thus, in a complete trance-like state, share in his friend's tumbly or attribute to him, without lying, the punch he himself has given his friend. I will skip the series of these phenomena, which run the gamut from spectacular identification to mimetic suggestion and on to the seduction of bearing. All of them are understood by Bueller in the dialectic that goes from jealousy, the jealousy whose instructive value St. Augustine already glimpsed in a flash, to the first forms of sympathy. They are inscribed in a primordial ambivalence that seems to me, as I am already indicating, to be mirrored, in the sense that the subject identifies, in his feeling of self, with the other's image, and that the other's image captivates this feeling in him. 148. Now this reaction occurs only under one condition: the difference in age between the two children must remain below a certain limit, a limit that cannot exceed 1 year at the beginning of the phase studied. We already see here an essential feature of an imago/the observable effects of a form, in the broadest sense of the term, that can only be defined in terms of generic resemblance, thus implying that a certain recognition occurred prior to that. We know that these effects manifest themselves in relation to the human face right from the 10th day after birth, that is, right from the appearance of the first visual reactions and prior to any other experience than that of blind sucking. Thus, and this is an essential point, the first effect of the imago that appears in human beings is that of the subject's alienation. It is in the other that the subject first identifies himself and even experiences himself. This phenomenon will seem less surprising if we recall the fundamental social conditions of the human Umwelt and if we evoke the intuition that dominates all of Hegel's speculations. Man's very desire is constituted, he tells us, under the sign of mediation. It is the desire to have one's desire recognized. Its object is a desire, that of other people, in the sense that man has no object that is constituted for his desire without some mediation. This is clear from his earliest needs, in that, for example, his very food must be prepared, and we find this anew in the whole development of his satisfaction, beginning with the conflict between master and slave, through the entire dialectic of labor. This dialectic, which is that of man's very being, must bring about, through 182 a series of crises, the synthesis of his particularity and his universality, going so far as to universalize this very particularity. This means that, in the movement that leads man to an ever more adequate consciousness of himself, his freedom becomes bound up with the development of his servitude. Does the imago then serve to instate a fundamental relationship in being between his reality and his organism? Does man's psychical life show us a similar phenomenon in any other forms? No experience has contributed more than psychoanalysis to revealing this phenomenon. And the necessity of repetition that psychoanalysis points to as the effect of the Oedipus complex, even though analytic doctrine expresses this with the inert and unthinkable notion of the unconscious, is sufficiently eloquent here. Habit and forgetting are signs of the integration of a psychical relation into the organism, an entire situation, having become both unknown to the sub. Presentation on psychical causality. 149. Jacques, and as essential as his body to him, is normally manifested in effects that are consistent with the sense he has of his body. The Oedipus complex turns out, in analytic experience, to be capable not only of provoking, by its atypical impact, all the somatic effects of hysteria, but also of normally constituting the sense of reality. The father represents a function of both power and temperament simultaneously, an imperative that is no longer blind but categorical, and a person who dominates and arbitrates the avid wrenching and jealous ambivalence that were at the core of the child's first relations with its mother and its sibling rival. And he seems all the more to represent this the more he is on the sidelines of the first effective apprehensions. The effects of his appearance are expressed in various manners in analytic doctrine, but they obviously appear skewed there by their traumatizing impact, for it was the latter that first allowed these effects to be perceived by analysis. It seems to me that they can be most generally expressed as follows: the new image makes a world of persons flocculate in the subject. Insofar as they represent centers of autonomy, they completely change the structure of reality for him. I would not hesitate to say that one could demonstrate that the Oedipal crisis has physiological echoes, and that, however purely psychological its 183 mainspring may be, a certain dose of Oedipus can be considered to have the same humoral efficacy as the absorption of a desensitizing medication. Furthermore, the decisive role of an effective experience of this kind for the constitution of the world of reality as regards the categories of time and space is so obvious that even someone like Bertrand Russell, in his essay The Analysis of Mind, with its radically mechanistic inspiration, cannot avoid admitting, in his genetic theory of perception, the function of feelings of distance which, With the sense of the concrete that is characteristic of Anglo-Saxons, he relates to the feeling of respect. I stressed this significant feature in my doctoral thesis, when I attempted to account for the structure of the elementary phenomena of paranoiac psychosis. Suffice it to say that my examination of these phenomena led me to complete the catalogue of the structures symbolism, condensation, and others that Freud had explained as those of the imaginary mode, to use my own terminology. I sincerely hope that people will soon stop using the word unconscious to designate what manifests itself in consciousness. I realized, and why don't I ask you to look at my chapter 16 since it bears witness to the authentic groping involved in my research, in considering the case history of my patient, that it is impossible to situate, through the anamneses, the exact time and place at which certain intuitions, memory illusions, convictive resentments, and imaginary objectifications occurred that could only be attributed to the fertile moment of the delusion taken as a whole. I will illustrate this by mentioning the column and photograph that my patient remembered, during one of these periods, having been struck by some months before in a certain newspaper, but which she was unable to find when she went through the complete collection of months of its daily papers. I supposed that these phenomena were originally experienced as reminiscences, iterations, series, and mirror games, it being impossible for the subject to situate their very occurrence in objective time and space with any more precision than she could situate her dreams in them. We are thus nearing a structural analysis of an imaginary space and time as well as the connections between them. Returning to my notion of paranoiac knowledge, I tried to conceptualize the network structure, the relations of participation, the aligned perspectives, and the palace of mirages that reign in the limbo regions of the world that the Oedipus complex causes to fade into forgetting. I have often taken a stand against the hazardous manner in which Freud sociologically interpreted the Oedipus complex, that very important discovery about the human mind that we owe to him. I think that the Oedipus complex did not appear with the origin of man, assuming it is not altogether senseless to try to write the history of this complex, but at the threshold of history, of historical history, at the limit of ethnographic cultures. It can obviously appear only in the patriarchal form of the family as an institution, but it nevertheless has an indisputably liminary value. I am convinced that its function had to be served by initiatory experiences in cultures that excluded it, as ethnology allows us to see even today. And its value in bringing a psychical cycle to a close stems from the fact that it represents the family situation, insofar as the latter, by its institution, marks the intersection of the biological and the social in the cultural. However, the structure that is characteristic of the human world insofar as it involves the existence of objects that are independent of the actual field of the tendencies and that can be used both symbolically and instrumentally appears in man from the very first phases of development. How can we conceive of its psychological genesis? My construction, known as the mirror stage, or, as it would be better to say, the mirror phase, addresses such a problem. I duly presented it at the Marienbad Congress in 1936, at least up to the point, coinciding exactly with the fourth stroke of the 10-minute mark, at which I was interrupted by Ernest Jones, who was presiding over the Congress. He was doing so as president of the London Psychoanalytical Society, a position for which he was no doubt qualified by the fact that I have never encountered a single English colleague of his who didn't have something unpleasant to say about his character. Nevertheless, the members of the Viennese group who were gathered there, like birds right before their impending migration, gave my expose a rather warm reception. I did not submit my paper for inclusion in the proceedings of the Congress. You can find the gist of it in a few lines in my article about the family published in 1938 in the Encyclopedic Frangus, in the volume on the Life of the Mind 17. My aim there was to indicate the connection between a number of fundamental imaginary relations in an exemplary behavior characteristic of a certain phase of development. This behavior is none other than that of the human infant before its image in the mirror starting at the age of 6 months, which is so strikingly different from the behavior of a chimpanzee, whose development in the instrumental application of intelligence the infant is far from having reached. What I have called the triumphant assumption of the image with the jubilatory mimicry that accompanies it and the playful indulgence in controlling the specular identification, after the briefest experimental verification of the non-existence of the image behind the mirror, in contrast with the opposite phenomena in the monkey, these seem to me to manifest one of the facts of identificatory capture by the imago that I was seeking to isolate. It was very directly related to the image of the human being that I had already encountered in the earliest organization of human knowledge. This idea has gained ground and has been corroborated by other researchers, among whom I will cite L'Hermite, whose 1939 book published the findings of the work he had devoted for many years to the singularity and autonomy in the psyche of the image of one's own body. An enormous series of subjective phenomena revolve around this image, running the gamut from the amputee's illusion to the hallucination of one's double, including the latter's appearance in dreams and the delusional objectifications that go with it. But what is most important is still its autonomy as the imaginary locus of reference for proprioceptive sensations, that can be found in all kinds of phenomena, of which Aristotle's illusion is only one example. Gestalt theory and phenomenology also contribute to the file of data related to this image. And all sorts of imaginary mirages of concrete psychology, which are familiar to psychoanalysts, ranging from sexual games to moral ambiguities, remind one of my mirror stage by virtue of the image and the magical power of language. Hey, one says to oneself, that reminds me of Lacan's thing, the mirror stage. What exactly did he say about it? I5Z. I have, in fact, taken my conception of the existential meaning of the phenomenon a bit further by understanding it in relation to what I have called man 3's prematurity at birth, in other words, the incompleteness and delay in the development of the central nervous system during the first 6 months of life. These phenomena are well known to anatomists and have, moreover, been obvious, since man's first appearance, in the nursling's lack of motor coordination and balance. The latter is probably not unrelated to the process of fetalization, which Bock considered to be the mainspring of the higher development of the encephalic vesicles in man. It is owing to this delay in development that the early maturation of visual perception takes on the role of functional anticipation. This results, on the one hand, in the marked prevalence of visual structure in recognition of the human form, which begins so early, as I mentioned before. On the other hand, the odds of identifying with this form, if I may say so, receive decisive support from this, which comes to constitute the absolutely essential imaginary knot in man that psychoanalysis obscurely and despite inextricable doctrinal contradictions has admirably designated as narcissism. Indeed, the relation of the image to the suicidal tendency essentially expressed in the myth of Narcissus lies in this knot. This suicidal tendency, which represents in my opinion what Freud sought to situate in his metapsychology with the terms death instinct and primary masochism, depends, in my view, on the fact that man's death, long before it is reflected, in a way that is, moreover, always so ambiguous, in his thinking, is experienced by him in the earliest phase of misery that he goes through from the trauma of birth until the end of the first 6 months of physiological prematurity, and that echoes later in the trauma of weaning. It is one of the most brilliant features of Freud's intuition regarding the order of the psychical world that he grasped the revelatory value of concealment games that are children's first games. 18 Everyone can see them, and yet no one before him had grasped in their iterative character the liberating repetition of all separation and weaning as such that the child assume in these games. Thanks to Freud we can think of them as expressing the first vibration of the stationary wave of renunciations that scan the history of psychical development. At the beginning of this development we see the primordial ego, as entirely alienated, linked to the first sacrifice as essentially suicidal. In other words, we see here the fundamental structure of madness. Thus, the earliest dissonance between the ego and being would seem to be the fundamental note that resounds in a whole harmonic scale across the presentation on psychical causality I*3 phases of psychical history, the function of which is to resolve it by developing it. Any resolution of this dissonance through an illusory coincidence of real ity with the ideal would resonate all the way to the depths of the imaginary knot of narcissistic, Suicidal aggression. Yet this mirage of appearances, in which the organic conditions of intoxication, for instance, can play their role, requires the ungraspable consent of freedom, as can be seen in the fact that madness is found only in man and only after he reaches the age of reason. Pascal's intuition that a child is not a man is thus borne out here. Indeed, the child's first identificatory choices, which are innocent choices, determine nothing, apart from the effective pathétiques fixations of neurosis, but the madness by which man thinks he is a man. This paradoxical formulation nevertheless takes on its full value when we consider that man is far more than his body, even though he can know 188 savoir nothing more about his being. Here we see the fundamental illusion to which man is a slave, much more so than to all the passions of the body in the Cartesian sense, the passion of being a man. It is, I would say, the passion of the soul par excellence narcissism, that imposes its structure on all his desires, even the loftiest ones. In the encounter between body and mind, the soul appears as what it traditionally is, that is, as the limit of the monad. When man, seeking to empty himself of all thoughts, advances in the shadowless gleam of imaginary space, abstaining from even awaiting what will emerge from it, a dull mirror shows him a surface in which nothing is reflected. I think, therefore, that I can designate the imago as the true object of psychology, to the exact same extent that Galileo's notion of the inert mass point served as the foundation of physics. However, we cannot yet fully grasp the notion, and my entire expose has had no other goal than to guide you toward its obscure self-evidence. It seems to me to be correlated with a kind of unextended space that is, indivisible space, our intuition of which should be clarified by progress in the notion of gestalts, and with a kind of time that is caught between expectation and release, a time of phases and repetition. A form of causality grounds this notion, which is psychical causality itself, identification. The latter is an irreducible phenomenon, and the imago is the form, which is definable in the imaginary spatio-temporal complex, whose function is to bring about the identification that resolves a psychical phase in other. I-54. Words, a metamorphosis in the individual's relationships with his semblables. Those who do not wish to understand me might object that I am begging the question and that I am gratuitously positing that the phenomenon is irreducible merely in order to foster a thoroughly metaphysical conception of man. I will thus address the deaf by offering them facts which will, I think, pique their sense of the visible, since these facts should not appear to be contaminated, in their eyes at least, by either the mind or being, for I will seek them out in the animal kingdom. It is clear that psychical phenomena must manifest themselves in that kingdom if they have an independent existence, and that what I call the imago must be found there at least in those animals whose umwelt involves, if not society, at least an aggregation of their fellow creatures, that is, those animals who present, among their specific characteristics, the trait known as gregariousness. In any case, 10 years ago, when I referred to the imago as a psychical object and stated that the appearance of Freud's Oedipus complex marked a conceptual watershed, insofar as it contained the promise of a true psychology, I simultaneously indicated in several of my writings that, with the imago, psychology had given us a concept which could be at least as fruitful in biology as many other concepts that are far more uncertain but that have nevertheless gained currency there. This indication was borne out starting in 1939, and as proof I will simply present two facts among others that have by now become quite numerous. The first is found in a paper by L. Harrison Matthews published in the Proceedings of the Royal Society in 1939. It had long been known that a female pigeon does not ovulate when isolated from other members of its species. Matthews' experiments demonstrated that ovulation is triggered by a female pigeon's sight of the specific form of a member of its own species, to the exclusion of any other sensory form of perception, and without that member having to be male. Placed in the same room with individuals of both sexes, but in cages that are fabricated in such a way that the pigeons cannot see each other, although they can easily perceive each other's calls and smells, the females do not ovulate. Conversely, If we allow two pigeons to view each other, even if it is through a glass barrier that suffices to thwart the onset of the mating game, and even when both pigeons are female, ovulation is triggered within a period of time that varies from 12 days, when the separated pigeons include a male and a female, to 2 months, when the separated pigeons are both female. But what is more remarkable still is that the mere sight by the animal of its own image in a mirror suffices to trigger ovulation within 2.5 months. I-55. Another researcher has noted that the secretion of milk in the male pigeon's crops, which normally occurs when the eggs hatch, does not occur when he cannot see the female brooding the eggs. A second group of facts is found in a paper by Chauvin, which was published in 1941 in the Annales de la Société Entomologique de France. One registered Chauvin's work concerns an insect species with two very different varieties of individuals, a so-called solitary type and a so-called gregarious one. Chauvin studied the migratory locust, that is, one of the species commonly referred to as grasshoppers, in which the phenomenon of swarming is linked to the appearance of the gregarious type. In this locust, also called Schistocerca, the two varieties show profound differences, as in Locusta and other similar species, in both their instincts, sexual cycle, voracity, and motor agitation, and their morphology, as can be seen from biometric measures and from the pigmentation that produces their differing characteristic outward appearances. Limiting ourselves to this last feature, I will indicate that in Schistocerca, the solitary type is solid green throughout its development, which includes 5 larval stages, whereas the gregarious type changes colors depending on its stage and has certain black striations on different parts of its body, one of the most permanent striations being on its hind femur. But I am not exaggerating when I say that, in addition to these highly visible features, the insects differ biologically in every respect. We find that the appearance of the gregarious type is triggered, in this insect, by perception of the characteristic form of the species during the first larval periods. Two solitary individuals placed together will thus evolve toward the gregarious type. Through a series of experiments raising them in darkness and isolated sectioning of the palpus, the antennae, and so on, it was possible to locate this perception very precisely in the senses of sight and touch, to the exclusion of smell, hearing, and shared movement. It is not nay 191 necessary for the two individuals that are put together to be in the same larval stage, and they react in the same way to the presence of an adult. The presence of an adult from a similar species, such as Locusta carrot, also determines gregariousness, but not the presence of an adult gryllus, which is from a more distant species. After an in-depth discussion, Chauvin is led to bring in the notion of a specific form and a specific movement, characterized by a certain style, a formulation that is all the less questionable in his case in that he does not seem to even dream of tying it to the notion of gestalts. I will let him conclude in his own words, which will show how little he is inclined to wax metaphysical. There clearly must be some sort of recognition here, however rudimentary one. I-56 assumes it to be. Yet how can we speak of recognition without presupposing a psychophysiological mechanism? 21. Such is the discretion of the physiologist. But that is not the whole story. Gregarious individuals are born from the coupling of two solitary individuals in a proportion that depends on the amount of time they are allowed to spend together. Furthermore, these excitations are such that the proportion of gregarious births rises as the number of couplings after certain intervals rises. Inversely, suppression of the image's morphogenic action leads to progressive reduction of the number of gregarious individuals among the offspring. Although the sexual characteristics of gregarious adults depend on conditions that still better manifest the originality of the role of the specific imago in the phenomenon that I have just described, I would do better not to elaborate any further on this topic in a presentation on psychical causality in cases of madness. I would simply like to highlight here the equally significant fact that, contrary to what EY allows himself to be led to propose somewhere, there is no parallelism between the anatomical differentiation of the nervous system and the wealth of psychical manifestations, even of intelligence. This is Demon 192 straight by a huge amount of data regarding the behavior of lower animals. Consider the crab, for example, whose skill in using mechanical impact to deal with a muscle I have repeatedly praised in my lectures. In concluding, I hope that this brief discourse on the imago will strike you, not as an ironic challenge, but as a genuine threat to man. For, while our ability to realize that the imago's unquantifiable distance and freedom's minute blade are decisive in madness does not yet allow us to cure it, the time is perhaps not far off when such knowledge will allow us to induce it. While nothing can guarantee that we will not get lost in a free movement toward truth, a little nudge will suffice to ensure that we change truth into madness. Then we will have moved from the domain of metaphysical causality, which one can deride, to that of scientific technique, which is no laughing matter. Here and there we have seen the beginnings of such an enterprise. The art of the image will soon be able to play off the values of the imago, and someday we will see serial orders of ideals that withstand criticism. That is when the label true guarantee will take on its full meaning. Neither the intention nor the enterprise will be new, but their systematic form will be. In the meantime, I propose to equate the various delusional structures with the therapeutic methods applied to the psychoses, as a function of the principles I have developed here, i.e. running from the ridiculous attachment to the object demanded, to the cruel tension of hypochondriacal fixation, and onto the suicidal backdrop of the delusion of negation, and running from the sedative value of medical explanations, to the disruptive act of inducing epilepsy, and onto analysis narcissistic catharsis. It sufficed to reflect upon a few optical illusions to lay the groundwork for a Gestalt theory that produces results that might seem to be minor miracles. For instance, predicting the following phenomenon: when an arrangement composed of blue-colored sectors is made to spin in front of a screen 193 that is half black and half yellow, the colors remain isolated or combine, and you either see the two colors of the screen through a blue swirling, or else you see a blue-black and a gray blend together, according to whether you see the arrangement or not, thus depending solely on a thought adjustment. Judge for yourself, then, what our combinatory faculties could wrest from a theory that refers to the very relationship between being and the world, if this theory became somewhat precise. It should be clear to you that the visual perception of a man raised in a cultural context completely different from our own is a perception that is completely different from our own. The aspects of the imago which are more invisible to our eyes, made, as they are, for the signs of the money changer, than what the desert hunter knows how to see the imperceptible trace of, namely, the gazelle's footprint on the rock, will someday be revealed to us. You have heard me lovingly refer to Descartes and Hegel in order to situate the place of the imago in our research. It is rather fashionable these days to go beyond the classical philosophers. I could just as easily have started with the admirable dialogue in the Parmenids. For neither Socrates nor Descartes, nor Marx, nor Freud, can be gone beyond, insofar as they carried out their research with the passion to unveil that has an object, truth. As one such prince of words wrote, I mean Max Jacob, poet, saint, and novelist, through whose fingers the threads of the ego's asterisk mask seem to slip of their own accord in Cornetida, the dice cup, if I am not mistaken, the truth is always new. Ill. Logical time and the assertion of anticipated certainty, a new sophism. In March 1945, Christian Zervos asked me to contribute, along with a certain number of writers, to the recommencement issue of his journal, Le Yazdar, conceived with the intent of filling the space between the figures on its cover, 1940 to 1944, dates significant to many people, with the illustrious names in its table of contents. I submitted this article, knowing full well that this would immediately make it unavailable to most readers. May it resound with the right note here where I am placing it, between the before and the after, even if it demonstrates that the after was kept waiting face antechamber / so that the before could assume its own place put prendre rang. A logical problem. A prison warden summons 3 choice prisoners and announces to them the following. For reasons I need not make known to you now, gentlemen, I must free one of you. In order to decide which, I will entrust the outcome to a test that you will, I hope, agree to undergo. There are 3 of you present. I have here 5 discs differing only in color, 3 white and 2 black. Without letting you know which I will have chosen, I will fasten one of them to each of you between the shoulders, outside, that is, your direct visual field. Indirect ways of getting a look at the disc also being excluded by the absence here of any means by which to see your own reflection. You will then be left at your leisure to consider your companions and their respective discs, without being allowed, of course, to communicate among yourselves the results of your inspection. Your own interest would, in any case, proscribe such communication, for the first to be able to deduce his own color will be the one to benefit from the discharging measure at my disposal. But his conclusion must be founded upon logical and not simply probabilistic grounds. Keeping this in mind, it is agreed that as soon as 162 of you is ready to formulate such a conclusion, he will pass through this door so that he may be judged individually on the basis of his response. This having been agreed to, each of our three subjects is adorned with a white disc, no use being made of the black ones, of which there were, let us recall, but two. How can the subjects solve the problem? The perfect solution. After having contemplated one another for a certain time, the three subjects take a few steps together, passing side by side through the doorway. Each of them then separately furnishes a similar response which can be expressed as follows. I am a white, and here is how I know it. Since my companions were whites, I thought that, had I been a black, each of them would have been able to infer the following: if I too were a black, the other would have necessarily realized straight away that he was a white and would have left immediately, therefore I am not a black. And both would have left together, convinced they were whites. As they did nothing of the kind, I must be a white like them. At that, I made for the door to make my conclusion known. All three thus exited simultaneously, armed with the same reasons for concluding. Sophistic value of the solution. Can this solution, which presents itself as the most perfect of which the problem allows, be obtained experimentally? I leave to the initiative of each the task of deciding. 199. Not that I would go so far as to recommend putting it to the test in real life, even though our era's antinomic progress has, it seems, for some time now, been putting such conditions within the reach of an ever greater number. Indeed, I am afraid that although only winners are foreseen here, practice may well diverge considerably from theory. Moreover, I am not one of those recent philosophers for whom confinement within four walls merely helps us attain the ultimate in human freedom. 163. But when carried out under the innocent conditions of fiction, the experiment will not disappoint those who have not lost all taste for surprise igue and it. It will perhaps turn out to be of some scientific value to the psychologist, at least if we can trust what seemed to me to result from having tried it with various groups of appropriately chosen, qualified intellectuals, a very peculiar misrecognition on the part of these subjects of the reality of other people. My only interest is in the logical value of the solution presented. I consider it, in effect, to be a remarkable sophism, in the classical sense of the term, that is, a significant example for the resolution of the forms of a logical function at the historical moment at which the problem these forms raise presents itself to philosophical examination. The story's sinister images will certainly prove to be contingent. But to whatever degree my sophism may seem not irrelevant to our times, its bearing their sign in such images is in no way superfluous, which is why I have preserved here the trappings with which it was brought to my attention one evening by an ingenious host. I will now place myself under the auspices of he who sometimes dons the philosopher's garb, who ambiguous is more often to be sought in the comedian's banter, but who is always encountered in the politician's secretive action, the good logician, odious to the world. Discussion of the sophism. Every sophism initially presents itself as a logical error, and a first objection to this sophism can be easily formulated. Let us call A the real subject who concludes for himself, and B and C those reflected subjects upon whose 200 conduct A founds his deduction. One might object that since B's conviction is based on C's expectative, the strength of his conviction must logically dissipate when C stops hesitating, and reciprocally for C with respect to B, both must thus remain indecisive. Nothing therefore necessitates their departure in the case that A is a black. Consequently, A cannot deduce that he is a white. To this it must first be replied that B and C's whole cogitation is falsely imputed to them, for the only situation which could motivate it, the fact of seeing a black, is not, in effect, the true situation. What must be discerned here is whether, supposing this situation were the case, it would be wrong to impute this logical thought process to them. Now it would be nothing of the kind, for, according to my hypothesis, it is the fact that neither of them left first which allows each to believe he is a white, and their hesitating for but one instant would clearly suffice to reconvince each of them beyond the 164 shadow of a doubt that he is a white. For hesitation is logically excluded for whomever sees two blacks. But it is also excluded in reality in this first step of the deduction, for, since no one finds himself in the presence of a black and a white, there is no way for anyone to leave on the basis of what can be deduced therefrom. But the objection presents itself more forcibly at the second stage of A's deduction. For if he has legitimately concluded that he is a white, positing that, had he been a black, the others would not have been long in realizing they were whites and leaving, he must nevertheless abandon his conclusion as soon as he comes to it, for at the very moment at which he is stirred into action by his conclusion, he sees the others setting off with him. Before responding to this objection, let me carefully lay out anew the logical terms of the problem. A designates each of the subjects insofar as he himself is in the hot seat and resolves or fails to resolve to conclude about his own case. B and C are the two others insofar as they are objects of A's reasoning. But while A can correctly impute to the others a thought process which is in fact false, as I have just shown, he can, nevertheless, only take into account their real behavior. If A, seeing B and C set off with him, wonders again whether they have not in fact seen that he is black, it suffices for him to stop and newly pose the question in order to answer it. For he sees that they too stop, since each 201 of them is really in the same situation as him, or more aptly stated, is A insofar as he is real, that is, insofar as he resolves or fails to resolve to conclude about himself, each encounters the same doubt at the same moment as him. Regardless of the reasoning A now imputes to B and C, he will legitimately conclude again that he is a white. For he posits anew that, had he been a black, B and C would have had to continue, or at the very least, acknowledging their hesitation, which concurs with the preceding argument, here supported by the facts, that makes them wonder whether they are not blacks themselves. He posits that they would have had to set off again before him. It is the fact that he is black that gives their very hesitation its definite import, allowing them to conclude that they are whites. It is because they, seeing that he is in fact white, do nothing of the kind, that he himself takes the initiative, which is to say that they all head for the door together to declare that they are whites. But one can still object that, having removed in this way the obstacle, we have not for all that refuted the logical objection, for the same objection turns up with the reiteration of the movement, reproducing in each of the subjects the very same doubt and arrest. I-65. Assuredly, but logical progress must have been made in the interim. For this time A can draw but one unequivocal conclusion from the common cessation of movement: had he been a black, B and C absolutely should not have stopped. Their hesitating a second time in concluding that they are whites would be ruled out at this point. Indeed, a single hesitation suffices for them to demonstrate to each other that certainly neither of them is a black. Thus, if B and C have halted again, A can only be a white. Which is to say that this time the three subjects are confirmed in a certainty permitting of no further doubt or objection. Withstanding the test of critical discussion, the sophism thus maintains all the constraining rigor of a logical process, on condition that one integrates therein the value of the two suspensive scansions. This test exposes the process of verification in the very act in which each of the subjects manifests that it has led him to his conclusion. Value of the suspended motions in the process 202. Is it justifiable to integrate into the sophism the two suspended motions which have thus made their appearance? In order to decide, we must examine their role in the solution of the logical problem. In fact, They take on this role only after the conclusion of the logical process, since the act they suspend evinces this very conclusion. One thus cannot object on that basis that they bring into the solution an element external to the logical process itself. Their role, while crucial to the carrying out pratique of the logical process, is not that of experience in the verification of an hypothesis, but rather that of something intrinsic to logical ambiguity. For at first sight the givens of the problem would seem to break down as follows. 1. 3 combinations of the subject's characteristic attributes are logically possible, 2 blacks, 1 white, 1 black, 2 whites, or 3 whites. Once the first combination is ruled out by what all 3 subjects see, the question as to which of the other 2 is the case remains open. Its answer derives from, 2. The experiential data provided by the suspended motions, which amount to signals by which the subjects communicate to each other in a mode determined by the conditions of the test what they are forbidden to exchange in an intentional mode, namely, what each sees of the other's attributes. 166. But this is not at all the case, as it would give the logical process a spatialized conception, the same spatialized conception that turns up every time the logical process appears to be erroneous, and that constitutes the only objection to the solubility of the problem. It is precisely because my sophism will not tolerate a spatialized conception that it presents itself as an aporia for the forms of classical logic, whose eternal prestige reflects an infirmity which is nonetheless recognized as their own one, namely, that these forms never give us anything which cannot already be seen all at once. In complete opposition to this, the coming into play as signifiers of the phe nomina here contested makes the temporal, not spatial, structure of the logical process prevail. What the suspended motions disclose is not what the subjects see, but rather what they have found out positively about what they do not see — the appearance of the black discs. What constitutes these suspended motions as signifying is not their direction, but rather their interruption temps dierit. Their crucial value is not that of a binary choice between two juxtaposed combinations rendered incomplete by the visual exclusion of the third combination, but rather of a verificatory movement instituted by a logical process in which a subject transforms the 3 possible combinations into 3 times of possibility. This is also why, while a single signal should suffice for the sole choice imposed by the first erroneous interpretation, 2 scansions are necessary to verify the 2 lapses implied by the second, and only valid, interpretation. Far from being experiential data external to the logical process, the suspended motions are so necessary to it that only experience can make the logical process lack here the synchronicity implied by the suspended motions as produced by a purely logical subject. Only experience can make their function in the verification process founder. The suspended motions represent nothing, in effect, but levels of degradation whose necessity brings out the increasing order of temporal instances that are registered within the logical process so as to be integrated into its conclusion. This can be seen in the logical determination of the interruptions they constitute, this determination whether logician's objection or subject's doubt revealing itself at each moment as the subjective unfolding of a temporal instance, or more aptly stated, as the slipping away foot of the subject within a formal exigency. These temporal instances, which are constitutive of the process of the sophism, permit us to recognize a true logical movement in it. This process calls for an examination of the quality of its times. I6y. The modulation of time in the sophism's movement, the instant of the glance, the time for comprehending, and the moment of concluding. One can isolate in the sophism 3 evidential moments whose logical values prove to be different and of increasing order. To lay out the chronological succession of the 3 moments would amount once again to spatializing them through a formalism which tends to reduce discourse to an alignment of signs. To show that the instance of time presents itself in a different mode in each of these moments would be to preserve their hierarchy, revealing therein a tonal discontinuity that is essential to their value. But to discern in the temporal modulation the very function by which each of these moments, in its passage to the next, is resorbed therein, the last moment which absorbs them alone remaining, would be to reconstruct their real succession and truly understand their genesis in the logical movement. That is what I will attempt, starting from as rigorous a formulation as possible of these evidential moments. I, being opposite two blacks, one knows that one is a white. We have here a logical exclusion which gives the movement its basis. The fact that this logical exclusion is anterior to the movement, that is, that we can assume it to be clear to the subjects with the givens of the problem, givens which forbid a combination involving three blacks, is independent of the dramatic contingency isolating the preambular statement of these givens. Expressing it in the form two blacks, one white, we see the instantaneousness of its evidence, its fulguration time, so to speak, being equal to 0. But its formulation at the outset is already modulated by the subjectivization, albeit impersonal, which takes form here in the one knows that, and by diconjunction of propositions, which constitutes less a formal hypothesis than a still indeterminate matrix of such a hypothesis. We can put it in the following consequential form designated by linguists with the terms protasis and apodosis, being, only then does one know that one is. An instance of time widens the interval so that the preg-even le done of the protasis, opposite two blacks, changes into the given la donne of the apodosis, one is a white, the instant of the glance being necessary for this to occur. Into the logical equivalence between the two terms, two blacks, one white, temporal modulation introduces a form which, in the second moment, crystallizes into an authentic hypothesis, for it aims now at the real unknown of the problem, namely, the attribute of which the subject himself is unaware. In this step, the subject encounters the next logical combination. I-68. And being the only one to whom the attribute black can be assigned, is able, in the first phase of the logical movement, to formulate thus the following evidence. 2. Were I a black, the two whites that I see would waste no time realizing that they are whites. We have here an intuition by which the subject objectifies something more than the factual givens offered him by the sight of the two whites. A certain time is defined, in the two senses of taking on meaning and finding its limit, by its end, an end that is at once goal and term. For the two whites in the situation of seeing a white and a black, this time is the time for comprehending, each of the whites finding the key to his own problem in the inertia of his semblable. The evidence of this moment presupposes the duration of a time of meditation that each of the two whites must ascertain in the other, and that the subject manifests in the terms he attributes to their lips, as though they were written on a band roll. Had I been a black, he would have left without waiting an instant. If he stays to meditate, it is because I am a white. But how can we measure the limit of this time whose meaning has been thus objectified? The time for comprehending can be reduced to the instant of the glance, but this glance can include in its instant all the time needed for comprehending. The objectivity of this time thus vacillates with its limit. Its mean 206ing alone subsists, along with the form it engenders of subjects who are undefined except by their reciprocity, and whose action is suspended by mutual causality in a time which gives way due to the very return of the intuition that it has objectified. It is through this temporal modulation that, with the second phase of the logical movement, a path is blazed which leads to the following evidence. 3. I hasten to declare myself a white, so that these whites, whom I consider in this way, do not precede me in recognizing themselves for what they are. We have here the assertion about oneself through which the subject concludes the logical movement in the making of judgment. The very return of the movement of comprehending, before which the temporal instance that objectively sustains it has vacillated, continues on in the subject in reflection. This instance reemerges for him therein in the subjective mode of a time of lagging behind the others in that very movement, logically presenting itself as the urgency of the moment of concluding. More strictly speaking, its evidence is revealed in a subjective penumbra as the growing illumination of a fringe at 169. The edge of the eclipse that the objectivity of the time for comprehending undergoes due to reflection. It seems to the subject that the time required for the two whites to understand the situation in which they are faced with a white and a black does not logically differ from the time it took him to understand it himself, since this situation is merely his own hypothesis. But if his hypothesis is correct, if, that is, the two whites actually see a black, they do not have to make an assumption about it, and will thus precede him by the beat temps debatment he misses in having to formulate this very hypothesis. It is thus the moment for concluding that he is a white. Should he allow himself to be beaten to this conclusion by his semblables, he will no longer be able to determine whether he is a black or not. Having surpassed the time for comprehending the moment of concluding, it is the moment of concluding the time for comprehending. Otherwise this time would lose its meaning. It is thus not because of some dramatic contingency, the seriousness of the stakes, or the competitiveness of the game, that time presses. It is owing to the urgency of the logical movement that the subject precipitates both his judgment and his departure, precipitates in the etymological sense of the verb, headlong, establishing the modulation in which temporal tension is reversed in a move to action tendency of act manifesting to the others that the subject has concluded. But let us stop at this point 207, at which the subject arrives in his assertion at a truth that will be submitted to the test of doubt, but that he will be incapable of verifying unless he first attains it as a certainty. Temporal tension culminates here since, as we already know, it is the sequential steps of its release that will scan the test of its logical necessity. What is the logical value of this conclusive assertion? That is what I shall now try to bring out in the logical movement in which this conclusive assertion is verified. Temporal tension in the subjective assertion and its value manifested in the demonstration of the sophism. The logical value of the third evidential moment, that is formulated in the assertion by which the subject concludes his logical movement, seems to me to deserve deeper exploration. It reveals, in effect, a form proper to an assertive logic, and we must indicate to which original relations this assertive logic can be applied. Building on the propositional relations of the first two moments, apodosis and hypothesis, the conjunction manifested here builds up to a motivation of the conclusion so that there will not be a lagging behind that engenders error, in which the ontological form of anxiety, curiously reflected in the grammat ijo, equally equivalent expression for fear that, the lagging behind might engender error, seems to emerge. This form is undoubtedly related to the logical originality of the subject of the assertion, that is why I characterize it as subjective assertion, the logical subject here being but the personal form of the knowing subject who can only be expressed by /. Otherwise stated, the judgment which concludes the sophism can only be borne by a subject who has formulated the assertion about himself, and cannot be imputed to him unreservedly by anyone else, unlike the relations of the impersonal and undefined reciprocal subjects of the first two moments that are essentially transitive, since the personal subject of the logical movement assume them at each of these moments. The reference to these two subjects highlights the logical value of the subject of the assertion. The former, expressed in the one of the one knows 208 that, provides only the general form of the noetic subject, he can as easily be God, table, or wash basin. The latter, expressed in the two whites who must recognize one another, introduces the form of the other as such, that is, as pure reciprocity, since the one can only recognize himself in the other and only discover his own attribute in the equivalence of their characteristic time. The subject of the conclusive assertion, is isolated from the other, that is, from the relation of reciprocity by a logical beat-battement de temps. This movement of the logical genesis of the seven through a decanting of its own logical time largely parallels its psychological birth. Just as, let us recall, the psychological / emerges from an indeterminate specular transitivism, assisted by an awakened jealous tendency, the I in question here defines itself through a subjectification of competition with the other, in the function of logical time. As such, it seems to me to provide the essential logical form, rather than the so-called existential form, of the psychological 7-3. The essentially subjective, assertive in my terminology, value of the sophism's conclusion is attested to by how uncertain an observer, for example, the prison warden overseeing the game, would be, faced with the three subjects' simultaneous departure, in trying to decide whether any of them has correctly deduced the attribute he bears. For the subject has seized the moment of concluding that he is a white due to the subjective evidence of a lag time which presses him on towards the exit, but even if he has not seized it, the objective evidence constituted by the other's departure leads him to act no differently. He leaves in step with them, convinced, however, that he is a black. All the observer can foresee is that if one of the three declares upon questioning that he is a black, having hastened to follow the other two, he will be the only one to do so in these terms. The assertive judgment finally manifests itself here in an act. Modern ig. Thought has shown that every judgment is essentially an act, and the dramatic contingencies here merely isolate this act in the subject's departing movement. One could imagine other means of expression for this act of concluding. What makes this act so remarkable in the subjective assertion demonstrated by the sophism is that it anticipates its own certainty owing to the temporal tension with which it is subjectively charged, and that, based on this very anticipation, its certainty is verified in a logical precipitation that is determined by the discharge of this tension, so that in the end the conclusion is no longer grounded on anything but completely objectified temporal instances, and the assertion is desubjectified to the utmost, as is demonstrated by what follows. First of all, we witness the reappearance of the objective time of the initial intuition of the movement which, as though sucked up between the instant of its beginning and the haste of its end, had seemed to burst like a bubble. Owing to the force of doubt, which exfoliates the subjective certainty of the moment of concluding, objective time condenses here like a nucleus in the interval of the first suspended motion, and manifests to the subject its limit in the time for comprehending that, for the two others, the instant of the glance has passed and that the moment of concluding has returned. While doubt has, since Descartes' time, been integrated into the value of judgment, it should certainly be noted that for the form of assertion studied here the latter's value depends less upon the doubt which suspends the assertion than on the anticipated certainty which first introduced it. But in order to understand the function of this doubt for the subject of the assertion, let us consider the objective value of the first suspension for the observer whose attention we have already drawn to the subject's overall motion. Although it may have been impossible up until this point to judge what any of them had concluded, we find that each of them manifests uncertainty about his conclusion, but will have it confirmed without fail if it was correct, rectified perhaps if it was erroneous. Indeed, if any one of them is subjectively able to make the first move, but then stops, it is because he begins to doubt whether he has really grasped the moment of concluding that he is a white, but he will immediately grasp it anew since he has already experienced it subjectively. If, on the contrary, he let the others precede him and, in so doing, convince him that he is a black, he cannot doubt whether he has grasped the moment of concluding precisely because he has not subjectively appropriated it, and in effect he can even find in the others' new initiative logical confirmation of his belief that he differs from them. If he stops, it is because he subordinates his own conclusion so thoroughly to that which manifests the others' conclusion that he immediately suspends his own when they seem to suspend theirs. Thus he doubts whether ij2 he is a black until they again show him the way, or he himself discovers it, concluding this time that he is a black or that he is a white, perhaps incorrectly, perhaps correctly, the point remaining impenetrable to everyone other than himself. But the logical descent continues on towards the second temporal suspension. Each of the subjects, having reappropriated the subjective certainty of the moment of concluding, can once again call it into question. It is now sustained, however, by the already accomplished objectification of the time for comprehending, and its being called into question lasts but the instant of the glance, for the mere fact that this hesitation is not the other's first but rather their second, suffices to put an end to his own hesitation as soon as he perceives theirs, immediately indicating to him as it does that he is certainly not a black. The subjective time of the moment of concluding is at last objectified here. This is proven by the fact that, even if any one of the subjects had not yet grasped it, it would nevertheless force itself upon him now, for this subject who would have concluded the first scansion by following the two others, convinced thereby that he was a black, would now because of the present sec on scansion be constrained to reverse his judgment. With the termination of the logical assembling of the two suspended motions in the act in which they reach completion, the sophism's assertion of certainty is desubjectified to the utmost. as is shown by the fact that according to our observer, assuming he finds the suspended motions to be synchronous for the three subjects, all three of them will indubitably declare themselves white upon questioning. Lastly, one can point out that at this same moment, if each subject can, when questioned, express, in the subjective assertion which has given him a certainty as the sophism's conclusion, the certainty he has finally verified, stating it in these terms: I hasten to conclude that I was a white, because otherwise they would have preceded me in reciprocally recognizing themselves to be whites, and had I given them the time to do so, they would have led me astray, 211, which would have been my undoing. He can also express this certainty, in its verification which has been desubjectified to the utmost in the logical movement, in the following terms. One must know that one is a white when the others have hesitated twice in leaving. IJS. In its first form, this conclusion can be advanced as veritable by a subject once he has constituted the sophism's logical movement, but can as such only be assumed personally by him, whereas in its second form, it requires the logical descent verifying the sophism to be consummated by all the subjects, although it remains applicable by any one of them to each of the others. It is not even ruled out that one, but only one, of the subjects might reach the second form without having constituted the sophism's logical movement, having simply followed its verification as manifested by the other two. The truth of the sophism as temporally ed reference of oneself to another, anticipating subjective assertion as the fundamental form of a collective logic. The truth of the sophism thus only comes to be verified through its presumption, so to speak, in the assertion it constitutes. Its truth thus turns out to depend upon a tendency that aims at the truth, a notion that would be a logical paradox were it not reducible to the temporal tension that determines the moment of concluding. Truth manifests itself in this form as preceding error and advancing solely in the act that engenders its certainty. Error, conversely, manifests itself as being confirmed by its inertia and correcting itself only with difficulty by following truth's conquering initiative. But to what sort of relation does such a logical form correspond? To a form of objectification engendered by the logical form in its movement, namely, the reference of to the common measure of the reciprocal subject, or otherwise stated, of others as such, that is, insofar as they are others for one another. This common measure is provided by a certain time for comprehending, which proves to be an essential function of the logical relationship of reciprocity. This reference of the I to others as such must, in each critical moment, be temporalized in order to dialectically reduce the moment of con 212, eluding the time for comprehending to last but the instant of the glance. Only the slightest disparity need appear in the logical term others for it to become clear how much the truth for all depends upon the rigor of each, that truth if reached by only some can engender, if not confirm, error in the others, and, moreover, that if in this race to the truth one is but alone, although not all may get to the truth, still no one can get there but by means of the others. These forms assuredly find easy application in bridge table and diplomatic strategy, not to mention in the handling of the complex in psychoanalytic practice. 174. 213. Here, however, I would like to indicate their contribution to the logical notion of collectivity. Tres faciunt collegium, as the adage goes, and the collectivity is already integrally represented in the form of the sophism, since the collectivity is defined as a group formed by the reciprocal relations of a definite number of individuals, unlike the generality, which is defined as a class abstractly including an indefinite number of individuals. But it suffices to extend the sophism's proof by recurrence to see that it can be logically applied to an unlimited number of subjects, for it being stipulated that the negative attribute can only appear in a number equal to the number of subjects minus 1. 5. But temporal objectification is more difficult to conceptualize as the collectivity grows, seeming to pose an obstacle to a collective logic with which one could complete classical logic. I will nevertheless show what such a logic would have to furnish, faced with the inadequacy one senses in an assertion such as I am a man, couched in whatever form of classical logic and derived as the conclusion from whatever premises one likes. For example, man is a rational animal, etc. This assertion assuredly appears closer to its true value when presented as the conclusion of the form here demonstrated of anticipating subjective assertion. 1. A man knows what is not a man. 2. Men recognize themselves among themselves as men. 3. I declare myself to be a man for fear of being convinced by men that I am not a man. This movement provides the logical form of all human assimilation, precisely insofar as it posits itself as assimilative of a barbarism, but it nonetheless reserves the essential determination of the I. 6. Presentation on transference. Given at the 1951 Congress of Romance language-speaking psychoanalysts. My goal here again was to accustom people's ears to the term subject. The person who provided me with this opportunity shall remain anonymous, which will spare me the task of mentioning all the passages in which I refer to him in what follows. Were the question of the part Freud played in the case of Dora to be considered settled here, it would be the net profit of my efforts to reinitiate the study of transference when Daniel Lagache's paper by that name came out, his originality being to account for it by means of the Zeigarnik effect. 1. It was an idea that was designed to please at a time when psychoanalysis seemed to be running out of alibis. When our colleague, who shall remain nameless, discreetly retorted to Lagache that one could equally well find evidence of transference in this effect, I considered the time ripe to speak of psychoanalysis. I have had to temper my expectations, since I also suggested a good deal here that I articulated later on the subject of transference. 1966. By commenting that the Zeigarnik effect seems to depend on transference more than it determines it, my colleague, B., introduced what might be called aspects of resistance into this psychotechnical experiment. Their import is to highlight the primacy of the subject-to-subject relationship in all of an individual's reactions, inasmuch as they are human, and the dominance of this relationship in any test of individual dispositions, whether this test be defined by the conditions of a task or a situation. What must be understood about psychoanalytic experience is that it proceeds entirely in this subject-to-subject relationship, which means that it preserves a dimension that is irreducible to any psychology considered to be the objectification of certain of an individual's properties. Indeed, what happens in an analysis is that the subject, strictly speaking, is constituted through a discourse to which the mere presence of the psychoanalyst, prior to any intervention he may make, brings the dimension of dialogue. Whatever irresponsibility, not to say incoherence, the conventions of the fundamental rule of psychoanalysis impose on the principle of this discourse, it is clear that they are merely a hydraulic engineer's artifices, see the case of Dora, p. 15, 2 intended to ensure the crossing of certain dams, and that the course must proceed according to the laws of a kind of gravitation that is peculiar to it, which is called truth. For truth is the name of the ideal movement that this discourse introduces into reality. In short, psychoanalysis is a dialectical experience, and this notion should prevail when raising the question of the nature of transference. My sole design here will be to show, by means of an example, the kind of propositions to which this line of argument might lead. But first I will allow myself a few remarks that strike me as urgent for the present guidance of our work of theoretical elaboration, relating, as they do, to the responsibilities thrust upon us by our historical times and the tradition entrusted to our keeping. Doesn't the fact that a dialectical conception of psychoanalysis has to be presented as an orientation peculiar to my way of thinking indicate misrecognition of an immediate given, and even of the commonsensical fact that psychoanalysis relies solely upon words? Must we not recognize, in the privileged attention paid to the function of the nonverbal aspects of behavior in the psychological maneuver, a preference on the part of the analyst for a vantage point from which the subject is no longer anything but an object? If, indeed, such misrecognition is occurring here, we must investigate it according to the methods we would apply in any other such case. It is well known that I am inclined to think that, at the very moment when psychology, and with it all the human sciences, underwent a profound revamping of perspectives due to conceptions stemming from psychoanalysis, even if it was without their consent or even their knowledge, the opposite movement took place among analysts that I would describe in the following terms, whereas Freud assumed responsibility for showing us that there are illnesses that speak, unlike Hesiod, for whom the illnesses sent by Zeus come over men in silence, and for making us hear the truth of what they say. It seems that this truth inspires more fear in the practitioners who perpetuate this technique as its relation to a historical moment and an institutional crisis becomes clearer. Thus, in any number of forms, ranging from Pietism to ideals of the crud est efficiency, running the whole gamut of naturalist propaedeutics, they can be seen seeking refuge under the wing of a psychologism which, in refeeing human beings, could lead to crimes next to which those of the physicist scientism would pale. For due to the very power of the forces exposed by analysis, nothing less than a new type of alienation of man will come into being, as much through the efforts of a collective belief as through the activity of selecting techniques. Us with all the formative scope of rituals, in short, a homopsychologies, the danger of which I am warning you against. Will we allow ourselves to be fascinated by the fabrication of homopsychologies? Or can we, by rethinking Freud's work, find anew the authentic meaning of his initiative and the means by which to maintain its salutary value? Let me stress here, should there be any need to do so, that these questions are in no sense directed at the work of someone like my friend Lacan. The prudence of his method, the scrupulousness of his procedure, and the openness of his conclusions are all exemplary of the distance between our praxis and psychology. I will base my demonstration on the case of Dora, because of what it stood for in the still new experience of transference, being the first case in which Freud recognized that the analyst plays a part. 3. It is striking that heretofore no one has stressed that the case of Dora is laid out by Freud in the form of a series of dialectical reversals. This is not a mere contrivance for presenting material whose emergence is left up to the patient, as Freud clearly states here. What is involved is a scansion of structures in which truth is transmuted for the subject, structures that affect not only her comprehension of things, but her very position as a subject, her objects being a function of that position. This means that the conception of the case history is identical to the progress of the subject, that is, to the reality of the treatment. Now, this is the first time Freud uses the term transference as the concept of the obstacle owing to which the analysis broke down. This alone gives the examination I will conduct here of the dialectical relations that constituted the moment of failure its value, at the very least, as a return to the source. I will attempt hereby to define in terms of pure dialectic the transference that is said to be negative on the part of the subject as the doing operation of the analyst who interprets it. We shall, however, have to review all the phases that led up to this moment, and examine it in terms of the problematic anticipations which, in the facts of the case, indicate where it might have found a successful outcome. Thus we find, a first development, which is exemplary in that it takes us straight to the level of the assertion of truth. For Dora, having tested Freud to see if he would prove to be as hypocritical as her father, begins her indictment by opening up a file full of memories whose rigor contrasts with the lack of biographical precision characteristic of neurosis. Frau K and her father have been lovers for so many years, and have been hiding it with what are at times ridiculous fictions. But what takes the cake is that Dora is thus offered up defenseless to Herr K's attentions, to which her father turns a blind eye, thus making her the object of an odious exchange. Freud is far too wise to the constancy of the social lie to have been duped by it, even from the mouth of a man he believes owes him the whole story. He therefore has no difficulty in removing from the patient's mind any imputation of complicity regarding this lie. But at the end of this development he finds himself faced with a question, which is classic in the first stages of treatment: all of this is factual, being based on reality and not on my own will. What's to be done about it? To which Freud replies with a first dialectical reversal, which in no wise pales next to Hegel's analysis of the claim made by the beautiful soul who rises up against the world in the name of the law of the heart. Look at your own involvement, he tells her, in the mess disorder you complain of, p. 32. For what then appears is, a second development of truth, namely, that it was not on the basis of Dora's mere silence, but of her complicity and even vigilant protection, that the fiction had been able to last, which allowed the relationship between the two lovers to continue. What can be seen here is not simply Dora's participation in Jacques' courtship, of which she is the object. New light is shed on her relationship with the other partners of the quadrille by the fact that it is caught up in a subtle circulation of precious gifts, which serves to make up for a deficiency in sexual services. This circulation starts with her father in relation to Frau K, and then comes back to the patient through Jacques' consequent availability, in no way diminishing the lavish generosity which comes to her directly from the first source, by way of parallel gifts, this being the classic manner of making amends by which the bourgeois male manages to combine reparation due his lawful wedded wife with his concern for passing on an inheritance. Note that the presence of the figure of the wife is reduced here to this lateral link in the chain of exchanges. At the same time, Dora's Oedipal relation turns out to be grounded in an identification with her father, which is fostered by his sexual impotence and is, moreover, experienced by Dora as identical to his supervalent status as rich. This is betrayed by the unconscious illusion Dora is allowed by the semantics of the word rich fortune in German, Vermögen. Indeed, this identification 220 was apparent in all the conversion symptoms presented by Dora, a large number of which were removed by this discovery. The following question then arises: in light of this, what is the meaning of the jealousy Dora suddenly shows toward her father's love affair? The fact that this jealousy presents itself in such a supervalent form calls for an explanation which goes beyond her apparent motives. p. 50. 5. Here takes place the second dialectical reversal, which Freud brings about by commenting that, far from the alleged object of jealousy providing her true motive, it conceals an interest in the rival subject herself, an interest whose nature, since it is quite foreign to ordinary discourse, can only be expressed in it in this inverted form. This gives rise to a third development of truth. Dora's fascinated attachment to Frau K, her adorable white body. The confessions Dora received how far they went shall remain unsound on the state of Frau K's relations with her husband, and the blatant fact of their exchanges of useful techniques as mutual ambassadors of their desires regarding Dora's father. Freud glimpsed the question to which this new development was leading. If, therefore, it is being dispossessed by this woman that makes you so bitter, how come you do not resent her for betraying you further by accusing you of intrigue and perversity, imputations which they all now believe when they accuse you of lying? What is the motive for this loyalty which makes you keep for her the deepest secret of your relations? In other words, the sexual initiation, readily discernible in the very accusations made by Frau K. It is this very secret which brings us to the third dialectical reversal, the one that would reveal to us the real value of the object that Frau K is for Dora. Frau K is not an individual, but a mystery, the mystery of Dora's own femininity, by which I mean her bodily femininity as it appears undisguised in the second of the two dreams whose study 221 makes up the second part of the case history. Dreams I suggest you reread in order to see how greatly their interpretation is simplified by my commentary. The boundary post we must go around in order to reverse course one last time already appears within reach. It is the most distant image that Dora retrieves from her early childhood. Didn't all the keys always fall into Freud's hands, even in those cases that were broken off like this one, that of Dora, probably still an infant, sucking her left thumb, while with her right hand she tugs at the ear of her brother, who is her elder by a year and a half, pages 20 and 47. 6. What we seem to have here is the imaginary mold in which all the situations orchestrated by Dora during her life came to be cast, a perfect illustration of the theory, yet to appear in Freud's work, of repetition automatisms. We can gauge in it what woman and man signify to her now. Woman is the object which cannot be dissociated from a primitive oral desire, in which she must nevertheless learn to recognize her own genital nature. It is surprising that Freud fails to see here that Dora's aphonia during Jacques' absences p. 36-7 expressed the violent call of the oral erotic drive when Dora was left alone with Frau K, there being no need for him to assume she had seen her father receiving fellatio p. 44, 8. When everyone knows that cunnilingus is the artifice most commonly adopted by rich men messieurs fortunes when their powers begin to fail them. In order for her to gain access to this recognition of her femininity, she would have to assume her own body, failing which she remains open to the functional fragmentation, to refer to the theoretical contribution of the mirror stage, that constitutes conversion symptoms. Now, her only means for gaining this access was via her earliest imago, which shows us that the only path open to her to the object was via the masculine partner, with whom, because of their difference in age, she was able to identify, in that primordial identification through which the subject recognizes herself as/. Hence Dora identified with Herr K, just as she was in the process of Iden 222-ifying with Freud himself. The fact that it was upon waking from her transference dream that Dora noticed the smell of smoke associated with the two men is not indicative, as Freud says p. 67, 9, of some more deeply repressed identification, but rather of the fact that this hallucination corresponded to the twilight stage of the return to the ego. And all her dealings with the two men manifest the aggressiveness in which we see the dimension characteristic of narcissistic alienation. Thus it is true, as Freud thinks, that the return to a passionate complaint about the father represents a regression when compared with the relations that had begun to develop with Herr K. But this homage, whose beneficial value for Dora was glimpsed by Freud, could be received by her as a manifestation of desire only if she could accept herself as an object of desire, that is, only once she had exhausted the meaning of what she was looking for in Frau K. As is true for all women, and for reasons that are at the very crux of the most elementary social exchanges, the very exchanges Dora names as the grounds for her revolt, the problem of her condition is fundamentally that of accepting herself as a man's object of desire, and this is the mystery that motivates Dora's idolization of Frau K. In her long meditation before the Madonna and in her recourse to the role of distant worshipper. This mystery drives Dora toward the solution Christianity has offered for this subjective impasse by making woman the object of a divine desire or a transcendent object of desire, which amounts to the same thing. If, therefore, in a third dialectical reversal, Freud had directed Dora towards a recognition of what Frau K was for her, by getting her to confess the deepest secrets of their relationship, wouldn't that have contributed to his prestige? I am merely touching on the question of the meaning of positive transference here, opening up the path to her recognition of the virile object. This is not my opinion, but rather Freud's, p. 107. 10. But the fact that his failure to do so was fatal to the treatment is attributed 182. By Freud to the action of the transference, pages 103-7, 1x to his error that makes him put off the interpretation thereof, p. 106, 12 when, as he was able to ascertain after the fact, he had only 2 hours left to sidestep its effects, p. 106. 13. But each time he proffers this explanation whose subsequent development in analytic doctrine is well known, a footnote provides recourse to another explanation, his inadequate appreciation of the homosexual tie binding Dora to Frau K. What does this mean if not that the second reason only struck him truly as the most crucial in 1923, whereas the first bore fruit in his thinking beginning in 1905, the year the Dora case study was published? Which side should we choose? Surely that of believing both accounts and attempting to grasp what can be deduced from their synthesis. What we then find is this: Freud admits that for a long time he was unable to face this homosexual tendency, which he nonetheless tells us is so constant in hysterics that its subjective role cannot be overestimated, without falling into a state of distress, p. 107, note 14, that rendered him incapable of dealing with it satisfactorily. I would say that this has to be ascribed to a bias, the very same bias that falsifies the conception of the Oedipus complex right from the outset, making him consider the predominance of the paternal figure to be natural, rather than normative, the same bias that is expressed simply in the well-known refrain, "Thread is to needle as girl is to boy." Freud has felt kindly toward Herr K for a long time, since it was Herr K who brought Dora's father to Freud, p. 18, 15, and this comes out in numerous comments he makes, p. 27, note 16 After the treatment founders, Freud persists in dreaming of a victory of love, p. 99. 17 Freud admits to his personal investment in Dora, interesting him as she does, at many points in the account. The truth of the matter is that she brings the whole case alive in a way which, vaulting the theoretical digressions, elevates this text, among the psychopathological monographs that constitute a genre in our literature, to the tone of a Princesse de Clovis bound by an infernal gag. It is because he put himself rather too much in Herr K's shoes that Freud did not succeed in moving the infernal regions this time around. Due to his counter-transference, Freud harps too often on the love Herr K supposedly inspired in Dora, and it is odd to see how he always interprets Dora's very varied retorts as though they were confessions. The session when he thinks he has reduced her to no longer contradicting him, p. 93, 18 and at the end of which he believes he can express his satisfaction to her, Dora in fact concludes on a very different note. Why, has anything so very remarkable? 183. Come out. She says, and it is at the beginning of the next session that she announces that she is going to take leave of him. What thus happened during the scene of the lakeside declaration, the catastrophe which drove Dora to illness, leading everyone to recognize her as ill, this, ironically, being their response to her refusal to continue to serve as a prop for their common infirmity. Not all the gains of a neurosis work solely to the advantage of the neurotic. As in any valid interpretation, we need but stick to the text in order to understand it. Herr K could only get in a few words, decisive though they were. My wife is nothing to me. His reward for this feat was instantaneous, a hard slap, whose burning after effects Dora felt long after the treatment had ended in the form of a transitory neuralgia, quipped back to the blunderer, if she is nothing to you, then what are you to me? What then would he be to her, this puppet who had nonetheless just broken the spell she had been living under for years? The latent pregnancy fantasy that followed the scene does not invalidate my interpretation, since it is well known that it occurs in hysterics precisely as a function of their identification with men. It is through the very same trapdoor that Freud disappears, with a still more insidious sliding. Dora leaves with a Mona Lisa smile, and even when she reappears, Freud is not so naive as to believe she intends to resume her analysis. By that time, she has gotten everyone to recognize the truth which, as truthful as it may be, she nevertheless knows does not constitute the final truth, and she has managed through the mere mana of her presence to precipitate the unfortunate Herr K under the wheels of a carriage. The subsidence of her SYMP toms, which had been brought about during the second phase of the treatment, did last, nevertheless. Thus the arrest of the dialectical process resulted in an apparent retreat, but the positions recaptured could only be held by an affirmation of the ego, which can be considered progress. What then is this transference whose work, Freud states somewhere, goes on invisibly behind the progress of the treatment, and whose effects, furthermore, are not susceptible of definite proof, p. 67. 19 Can it not be considered here to be an entity altogether related to counter-transference, defined as the sum total of the analyst's biases, passions, and difficulties, or even of his inadequate information, at any given moment in the dialectical process? Doesn't Freud himself tell us, p. 105, 20, that Dora might have transferred the paternal figure onto him, had he been foolish enough to believe the version of things her father had presented to him? In other words, transference is nothing real in the subject if not the appear. 184. Hence, at a moment of stagnation in the analytic dialectic, of the permanent modes according to which she constitutes her objects. What then does it mean to interpret transference? Nothing but to fill the emptiness of the standstill with a lure. But even though it is deceptive, this lure serves a purpose by setting the whole process in motion anew. The denial denegation with which Dora would have greeted any suggestion by Freud that she was imputing to him the same intentions as those that Herr K had displayed, would not in any way have changed the scope of the suggestion's effects. The very opposition to which it would have given rise would probably, despite Freud, have set Dora off in the right direction, the one that would have led her to the object of her real interest. and to have set himself up personally as a substitute for Herr K would have spared Freud from overemphasizing the value of Herr K's marriage proposals. Thus transference does not fall under any mysterious property of affectivity, and, even when it reveals itself in an emotional emoy guise, this guise has a meaning only as a function of the dialectical moment at which it occurs. But this moment is of no great significance, since it normally signals an error 226 on the analyst's part, if only that of wanting what is good for the patient to too great an extent, a danger Freud warned against on many occasions. Thus analytic neutrality derives its authentic meaning from the position of the pure dialectician who, knowing that all that is real is rational, and vice versa, knows that all that exists, including the evil against which he struggles, is and shall always be equivalent to the level of its particularity, and that the subject only progresses through the integration he arrives at of his position into the universal, technically speaking, through the projection of his past into a discourse in the process of becoming. The case of Dora is especially relevant for demonstrating this in that, since it involves an hysteric, the screen of the ego is transparent enough for there never to be, as Freud said, a lower threshold between the unconscious and the conscious, or better, between analytic discourse and the key MOT to the symptom. I believe, however, that transference always has the same meaning of indicating the moments where the analyst goes astray and takes anew his bearings, and the same value of reminding us of our role, that of a positive non-action aiming at the orthodramatization of the patient's subjectivity. On the subject who is finally in question, including a whiff of enthusiasm in a written text utterly ensures that it will become dated, in the regrettable sense of the term. Let us regret this as regards my Rome discourse function and field of speech and language, which immediately became dated, the circumstances I mentioned in it leading to nothing that attenuated the problem. In publishing it, I assumed it would be of interest to read, misunderstanding and all. Even in wishing to be cautious, I will not redouble its original address, to the Congress, with an address to the reader, when the constant fiature which I mentioned at the outset of my address to psychoanalysts culminated here in being adapted to a group that called upon me for help. Instead, my parade will be to redouble its interest, assuming that unveiling what commands it, whether the subject is conscious of this or not, does not divide that interest. I wish to speak of the subject called into question by this discourse, when putting him back into his place here from the point where I, for my part, have not failed him is simply to honor the place where he asked us to meet him. I will no longer do anything for the reader henceforth apart from pointing out, a little further on, the aim of my seminar, but trust in his tête-à-tête with texts that are certainly no easier, but that are intrinsically situable. 190. Meta, the post that marks the turning point to be approached as closely as possible in a race, is the metaphor I will give him as a viaticum in reminding him of the new inedit discourse I have been pronouncing every Wednesday of the academic year since that time, whose circulation elsewhere he may possibly attend to, if he does not attend in person. Regarding the subject who is called into question, training analysis will be my point of departure. As we know, this is the name for a psychoanalysis that one proposes to undertake for the purpose of training, especially as an element in qualifying to practice psychoanalysis. When a psychoanalysis is specified by such a request demanda made by a potential analysand to an analyst, the supposedly ordinary parameters of analysis are considered to be modified, and the analyst thinks that he must deal with that. Accepting to conduct an analysis under such conditions brings with it a responsibility. It is curious to note how that responsibility is displaced onto the guarantees that one derives from it. For the unexpected baptism received by that which proposes to undertake training, in the form of a personal psychoanalysis, one, as if there were any other form of analysis, assuming that in it things are brought back to the uninviting point desired, does not seem to me to in any way concern what the proposal leads to in the subject whom we welcome in this way, in sum, neglecting that personal analysis. Perhaps we will see more clearly if we purify the said subject of his preoccupations, which can be summarized with the term propaganda, the ranks of analysts which must be swelled, the faith which must be propagated, and the standard which must be protected. Let us extract from this the subject who is implied by the request demanda in which he presents himself. The reader will take a step forward if he notes here that the unconscious gives him a poor basis upon which to reduce the subject to what the realm of precision instrumentation designates as subjective error, assuming he is prepared to add that psychoanalysis does not have the privilege of a more consistent subject, but must rather allow us to shed light on him in the avenues of other disciplines as well. This ambitious approach would unduly distract us from acknowledging what we in fact argue on the basis of, namely, the subject whom we qualify, and significantly so, as a patient, which is not the subject as strictly implied by his request demanda, but rather the product that we would like to see determined by it. In other words, we obscure the picture in the very process of painting it. In the name of this patient, our listening to will be patient. It is for his own good that techniques are elaborated so we will know how to measure the aid we provide. The point is to make the psychoanalyst capable of this patience and measurement. But, after all, the uncertainty that remains regarding the very end of analysis has the effect of leaving between the patient and the subject that we append to him only the difference, promised to the second, of repeating the experience with patients of his own, it even being legitimate that their theoretical equivalence is fully maintained in the counter-transference. How then could training analysis constitute a problem? I have no negative intention in preparing this balance sheet. I am simply pointing out the way things are, a situation in which we find many opportune remarks, a permanent calling into question of technique, and often odd glows in the enthusiasm of avowing, in short, a richness which can certainly be understood as the fruit of the relativism that is characteristic of our discipline and that provides it with its guarantee. Even the objection that stems from the total absence of discussion of the end of training analysis can go unheeded given the unquestionable nature of the usual routine. Only the never-broached question of the threshold that must be reached in order for a psychoanalyst to be promoted to the rank of training analyst, where the criterion of seniority is derisory, reminds us that it is the subject in question in training analysis who poses a problem and who remains an intact subject there. Shouldn't we, rather, conceptualize training analysis as the perfect form which sheds light on analysis itself, since it provides a restriction to it? Such is the reversal that never occurred to anyone before I mentioned it. It seems to force itself upon us, nevertheless. For while psychoanalysis has a specific field, the concern with therapeutic results justifies short circuits and even tempering modifications within it, but if there is one case in which all such reductions are prohibited, it must be training analysis. Should someone claim that I am maintaining that the training of analysts is what psychoanalysis is most justified in doing, he would be barking up the wrong tree. For such insolence, were it such, would not implicate psychoanalysts. Rather, it would point to a certain gap in civilization that must be filled, but which is not yet clearly enough discerned for anyone to boast that he has taken it upon himself to do so. Only a theory that is capable of grounding psychoanalysis in a way that preserves its relationship to science can pave the way for this. 19*. It is obvious that psychoanalysis was born from science. It is inconceivable that it could have arisen from another field. It is no accident but rather a consequence that in those circles where psychoanalysis distinguishes itself by remaining Freudian, it is considered self-evident that psychoanalysis has no other support than that of science and that there is no possible transition to psychoanalysis from the realm of the esoteric, by which practices that seem to be similar to psychoanalysis are structured. How then can we account for the obvious misunderstandings that abound in the conceptualizations in vogue in established circles? Regardless of how their creations are slapped together from the supposed feelings of unity, where, at the height of the treatment, the bliss that we are led to believe inaugurates libidinal development is found anew, to the much ballyhooed miracles obtained by reaching genital maturity, with its sublime ability to join in all regressions we can recognize in them the mirage which is not even debated, the completeness of the subject. People even formally take such completeness as a goal which should in theory be reachable, even if in practice infirmity attributable to the technique or to the aftermath of the patient's history requires that it remain an overly distant ideal. Such is the crux of the theoretical extravagance, in the strict sense of the term, into which we see that anyone can fall, from the most authentic explorer of the analyst's therapeutic responsibility to the most rigorous examiner of analytic concepts. This can be confirmed regarding the paragon I mentioned first, Ferenczi, in his biological delusion about amphimixis, and in the SEC and case, where I was thinking of Jones. It can be gauged in the latter's Phenomenologicae */ CW, the aphonesis of desire, to which he was led by his need to ensure the equal rights of the sexes with respect to castration, that scandalous fact that can only be accepted by giving up on the idea of the subject's completeness. Next to these illustrious examples, we are less surprised by the profusion of economic recenterings to which each theorist gives himself over, extrapolating from the treatment to development, and even to human history, for example, transferring the fantasy of castration back onto the anal phase, or basing everything on a universal oral neurosis, without any assignable limit to his etc. At best it can be taken as evidence of what I will call the naivete of personal perversion, the thing being understood to give way to some illumination. I am not referring here to the inanity of the term personal analysis, about which one can say that all too often what it designates is as inane as 193. The term itself, being sanctioned only by highly practical rearrangements. Whence rearises the question of the benefit this curious fabrication offers. The practitioner who is not inveterate is probably not insensitive to a reality that has been rendered more nostalgic by rising up to meet him, and he responds in this case to the essential relationship between the veil and his experience with myth-like sketches. A fact prevents us from qualifying these sketches as myths, for what we see in psychoanalysis are not authentic myths, by which I simply mean those that are found in the field, which never fail to leave visible the subject's decompletion, but folklore-like fragments of these myths, and precisely those that have been used by propaganda religions in their themes of salvation. This fact will be contested by those whose truth is hidden by these themes, who are all too happy to find in them corroboration for their truth on the basis of what they call hermeneutics. A healthy reform of spelling would allow us to give their exploitation of this term the import of a familiar practice, that of the faux philosopher, for example, or of physiosophy, without adding any more dots or i's. Their radical vice can be seen in their approach to the transmission of knowledge. At best this transmission could be defended by comparing psychoanalysis to those trades in which, for centuries, transmission occurred only in a veiled manner, maintained by the institution of apprenticeship and guild compagnonage. A masters in the art and different ranks protect therein the secret of a substantial knowledge. It is, nevertheless, the liberal arts, which do not practice the arcane, that I will refer to later in evoking the youth of psychoanalysis. The comparison does not hold up, no matter how slight it may be. This is so clear that one might say that reality itself is designed in such a way as to reject this comparison, since what it requires is an entirely different position of the subject. The theory, or rather the hackneyed views that go by this name, the formulations of which are so variable that it sometimes seems that the only thing they have in common is their insipid character, is merely the filling of a locus in which a deficiency can be demonstrated without our even knowing how to formulate it. I propose an algebra that tries to correspond, in the place thus defined, to what the sort of logic that is known as symbolic does when it establishes the rights of mathematical practice. I realize full well how much prudence and care are required to do so. All I can say here is that it is important to preserve the availability of 194. The experience acquired by the subject in the characteristic structure of displacement and splitting in which that experience had to be constituted, referring the reader to my actual discussions of this topic. What I must stress here is that I claim to pave the way for the scientific position of psychoanalysis by analyzing in what way it is already implied at the very heart of the psychoanalytic discovery. The reform of the subject that is inaugural in psychoanalysis must be related to the reform that occurs at the core of science, the latter involving a certain reprieve from ambiguous questions that one might call questions of truth. It is difficult not to see that, even before the advent of psychoanalysis, a dimension that might be called that of the symptom was introduced, which was articulated on the basis of the fact that it represents the return of truth as such into the gap of a certain knowledge. I am not referring to the classical problem of error, but rather to a concrete manifestation that must be appreciated clinically, in which we find not a failure of representation but a truth of another reference than the one, whether representation or not, whose fine order it manages to disturb. In this sense, one can say that this dimension is highly differentiated in Marx's critique, even if it is not made explicit there. And one can say that a part of the reversal of Hegel that he carries out is constituted by the return, which is a materialist return, precisely insofar as it gives it figure and body, of the question of truth. The latter actually forces itself upon us, I would go so far as to say, not by taking up the thread of the ruse of Arié-sun, a subtle form with which Hegel sends it packing, but by upsetting these ruses, read Marx's political writings, which are merely dressed up with reason. I am aware of the precision with which it is fitting to accompany this theme of truth and its deter bias in knowledge, which is nevertheless the crux, it seems to me, of philosophy as such. I am only mentioning it in order to point out the leap made by Freud therein. Freud sets himself apart from the rest by clearly linking the status of the symptom to the status of his own operation, for the Freudian operation is the symptom's proper operation, in the two senses of the term. Unlike a sign or smoke which is never found in the absence of fire, a fire that smoke indicates with the possible call to put it out, a symptom can only be interpreted in the signifying order. A signifier has meaning only through its relation to another signifier. The truth of symptoms 5 resides in this articulation. Symptoms remain somewhat vague when they were understood as representing some eruption of truth. In fact, they are truth, being made of the same wood from which truth is made, if we posit materialistically that truth is what is instated on the basis of the signifying chain. I would like to distinguish myself from the level of joking around at which certain theoretical debates ordinarily occur. I will do so by asking how we are supposed to take what smoke, since that is the classical paradigm, proposes to our gaze when it billows out of crematorium furnaces. I do not doubt that people will agree that we can take it only in terms of its signifying value, and that even if we were to refuse to be dumbfounded by the criterion here, this smoke would remain for the materialist reduction an element that is less metaphorical than all the smoke that could be stirred up in debating whether what it represents should be broached from a biological or a social standpoint. By taking one's bearings from the joint between the consequences of language and the desire for knowledge, a joint that the subject is, perhaps the paths will become more passable regarding what has always been known about the distance that separates the subject from his existence as a sexed being, not to mention as a living being. And, indeed, the construction that I provide of the subject in following the thread of Freudian experience removes none of the personal poignancy from the several displacements and splits he may have to undergo in the course of his training analysis. If his training analysis registers the resistances he has overcome, it is insofar as they fill the space of defense in which the subject is organized. It is only on the basis of certain structural reference points that one can pinpoint the trajectory he is following, in order to outline its exhaustion. Similarly, a certain order of construction can be required regarding what must be attained by way of what fundamentally screens the real in the unconscious fantasy. All of these verification values will not stop castration, which is the key to the subject's radical dodge bias by which the symptom comes into being, from remaining, even in a training analysis, the enigma that the subject resolves only by avoiding it. At least if some order being established in what he has experienced later gave him responsibility for his statements, he would not try to reduce to the anal phase that aspect of castration that he grasped in the fundamental fantasy. 19s. In other words, analytic experience would be protected from sanctioning theoretical orientations that are likely to lead to the derailing of its transmission. The status of training analysis and of the teaching of psychoanalysis must be understood anew to be identical in their scientific openness. The latter involves, like any other teaching, minimal conditions, a defined relationship to the instrument as an instrument, and a certain idea of the question raised by the material. The fact that the two converge here in a question, which is not thereby simplified, nevertheless, will perhaps close this other question with which psychoanalysis redoubles the first, in the form of a question posed to science, by constituting a science by itself which is raised to the second power \o second degree. Should the reader be surprised that I am raising this question so late in the game and with the same temperament which is such that it required two of the most improbable echoes of my teaching to receive from two COL-leg students in the United States the careful, and successful, translation that two of my articles, including Function and Field, deserved, he should realize that my top priority was that there first be psychoanalysts. At least I can now be happy that as long as there is still some trace of what I have instituted, there will be some psychoanalyst psychoanalyst who responds to certain subjective emergencies, should qualifying them with the definite article be saying too much, or else still desiring too much. 1966. The Function and Field of Speech 237 and Language in Psychoanalysis. Paper delivered at the Rome Congress held at the Institute of Psychology at the University of Rome on September 26 and 27, 1953. Preface. In particular, it should not be forgotten that the division into embryology, anatomy, physiology, psychology, sociology, and clinical work does not exist in nature, and that there is only one discipline, a neurobiology, to which observation obliges us to add the epithet human when it concerns us. Quotation chosen as an inscription for a psychoanalytic institute in 1952. The talk included here warrants an introduction that provides some context, since it was marked by its context. The theme of this talk was proposed to me, and my contribution was intended to constitute the customary theoretical paper given at the annual meeting that the association representing psychoanalysis in France at that time had held for 18 years, a venerable tradition known as the Congress of French-speaking Psychoanalysts, though for the past 2 years it had been extended to Romance language-speaking psychoanalysts, Holland being included out of linguistic tolerance. The Congress was to take place in Rome in September of 1953. In the meantime, serious disagreements led to a secession within the French group. These disagreements came out on the occasion of the founding of a psychoanalytic institute. The team that succeeded in imposing its statutes and program on the new institute was then heard to proclaim that it would prevent the person who, along with others, had tried to introduce a different 198 conception of analysis from speaking in Rome, and it employed every means in its power to do so. Yet it did not seem to those who thus founded the new Société Française de Psychanalyse that they had to deprive the majority of the students, who had rallied to their teaching, of the forthcoming event, or even to hold it elsewhere than in the eminent place in which it had been planned to be held. The generous fellow feeling that had been shown them by the Italian group meant that they could hardly be regarded as unwelcome guests in the universal city. For my part, I considered myself assisted, however unequal I might prove to be to the task of speaking about speech, by a certain complicity inscribed in the place itself. Indeed, I recalled that, well before the glory of the world's loftiest throne had been established, Aulus Gellius, in his Noctes Aeticae, attributed to the place called Mons Vaticanus the etymology vigire, which designates the first stammerings of speech. If, then, my talk was to be nothing more than a newborn's cry, at least it would seize the auspicious moment to revamp the foundations our discipline derives from language. Moreover, this revamping derived too much meaning from history for me not to break with the traditional style that places a paper somewhere between a compilation and a synthesis in order to adopt an ironic style suitable to a radical questioning of the foundations of our discipline. Since my audience was to be the students who expected me to speak, it was above all with them in mind that I composed this talk, and for their sake that I dispensed with the rules, observed by our high priests, requiring one to mime rigor with meticulousness and confuse rule with certainty. Indeed, in the conflict that led to the present outcome, people had shown such an exorbitant degree of misrecognition regarding the students' autonomy as subjects that the first requirement was to counteract the constant tone that had permitted this excess. The fact is that a vice came to light that went well beyond the local circumstances that led to the conflict. The very fact that one could claim to regulate the training of psychoanalysts in so authoritarian a fashion raised the question whether the established modes of such training did not paradoxically result in perpetual minimization. The initiatory and highly organized forms which Freud considered to be a guarantee of his doctrine's transmission are certainly justified by the situation of a discipline that can only perpetuate itself by remaining at the level of a complete experience. 199. But haven't these forms led to a disappointing formalism that discourages initiative by penalizing risk, and turns the reign of the opinion of the learned into a principle of docile prudence in which the authenticity of research is blunted even before it finally dries up? The extreme complexity of the notions brought into play in our field is such that in no other area does a mind run a greater risk, in laying bare its judgment, of discovering its true measure. But this ought to result in making it our first, if not only, concern to emancipate theses by elucidating principles. The severe selection that is, indeed, required cannot be left to the endless postponements of a fastidious cooptation, but should be based on the fecundity of concrete production and the dialectical testing of contradictory claims. This does not imply that I particularly value divergence. On the contrary, I was surprised to hear, at the London International Congress where, because we had failed to follow the prescribed forms, we had come as appellants of personality well disposed toward us, deplore the fact that we could not justify our secession on the grounds of some doctrinal disagreement. Does this mean that an association that is supposed to be international has some other goal than that of maintaining the principle of the collective nature of our experience? It is probably no big secret that it has been eons since this was the case, and it was without creating the slightest scandal that, to the impenetrable Mr. Zilberg who, making ours a special case, insisted that no secession should be accepted unless it is based on a scientific dispute, the penetrating Mr. Valder could reply that, if we were to challenge the principles in which each of us believes his experience is grounded, our walls would very quickly dissolve into the confusion of Babel. To my way of thinking, if I innovate, I prefer not to make a virtue of it. In a discipline that owes its scientific value solely to the theoretical concepts Freud hammered out as his experience progressed, concepts which, because they continue to be poorly examined and nevertheless retain the ambiguity of everyday language, benefit from the latter's resonances while incur 240 ring misunderstanding, it would seem to me to be premature to break with the traditional terminology. But it seems to me that these terms can only be made clearer if we establish their equivalence to the current language of anthropology, or even to the latest problems in philosophy, fields where psychoanalysis often need but take back its own property. In any case, I consider it to be an urgent task to isolate, in concepts that are being deadened by routine use, the meaning they recover when we re-examine their history and reflect on their subjective foundations. 200. That, no doubt, is the teacher's function, the function on which all the others depend and the one in which the value of experience figures best. If this function is neglected, the meaning of an action whose effects derive solely from meaning is obliterated, and the rules of analytic technique, being reduced to mere recipes, rob analytic experience of any status as knowledge, connaissance, and even of any criterion of reality. For no one is less demanding than a psychoanalyst when it comes to what gives his actions their status, which he himself is not far from regarding as magical because he doesn't know where to situate them in a conception of his field that he hardly dreams of reconciling with his practice. The epigraph with which I have adorned this preface is a rather fine example of this. Doesn't his conception of his field correspond to a conception of analytic training that is like that of a driving school which, not content to claim the unique privilege of issuing driver's licenses, also imagines that it is in a position to supervise car construction? Whatever this comparison may be worth, it is just as valid as those which are bandied about in our most serious conventicles and which, because they originated in our discourse to idiots, do not even have the savor of inside jokes, but seem to gain currency nevertheless due to their pompous ineptitude. They begin with the well-known comparison between the candidate who allows himself to be prematurely dragged into practicing analysis and the surgeon who operates without sterilizing his instruments, and they go on to the comparison that brings tears to one's eyes for those unfortunate students who 241 are torn by their master's conflicts just like children torn by their parents' divorce. This late-born comparison seems to me to be inspired by the respect due to those who have, in effect, been subjected to what, toning down my thought, I will call a pressure to teach, which has put them sorely to the test, but on hearing the quavering tones of the masters, one may also wonder whether the limits of childishness have not, without warning, been stretched to the point of foolishness. Yet the truths contained in these clichés are worthy of more serious examination. As a method based on truth and demystification of subjective camouflage, does psychoanalysis display an incommensurate ambition to apply its principles to its own corporation, that is, to psychoanalysts' conception of their role in relation to the patient, their place in intellectual society, their relations with their peers, and their educational mission? Perhaps, by reopening a few windows to the broad daylight of Freud's 201 thought, my paper will allay the anguish some people feel when a symbolic action becomes lost in its own opacity. Whatever the case may be, in referring to the context of my talk, I am not trying to blame its all too obvious shortcomings on the haste with which it was written, since both its meaning and its form derive from that same haste. Moreover, in an exemplary sophism involving intersubjective time, I have shown the function of haste in logical precipitation, where truth finds its unsurpassable condition. Nothing created appears without urgency, nothing in urgency fails to surpass itself in speech. Nor is there anything that does not become contingent here when the time comes when a man can identify in a single reason the side he takes and the disorder he denounces, in order to understand their coherence in reality real and anticipate by his certainty the action that weighs them against each other. Introduction 242. We shall determine this while we are still at the aphelion of our matter, for, when we arrive at the perihelion, the heat is liable to make us forget it. Lichtenberg. Flesh composed of suns. How can such be? Exclaim the simple ones. R. Browning, parleying with certain people. Such is the fright that seizes man when he discovers the true face of his power that he turns away from it in the very act which is his act of laying it bare. This is true in psychoanalysis. Freud's Promethean discovery was such an act, as his work attests, but that act is no less present in each psychoanalytic experience humbly conducted by any one of the workers trained in his school. One can trace over the years a growing aversion regarding the functions of speech and the field of language. It is responsible for the changes in aim and technique that are acknowledged within the psychoanalytic movement, and whose relation to the general decline in therapeutic effectiveness is never the less ambiguous. Indeed, the emphasis on the object's resistance in current psychoanalytic theory and technique must itself be subjected to the dialectic of analysis, which can but recognize in this emphasis the attempt to provide the subject with an alibi. Let me try to outline the topography of this movement. If we examine the literature that we call our scientific activity, the current problems of psychoanalysis clearly fall into three categories. 202. A. The function of the imaginary, as I shall call it, or, to put it more directly, of fantasies in the technique of psychoanalytic experience and in the constitution of the object at the different stages of psychical development. The impetus in this area has come from the analysis of children and from the favorable field offered to researchers' efforts and temptations by the pre-verbal structurations approach. This is also where its culmination is now inducing a return by raising the question of what symbolic sanction is to be attributed to fantasies in their interpretation. B. The concept of libidinal object relations which, by renewing the idea of treatment progress, is quietly altering the way treatment is conducted. The new perspective began here with the extension of psychoanalytic method to the psychoses and with the momentary receptiveness of psychoanalytic technique to data based on a different principle. Psychoanalysis leads here to an existential phenomenology, indeed, to an activism motivated by charity. Here, too, a clear-cut reaction is working in favor of a return to symbolization as the crux of technique. C. The importance of counter-transference and, correlatively, of analytic training. Here the emphasis has resulted from the difficulties related to the termination of analytic treatment that intersect the difficulties related to the moment at which training analysis ends with the candidate beginning to practice. The same oscillation can be observed here. On the one hand, the analyst's being is said, not without audacity, to be a non-negligible factor in the effects of an analysis and even a factor whose conduct should be brought out into the open at the end of the game. On the other hand, it is put forward no less energetically that a solution can come only from an ever deeper exploration of the unconscious mainspring. Apart from the pioneering activity these three problems manifest on three different fronts. They have one thing in common with the vitality of the psychoanalytic experience that sustains them. It is the temptation that presents itself to the analyst to abandon the foundation of speech, and this precisely in areas where its use, verging on the ineffable, would seem to require examination more than ever, namely, the child's education by its mother, Samaritan type aid, and dialectical mastery. The danger becomes great indeed if the analyst also abandons his own language, preferring established languages about whose compensations for ignorance he knows very little. In truth, we would like to know more about the effects of symbolization in the child, and the officiating mothers in psychoanalysis. Even those who give our top committees a matriarchal air are not exempt from the confusion of tongues by which Ferenczi designated the law of the child/adult relationship. 203. Our wise men's ideas about the perfect object relation are based on a rather uncertain conception and, when exposed, they reveal a mediocrity that hardly does credit to the profession. There can be no doubt that these effects where the psychoanalyst resembles the type of modern hero represented by ridiculous feats in situations of confusion could be corrected by an appropriate return to the study of the functions of speech, a field the analyst ought by now to have mastered. But it seems that this central field of our domain has been left fallow since Freud. Note how he himself refrained from venturing too far into its periphery. He discovered children's libidinal stages by analyzing adults and intervened in little Hans's case only through the mediation of his parents. He deciphered a whole section of the language of the unconscious in Paranoid Delusion, but used for this purpose only the key textschreiber left behind in the volcanic debris of his spiritual catastrophe. Freud rose, however, to a position of total mastery regarding the dialectic of the work and the tradition of its meaning. Does this mean that if the place of the master remains empty, it is not so much due to his disappearance as to an increasing obliteration of the meaning of his work? To convince ourselves of this, isn't it enough for us to note what is happening in that place? A technique is being transmitted there, one that is gloomy in style indeed, it is reticent in its opacity, and that any attempt to let in critical fresh air seems to upset. It has, in truth, assumed the appearance of a formalism that is taken to such ceremonial lengths that one might well suspect that it bears the same similarity to obsessive neurosis as Freud found so convincingly in the practice, if not the genesis, of religious rites. When we consider the literature that this activity produces for its own nourishment, the analogy becomes even more marked. The impression is often that of a curious closed circuit in which ignorance of the origin of terms generates problems in reconciling them, and in which the effort to solve these problems reinforces the original ignorance. In order to home in on the causes of this deterioration of analytic discourse, one may legitimately apply psychoanalytic method to the collectivity that sustains it. Indeed, to speak of a loss of the meaning of psychoanalytic action is as true and futile as it is to explain a symptom by its meaning as long as the latter is not recognized. But we know that, in the absence of such recognition, analytic action can only be experienced as aggressive at the level at which it is situated, and that, in the absence of the social resistances which the psychoanalytic group used to find reassuring, the limits of its tolerance toward its own activity now accepted, if not actually approved of no longer. 204. Depend upon anything but the numerical percentage by which its presence in society is measured. These principles suffice to separate out the symbolic, imaginary, and real conditions that determine the defenses we can recognize in the doctrine isolation, undoing what has been done, denial, and, in general, misrecognition. Thus, if the importance of the American group to the psychoanalytic movement is measured by its mass, we can evaluate the conditions one finds there by their weight. In the symbolic order, first of all, one cannot neglect the importance of the C factor which, as I noted at the Congress of Psychiatry in 1950, is a constant that is characteristic of a given cultural milieu, the condition, in this case, of ahistoricism, which is widely recognized as the major feature of communication in the United States, and which in my view is diametrically opposed to analytic experience. To this must be added a native mindset, known as behaviorism, which so dominates psychological notions in America that it clearly has now altogether topped Freud's inspiration in psychoanalysis. As for the other two orders, I leave to those concerned the task of assessing what the mechanisms that manifest themselves in the life of psychoanalytic associations owe to relations of standing within the group and to the effects of their free enterprise felt by the whole of the social body, respectively. I also leave to them the task of determining the credence to be lent to a notion emphasized by one of their most lucid representatives, namely, the convergence that occurs between the alien status of a group dominated by immigrants and the distance it is lured into taking from its roots by the function called for by the aforementioned cultural conditions. In any case, it seems indisputable that the conception of psychoanalysis in the United States has been inflected toward the adaptation of the individual to the social environment, the search for behavior patterns, and all the objectification implied in the notion of human relations. Asterisk. And the indigenous term, human engineering, asterisk, strongly implies a privileged position of exclusion with respect to the human object. Indeed, the eclipse in psychoanalysis of the liveliest terms of its experience, the unconscious and sexuality, which will apparently cease before long to even be mentioned, may be attributed to the distance necessary to sustain such a position. We need not take sides concerning the formalism and small-time shop mentality, both of which have been noted and decried in the analytic group's own official documents. Pharisees and shopkeepers interest us only because of their common essence, which is the source of the difficulties both have with speech, particularly when it comes to talking shop. Asterisk. 205. The fact is that while incommunicability of motives may sustain a grand master, it does not go hand in hand with true mastery, at least not with the mastery teaching requires. This was realized in the past when, in order to sustain one's preeminence, it was necessary, for form's sake, to give at least one class. This is why the attachment to traditional technique, which is unfailingly reaffirmed by the same camp after a consideration of the results of the tests carried out in the frontier fields enumerated above, is not unequivocal. The equivocation can be gauged on the basis of the substitution of the term classic for orthodox that is used to qualify it. One remains true to propriety because one has nothing to say about the doctrine itself. For my part, I would assert that the technique cannot be understood, nor therefore correctly applied, if one misunderstands the concepts on which it is based. My task shall be to demonstrate that these concepts take on their full meaning only when oriented in a field of language and ordered in relation to the function of speech. A point regarding which I should note that in order to handle any Freudian concept, reading Freud cannot be considered superfluous, even for those concepts that go by the same name as everyday notions. This is demonstrated, as I am reminded by the season, by the misadventure of Freud's theory of the instincts when revised by an author somewhat less than alert to what Freud explicitly stated to be its mythical content. Obviously, the author could hardly be aware of it, since he approaches the theory through Marie Bonaparte's work, which he repeatedly cites as if it were equivalent to Freud's text without the reader being in any way alerted to the fact, relying per 247 haps, not without reason, on the reader's good taste not to confuse the two, but proving nonetheless that he hasn't the slightest inkling of the secondary text's true level. The upshot being that moving from reductions to deductions and from inductions to hypotheses, the author, by way of the strict tautology of his false premises, comes to the conclusion that the instincts in question are reducible to the reflex arc. Like the classic image of the pile of plates whose collapse leaves nothing in the hands of the comedian but two ill-matched fragments, the complex construction that moves from the discovery of the migrations of the libido in the erogenous zones to the metapsychological passage from a generalized pleasure principle to the death instinct becomes the binomial of a passive erotic instinct, modeled on the activity of the lie seekers so dear to the poet, and a destructive instinct, identified sim. Ply with motor functioning. A result that merits an honorable mention for the art, intentional or otherwise, of taking the consequences of a misunderstanding to their most rigorous conclusions. 206. Empty speech and full speech in the psychoanalytic realization of the subject. Put true and stable speech into my mouth and make of me a cautious tongue, the internal consolation, chapter XLV, that one should not believe everyone and of slight stumbling over words. Cause to jurs. Motto of causalist thought. Whether it wishes to be an agent of healing, training, or sounding the depths, psychoanalysis has but one medium, the patient's speech. The obviousness of this fact is no excuse for ignoring it. Now all speech calls for a response. I will show that there is no speech without a response, even if speech meets only with silence, provided it has an auditor, and this is the heart of its function in analysis. But if the psychoanalyst is not aware that this is how speech functions, he will experience its call appel all the more strongly, and if emptiness is the first thing to make itself heard in analysis, he will feel it in himself and he will seek a reality beyond speech to fill the emptiness. This leads the analyst to analyze the subject's behavior in order to find in it what the subject is not saying. Yet for him to get the subject to admit to the latter, he obviously has to talk about it. He thus speaks now, but his speech has become suspicious because it is merely a response to the failure of his silence, when faced with the perceived echo of his own nothingness. But what, in fact, was the appeal the subject was making beyond the emptiness of his words dire? It was an appeal to truth at its very core, through which the calls of humbler needs vacillate. But first and from the outset it was the call of emptiness itself, in the ambiguous gap of an attempted seduction of the other by means in which the subject manifests indulgence, and on which he stakes the monument of his narcissism. That's introspection all right, exclaims the bombastic, smug fellow who knows its dangers only too well. He is certainly not the last, he admits, to have tasted its charms, even if he has exhausted its benefits. Too bad he has no more time to waste. For you would hear some fine profundities from him were he to come and lie on your couch. It is strange that analysts who encounter this sort of person early on in their experience still consider introspection to be of importance in psychoanalysis. For the minute you accept his wager, all the fine things he thought he had been saving up slip his mind. If he forces himself to recount a few, they don't amount. 207. To much, but others come to him so unexpectedly that they strike him as idiotic and silence him for quite a while. That's what usually happens. 3. He then grasps the difference between the mirage of the monologue whose accommodating fancies once animated his bombast, and the forced labor of a discourse that leaves one no way out, on which psychologists, not without humor, and therapists, not without cunning, have bestowed the name free association. For it really is work, so much so that some have said it requires an apprenticeship, and have even considered this apprenticeship to constitute its true formative value. But if viewed in this way, what does it train but a skilled worker? Then what of this work? Let us examine its conditions and fruit in the hope of shedding more light on its aim and benefits. The aptness of the German word Durcharbeten equivalent to the English working through asterisk has been recognized in passing. It has been the despair of French translators, despite what the immortal words of a master of French style offered them by way of an exhaustive exercise, cent fois sur le métier, remettez, but how does the work/of rage progress here? The theory reminds us of the triad: frustration, aggressiveness, regression. This explanation seems so comprehensible that it may well spare us the effort to comprehend. Intuition is prompt, but we should be all the more suspicious of something obvious when it has become a received idea. Should analysis ever expose its weakness, it would be advisable not to rest content with recourse to affectivity. This taboo word of dialectical incapacity will, along with the verb to intellectualize, whose pejorative acceptation makes this incapacity meritorious, remain, in the history of the language, the stigmata of our obtuseness regarding the subject. For let us ask ourselves instead where this frustration comes from. Is it from the analyst's silence? Responding to the subject's empty speech even and especially in an approving manner often proves, by its effects, to be far more frustrating than silence. Isn't it, rather, a frustration that is inherent in the subject's very discourse? Doesn't the subject become involved here in an ever greater dispossession of himself as a being, concerning which by dint of sincere portraits which leave the idea of his being no less incoherent, of rectifications that do not succeed in isolating its essence, of stays and defenses that do not prevent his statue from tottering, of narcissistic embraces that become like a puff of air in animating it, he ends up recognizing that this being has never been anything more than his own construction over in the imaginary, and that this construction undercuts all certainty in him. For in the work he does to reconstruct it for another, he encounters anew the fundamental alienation that made him constructed like another, and that has always destined it to be taken away from him by another. 5. This ego *, whose strength our theorists now define by its capacity to bear frustration, is frustration in its very essence. 6. Not frustration of one of the subject's desires, but frustration of an object in which his desire is alienated, and the more developed this object becomes, the more profoundly the subject becomes alienated from his jouissance. It is thus a frustration at one remove, a frustration that the subject, even were he to reduce its form in his discourse to the passivating image by which the subject makes himself an object by displaying himself before the mirror, could not be satisfied with, since even if he achieved the most perfect resemblance to that image, it would still be the other's jouissance that he would have gotten recognized there. Which is why there is no adequate response to this discourse, for the subject regards as contemptueuse méprise any speech that buys into his mistake méprise. The subject's aggressiveness here has nothing to do with animals' aggressiveness when their desires are frustrated. This explanation, which most seem happy with, masks another that is less agreeable to each and every one of us, the aggressiveness of a slave who responds to being frustrated in his labor with a death wish. Thus we can see how this aggressiveness may respond to any intervention which, by exposing the imaginary intentions of the subject's discourse, dismantles the object the subject has constructed to satisfy them. This is, in effect, what is referred to as the analysis of resistances, and we can immediately see the danger that lies therein. It is already indicated by the existence of the naive analyst who has never seen any manifestations of aggressiveness except for the aggressive signification of his subject's fantasies. 7. He is the same one who, not hesitating to plead for a causalist analysis that would aim to transform the subject in the present by learned explanations of his past, betrays well enough, even in his very tone, the anxiety he wishes to spare himself, the anxiety of having to think that his patient's freedom may depend on that of his own intervention. If the expedient he seizes upon is beneficial at some point to the subject, it is no more beneficial than a stimulating joke and will not detain me any longer. Let us focus instead on the high et nunc here and now, to which some analysts feel we should confine the handling of the analysis. It may indeed be useful, provided the analyst does not detach the imaginary intention he uncovers in it from the symbolic relation in which it is expressed. Nothing must be read into it concerning the subject's ego that cannot be assumed anew by him in the form of the / that is, in the first person. 209. I was this only in order to become what I can be. If this were not the constant culmination of the subject's assumption of his own mirages, where could we find progress here? Thus the analyst cannot without danger track down the subject in the intimacy of his gestures, or even in that of his stationary state, unless he reintegrates them as silent parties into the subject's narcissistic discourse, and this has been very clearly noted, even by young practitioners. The danger here is not of a negative reaction on the subject's part, but rather of his being captured in an objectification no less imaginary than before of his stationary state, indeed, of his statue, in a renewed status of his alienation. The analyst's art must, on the contrary, involve suspending the subject's certainties until their final mirages have been consumed. And it is in the subject's discourse that their dissolution must be punctuated. Indeed, however empty his discourse may seem, it is so only if taken at face value, the value that justifies Mallarmé's remark, in which he compares the common use of language to the exchange of a coin whose obverse and reverse no longer bear but eroded faces, and which people pass from hand to hand in silence. This metaphor suffices to remind us that speech, even when almost completely worn out, retains its value as a tessera. Even if it communicates nothing, discourse represents the existence of communication. Even if it denies the obvious, it affirms that speech constitutes truth. Even if it is destined to deceive, it relies on faith in testimony. 252 Thus the psychoanalyst knows better than anyone else that the point is to figure out entendre to which part of this discourse the significant term is relegated, and this is how he proceeds in the best of cases. He takes the description of an everyday event as a fable addressed as a word to the wise, a long prosopopoeia as a direct interjection, and, contrariwise, a simple slip of the tongue as a highly complex statement, and even the rest of a silence as the whole lyrical development it stands in for. It is, therefore, a propitious punctuation that gives meaning to the subject's discourse. This is why the ending of the session, which current technique makes into an interruption that is determined purely by the clock and, as such, takes no account of the thread of the subject's discourse, plays the part of a scansion which has the full value of an intervention by the analyst that is designed to precipitate concluding moments. Thus we must free the ending from its routine framework and employ it for all the useful aims of analytic technique. This is how regression can occur, regression being but the bringing into the present in the subject's discourse of the phantasmatic relations discharged by an ego asterisk at each stage in the decomposition of its structure. After all, the 210 regression is not real. Even in language it manifests itself only by inflections, turns of phrase, and stumblings so slight that even in the extreme case they cannot go beyond the artifice of baby talk engaged in by adults. Imputing to regression the reality of a current relation to the object amounts to projecting the subject into an alienating illusion that merely echoes one of the analyst's own alibis. This is why nothing could be more misleading for the analyst than to seek to guide himself by some supposed contact he experiences with the subject's reality. This vacuous buzzword of intuitionist and even phenomenological psychology has become extended in contemporary usage in a way that is thoroughly symptomatic of the ever scarcer effects of speech in the present social context. But its obsessive value becomes flagrant when it is recommended in a relationship which, according to its very rules, excludes all real contact. Young analysts, who might nevertheless allow themselves to be impressed by the impenetrable gifts such recourse implies, will find no better way of 253 dispelling their illusions than to consider the success of the supervision they themselves receive. The very possibility of that supervision would become problematic from the perspective of contact with the patient's reality real. On the contrary, the supervisor manifests a second sight, that's the word for it, which makes the experience at least as instructive for him as for his supervisee. And the less the supervisee demonstrates such gifts which are considered by some to be all the more incommunicable, the bigger the to-do they themselves make about their secrets regarding technique, the truer this almost becomes. The reason for this enigma is that the supervisee serves as a filter, or even as a refractor, of the subject's discourse, and in this way a ready-made stereography is presented to the supervisor, bringing out from the start the 3 or 4 registers on which the musical score constituted by the subject's discourse can be read. If the supervisee could be put by the supervisor into a subjective position different from that implied by the sinister term control, advantageously replaced, but only in English, by supervision asterisk, the greatest benefit he would derive from this exercise would be to learn to put himself in the position of that second subjectivity into which the situation automatically puts the supervisor. there he would find the authentic path by which to reach what is expressed only very approximately by the classic formulation of the analyst's diffuse, or even absent-minded, attention. For it is essential to know what that attention aims at. As all my work shows, it certainly does not aim at an object beyond the subject's speech the way it does for certain analysts who force themselves to never lose sight of that object. If this had to be the path of analysis, then it 211 would surely have recourse to other means, otherwise it would provide the only example of a method that forbade itself the means to its own ends. The only object that is within the analyst's reach is the imaginary relation that links him to the subject qua ego, and although he cannot eliminate it, he can use it to adjust the receptivity of his ears, which is, according to both physical iology and the Gospels, the normal use made of them, having ears in order not to hear entendre. In other words, in order to detect what is to be understood entendu. For he has no other ears, no third or fourth ear designed for what some have tried to describe as a direct trans-audition of the unconscious by the unconscious. I shall say what we are to make of this supposed mode of communication later. I have, thus far, approached the function of speech in analysis from its least rewarding angle, that of empty speech, in which the subject seems to speak in vain about someone who, even if he were such a dead ringer for him that you might confuse them, will never join him in the assumption of his desire. I have pointed out the source of the growing devaluation of speech in both analytic theory and technique, and have had to lift incrementally, as if a heavy mill wheel had fallen on speech, what can only serve as the sails that drive the movement of analysis, namely, individual psychophysiological factors that are, in reality, excluded from its dialectic. To regard the goal of psychoanalysis as to modify their characteristic inertia is to condemn oneself to the fiction of movement, with which a certain trend in psychoanalytic technique seems to be satisfied. If we turn now to the other end of the spectrum of psychoanalytic experience, its history, casuistry, and treatment process, we shall learn to oppose the value of anamnesis as the index and mainspring of therapeutic progress to the analysis of the high etnon, hysterical intersubjectivity to obsessive intrasubjectivity, and symbolic interpretation to the analysis of resistance. The realization of full speech begins here. Let us examine the relation it constitutes. Let us recall that, shortly after its birth, the method introduced by Breuer and Freud was baptized the talking cure * by one of Breuer's patients, Anna 0. Let us keep in mind that it was the experience inaugurated with this hysteric that led them to the discovery of the pathogenic event dubbed traumatic. If this event was recognized as the cause of the symptom, it was because putting the event into words, in the patient's stories * led to the removal of the symptom. Here the term prise de conscience, conscious realization, borrowed from the psychological theory that was immediately constructed to explain the fact, retains a prestige that merits the healthy distrust I believe is 212 called for when it comes to explanations that parade as self-evident. The psychological prejudices of Freud's day were opposed to seeing in verbalization as such any other reality than its flatus vocis. The fact remains that, in the hypnotic state, verbalization is dissociated from conscious realization, and this alone is enough to require a revision of such a conception of its effects. But why don't the valiant defenders of the behaviorist Aufhebung set an example here, making their point that they do not need to know whether the subject remembers anything whatsoever? She simply recounts the event. For my part, I would say that she verbalizes it, or to further exploit this term whose resonances in French call to mind a Pandora figure other than the one with the box, in which the term should probably be locked up, that she forces the event into the word le verb / or, more precisely, into the epos by which she relates in the present the origins of her person. And she does this in a language that allows her discourse to be understood by her contemporaries and that also presupposes their present discourse. Thus it happens that the recitation of the epos may include a discourse of earlier days in its own archaic, even foreign tongue, or may even be carried out in the present with all the vivacity of an actor, but it is like indirect speech, isolated in quotation marks in the thread of the narrative, and, if the speech is performed, it is on a stage implying the presence not only of a chorus, but of spectators as well. Hypnotic remembering is, no doubt, a reproduction of the past, but it is above all a spoken representation and, as such, implies all sorts of presences. It stands in the same relation to the remembering while awake of what in analysis is curiously called the material, as drama in which the original myths of the city-state are produced before its assembly of citizens stands in relation to history, which may well be made up of materials, but in which a nation today learns to read the symbols of a destiny on the march. In Heideggerian language one could say that both types of remembering constitute the subject as Joacen, that is, as being the one who has thus been. But in the internal unity of this temporalization, entities iatent mark the convergence of the having beens to iatent. In other words, if other encounters are assumed to have occurred since any one of these moments having been, another entity would have issued from it that would cause him to have been altogether differently. The reason for the ambiguity of hysterical revelation of the past is not so much the vacillation of its content between the imaginary and reality /real/ for it is situated in both. Nor is it the fact that it is made up of lies. It is that it presents us with the birth of truth in speech, and thereby brings us up against the reality of what is neither true nor false. At least, that is the most disturbing aspect of the problem. For it is present speech that bears witness to the truth of this revelation in 213. Current reality and grounds it in the name of this reality. Now only speech bears witness in this reality to that portion of the powers of the past that has been thrust aside at each crossroads where an event has chosen. This is why the condition of continuity in the anamneses, by which Freud measures the completeness of the cure, has nothing to do with the Bergsonian myth of a restoration of duration in which the authenticity of each instant would be destroyed if it did not recapitulate the modulation of all the preceding instants. To Freud's mind, it is not a question of biological memory, nor of its intuitionist mystification, nor of the paramnesia of the symptom, but of remembering, that is, of history. He rests the scales in which conjectures about the past make promises about the future oscillate on the knife edge of chronological certainties alone. Let's be categorical, in psychoanalytic anamneses, what is at stake is not reality, but truth, because the effect of full speech is to reorder past contingencies by conferring on them the sense of necessities to come, such as they are constituted by the scant freedom through which the subject makes them present. The meanders of the research pursued by Freud in his account of the case of the wolf man confirm these remarks by deriving their full meaning from them. Freud demands a total objectification of proof when it comes to dating the primal scene, but he simply presupposes all the resubjectivizations of the event that seem necessary to him to explain its effects at each turning point at which the subject restructures himself, that is, as many restructurings of the event as take place, as he puts it, nachträglich after the fact. 8. What's more, with an audacity bordering on impudence, he declares that he considers it legitimate, in analyzing the processes, to elide the time intervals during which the event remains latent in the subject. 9. That is to say, he annuls the times for understanding in favor of the moments of concluding which precipitate the subject's meditation toward deciding the meaning to be attached to the early event. Let it be noted that time for understanding and moment of concluding are functions I have defined in a purely logical theorem, 10, and are familiar to my students as having proven extremely helpful in the dialectical analysis through which I guide them in the process of a psychoanalysis. This assumption by the subject of his history, insofar as it is constituted by speech addressed to another, is clearly the basis of the new method Freud called psychoanalysis, not in 1904 as was taught until recently by an authority who, when he finally threw off the cloak of prudent silence, appeared on that day to know nothing of Freud except the titles of his works, but in 1895. 11. In this analysis of the meaning of his method, I do not deny, any more than Freud himself did, the psychophysiological discontinuity manifested by the 2L4 states in which hysterical symptoms appear, nor do I deny that these symptoms may be treated by methods hypnosis or even narcosis that reproduce the discontinuity of these states. It is simply that I repudiate any reliance on these states as expressly as Freud forbade himself recourse to them after a certain moment in time to either explain symptoms or cure them. For if the originality of the method derives from the means it foregoes, it is because the means that it reserves for itself suffice to constitute a domain whose limits define the relativity of its operations. Its means are those of speech, insofar as speech confers a meaning on the functions of the individual. Its domain is that of concrete discourse qua field of the subject's trans-individual reality, and its operations are those of history, insofar as history constitutes the emergence of truth in reality real. First, in fact, when a subject begins an analysis, he accepts a position that is more constitutive in itself than all the orders by which he allows himself to be more or less taken in the position of interlocution, and I see no disadvantage in the fact that this remark may leave the listener dumbfounded. For I shall take this opportunity to stress that the subject's act of addressing allocution brings with it an addressee allocutor 12, in other words, that the speaker locutor 13 is constituted in it as intersubjectivity. Second, it is on the basis of this interlocution, insofar as it includes the interlocutor's response, that it becomes clear to us why Freud requires restoration of continuity in the subject's motivations. An operational examination of this objective shows us, in effect, that it can only be satisfied in the intersubjective continuity of the discourse in which the subject's history is constituted. Thus, while the subject may vaticinate about his history under the influence of one or other of those drugs that put consciousness to sleep and have been christened in our day truth serums, where the sureness of the misnomer betrays the characteristic irony of language, the simple retransmission of his own recorded discourse, even if pronounced by his doctor, cannot have the same effects as psychoanalytic interlocution because it comes to the subject in an alienated form. The true basis of the Freudian discovery of the unconscious becomes clear in its position as a third term. This may be simply formulated in the following terms: the unconscious is that part of concrete discourse qua trans-individual, which is not at the subject's disposal in re-establishing the continuity of his conscious discourse. This disposes of the paradox presented by the concept of the unconscious when it is related to an individual reality. For to reduce this concept to unconscious tendencies is to resolve the paradox only by avoiding analytic expery 215. Ince, which clearly shows that the unconscious is of the same nature as ideational functions, and even of thought. Freud plainly stressed this when, unable to avoid a conjunction of opposing terms in the expression unconscious thought, he gave it the necessary support with the invocation, sit venia furbo. Thus we obey him by casting the blame, in effect, onto the word, but onto the word realized in discourse that darts from mouth to mouth, conferring on the act of the subject who receives its message the meaning that makes this act an act of his history and gives it its truth. Hence the objection that the notion of unconscious thought is a contractation in terms, which is raised by a psychology poorly grounded in its logic, collapses when confronted by the very distinctiveness of the psychoanalytic domain, insofar as this domain reveals the reality of discourse in its autonomy. And the psychoanalyst's epersimuov has the same impact as Galileo's, which is not that of a fact-based experiment but of an experimentum mentis. The unconscious is the chapter of my history that is marked by a blank or occupied by a lie, it is the censored chapter. But the truth can be refound. Most often it has already been written elsewhere. Namely, in monuments, this is my body, in other words, the hysterical core of neuroses in which the hysterical symptom manifests the structure of a language, and is deciphered like an inscription which, once recovered, can be destroyed without serious loss. In archival documents too, these are my childhood memories, just as impenetrable as such documents are when I do not know their provenance. In semantic evolution, this corresponds to the stock of words and acceptations of my own particular vocabulary, as it does to my style of life and my character, in traditions, too, and even in the legends which, in a heroicized form, convey my history, and, lastly, in its traces that are inevitably preserved in the distortions necessitated by the insertion of the adulterated chapter into the chapters surrounding it, and whose meaning will be re-established by my exegesis. Students who believe that, in order to understand Freud, reading Freud is preferable to reading Fenichel, and this belief is so rare that I try to foster it in my teaching, will realize, once they set about it, that what I have just said is hardly original, even in its verve. Indeed, I have not used a single metaphor that Freud's works do not repeat with the frequency of a leitmotifs revealing the very fabric of his work. At every instant of their practice from then on, they will more easily grasp. 2L6. The fact that these metaphors like negation, whose doubling undoes it lose their metaphorical dimension, and they will recognize that this is so because they are operating in metaphor's own realm, metaphor being but a synonym for the symbolic displacement brought into play in the symptom. After that it will be easier for them to evaluate the imaginary displacement that motivates Fenichel's work, by gauging the difference in the solidity and efficacy of technique generated by referring to the supposedly organic stages of individual development and by searching for the particular events of a subject's history. It is precisely the difference that separates authentic historical research from the supposed laws of history, of which it can be said that every age finds its own philosopher to propagate them according to the values prevalent at the time. This is not to say that there is nothing worth keeping in the different meanings uncovered in the general march of history along the path which runs from Bossuet, Jacques Benigny, to Toynbee, Arnold, and which is punctuated by the edifices of Auguste Comte and Karl Marx. Everyone knows, of course, that the laws of history are worth as little for directing research into the recent past as they are for making any reasonable presumptions about tomorrow's events. Besides, they are modest enough to postpone their certainties until the day after tomorrow, and not too prudish either to allow for the adjustments that permit predictions to be made about what happened yesterday. If, therefore, their role in scientific progress is rather slight, their interest nevertheless lies elsewhere, in their considerable role as ideals. For it leads us to distinguish between what might be called the primary and secondary functions of historicization. For to say of psychoanalysis and of history that, qua sciences, they are both 261 sciences of the particular, does not mean that the facts they deal with are purely accidental or even factitious, or that their ultimate value comes down to the brute aspect of trauma. Events are engendered in a primal historicization. In other words, history is already being made on the stage where it will be played out once it has been written down, both in one's heart of hearts and outside. At one moment in time, a certain riot in the Faubourg Saint-Antoine is experienced by its actors as a victory or defeat of the Parliament or the court, at another moment, as a victory or defeat of the proletariat or the bourgeoisie. And although it is the common people, to use Cardinal de Retz's expression, who always pay the price, it is not at all the same historical event. I mean that they do not leave behind the same sort of memory in men's minds. This is because, with the disappearance of the reality of the Parliament and the court, the first event will return to its dramatic value, allowing for a pro-21J. Aggressive and authentic effacement, unless its meaning is expressly revived. Whereas the memory of the second event will remain very much alive even under censorship, just as the amnesia brought on by repression is one of the liveliest forms of memory as long as there are men who enlist their revolt in the struggle for the proletariat's political ascension, that is, men for whom the keywords of dialectical materialism have meaning. Thus it would be going too far to say that I am about to carry these remarks over into the field of psychoanalysis, since they are already there, and since the clear distinction they establish between two things that were formerly confused, the technique of deciphering the unconscious and the theory of instincts, or even drives, goes without saying. What we teach the subject to recognize as his unconscious is his history. In other words, we help him complete the current historicization of the facts that have already determined a certain number of the historical turning points in his existence. But if they have played this role, it is already as historical facts, that is, as recognized in a certain sense or censored in a certain order. Thus, every fixation at a supposed instinctual stage is above all a historical stigma, a page of shame that one forgets or undoes, or a page of glory that 262 obliges. But what is forgotten is recalled in acts, and the undoing of what has been done contradicts what is said elsewhere, just as obligation perpetuates in symbols the very mirage in which the subject found himself trapped. To put it succinctly, the instinctual stages are already organized in subjectivity when they are being lived. And to put it clearly, the subjectivity of the child who registers as victories and defeats the epoch of the training of his sphincters, enjoying in the process the imaginary sexualization of his cloacal orifices, turning his excremental expulsions into aggressions, his retentions into seductions, and his movements of release into symbols, is not fundamentally different from the subjectivity of the psychoanalyst who strives to restore the forms of love that he calls pregenital in order to understand them. In other words, the anal stage is no less purely historical when it is actually experienced than when it is reconceptualized, nor is it less purely grounded in intersubjectivity. But officially recognizing it as a stage in some supposed instinctual maturation immediately leads even the best minds off track, to the point of seeing in it the reproduction in ontogenesis of a stage of the animal phylum that should be sought in Ascaris, even in jellyfish's speculation, which, ingenious as it may be when penned by Balint, leads others to the most incoherent musings, or even to the folly that goes looking in protesta for the imaginary schema of breaking and entering the body, fear of which is supposed to govern feminine sexuality. Why not look for the image of the ego in shrimp, under the pretext that both acquire a new shell after every molding? 218. In the 1910s and 1920s, a certain Jaworski constructed a very pretty system in which the biological level could be found right up to the very confines of culture, and which actually provided shellfish their historical counterpart at some period of the late Middle Ages, if I remember rightly, due to a flourishing of armor in both. Indeed, it left no animal form without some human correspondent, excepting neither mollusks nor vermin. Analogy is not the same thing as metaphor, and the use that the philosophers of nature have made of it requires the genius of Goethe, but even his example is not encouraging. No course is more repugnant to the spirit of our discipline, and it was by deliberately avoiding analogy that Freud opened up the path appropriate to the interpretation of dreams and, along with it, to the notion of analytic symbolism. Analytic symbolism, I insist, is strictly opposed to analogical thinking, a dubious tradition that still leads some people, even in our own ranks, to consider the latter to go hand in hand with the former. This is why excessive excursions into the ridiculous must be used for their eye-opening value, since, by opening our eyes to the absurdity of a theory, they direct our attention back to dangers that have nothing theoretical about them. This mythology of instinctual maturation, built out of bits and pieces selected from Freud's work, actually engenders intellectual problems whose vapor, condensing into nebulous ideals, in return irrigates the original myth with its showers. The best writers spill their ink positing equations that satisfy the requirements of that mysterious genital love asterisk. There are notions whose strangeness is better placed in the parenthesis of a borrowed term, and they initial their attempt with an admission of a non-Lacan. No one, however, appears to be shaken up by the malaise this results in, and people see it, rather, as a reason to encourage all the Munchhausens of psychoanalytic normalization to raise themselves up by the hair on their head in the hope of attaining the paradise of full realization of the genital object, indeed of the object itself. The fact that we analysts are in a good position to know the power of words is no reason to emphasize the insoluble character of their power, or to bind heavy burdens, hard to bear, and lay them on men's shoulders, as Christ's malediction is expressed to the Pharisees in the text of St. Matthew. The poverty of the terms within which we try to contain a subjective problem may thus leave a great deal to be desired to particularly exacting minds, should they compare these terms to those that structured, in their very confusion, the ancient quarrels over nature and grace. 14. This poverty may thus leave them apprehensive as to the quality of the psychological and sociological effects they can expect from the use of these terms. And it is to be hoped that a better appreciation of the functions of the logos will dissipate the mysteries of our fantastic charismata. 219. To confine ourselves to a more lucid tradition, perhaps we can understand the celebrated maxim by La Rochefoucauld: there are people who would never have fallen in love but for hearing love discussed, not in the romantic sense of a thoroughly imaginary realization of love that would make this remark into a bitter objection, but as an authentic recognition of what love owes to the symbol and of what speech brings with it by way of love. In any case, one need but consult Freud's work to realize to what a secondary and hypothetical rank he relegates the theory of the instincts. The theory cannot in his eyes stand up for a single instant to the least important particular fact of a history, he insists, and the genital narcissism he invokes when summarizing the case of the wolf man clearly shows how much he scorns the constituted order of the libidinal stages. Moreover, he evokes instinctual conflict there only to immediately distance himself from it and recognize in the symbolic isolation of the I am not castrated, in which the subject asserts himself, the compulsive form to which his heterosexual object choice remains riveted, in opposition to the effect of homosexualizing capture undergone by the ego when it was brought back to the imaginary matrix of the primal scene. This is, in truth, the subjective conflict in which it is only a question of the vicissitudes of subjectivity, so much so that the I wins and loses against the ego at the whim of religious catechization or indoctrinating Aufklärung, a conflict whose effects Freud brought the subject to realize through his help before explaining them to us in the dialectic of the Oedipus complex. It is in the analysis of such a case that one clearly sees that the realization of perfect love is the fruit not of nature but of grace, that is, the fruit of an intersubjective agreement imposing its harmony on the rent nature on which it is based. But what, then, is this subject that you keep drumming into our ears? Some impatient auditor finally exclaims. Haven't we already learned the lesson from Monsieur de la Palace that everything experienced by the individual is subjective? Naive mouth whose eulogy I shall spend my final days preparing, open up again to hear me. No need to close your eyes. The subject goes far beyond what is experienced subjectively by the individual, he goes exactly as far as the truth he is able to attain, which will perhaps come out of the mouth you have already closed again. Yes, this truth of his history is not all contained in his script, and yet the place is marked there in the painful conflicts he experiences because he knows only his own lines, and even in the pages whose disarray gives him little comfort. The fact that the subject's unconscious is the other's discourse appears more clearly than anywhere else in T-Phi studies Freud devoted to what he called telepath. 220. As it is manifested in the context of an analytic experience. This is the coincidence between the subject's remarks and facts he cannot have known about, but which are still at work in the connections to another analysis in which the analyst is an interlocutor, a coincidence which is, moreover, most often constituted by an entirely verbal, even homonymic, convergence, or which, if it includes an act, involves an acting out * by one of the analyst's other patients or by the patient's child who is also in analysis. It is a case of resonance in the communicating networks of discourse, an exhaustive study of which would shed light on similar facts of everyday life. The omnipresence of human discourse will perhaps one day be embraced under the open sky of an omni-communication of its text. This is not to say that human discourse will be any more in tune with it than it is now. But this is the field that our experience polarizes in a relation that is only apparently a two-person relation, for any positioning of its structure in merely dyadic terms is as inadequate to it in theory as it is damaging to its technique. 266// Symbol and language as structure and limit of the psychoanalytic field. Do crossword puzzles. Advice to a young psychoanalyst. To take up the thread of my argument again, let me repeat that it is by a reduction of a particular subject's history that psychoanalysis touches on relational gestalts, which analysis extrapolates into regular development, but that neither genetic psychology nor differential psychology, on both of which analysis may shed light, is within its scope, because both require experimental and observational conditions that are related to those of analysis in name alone. To go even further, what separates out from common experience, which is confused with sense experience only by professional thinkers, as psychology in its crudest form, namely, the wonder that wells up, during some momentary suspension of daily cares, at what pairs off human beings in a disparity that goes beyond that of the grotesques of Leonardo or Goya, or surprise at the resistance of the thickness characteristic of a person's skin to the caress of a hand still moved by the thrill of discovery without yet being blunted by desire. This, one might say, is abolished in an experience that is averse to such caprices and recalcitrant to such mysteries. A psychoanalysis normally proceeds to its end without revealing to us very much of what is particular to our patient as regards his sensitivity to blows or 221. Colors, how quickly he grasps things with his hands or which parts of his body are sensitive, or his ability to retain things or invent, not to mention the vivacity of his tastes. This paradox is only an apparent one and is not due to any personal failing. If it can be justified by the negative conditions of analytic experience, it simply presses us a little harder to examine that experience in terms of what is positive in it. For this paradox is not resolved by the efforts of certain people who, like the philosophers Plato mocked for being so driven by their appetite for real that they went about embracing trees, go so far as to take every episode in which this reality, that slips away, rears its head for the lived recession of which they prove so fond. For these are the very people who, making their objective what lies beyond language, react to analysis, don't touch rule by a sort of obsession. If they keep going in that direction, I dare say the last word in transference reaction will be sniffing each other. I am not exaggerating in the least. Nowadays, a young analyst in training, after 2 or 3 years of fruitless analysis, can actually hail the long-awaited advent of the object relation in being smelled by his subject, and can reap as a result of it the dignus est inter of our votes, the guarantors of his abilities. If psychoanalysis can become a science, for it is not yet one, and if it is not to degenerate in its technique, and perhaps this has already happened, we must rediscover the meaning of its experience. To this end, we can do no better than return to Freud's work. Claiming to be an expert practitioner does not give an analyst the right to challenge Freud 3, because he does not understand him, in the name of a Freud 2 whom he thinks he understands. And his very ignorance of Freud I is no excuse for considering the 5 great psychoanalyses as a series of case studies as badly chosen as they are written up, however marvelous he thinks it that the grain of truth hidden within them managed to escape. 15. We must thus take up Freud's work again, starting with the Traumdeutung, the interpretation of dreams, to remind ourselves that a dream has the structure of a sentence, or, rather, to keep to the letter of the work, of a rebus, that is, of a form of writing, of which children's dreams are supposed to represent the primordial ideography, and which reproduces, in adults' dreams, the simultaneously phonetic and symbolic use of signifying elements found in the hieroglyphs of ancient Egypt and in the characters still used in China. But even this is no more than the deciphering of the instrument. What is important is the version of the text, and that, Freud tells us, is given in the telling of the dream, that is, in its rhetoric. Ellipsis and pleonasm, hyperbaton or solipsis, regression, repetition, apposition, these are the syntactical. 222. Displacements, metaphor, catachresis, antonomasia, allegory, metonymy, and synecdoche, these are the semantic condensations. Freud teaches us to read in them the intentions, whether ostentatious or demonstrative, dissimulating or persuasive, retaliatory or seductive, with which the subject modulates his oniric discourse. We know that he laid it down as a rule that the expression of a desire must always be sought in a dream. But let us be sure we understand what he meant by this. If Freud accepts, as the reason for a dream that seems to run counter to his thesis, the very desire to contradict him on the part of a subject whom he had tried to convince of his theory, 16. How could he fail to accept the same reason for himself when the law he arrived at is supposed to have come to him from other people? In short, nowhere does it appear more clearly that man's desire finds its meaning in the other's desire, not so much because the other holds the keys to the desired object, as because his first object, is to be recognized by the other. Indeed, we all know from experience that from the moment an analysis becomes engaged in the path of transference, and this is what indicates to us that it has become so engaged, each of the patient's dreams is to be interpreted as a provocation, a latent avowal or diversion, by its relation to the analytic discourse, and that as the analysis progresses, his dreams become ever more reduced to the function of elements in the dialogue taking place in the analysis. In the case of the psychopathology of everyday life, another field consecrated by another text by Freud, it is clear that every bungled action is a successful, even well phrased, discourse, and that in slips of the tongue it is the gag that turns against speech, and from just the right quadrant for its word to the wise to be sufficient. But let us go straight to the part of the book where Freud deals with chance and the beliefs it gives rise to, and especially to the facts regarding which he applies himself to showing the subjective efficacy of associations to numbers that are left to the fate of an unmotivated choice, or even of a random selection. Nowhere do the dominant structures of the psychoanalytic field reveal themselves better than in such a success. Freud's appeal, in passing, to unknown thought processes is nothing more in this case than his last-ditch excuse for the total confidence he placed in symbols, a confidence that wavers as the result of being fulfilled beyond his wildest dreams. If, for a symptom, whether neurotic or not, to be considered to come under psychoanalytic psychopathology, Freud insists on the minimum of overdetermination constituted by a double-meaning symbol of a defunct conflict beyond its function in a no less symbolic present conflict, and if he teaches us 223 to follow the ascending ramification of the symbolic lineage in the text of the patient's free associations, in order to detect the nodal points nodes of its structure at the places where its verbal forms intersect, then it is already quite clear that symptoms can be entirely resolved in an analysis of language, because a symptom is itself structured like a language. A symptom is language from which speech must be delivered. To those who have not studied the nature of language in any depth, the experience of numerical association will immediately show what must be grasped here, namely, the combinatory power that orders its equivocations, and they will recognize in this the very mainspring of the unconscious. Indeed, if from the numbers obtained by breaking up the series of digits differs in the chosen number, from their combination by all the operations of arithmetic, and even from the repeated division of the original number by one of the numbers split off from it, the resulting number 17 proves symbolic among all the numbers in the subject's own history, it is because they were already latent in the initial choice. And thus if the idea that these very number bears chiffers determine the subject's fate is refuted as superstitious, we must nevertheless admit that everything analysis reveals to the subject as his unconscious lies in the existing order of their combinations, that is, in the concrete language they represent. We shall see that philologists and ethnographers reveal enough to us about 270 the combinatory sureness found in the completely unconscious systems with which they deal for them to find nothing surprising in the proposition I am putting forward here. But should anyone still have reservations about what I am saying, I would appeal once more to the testimony of the man who, having discovered the unconscious, warrants credence when he designates its place. He will not fail us. For, however little interest has been taken in it, and for good reason, jokes and their relation to the unconscious remains the most unchallengeable of his works, because it is the most transparent. In it, the effect of the unconscious is demonstrated in all its subtlety. And the visage it reveals to us is that of wit L9 esprit in the ambiguity conferred on it by language, where the other face of its regally and power is the witticism point, by which the whole of its order is annihilated in an instant. The witticism, indeed, in which language's creative activity unveils its absolute gratuitousness, in which its domination of reality real is expressed in the challenge of non-meaning, and in which the humor, in the malicious grace of the free spirit esprit libre, symbolizes a truth that does not say its last word. We must follow Freud, along the book's admirably compelling detours, on the walk on which he leads us in this chosen garden of bitterest love. 224. Here everything is substantial, everything is a real gem. The mind esprit that lives as an exile in the creation whose invisible support he is, knows that he is at every instant the master capable of annihilating it. No matter how disdained the forms of this hidden royalty, haughty or perfidious, dandy-like or debonair, Freud can make their secret luster shine. Stories of the marriage broker on his rounds in the ghettos of Moravia that derided Eros' figure, like him born of penury and pain, discreetly guiding the avidity of his ill-mannered client, and suddenly ridiculing him with the illuminating nonsense of his reply. He who lets the truth escape like that, comments Freud, is in real ity happy to throw off the mask. It is truth, in fact, that throws off the mask in coming out of his mouth, but only so that the joke might take on another and more deceptive mask. The sophistry that is merely a stratagem, the logic that is merely a lure, even comedy that tends merely to dazzle. The joke is always about something else. A joke esprit in fact entails such a subjective conditionality. A joke is only 271 what I accept as such, continues Freud, who knows what he is talking about. Nowhere is the individual's intent more evidently surpassed by the subject's find. Nowhere is the distinction I make between the individual and the subject so palpable, since not only must there have been something foreign to me in my find for me to take pleasure in it, but some of it must remain foreign for this find to hit home. This takes on its importance due to the necessity, so clearly indicated by Freud, of a joke's third person, who is always presupposed, and to the fact that a joke does not lose its power when told in the form of indirect speech. In short, this points, in the other's locus, to the omboceptor that is illuminated by the artifice of the joke mot erupting in its supreme alacrity. There is only one reason for a joke to fall flat, the platitude of any explanation given of its truth. Now this relates directly to our problem. The current disdain for studies on the language of symbols, which can be seen simply by glancing at the table of contents of our publications before and after the 1920s, corresponds in our discipline to nothing less than a change of object, whose tendency to align itself with the most undifferentiated level of communication, in order to accommodate the new objectives proposed for psychoanalytic technique, is perhaps responsible for the rather gloomy balance sheet that the most lucid analysts have drawn up of its results. 18. How, indeed, could speech exhaust the meaning of speech, or to put it better with the Oxford logical positivists, the meaning of meaning *, if not in the act that engenders it? Thus Goethe's reversal of its presence at the Ori 225. Jin, in the beginning was the act, is itself reversed in its turn. It was certainly the word that was atate in the beginning, and we live in its creation, but it is our mental esprit action that continues this creation by constantly renewing it. And we can only think back to this action by allowing ourselves to be driven ever further ahead by it. I shall try it myself only in the knowledge that this is its pathway. No one is supposed to be ignorant of the law. This formulation, provided by the humor in our code of laws, nevertheless expresses the truth in which our experience is grounded, and which our experience confirms. No man is actually ignorant of it, because the law of man has been the law of language since the first words of recognition presided over the first gifts, it having taken the detestable deny, who came and fled by sea, for men to learn to fear deceptive words accompanying faithless gifts. Up until then, these gifts, the act of giving them and the objects given, their transmutation into signs, and even their fabrication, were so closely intertwined with speech for the Pacific Argonauts, uniting the islets of their community with the bonds nodes of a symbolic commerce, that they were designated by its name. 19. Is it with these gifts, or with the passwords that give them their salutary non-meaning, that language begins along with law? For these gifts are already symbols, in the sense that symbol means pact, and they are first and foremost signifiers of the pact they constitute as the signified. This is plainly seen in the fact that the objects of symbolic exchange, vases made to remain empty, shields too heavy to be carried, sheaves that will dry out, lances that are thrust into the ground, are all destined to be useless, if not superfluous by their very abundance. Is this neutralization by means of the signifier the whole of the nature of language? Were this the case, one would find a first approximation of language among sea swallows, for instance, during display, materialized in the fish they pass each other from beak to beak. Ethologists, if we must agree with them in seeing in this the instrument of a stirring into action of the group that is tantamount to a party, would then be altogether justified in recognizing a symbol in this activity. It can be seen that I do not shrink from seeking the origins of symbolic behavior outside the human sphere. But it is certainly not by the pathway of an elaboration of signs, the pathway Jules H. Masserman, 20, following in the footsteps of so many others, has taken. I shall dwell on it for an instant here, not only because of the savvy tone with which he outlines his approach, but also because his work has been well received by the editors of our official 226 journal, who, following a tradition borrowed from employment agencies, never neglect anything that might provide our discipline with good references. Think of it, we have here a man who has reproduced neurosis experimentally in a dog tied down on a table, and by what ingenious methods, a bell, the plate of meat that it announces, and the plate of apples that arrives instead, I'll spare you the rest. He will certainly not be one, at least so he assures us, to let himself be taken in by the extensive ruminations, as he puts it, that philosophers have devoted to the problem of language. Not him, he's going to grab it by the throat. Can you imagine, a raccoon can be taught, by a judicious conditioning of his reflexes, to go to his food box when he is presented with a card on which the meal he is to be served is printed? We are not told whether it lists the various prices, but the convincing detail is added that if the service disappoints him, he comes back and tears up the card that promised too much, just as a furious woman might do with the letters of a faithless lover. Sick. This is one of the arches supporting the road by which the author leads us from the signal to the symbol. It is a two-way street, and the way back is illustrated by no less imposing structures. For if, in a human subject, you associate the ringing of a bell with the projection of a bright light into his eyes and then the ringing alone to the order, contract, *, you will succeed in getting the subject to make his pupils contract just by pronouncing the order himself, then by whispering it, and eventually just by thinking it. In other words, you will obtain a reaction of the nervous system that is called autonomic because it is usually inaccessible to intentional effects. Thus, if we are to believe Mass Ehrman, a certain Hodgkins had created in a group of people a highly individualized configuration of cognate and visceral reactions to the idea symbol contract, a response which could be traced through their special experiences to an apparently remote but actually basic physiologic source, in this instance, simply the protection of the retina from excessive light. And Mass Ehrman concludes, the 274 significance of such experiments for psychosomatic and linguistic research hardly needs further elaboration. For my part, I would have been curious to know whether subjects trained in this way also react to the enunciation of the same term in the expressions marriage contract, contract bridge, and breach of contract, and even when the term is progressively shortened to the articulation of its first syllable alone, contract, contract, contract. The control test required by strict scientific method would then be supplied all by itself as the French reader muttered this syllable under his breath, even though he would have been subjected to no other conditioning than that of the bright light projected on the problem by Mass Ehrman himself. I would then ask this author whether the effects thus observed among conditioned subjects still appeared to so easily do without further elaboration. For either the effects would no longer be produced, thus revealing that they do not even conditionally depend on the semanteme, or they would continue to be produced, raising the question of the semanteme's limits. In other words, they would cause the distinction between the signifier and the signified, so blithely confounded by the author in the English term idea symbol, to appear in the very word as instrument. And without needing to examine the reactions of subjects conditioned to react to the command don't contract, or even to the complete conjugation of the verb to contract, I could remark to the author that what defines any element whatsoever of a language langue as belonging to language is that, for all the users of the language langue, this element is distinguished as such in the supposedly constitute set of homologous elements. Thus, the particular effects of this element of language are linked to the existence of this set, prior to any possible link with any of the subject's particular experiences. And to consider this last link independently of any reference to the first is simply to deny the characteristic function of language to this element. This reminder of first principles might perhaps save our author from discovering, with an unequaled naivete, the verbatim correspondence of the grammatical categories of his childhood to relations found in reality. This monument of naivete of a kind which is, moreover, common enough in these matters would not be worth so much attention if it had not been erected by a psychoanalyst, or rather by someone who, as if by chance, relates everything to it which is produced by a certain tendency in psychoanalysis under the heading of the theory of the ego or technique of the analysis of defenses that is diametrically opposed to Freudian experience. He thereby manifests a contrario that a sound conception of Language is coherent with the preservation of Freudian experience. For Freud's discovery was that of the field of the effects, in man's nature, of his relations to the symbolic order and the fact that their meaning goes all the way back to the most radical instances of symbolization in being. To ignore the symbolic order is to condemn Freud's discovery to forgetting and analytic experience to ruin. I declare, and this is a declaration that cannot be divorced from the serious intent of my present remarks, that I would prefer to have the raccoon I mentioned earlier sitting in the armchair to which, according to our author, Freud's shyness confined the analyst by placing him behind the couch, rather than a scientist who discourses on language and speech as Mass Ehrmann does. 228. For thanks to Jacques Prévert, a stone, 2 houses, 3 ruins, 4 ditch diggers, a garden, some flowers, a raccoon, the raccoon, at least, has definitively entered the poetic bestiary and partakes as such, in its essence, of the symbol's eminent function. But that being resembling us who professes, as Mass Ehrmann does, a systematic misrecognition of that function, forever banishes himself from everything that can be called into existence by it. Thus, the question of the place to be assigned the said semblable in the classification of natural beings would seem to me to smack of a misplaced humanism, if his discourse, crossed with the technique of speech of which we are the guardians, were not in fact too fertile, even in producing sterile monsters within it. Let it be known therefore, since he also credits himself with braving the reproach of anthropomorphism, that this is the last term I would employ in saying that he makes his own being the measure of all things. Let us return to our symbolic object, which is itself extremely substantial, consistent in its matter, even if it has lost the weight of use, but whose imponderable meaning will produce displacements of some weight. Is that, then, law and language? Perhaps not yet. For even if there appeared among the sea swallows some kite of the colony who, by gulping down the symbolic fish from the others' gaping beaks, were to inaugurate the exploitation of swallow by swallow, a fanciful notion I enjoyed developing one day, this would not in any way suffice to reproduce among them that fabulous history, the image of our own, whose winged epic kept us captive on Penguin Island. Something else would still be needed to create a swallowized universe. This something else completes the symbol, making language of it. In order for the symbolic object freed from its usage to become the word freed from the high et nunc, the difference resides not in the sonorous quality of its matter, but in its vanishing being, in which the symbol finds the permanence of the concept. Through the word, which is already a presence made of absence, absence itself comes to be named in an original moment whose perpetual recreation Freud's genius detected in a child's game. And from this articulated couple of presence and absence, also sufficiently constituted by the drawing in the sand of a simple line and a broken line of the causemantics of China, a language's long world of meaning is born, in which the world of things will situate itself. Through what becomes embodied only by being the trace of a nothingness, and whose medium thus cannot be altered, concepts, in preserving the duration of what passes away, engender things. For it is still not saying enough to say that the concept is the thing itself. 229. Which a child can demonstrate against the scholastics. It is the world of words that creates the world of things, things which at first run together in the high et nunc of the all in the process of becoming, by giving its concrete being to their essence, and its ubiquity to what has always been, egaei. Man thus speaks, but it is because the symbol has made him man. Even if, in fact, overabundant gifts welcome a stranger who has made himself known to a group, the life of natural groups that constitute a community is subject to the rules of matrimonial alliance determining the direction in which the exchange of women takes place, and to the mutual services determined by marriage, as the Esiranga proverb says, a relative by marriage is an elephant's hip. Marriage ties are governed by an order of preference whose law concerning kinship names is, like language, imperative for the group in its forms, but unconscious in its structure. Now, in this structure, whose harmony or conflicts govern the restricted or generalized exchange discerned in it by 277 nologists, the startled theoretician refines the whole logic of combinations, thus the laws of number, that is, of the most highly purified of all symbols proved to be immanent in the original symbolism. At least, it is the richness of the forms in which what are known as the elementary structures of kinship develop that makes those laws legible in the original symbolism. And this suggests that it is perhaps only our unawareness of their permanence that allows us to believe in freedom of choice in the so-called complex structures of marriage ties under whose law we live. If statistics has already allowed us to glimpse that this freedom is not exercised randomly, it is because a subjective logic seems to orient its effects. This is precisely where the Oedipus complex, insofar as we still acknowledge that it covers the whole field of our experience with its signification, will be said, in my remarks here, to mark the limits our discipline assigns to subjectivity, namely, what the subject can know of his unconscious participation in the movement of the complex structures of marriage ties, by verifying the symbolic effects in his individual existence of the tangential movement toward incest that has manifested itself ever since the advent of a universal community. The primordial law is therefore the law which, in regulating marriage ties, superimposes the reign of culture over the reign of nature, the latter being subject to the law of mating. The prohibition of incest is merely the subjective pivot of that law, laid bare by the modern tendency to reduce the objects the subject is forbidden to choose to the mother and sisters, full license, moreover, not yet being entirely granted beyond them. This law, then, reveals itself clearly enough as identical to a language order. For without names for kinship relations, no power can institute the 230 order of preferences and taboos that knot and braid the thread of lineage through the generations. And it is the confusion of generations which, in the Bible as in all traditional laws, is cursed as being the abomination of the word and the desolation of the sinner. Indeed, we know the damage a falsified filiation can do, going as far as dissociation of the subject's personality, when those around him conspire to sustain the lie. It may be no less when, as a result of a man marrying the mother of the woman with whom he has had a son, the son's brother will be his biological mother's half-brother. But if the son is later adopted, and I have not invented this example, by the sympathizing couple formed by a daughter of his father's previous marriage and her husband, he will find himself once again a half-brother, this time of his foster mother, and one can imagine the complex feelings he will have while awaiting the birth of a child who, in this recurring situation, will be his brother and nephew simultaneously. So too, the mere time lag produced in the order of generations by a late-born child of a second marriage, where a young mother finds herself the same age as an older brother from the first marriage, can produce similar effects. As we know, this was true in Freud's own family. This same function of symbolic identification, allowing primitive man to believe he is the reincarnation of an ancestor with the same name, and even determining an alternating recurrence of characteristics in modern man, thus brings about a dissociation of the Oedipus complex in subjects exposed to such discordances in the paternal relation, in which the constant source of its pathogenic effects must be seen. Indeed, even when it is represented by a single person, the paternal function concentrates in itself both imaginary and real relations that always more or less fail to correspond to the symbolic relation that essentially constitutes it. It is in the name of the Father that we must recognize the basis of the symbolic function which, since the dawn of historical time, has identified his person with the figure of the law. This conception allows us to clearly distinguish, in the analysis of a case, the unconscious effects of this function from the narcissistic relations, or even real relations, that the subject has with the image and actions of the person who embodies this function. This results in a mode of comprehension that has repercussions on the very way in which interventions are made by the analyst. Practice has confirmed the fecundity of this conception to me, as well as to the students whom I have introduced to this method. And, both in supervision and case discussions, I have often had occasion to stress the harmful confusion produced by neglecting it. Thus it is the virtue of the word that perpetuates the movement of the great debt, whose economy Rabelais, in a famous metaphor, extended to the stars. 231. Themselves. And we shall not be surprised that the chapter in which he anticipates ethnographic discoveries with the macaronic inversion of kinship names, reveals in the word the substantific divination of the human mystery that I am trying to elucidate here. Identified with sacred how or omnipresent mana, the inviolable debt is the guarantee that the voyage on which women and goods are sent will bring back to their point of departure, in a never-failing cycle, other women and other goods, all bearing an identical entity, what Levi-Strauss calls a zero symbol, thus reducing the power of speech to the form of an algebraic sign. Symbols in fact envelop the life of man with a network so total that they join together those who are going to engender him by bone and flesh before he comes into the world, so total that they bring to his birth, along with the gifts of the stars, if not with the gifts of the fairies, the shape of his destiny, so total that they provide the words that will make him faithful or renegade, the law of the acts that will follow him right to the very place where he is not yet and beyond his very death, and so total that through them his end finds its meaning in the last judgment, where the word absolves his being or condemns it unless he reaches the subjective realization of being toward death. Servitude and grandeur in which the living being would be annihilated, if desire did not preserve his part in the interferences and pulsations that the cycles of language cause to converge on him, when the confusion of tongues intervenes and the orders thwart each other in the tearing asunder of the universal undertaking. But for this desire itself to be satisfied in man requires that it be recognized, through the accord of speech or the struggle for prestige, in the symbol or the imaginary. What is at stake in an analysis is the advent in the subject of the scant real ity that this desire sustains in him, with respect to symbolic conflicts and imaginary fixations, as the means of their accord, and our path is the intersubjective experience by which this desire gains recognition. Thus we see that the problem is that of the relations between speech and language in the subject. Three paradoxes in these relations present themselves in our domain. In madness, of whatever nature, we must recognize on the one hand the negative freedom of a kind of speech that has given up trying to gain recognition, which is what we call an obstacle to transference, and, on the other, the singular formation of a delusion which whether fabular, fantastical, or cosmological, or rather interpretative, demanding, or idealist objectifies the subject in a language devoid of dialectic. 21. The absence of speech is manifested in madness by the stereotypes of a dis. 232. Course in which the subject, one might say, is spoken instead of speaking. We recognize here the symbols of the unconscious in petrified forms that find their place in a natural history of these symbols alongside the embalmed forms in which myths are presented in our collections of them. But it would be wrong to say that the subject assumes these symbols. The resistance to their recognition is no less strong in psychosis than in the neuroses, when the subject is led to recognize them by an attempt at treatment. Let it be said in passing that it would be worthwhile noting the places in social space that our culture has assigned these subjects, especially as regards their relegation to the social services relating to language, for it is not unlikely that we find here one of the factors that consign such subjects to the effects of the breakdown produced by the symbolic discordances characteristic of the complex structures of civilization. The second case is represented by the privileged field of psychoanalytic discovery, namely, symptoms, inhibition, and anxiety in the constitutive economy of the different neuroses. Here speech is driven out of the concrete discourse that orders consciousness, but it finds its medium either in the subject's natural functions provided a painful organic sensation wedges open the gap between his individual being and his essence, which makes illness what institutes the existence of the subject in the living being 22 or in the images that, at the border between the Umwelt and the Innenwelt organize their relational structuring. A symptom here is the signifier of a signified that has been repressed from the subject's consciousness. A symbol written in the sand of the flesh, and on 281 the veil of Maya, it partakes of language by the semantic ambiguity that I have already highlighted in its constitution. But it is fully functioning speech, for it includes the other's discourse in the secret of its cipher-chiffer. It was by deciphering this speech that Freud rediscovered the first language of symbols. 23 Still alive in the sufferings of civilized man, das Unbehagen in der Kultur Civilisation and its discontents carried. Hieroglyphics of hysteria, blazons of phobia, and labyrinths of Zwangsneurose, obsessive neurosis, charms of impotence, enigmas of inhibition, and oracles of anxiety, talking arms of character, 24 seals of self-punishment, and disguises of perversion. These are the hermetic elements that our exegesis resolves, the equivocations that our invocation dissolves, and the artifices that our dialectic absolves, by delivering the imprisoned meaning in ways that run the gamut from revealing the palimpsest to providing the solution mot of the mystery and to pardoning speech. The third paradox of the relation of language to speech is that of the sub 233. Jacques who loses his meaning in the objectifications of discourse. However metaphysical its definition may seem, we cannot ignore its presence in the foreground of our experience. For this is the most profound alienation of the subject in our scientific civilization, and it is this alienation that we encounter first when the subject begins to talk to us about himself. In order to eliminate it entirely, analysis should thus be conducted until it has reached the endpoint of wisdom. To provide an exemplary formulation of this, I can find no more relevant terrain than the usage of everyday speech, pointing out that the expression ce sui je it is I of Villen's era has become inverted in the expression c'est moi it's me of modern man. The me moi of modern man, as I have indicated elsewhere, has taken on its form in the dialectical impasse of the beautiful soul who does not recognize his very reason for being in the disorder he denounces in the world. But a way out of this impasse is offered to the subject where his discourse rants and raves. Communication can be validly established for him in Science's 282 collective undertaking and in the task science ordains in our universal civilization. This communication will be effective within the enormous objectification constituted by the science, and it will allow him to forget his subjectivity. He will make an effective contribution to the collective undertaking in his daily work and will be able to occupy his leisure time with all the pleasures of a profuse culture which, providing everything from detective novels to historical memoirs and from educational lectures to the orthopedics of group relations, will give him the wherewithal to forget his own existence and his death, as well as to misrecognize the particular meaning of his life in false communication. If the subject did not rediscover through regression often taken as far back as the mirror stage stayed the inside of a stadium state in which his ego contains his imaginary exploits, there would hardly be any assignable limits to the credulity to which he would have to succumb in this situation. Which is what makes our responsibility so formidable when, with the mythical manipulations of our doctrine, we bring him yet another opportunity to become alienated, in the decomposed trinity of the ego asterisk, the superego asterisk, and the id asterisk, for example. Here it is a wall of language that blocks speech, and the precautions against verbalism that are a theme of the discourse of normal men in our culture merely serve to increase its thickness. There might be some point in measuring its thickness by the statistically determined total pounds of printed paper, miles of record grooves, and hours of radio broadcasts that the said culture produces per capita in sectors A, B, and C of its domain. This would be a fine research topic for our cultural organizations, and *34. It would be seen that the question of language does not remain entirely within the region of the brain in which its use is reflected in the individual. We are the hollow men. We are the stuffed men. Leaning together. Headpiece filled with straw, alas. And so on. The resemblance between this situation and the alienation of madness insofar as the formulation given above is authentic, namely, that the mad subject is spoken rather than speaking, is obviously related to the requirement, presupposed by psychoanalysis, of true speech. If this consequence, which takes the paradoxes that are constitutive of what I am saying here as far as they can go, were to be turned against the common sense of the psychoanalytic perspective, I would readily grant the pertinence of this objection, but only to find my own position confirmed in it by a dialectical reversal for which there would be no shortage of authorized patrons, beginning with Hegel's critique of the philosophy of the skull, and stopping only at Pascal's resounding warning. At the dawn of the historical era of the me moi / formulated in the following terms, men are so necessarily mad that it would be another twist of madness not to be mad. This is not to say, however, that our culture pursues its course in the shadows outside of creative subjectivity. On the contrary, creative subjectivity has not ceased in its struggle to renew here the never-exhausted power of symbols in the human exchange that brings them to light. To emphasize the small number of subjects who prop up this creation would be to give in to a romantic perspective by comparing things that are not equivalent. The fact is that this subjectivity, regardless of the domain in which it appears, mathematics, politics, religion, or even advertising, continues to animate the movement of humanity as a whole. Looking at it from another, probably no less illusory, angle would lead us to emphasize the opposite trait, the fact that its symbolic character has never been more manifest. The irony of revolutions is that they engender a power that is all the more absolute in its exercise, not because it is more anonymous, as people say, but because it is reduced more completely to the words that signify it. The strength of churches lies more than ever in the language they have been able to maintain. An instance, it should be noted, that Freud left aside in the article in which he sketches out for us what I call the collective subjectivities of the church and the army. 2J5. Psychoanalysis has played a role in the direction of modern subjectivity, and it cannot sustain this role without aligning it with the movement in modern science that elucidates it. This is the problem of the foundations that must assure our discipline its place among the sciences, a problem of formalization, which, it must be admitted, has gotten off to a very bad start. For it seems that, possessed anew by the very shortcoming in the medical mind in opposition to which psychoanalysis had to constitute itself, we were trying to jump back on the bandwagon of science, being half a century behind the movement of the sciences by following medicine's example. This leads to abstract objectification of our experience on the basis of fictitious, or even simulated, principles of experimental method in which we find the effect of biases that must first be swept from our field if we wish to cultivate it according to its authentic structure. As practitioners of the symbolic function, it is surprising that we shy away from delving deeper into it, going so far as to neglect the fact that this function situates us at the heart of the movement that is establishing a new order of the sciences, with a rethinking of anthropology. This new order simply signifies a return to a notion of true science whose credentials are already inscribed in a tradition that begins with Plato's Theaetetus. This notion has degenerated, as we know, in the positivist reversal which, by making the human sciences the crowning glory of the experimental sciences, in fact subordinates them to the latter. This conception results from an erroneous view of the history of science founded on the prestige of a specialized development of experimentation. Today, however, the conjectural sciences are discovering once again the age-old notion of science, forcing us to revise the classification of the sciences we have inherited from the 19th century in a direction clearly indicated by the most lucid thinkers. One need but follow the concrete evolution of the various disciplines in order to become aware of this. Linguistics can serve us as a guide here, since that is the vanguard role it is given by contemporary anthropology, and we cannot remain indifferent to it. The form of mathematicization in which the discovery of the phoneme is inscribed, as a function of pairs of oppositions formed by the smallest graspable discriminative semantic elements, leads us to the very foundations that Freud's final doctrine designates as the subjective sources of the symbolic function in a vocalic connotation of presence and absence. And the reduction of any language long to a group comprised of a very small number of such phonemic oppositions, initiating an equally rigorous 236. Formalization of its highest level morphemes, puts within our reach a strict approach to our own field. It is up to us to adopt this approach to discover how it intersects with our own field, just as ethnography, which follows a course parallel to our own, is already doing by deciphering myths according to the synchrony of mythemes. Isn't it striking that Levi Strauss, in suggesting the involvement in myths of language structures and of those social laws that regulate marriage ties and kinship, is already conquering the very terrain in which Freud situates the unconscious? 25. It is thus impossible not to make a general theory of the symbol the axis of a new classification of the sciences, where the sciences of man will reassume their central position as sciences of subjectivity. Let me indicate its core principle, which, of course, does not obviate the need for further elaboration. The symbolic function presents itself as a twofold movement in the subject, man makes his own action into an object, but only to return its foundational place to it in due time. In this equivocation, operating at every instant, lies the whole progress of a function in which action and knowledge connaissance alternate. 26. Here are two examples, one borrowed from the classroom, the other from the very pulse of our time. The first is mathematical. In phase 1, man objectifies two collections he has counted in the form of two cardinal numbers. In phase 2, he manages to add the two collections using these numbers. See the example cited by Kant in the Introduction to the Transcendental Aesthetic, section 4, in the second edition of the Critique of Pure Reason. The second is historical. In phase 1, a man who works at the level of production in our society considers himself to belong to the ranks of the proletariat. In phase 2, in the name of belonging to it, he joins in a general strike. 286. If these two examples come from areas which, for us, are the most highly contrasted in the domain of the concrete, the first involving the ever freer play of mathematical law, the second, the brazen face of capitalist exploitation, it is because, although they seem to come from radically different realms, their effects come to constitute our subsistence, precisely by intersecting there in a double reversal, the most subjective science having forged a new reality, and the shadow of the social divide arming itself with a symbol in action. Here the distinction people make between the exact sciences and those for which there is no reason to refuse the appellation conjectural no longer seems to be acceptable for lack of any grounds for that distinction. 27-23 For exactness must be distinguished from truth, and conjecture does not exclude rigor. If experimental science derives its exactness from mathematics, its relation to nature is nonetheless problematic. Indeed, if our link to nature incites us to wonder poetically whether it is not nature's own movement that we refined in our science, in Cette voix qui se connaît quand elle s'en en être plus la voix de personne tant que de ondes et de bois. It is clear that our physics is but a mental fabrication in which mathematical symbols serve as instruments. For experimental science is not so much defined by the quantity to which it is in fact applied, as by the measurement it introduces into reality real. This can be seen in relation to the measurement of time, without which experimental science would be impossible. Huygens' clock, which alone gave experimental science its precision, is merely the organ that fulfills Galileo's hypothesis concerning the equal gravitational pull on all bodies, that is, the hypothesis of uniform acceleration that confers its law, since it is the same, on every instance of falling. It is amusing to point out that the instrument was completed before the hypothesis could be verified by observation, and that the clock thereby rendered the hypothesis useless at the same time as it offered it the instrument it needed to be rigorous. 28 But mathematics can symbolize another kind of time, notably the intersubjective time that structures human action, whose formulas are beginning to be provided by game theory, still called strategy, but which it would be better to call stochastics. The author of these lines has attempted to demonstrate in the logic of a sophism the temporal mainsprings through which human action, insofar as it is coordinated with the other's action, finds in the scansion of its hesitations the advent of its certainty, and, in the decision that concludes it, gives the other's action which it now includes its direction sense to come, along with its sanction regarding the past. I demonstrate there that it is the certainty anticipated by the subject in the time for understanding which, through the haste that precipitates the moment of concluding, determines the other's decision that makes the subject's own movement an error or truth. This example indicates how the mathematical formalization that inspired 238 Boolean logic, and even set theory, can bring to the science of human action the structure of intersubjective time that psychoanalytic conjecture needs to ensure its own rigor. If, moreover, the history of the historian's technique shows that its progress is defined in the ideal of an identification of the historian's subjectivity with the constitutive subjectivity of the primal historicization in which events are humanized, it is clear that psychoanalysis finds its precise scope here, that is, in knowledge /connaissance as realizing this ideal, and in efficacy, as finding its justification here. The example of history also dissipates like a mirage the recourse to the lived reaction that obsesses both our technique and our theory, for the fundamental historicity of the events we are concerned with suffices to conceive the possibility of a subjective reproduction of the past in the present. Furthermore, this example makes us realize how psychoanalytic regression 288 implies the progressive dimension of the subject's history, which Freud rightly considered to be lacking in the Jungian concept of neurotic regression, and we see how analytic experience itself renews this progression by assuring its continuation. Finally, the reference to linguistics will introduce us to the method which, by distinguishing synchronic from diachronic structurings in language, will enable us to better understand the different value our language takes on in the interpretation of resistances and of transference, and to differentiate the effects characteristic of repression and the structure of the individual myth in obsessive neurosis. The list of disciplines Freud considered important sister sciences for an ideal department of psychoanalysis is well known. Alongside psychiatry and sexology we find the history of civilization, mythology, the psychology of religions, literary history, and literary criticism. This whole group of subjects, determining the curriculum for instruction in technique, can be easily accommodated in the epistemological triangle I have described, and would provide an advanced level of instruction in analytic theory and technique with its primer. For my part, I would be inclined to add rhetoric, dialectic. In the technical sense this term takes on in Aristotle's Topics, Grammar, and Poetics the supreme pinnacle of the aesthetics of language, which would include the neglect technique of witticisms. While these subject headings may sound somewhat old-fashioned to certain people, I would not hesitate to endorse them as a return to our sources. For psychoanalysis in its early development, intimately linked to the discovery and study of symbols, went so far as to partake in the structure of what 239 was called the liberal arts in the Middle Ages. Deprived, like them, of a true formalization, psychoanalysis became organized, like them, into a body of privileged problems, each one promoted by some felicitous relation of man to his own measure, taking on a charm and a humanity owing to this particularity that in our eyes might well make up for their somewhat recreational appearance. But let us not disdain this appearance in the early developments of psychoanalysis. Indeed, it expresses nothing less than the recreation of human meaning in an arid era of scientism. These early developments should be all the less disdained since psychoanalysis has hardly raised the bar by setting off along the false pathways of a theorization that runs counter to its dialectical structure. Psychoanalysis can provide scientific foundations for its theory and technique only by adequately formalizing the essential dimensions of its experience, which along with the historical theory of the symbol are intersubjective logic and the temporality of the subject. 3. The resonances of interpretation and the time of the subject in psychoanalytic technique. Between man and love, there is woman. Between man and woman, there is a world. Between man and the world, there is a wall. Antoine Tudel, Paris in the year 2000. Nam sibilum quidem cumis ego ipsi oculis mis vidi in ampulla pendera, et cum illipuri deserent, Zafivka 11 chi seek, respondent Ilia, x jato 0 aviv 6 ea.q. Petronius, Satyricon, Slayath. Bringing psychoanalytic experience back to speech and language as its foundations is of direct concern to its technique. While it is not situated in the ineffable, we see the one-way slippage that has occurred, distancing interpretation from its core. We are thus justified in suspecting that this deviation in psychoanalytic practice explains the new aims to which psychoanalytic theory has become receptive. If we look at the situation a little more closely, we see that the problems of symbolic interpretation began by intimidating our little group before becoming embarrassing to it. The successes obtained by Freud now astonish people because of the unseemly indoctrination they appear to involve, and the display thereof so evident in the cases of Dora, the rat man, and the wolf. 240. Man strikes us as nothing short of scandalous. Indeed, our clever colleagues do not shrink from doubting whether the technique employed in these cases was actually any good. This disaffection in the psychoanalytic movement stems, in truth, from a confusion of tongues, about which the most representative personality of its present hierarchy made no secret in a recent conversation with me. It is well worth noting that this confusion grows when each analyst believes he has been assigned the job of discovering in our experience the conditions of a complete objectification, and when the enthusiasm that greets his theoretical attempts is greater the more detached from reality they prove to be. It is clear that the principles of the analysis of the resistances, as well founded as they may be, have in practice occasioned an ever greater misrecognition of the subject, because they have not been understood in relation to the intersubjectivity of speech. If we follow the proceedings of Freud's first 7 sessions with the rat man, which are reported to us in full, it seems highly improbable that Freud did not recognize the resistances as they arose, arising precisely in the places where our modern practitioners tell us he overlooked them, since it is Freud's own text, after all, that enables the practitioners to pinpoint them. Once again Freud's texts manifest an exhaustion of the subject that amazes us, and no interpretation has thus far exploited all of its resources. I mean that Freud not only let himself be duped into encouraging his subject to go beyond his initial reticence, but also understood perfectly well the seductive scope of this game in the imaginary. To convince oneself of this, one need but read the description he gives us of the expression on his patient's face during the patient's painful narrative of the purported torture that supplied the theme of his obsession, that of the rat forced into the victim's anus. His face, Freud tells us, reflected horror at a jouissance of which he was unaware. The effect in the present of his repeating this narrative did not escape Freud, no more than did the fact that he identified his analyst with the cruel captain who forced this narrative to become etched in the subject's memory. 291 Nor therefore the import of the theoretical clarifications the subject required as security before going on with what he was saying. Far from interpreting the resistance here, however, Freud astonishes us by granting the patient's request, to such an extent that he seems to let himself be roped into the subject's game. But the extremely approximate character of the explanations with which Freud gratifies him, so approximate as to appear crude, is sufficiently instructive. It is clearly not so much a question here of doctrine or indoctrination as of a symbolic gift of speech ripe with a secret pact, in the context of the Imag 241. In airy participation which includes it, whose import will be revealed later in the symbolic equivalence the subject establishes in his mind between rats and the florines with which he remunerates the analyst. We can see therefore that Freud, far from misrecognizing the resistance, uses it as a propitious predisposition for setting in motion the resonances of speech, and he conducts himself, as far as possible, in accordance with the first definition he gave of resistance, by employing it to involve the subject in his message. He later changes tack abruptly when he sees that, as a result of being handled delicately, the resistance is serving to keep the dialogue at the level of a conversation in which the subject tries to continue seducing the analyst by slipping beyond his reach. But we learn that analysis consists in playing on the multiple staves of the score that speech constitutes in the registers of language, which is where overdetermination comes in, the latter having no meaning except in this order. And we have simultaneously isolated here the mainspring of Freud's success. In order for the analyst's message to respond to the subject's profound questioning, the subject must understand it as a response that concerns him alone, and the privilege Freud's patients enjoyed, in receiving its good word from the lips of the very man who was its herald, satisfied this demand of theirs. Let us note in passing that the rat man had had a prior taste of it, since he had thumbed through the psychopathology of everyday life, which had just come out. Which doesn't imply that the book is very much better known today, even among analysts, but the popularization of Freud's concepts and their resorption into what I call the wall of language, would deaden the effect of our speech were we to give it the style of Freud's remarks to the rat man. The point here is not to imitate him. In order to rediscover the effect of Freud's speech, I won't resort to its terms but rather to the principles that govern it. These principles are nothing but the dialectic of self-consciousness, as it is realized from Socrates to Hegel, beginning with the ironic assumption that all that is rational is real, only to precipitate into the scientific judgment that all that is real is rational. But Freud's discovery was to demonstrate that this verifying process authentically reaches the subject only by disentanguling him from self-consciousness, to which he was confined by Hegel's reconstruction of the phenomenology of mind. In other words, this discovery renders still flimsier any search for conscious realization which, apart from being a psychological phenomenon, is not inscribed within the conjuncture of the particular moment that alone gives body to the universal, and failing which the latter dissipates into generality. These remarks define the limits within which it is impossible for our tech. 242 Ecrits. Need to ignore the structuring moments of Hegel's phenomenology, first and foremost, the master-slave dialectic, the dialectic of the beautiful soul and the law of the heart, and generally everything that allows us to understand how the constitution of the object is subordinate to the realization of the subject. But if there is still something prophetic in Hegel's insistence on the fundamental identity of the particular and the universal, an insistence that reveals the extent of his genius, it is certainly psychoanalysis that provides it with its paradigm by revealing the structure in which this identity is realized as disjunctive of the subject, and without appealing to the future. Let me simply say that this, in my view, constitutes an objection to any reference to totality in the individual, since the subject introduces division therein, as well as in the collectivity that is the equivalent of the individual. Psychoanalysis is what clearly relegates both the one and the other to the status of mirages. This would seem to be something that could no longer be forgotten, were it not precisely psychoanalysis that teaches us that it is forgettable confirmation of which turns out, by a reversal retour that is more legitimate than one might think, to come from psychoanalysts themselves, their new tendencies representing this forgetting. Now while Hegel's work is also precisely what we need to confer a meaning on so-called analytic neutrality other than that the analyst is simply in a stupor, this does not mean that we have nothing to learn from the elasticity of the Socratic method or even from the fascinating proceedings of the technique by which Plato presents it to us, were it only by our sensing in Socrates and his desire the unresolved enigma of the psychoanalyst, and by situating in relation to Platonic vision our own relation to truth in this case, however, in a way that respects the distance separating the reminiscence Plato was led to presume to exist in any advent of the ideas, from the exhaustion of being consummated in Kierkegaardian repetition. 29 But there is also a historical difference between Socrates' interlocutor and ours that is worth weighing. When Socrates relies on an artisanal form of ariason that he can extract just as well from a slave's discourse, it is in order to impress upon authentic masters the necessity of an order that turns their power into justice and the city's magic words matrismos into truth. But we analysts deal with slaves who think they are masters, and who find in a language whose mission is universal support for their servitude in the bonds of its ambiguity. So much so that one might humorously say that our goal is to restore in them the sovereign freedom displayed by Humpty Dumpty when he reminds Alice that he is, after all, master of the signifier, even if he is not master of the signified from which his being derived its shape. 243. We always come back, then, to our twofold reference to speech and language. In order to free the subject's speech, we introduce him to the language of his desire, that is, to the primary language in which beyond what he tells us of himself he is already speaking to us unbeknown to himself, first and foremost, in the symbols of his symptom. It is certainly a language that is at stake in the symbolism brought to light in analysis. This language, corresponding to the playful wish found in one of Lichtenberg's aphorisms, has the universal character of a tongue that would be understood in all other tongues, but at the same time, since it is the language that grabs hold of desire at the very moment it becomes humanized by gaining recognition, it is absolutely particular to the subject. It is thus a primary language, by which I do not mean a primitive language, since Freud, whose merit for having made this total discovery warrants comparison with Champollion's, deciphered it in its entirety in the dreams of our contemporaries. The essential field of this language was rather authoritatively defined by one of the earliest assistants associated with Freud's work, and one of the few to have brought anything new to it, I mean Ernest Jones, the last survivor of those to whom the 7 rings of the Master were passed and who attests by his presence in the honorary positions of an international association that they are not reserved solely for relic bearers. In a fundamental article on symbolism, 30, Jones points out on page 102 that, although there are thousands of symbols in the sense in which the term is understood in analysis, all of them refer to one's own body, blood relatives, birth, life, and death. This truth, recognized de facto by Jones, enables us to understand that although the symbol, psychoanalytically speaking, is repressed in the unconscious, it bears in itself no mark of regression or even of immaturity. For it to have its effects in the subject, it is thus enough that it make itself heard, since these effects operate unbeknown to him as we admit in our everyday experience, when we explain many reactions by normal and neurotic subjects as their response to the symbolic meaning of an act, a relation, or an object. It is thus indisputable that the analyst can play on the power of symbols by evoking them in a calculated fashion in the semantic resonances of his remarks. This is surely the path by which a return to the use of symbolic effects can proceed in a renewed technique of interpretation. We could adopt as a reference here what the Hindu tradition teaches about dhvani. 1. Defining it as the property of speech by which it conveys what it does not say. This is illustrated by a little tale whose naivete, which appears to be required in such examples, proves funny enough to induce us to penetrate to the truth it conceals. 244. A girl, it is said, is awaiting her lover on the bank of a river when she sees a Brahmin coming along. She approaches him and exclaims in the most amiable tones, "What a lucky day this is for you! The dog whose barking used to frighten you will not be on this river bank again, for it was just devoured by a lion that roams around here." The absence of the lion may thus have as many effects as his spring which, were he present, would only come once, according to the proverb relished by Freud. The primary character of symbols in fact makes them similar to those number bears out of which all other numbers are composed, and if they therefore underlie all the semantems of a language, we shall be able to restore to speech its full evocative value by a discreet search for their interferences, following the course of a metaphor whose symbolic displacement neutralizes the secondary meanings of the terms it associates. To be taught and to be learned, this technique would require a profound assimilation of the resources of a language /long/ especially those that are concretely realized in its poetic texts. It is well known that Freud was steeped in German literature, which, by virtue of an incomparable translation, can be said to include Shakespeare's plays. Every one of his works bears witness to this, and to the continual recourse he had to it, no less in his technique than in his discovery. Not to mention his broad background in the classics, his familiarity with the modern study of folklore, and his keeping abreast of contemporary humanism's conquests in the area of ethnography. Analytic practitioners should be asked not to consider it futile to follow Freud along this path. But the tide is against us. It can be gauged by the condescending attention paid to the wording, asterisk as if to some novelty, and the English morphology here provides a notion that is still difficult to define with a prop that is sufficiently subtle for people to make a big to-do about it. What this notion covers, however, is hardly encouraging when we see an author 32 amazed at having achieved an entirely different success in the interpretation of one and the same resistance by the use, without conscious premeditation, he emphasizes, of the term need for love asterisk instead of and in the place of demand for love, asterisk which he had first put forward, without seeing anything in it, as he himself tells us. While the anecdote is supposed to confirm the interpretation's reference to the ego psychology asterisk in the title of the article, it refers instead, it seems, to the analyst's ego psychology asterisk insofar as this interpretation makes do with such a weak use of English that he can extend his practice of analysis right to the very brink of gibberish. 33 The fact is that need asterisk and demand asterisk have diametrically opposed meanings. 245. For the subject, and to maintain that they can be used interchangeably for even an instant amounts to a radical ignorance of the summoning characteristic of speech. For in its symbolizing function, speech tends toward nothing less than a transformation of the subject to whom it is addressed by means of the link it establishes with the speaker, namely, by bringing about a signifying effect. This is why we must return once more to the structure of communication in language and definitively dispel the mistaken notion of language as signs, a source in this realm of confusions about discourse and of errors about speech. If communication based on language is conceived as a signal by which the sender informs the receiver of something by means of a certain code, there is no reason why we should not lend as much credence and even more to every other kind of sign when the something in question concerns the individual. Indeed, we are quite right to prefer every mode of expression that verges on natural signs. It is in this way that the technique of speech has been discredited among us, and we find ourselves in search of a gesture, a grimace, a posture adopted, a face made, a movement, a shudder, nay, a stopping of usual movement, for we are subtle and nothing will stop us from setting our bloodhounds on the scent. I shall show the inadequacy of the conception of language as signs by the very manifestation that best illustrates it in the animal kingdom, a manifestation which, had it not recently been the object of an authentic discovery, would have to have been invented for this purpose. It is now generally recognized that, when a bee returns to its hive after gathering nectar, it transmits an indication of the existence of nectar near or far away from the hive to *its companions by two sorts of dances. The second is the most remarkable, for the plane in which the bee traces out a figure ate a shape that gave it the name wagging dance * and the frequency of the figures executed within a given time, designate, on the one hand, the exact direction to be followed, determined in relation to the sun's inclination, by which bees are able to orient themselves in all kinds of weather, thanks to their sensitivity to polarized light, and, on the other hand, the distance at which the nectar is to be found up to several miles away. The other bees respond to this message by immediately setting off for the place thus designated. It took some 10 years of patient observation for Karl von Frisch to decode this kind of message, for it is certainly a code or signaling system, whose generic character alone forbids us to qualify it as conventional. But is it a language, for all that? We can say that it is distinguished from language precisely by the fixed correlation between its signs and the reality. 246. They signify. For, in a language, signs take on their value from their relations to each other in the lexical distribution of semantems as much as in the positional, or even sectional, use of morphemes, in sharp contrast to the fixity of the coding used by bees. The diversity of human languages takes on its full value viewed in this light. Furthermore, while a message of the kind described here determines the action of the socius, it is never retransmitted by the socius. This means that the message remains frozen in its function as a relay of action, from which no subject detaches it as a symbol of communication itself. 34. The form in which language expresses itself in and of itself defines subjectivity. Language says, you will go here, and when you see this, you will turn off there. In other words, it refers to discourse about the other discours de votre /. It is enveloped as such in the highest function of speech, inasmuch as speech commits its author by investing its addressee with a new reality, as for example, when a subject seals his fate as a married man by saying you are my wife. Indeed, this is the essential form from which all human speech derives more than the form at which it arrives. Hence the paradox that one of my most acute auditors believed to be an objection to my position when I first began to make my views known on analysis as dialectic. He formulated it as follows: human language would then constitute a kind of communication in which the sender receives his own message back from the receiver in an inverted form. I could but adopt this objector's formulation, recognizing in it the stamp of my own thinking, for I maintain that speech always subjectively includes its own reply. That thou wouldst not seek me, if thou hadst not found me, simply validates the same truth, and that this is why, in the paranoiac refusal of recognition, it is in the form of a negative verbalization that the unavowable feeling eventually emerges in a persecutory interpretation. Thus, when you congratulate yourself for having met someone who speaks the same language as you do not mean that you encounter each other in the discourse of every man, but that you are united to that person by a particular way of speaking. The antinomy immanent in the relations between speech and language thus becomes clear. The more functional language becomes, the less suited it is to speech, and when it becomes overly characteristic of me alone, it loses its function as language. We are aware of the use made in primitive traditions of secret names, with which the subject identifies his own person or his gods so closely that to reveal these names is to lose himself or betray these gods, and what our patience con 24j. Fide in us, as well as our own recollections, teach us that it is not at all rare for children to spontaneously rediscover the virtues of that use. Finally, the speech value of a language is gauged by the intersubjectivity of the we it takes on. By an inverse antinomy, it can be observed that the more language's role is neutralized as language becomes more like information, the more redundancies are attributed to it. This notion of redundancy originated in research that was all the more precise because a vested interest was involved, having been prompted by the economics of long-distance communication and, in particular, by the possibility of transmitting several conversations on a single telephone line simultaneously. It was observed that a substantial portion of the phonetic medium is superfluous for the communication actually sought to be achieved. This is highly instructive to us. 35 For what is redundant as far as information is concerned is precisely what plays the part of resonance in speech. For the function of language in speech is not to inform but to evoke. What I seek in speech is a response from the other. What constitutes me as a subject is my question. In order to be recognized by the other, I proffer what was only in view of what will be. In order to find him, I call him by a name that he must assume or refuse in order to answer me. I identify myself in language, but only by losing myself in it as an object. What is realized in my history is neither the past definite as what was, since it 300 is no more, nor even the perfect as what has been in what I am, but the future anterior as what I will have been, given what I am in the process of becoming. If I now face someone to question him, there is no cybernetic device imaginable that can turn his response into a reaction. The definition of response as the second term in the stimulus-response circuit is simply a metaphor sustained by the subjectivity attributed to animals, only to be elided thereafter in the physical schema to which the metaphor reduces it. This is what I have called putting a rabbit into a hat so as to pull it out again later. But a reaction is not a response. If I press an electric button and a light goes on, there is a response only to my desire. If in order to obtain the same result I must try a whole system of relays whose correct position is unknown to me, there is a question only in relation to my expectation, and there will not be a question any more once I have learned enough about the system to operate it flawlessly. But if I call the person to whom I am speaking by whatever name I like, I notify him of the subjective function he must take up in order to reply to me, even if it is to repudiate this function. The decisive function of my own response thus appears, and this function is not, as people maintain, simply to be received by the subject as approval or 248. Rejection of what he is saying, but truly to recognize or abolish him as a subject. Such is the nature of the analyst's responsibility every time he intervenes by means of speech. The problem of the therapeutic effects of inexact interpretation, raised by Edward Glover in a remarkable paper, 36 thus led him to conclusions where the question of exactness fades into the background. For not only is every spoken intervention received by the subject as a function of his structure, but the intervention itself takes on a structuring function due to its form. Indeed, non-analytic psychotherapies, and even utterly ordinary medical prescriptions, have the precise impact of interventions that could be qualified as 301 obsessive systems of suggestion, as hysterical suggestions of a phobic nature, and even as persecutory supports, each psychotherapy deriving its particular character from the way it sanctions the subject's misrecognition of his own reality. Speech is in fact a gift of language, and language is not immaterial. It is a subtle body, but body it is. Words are caught up in all the body images that captivate the subject. They may knock up the hysteric, be identified with the object of penisnade, represent the urinary flow of urethral ambition, or represent the feces retained in avaricious jouissance. Furthermore, words themselves can suffer symbolic lesions and accomplish imaginary acts whose victim is the subject. Recall the wasp, castrated of its initial W to become the SP of the wolfman's initials, at the moment he carried out the symbolic punishment to which he himself was subjected by Grusha, the wasp. Recall too the S that constitutes the residue of the Hermetic formula into which the Rat-man's conjuratory invocations became condensed after Freud had extracted the anagram of his beloved's name from its cipher, and that, tacked onto the beginning of the final amen of his jaculatory prayer, eternally inundated the lady's name with the symbolic ejecta of his impotent desire. Similarly, an article by Robert Flies, 37 inspired by Abraham's inaugural remarks, shows us that one's discourse as a whole may become eroticized, following the displacements of erogeneity in the body image, momentarily determined by the analytic relationship. Discourse then takes on a urethral phallic, anal erotic, or even oral sadistic function. It is noteworthy, moreover, that the author grasps its effect above all in the silences that mark inhibition of the satisfaction the subject derives from it. In this way speech may become an imaginary or even real object in the subject and, as such, debase in more than one respect the function of language. I shall thus relegate such speech to the parenthesis of the resistance it manifests. 249. But not in order to exclude it from the analytic relationship, for the latter would then lose everything, including its raison d'etre. Analysis can have as its goal only the advent of true speech and the subject's realization of his history in its relation to a future. Maintaining this dialectic is directly opposed to any objectifying orientation of analysis, and highlighting this necessity is of capital importance if we are to see through the aberrations of the new trends in psychoanalysis. I shall illustrate my point here by once again returning to Freud, and, since I have already begun to make use of it, to the case of the Rat-man. Freud goes so far as to take liberties with the exactness of the facts when it is a question of getting at the subject's truth. At one point, Freud glimpses the determinant role played by the mother's proposal that he marry her cousin's daughter at the origin of the present phase of his neurosis. Indeed, as I have shown in my seminar, this flashes through Freud's mind owing to his own personal experience. But he does not hesitate to interpret its effect to the subject as that of a prohibition by his dead father against his liaison with his lady love. This interpretation is not only factually, but also psychologically, inexact, for the father's castrating activity which Freud affirms here with an insistence that might be believed systematic played only a secondary role in this case. But Freud's apperception of the dialectical relationship is so apt that the interpretation he makes at that moment triggers the decisive destruction of the lethal symbols that narcissistically bind the subject both to his dead father and to his idealized lady, their two images being sustained, in an equivalence characteristic of the obsessive, one by the phantasmatic aggressiveness that perpetuates it, the other by the mortifying cult that transforms it into an idol. Similarly, it is by recognizing the forced subjectivization of the obsessive det 38 in the scenario of futile attempts at restitution, a scenario that too perfectly expresses its imaginary terms for the subject to even try to enact it, the pressure to repay the debt being exploited by the subject to the point of delusion that Freud achieves his goal. This is the goal of bringing the subject to rediscover in the story of his father's lack of delicacy, his marriage to the subject's mother, the pretty but penniless girl, his wounded love life, and his ungrateful forgetting of his beneficent friend to rediscover in this story, along with the fateful constellation that presided over the subject's very birth, the unfillable gap constituted by the symbolic debt against which his neurosis is a protest. There is no trace here at all of recourse to the ignoble specter of some sort of early fear, or even to a masochism that it would be easy enough to brandish, much less to that obsessive buttressing propagated by some analysts in the name of the analysis of the defenses. The resistances themselves, as I have 25 shown elsewhere, are used as long as possible in the direction sense of the progress of the discourse. And when it is time to put an end to them, we manage to do so by giving in to them. For this is how the Rat-man is able to insert into his subjectivity its true mediation in a transferential form, the imaginary daughter he gives Freud in order to receive her hand in marriage from him, and who unveils her true face to him in a key dream, that of death gazing at him with its bituminous eyes. And although it was with this symbolic pact that the ruses of the subject's servitude came to an end, reality did not fail him, it seems, in granting him these nuptial wishes. The footnote added to the case in 1923, which Freud dedicated as an epitaph to this young man who had found in the risks of war the end that awaited so many worthy young men on whom so many hopes had been founded, thus concluding the case with all the rigor of destiny, elevates it to the beauty of tragedy. In order to know how to respond to the subject in analysis, the method is to first determine where his ego asterisk is situated, the ego asterisk that Freud himself defined as formed by a verbal nucleus, in other words, to figure out through whom and for whom the subject asks his question. As long as this is not known, we risk misconstruing the desire that must be recognized there and the object to whom this desire is addressed. The hysteric captivates this object in a subtle intrigue, and her ego asterisk is in the third person by means of whom the subject enjoys the object who incarnates her question. The obsessive drags into the cage of his narcissism the objects in which his question reverberates in the multiplied alibi of deadly figures, and, mastering their high wire act, addresses his ambiguous homage toward the box in which he himself has his seat, that of the master who cannot be seen s voir. Trahit sua quemp voluptas, one identifies with the spectacle and the other puts on a show d'un avoir. In the case of the hysterical subject, for whom the term acting out asterisk takes on its literal meaning since he acts outside himself, you have to get him to recognize where his action is situated. In the case of the obsessive, you have to get yourself recognized in the spectator, who is invisible from the stage, to whom he is united by the mediation of death. It is therefore always in the relation between the subject's ego and his discourse that you must understand the meaning of the discourse if you are to unalienate the subject. But you cannot possibly achieve this if you cleave to the idea that the subject's ego is identical to the presence that is speaking to you. This error is fostered by the terminology of the topography that is all 2Z5I.